Reborn into Naruto World with Tenseigan Chapter 183 to Chapter 274. Looking at the countless ice Qianben in the sky, the three generations showed a rare look of surprise. With such a large scale of ice release, regardless of its power, just this exaggerated range and number is enough to make this ice release ninjutsu into the ranks of S-class ninjutsu. At this time, Hyojin stretched out his right hand indifferently and gently clenched his fist. In an instant, the countless ice Qianben hovering in the air like bullets shot from all directions towards the three generations Naruto on the ground. The three generations' face sank and shouted, "Earth release enchantment, Earth prison tango." Rumble, with a roar, the mud and stones tumbled and quickly formed a hemispherical earth cover, protecting the three generations inside. Shwa, 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 almost at the same time that the earth prison tango was formed, countless ice Qianben shot towards the stone wall of the earth prison tango with a sharp whistling sound. Although the destructive power of ice Qianben is not strong, but there are too many of them, even if each ice Qianben can only scrape off some dirt from the earth prison tango, thousands of ice Qianben are enough to smash the earth prison tango. Therefore, Sandaime-sama, who was hiding inside the earth prison dano, pressed his hands on the stone wall, supplying chakra to the earth prison dano, and repairing the earth cover created by the earth prison dano. Outer Circle. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, the Mai Umbu's face was gloomy. Only now did they understand why the three generations didn't let them get involved in this battle. Although they have a way to deal with the ice Qianben in the sky, but if they have to resist it, they will definitely suffer a lot of casualties. The Cloud Jonan's eyes flashed. Like the Mai Umbu next to him, he didn't expect that a bounty ninja would be so strong that he can compete with the three generations Naruto. This bounty ninja is not ordinary. I must report this matter to Xianxia. In the shinobi world, every powerful shinobi is worthy of the attention of the major shinobi villages, not to mention the one in front of him is a strong shinobi who can wrestle with three generations of Naruto. Thinking of this, the Kumo Jonin paid even more attention to Hyojin's every move on the battlefield. At the other end of the encirclement, Guy, who was squatting on a big tree, looked at the battlefield and muttered, "I really didn't expect this guy to be so powerful." Beside him, Kakashi also had a solemn expression. Even though he had tried his best to overestimate his opponent, the strength displayed by his opponent still exceeded his expectations. However, Kuroto, who is extremely talented in combat, also discovered that this terrifying ice release ninjutsu is using the power of the heavens, so he wasn't scared by the scene in front of him. Instead, he pondered on a way to counter it. In the village, an Uchiha clansman quickly found Jishui, who was still staying near the Kumo mission station, and inquired about the details of Watanabe's abduction. Jishui naturally won't tell the truth, so he casually said a few words with the excuse of "I don't know." The Uchiha clansman didn't suspect anything and casually said, "Patriarch has already summoned the police force's Jonin squad, and they will soon set off to hunt down the bounty ninja who attacked the Kumo mission." What? Jishui was taken aback. With the current antagonistic attitude between the Uchiha clan and the village, unless Naruto personally gives the order, otherwise, according to common sense, the Uchiha clan shouldn't care about this matter. After calming down, Jishui asked, "Was it Naruto-sama who gave the order?" The Uchiha clansman shook his head and said, "No, Naruto-sama has already set off to hunt down the bounty ninja." Jishui suddenly froze, and immediately without saying a word, his figure flashed and rushed out of the village, on the battlefield. Hiding behind the ice wall, Suijin saw Sandaime-sama use Earth Prison Tendo to transform the Earth Release enchantment used to trap the enemy into an Earth Release enchantment to protect himself, and thought to himself, as expected of the professor of ninjutsu. The Earth Prison dungeon that can continuously repair itself is indeed very effective against the ice rain that has a large range and a large number of attacks, but the power is limited. After a while, all the ice in the air bombarded, but the Earth Prison dungeon seemed to be unscathed. Suddenly, Hyojin, who had Byakugan activated, noticed that the three generations in the Earth Prison dungeon were making hand seals. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Hyojin frowned. Although he has mastered a lot of ninjutsu, but compared to the three generations, it is far from enough. As soon as this question appeared in his mind, he stumbled and fell to the ground. At this time, he found that the ground under his feet has turned into a moving swamp, and in just a breath or two, his body has sunk into the swamp. Oh no! After a cry, Hyojin let his body sink in the swamp, and quickly made hand seals. Ice release, ice flower. The moment the hand seals were completed, Hyojin used his ice release ninjutsu, and in an instant, the churning swamp was frozen into a large piece of frozen land by the ice flower and stopped moving. With half of his body stuck in the frozen ground, Suijin breathed a sigh of relief, only to find that Sandaime-sama had already rushed out of the Earth Dungeon Hall and was heading towards him with the King Kong wishful staff. Hyojin, who couldn't care less, shook hard and broke out of the frozen land. At this time, the three generations had already bypassed the huge ice wall, and swung the stick at Hyojin, who had just broken out of the frozen land and had not even fully stabilized his body. Hyojin had no choice but to take out a kunai from his waist and barely blocked it. Clang, the kunai forged by fine steel collided with the King Kong wishful stick, and suddenly there was a burst of ear-piercing sound. Then, Hyojin felt a huge force coming from the kunai in his hand, and his whole body was thrown away. Boom, after flying a long distance, Hyojin hit a big tree and stopped his body. So much strength. Feeling the huge pain coming from his wrist, Hyojin was surprised. The three generations looked thin and weak, but their strength was not small. Coupled with the support of the King Kong wishful stick that the demonic ape had transformed into, Hyojin's water escape clone body had no chance of winning. Swish swish swish, at this time, the three generations shot a few shurikens at Hyojin. After shooting the shurikens, the three generations quickly made hand seals. In the blink of an eye, they had made 2 or 3 seals in a row. Hyojin did not dare to be careless. He quickly made hand seals and shouted, "Ice escape, magic mirror ice crystal." In an instant, ice mirrors with cold air appeared in front of Hyojin, arranged into several layers of ice escape, protecting Hyojin inside. At this time, the shurikens shot by the three generations were divided into 2 in the air, and then into 4. There were only a few shurikens at first, but in the blink of an eye, they became a large group. Looking at the oncoming shurikens accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, Kuroto's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Boom, 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 without waiting for Hyojin to make any other reaction, the shurikens hit the ice mirror one after another. The sound was like a cannonball hitting the ice mirror, the air waves rolled back, and smoke rose. The outermost layer of the ice mirror was shattered in an instant. Immediately afterward, the shuriken hit the inner layer of the ice mirror, and in the cold air and splashing ice fragments, the shuriken was attached to the wind release ninjutsu. Like a whirlpool, it quickly cut the inner layer of the ice mirror. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, after smashing 4 layers of the ice mirror in a row, the shurikens exhausted all their strength and fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, these shurikens were all broken into several pieces, showing the power of the shurikens. Even the carefully forged shurikens could not bear it. Gotcha! At this time, the last layer, the 5th layer of the ice mirror, was not spared. Cracks appeared on the surface of the mirror, spreading wildly around like a spider web. Hyojin breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally blocked. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. The Vidra wishful rod easily broke the 5th layer of the ice mirror, which was full of cracks, and hit Hyojin behind the ice mirror. At the same time, 3 generations quickly printed, then pressed their hands on the ground, and launched the earth release ninjutsu. In an instant, the mud on the ground was like a python. It flew up agilely and wrapped around the lower half of Kuroto's body. At the same time, a powerful arm stretched out from the Vidra wishful stick that had struck him and grabbed his throat. 3 generations slowly walked over. Finally caught you. Suddenly, an eye opened on the Vidra wishful rod, and the voice of demonic ape came out. No, this is a clone. After saying that, demonic ape's arm that was strangling Hyojin's throat exerted force, and suddenly Hyojin was squeezed into a ball of water. Water clone? The Hokage-sama's eyes narrowed as he looked around. Mayumbu shouted, "Naruto-sama, he is at your 9 o'clock." 3 generations reached out and caught the Vidra wishful rod, and then his sharp eyes immediately moved to the 9 o'clock direction. After being pointed out by the Mayumbu, Hyojin curled his lips, walked out from behind a big tree, and said, "Naruto-sama, do we continue?" As soon as he had a bad premonition, Suijin took the opportunity to cast the water clone, because he knew very well that the defense of the ice mirror magic mirror is not so stable in the face of a strong opponent like the Hokage. 3 generations smiled confidently. This old man has just warmed up. Hyojin looked around, and his face under the mask became gloomy. 3 generations' mobility, although the Naruto Umbu is the worst, is still far better than ordinary ninjas, especially with the help of the Vajra Wishful Rod. They can almost instantly catch up with Hyojin's magic mirror ice crystal. Therefore, it is unrealistic for Hyojin to rely on mobility to get rid of 3 generations. In addition, there is also a circle of my Umbu around the battlefield. These my Umbu are almost all elites. Among them are not only Hyojin's teammates Kakashi and Guy, but also the entire Shadow Guard of 3 generations. Not to mention 3 generations, just these people alone are enough to give Hyojin a headache. Looking up at the night sky again, Hyojin found that the rain cloud created by 3 generations' multiple fire dragon bullets has been exhausted. At this time, although the night sky is still gloomy, it is no longer raining. Sigh, the time and the place are not on my side. After sighing softly in his heart, Hyojin calmed his mind. Even if he is in a desperate situation, he will not admit defeat, not to mention that this time, at most he will lose a clone. Jishui, who is galloping, constantly encountered his Umbu colleagues who have fallen behind. Through the communication with these Umbu members, Jishui's doubts not only did not subside, but also accumulated more and more. Ice Release Ninja. Wasn't it Senpai who took away Watanabe's body? Shui had always thought that the one being hunted by Hokage-sama at this moment was Suijin himself, so he hurriedly rushed over, but he didn't expect that the one being hunted by Hokage-sama was actually a mysterious ice release ninja. Is it Senpai's friend? He saw with his own eyes that Hyojin left with Watanabe's body, so following this line of thought, he felt that maybe Hyojin handed Watanabe's body to a friend, and then this person was targeted by 3 generations. With full of thoughts, Jishui used body flicker technique with all his strength, and almost disappeared without a trace. Looking at Jishui who disappeared in front of him in an instant, an Umbu member who was familiar with Jishui couldn't help but secretly sigh, as expected of body flicker Jishui. After a while, Jishui finally arrived at the battlefield. But he did not rush into the battlefield, nor did he reveal his identity to the Umbu members guarding the periphery, but hid in the crown of a big tree and looked at the battlefield from afar. At this time on the battlefield, Hyojin and 3 generations fought again. Because Hyojin used a lot of water release and ice release, the entire battlefield was filled with water mist and cold air, and it was difficult to see clearly from a distance. Sure enough, it's an ice release ninja. After confirming that the person targeted by 3 generations was really an ice release ninja, Jishui immediately hesitated. It stands to reason that as an Umbu member of Mai's Umbu, he should assist 3 generations Naruto to capture this ice release ninja, but he knows that this ice release ninja must have been entrusted by Hyojin to deal with Watanabe's body. Once this ice release ninja is captured, the matter of Watanabe's death in the hands of Hayashi may be exposed. At that time, Cloud Village will inevitably take the opportunity to launch an attack, and Mai will have to face the dilemma of sacrificing the Hyuga clan or starting an all-out war with Cloud Village. For the sake of the village, I must not let this ice release ninja be captured. After secretly making up his mind, Jishui suppressed the uneasiness of his conscience and changed into an ordinary cloak. In a flash, he appeared in front of the 2 Mai Umbu members who were guarding the periphery. Who are you? Seeing Jishui wearing the Mai Umbu mask but wearing a cloak different from the Umbu, the 2 Mai Umbu members immediately became alert. 6 eyes met, and the Magatama on Jishui's Sharingan spun rapidly. Bang bang, with 2 muffled sounds, the 2 Umbu members who were hit by Jishui's Genjutsu immediately fell to the ground, unconscious. After helping the 2 unconscious Umbu members to the side, Jishui looked at the battlefield again, and after planning the retreat route, he immediately jumped on a big tree and shouted to 3 generations Naruto, "Fire release, great fire annihilation." Boom. The sudden sea of fire outside the battlefield immediately stirred up the situation on the battlefield. With the rich combat experience of 3 generations, naturally, he would not use ninjutsu to resist such a fierce flame, so his body slightly sank, and he used the King Kong wishful staff to support himself on the ground, and his whole body jumped high with this force, narrowly avoiding the flame attack. Hyojin, on the other hand, made a seal with his hands, and gathered his chakra, and used the great waterfall jutsu against the sea of fire. Puff, the sea of fire and the huge waves fiercely collided. In a burst of steaming sounds that resounded throughout the world, a boundless mist instantly rose, covering the entire battlefield. In the mist, Hyojin grinned. Because of the Byakugan, as soon as Jishui approached the battlefield, Hyojin noticed his figure, so Hyojin was able to use the water release ninjutsu, using Jishui's fire release to create this mist. The thick mist couldn't obstruct Hyojin's vision, and with Byakugan, he quietly came to Jishui's side and whispered, "Let's go." Looking at the somewhat familiar figure in front of her, Jishui tentatively said, "Senpai." "Yes." Nodding, Hyojin continued, "Don't just stand there. If you are caught by the old man, let alone the two of us, even the Hyuga and Uchiha clans will suffer." Jishui also knew the importance of the matter, and didn't say anything more, and directly followed Hyojin and disappeared into the night, in the middle of the battlefield. Trapped in the mist, the faces of 3 generations gradually became dignified. The battle had taken place in the middle of the night, and now that the surroundings were shrouded in a dense fog, even the 3rd generation king had no choice but to be cautious in this environment. What's more, the sudden fire release ninjutsu just now meant that the enemy had an accomplice. One ice release Kekkei Genkai was already very difficult to deal with. If there were other enemies involved, 3 generations didn't have full confidence to ensure their own safety if they attacked recklessly. As for Naruto of Mai, especially at this critical moment, 3 generations couldn't allow himself to have any accidents, otherwise, a civil war in the village would be inevitable. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, seeing the sudden change on the battlefield, the Mai Umbu scattered on the periphery rushed into the battlefield. In the mist that covered the sky, the Shadow Guard captain had to shout, "Naruto-sama, where are you?" The experienced 3 generations immediately shouted, "Everyone stay where you are, don't move." The Konoha Umbu are not rookies, they know that it is very easy to be ambushed by the enemy if they move around in the mist, so after hearing Sandame's order, they all stood in place and were on guard. All of a sudden, a violent whirlwind spread around the position of 3 generations, and after a while, the mist in the sky was blown away. As the mist in the battlefield gradually thinned, the Mai Umbu recovered their vision and quickly found the figure of 3 generations Naruto. As the mist in the battlefield gradually thinned, the Mai Umbu recovered their vision and quickly found the figure of 3 generations Naruto. 3 generations looked around and saw that there was no sign of the enemy, their brows slightly wrinkled. Just now, the enemy cooperated very well, one used Grand Fire Annihilation, and the other used Great Waterfall Jutsu. The combination of fire release and water release instantly produced a thick mist, depriving the vision of everyone in the battlefield, so that the people of Mai Umbu didn't dare to act rashly, so they got rid of the siege. 3 generations said in a deep voice, "Why did someone suddenly break in?" The 2 Umbu who were controlled by Jishui's Genjutsu have been undone by their companions. When they heard the question of 3 generations, they quickly stood up and reported, "We were attacked by a guy wearing an Umbu mask, he used Genjutsu to control us." Genjutsu. 3 generations frowned even more when they heard this. In the crowd, Kakashi also looked thoughtful. At this time, almost all the Umbu members present are elites, even the weakest one is at least a Tokubetsu Jonin, but the other party was able to use Genjutsu to subdue 2 Umbu in an instant, which made him think of the Uchiha clan who was good at Genjutsu. The Shadow Guard captain also whispered in the ear of 3 generations, "Naruto-sama, maybe it is Uchiha." 3 generations sternly said, "In the case of no evidence, don't make wild guesses." Not to mention whether the other party is from the Uchiha clan or not, even if he really is from the Uchiha clan, this kind of thing can't be pointed out in front of the Kumo Jonin. The Shadow Guard captain hurriedly said, "This subordinate misspoke." 3 generations looked around the crowd again, and his eyes fell on Kakashi. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Where is Jishui and Kuroto? Shouldn't your Team 11 be protecting the Kumo envoys tonight?" Just now, because there was no Byakugan from the Hyuga clan, the enemy's reinforcements were able to easily approach the battlefield, therefore, 3 generations was a little annoyed with Team 11. Kakashi had to bite the bullet and explain, "Our Team 11 is divided into 2 groups, Kuroto's group, maybe they are tied up by other things." 3 generations ordered, "Contact them immediately, we need the Byakugan now." At this time an Umbu whispered in the ear of 3 generations, "Naruto-sama, Uchiha Patriarch is coming with the police force." 3 generations looked in the direction of the village, and then glanced at the Kumo Jonin on the side with the corner of his eyes, his heart was full of doubts. After a while, Uchiha Patriarch Fuyue arrived at the battlefield with the heavily armed police force. Seeing that 3 generations Naruto personally went out and couldn't even catch a bounty ninja, the faces of the Uchiha clan elites showed undisguised contempt. Fuyue came in front of 3 generations with a straight face, saluted and said, "Naruto-sama, we heard that the Kumo envoys were attacked, so we came to help." Sandaime-sama's gaze swept through the Uchiha elites and said with a smile, "Very good." Anumbu walked over and briefly introduced the enemy's situation to Fugaku. An ice release Kekkei Genkai, and a master of Genjutsu and fire release ninjutsu? When he heard about ice release Kekkei Genkai, Fuyue didn't show a surprised expression like other ninjas, because in the eyes of the Uchiha clan, ice release Kekkei Genkai is just an ordinary ninja, so there is no need to pay too much attention to it. But when the Umbu mentioned a master of Genjutsu and fire release, his expression became a little unnatural. It is well known that the Uchiha clan is best at Genjutsu and fire release. In addition, there are more and more rumors recently that Uchiha Shinichi has joined a bounty ninja organization, which makes Fuyue suspect that the ninja who is good at Genjutsu and fire release is the Uchiha Shinichi he has been looking for. If the intruder who just rescued the ice ninja was Shinichi Uchiha, then there is no need for the Uchiha clan to continue to contact the Kumo envoys. Thinking of this, Fuyue quickly said to the 3 generations, "Naruto-sama, please allow our police force to join the hunt." Since they are already here, the 3 generations naturally have no reason to refuse, so they smiled and said, "Very well, we are now short of manpower." After saying that, the 3 generations no longer said anything and immediately chased in the direction where Hyojin and Jishue broke out of the encirclement. Mizumbu and Uchiha's police force did not say a word and silently followed. The Kumo Jonin pondered for a moment and finally decided to follow and take a look, on Hyojin's side. Jishue followed Hyojin and asked, "Senpai, how did you use ice release?" In theory, ordinary ninjas also have a certain probability of mastering the combination of water attribute chakra and wind attribute chakra, thus comprehending the ice release Kekkei, but this probability is too low to the point that it is almost impossible. Let's talk about this later. After a pause, Hyojin asked, "Since you know that the 3 generations are chasing after us, why are you still so late? If you don't show up, I will be in trouble." Jishue said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect Naruto-sama to participate in the hunt personally." Not to mention Jishue, even Hyojin ignored this point, but if you think about it carefully, it is reasonable for the 3 generations to participate in the hunt personally. The Kumo envoys just signed the peace agreement, and now something happened. If Sandaime-sama doesn't take this seriously, even if the attacker has nothing to do with Konoha, Kumo may still use this as a pretext, so Sandaime-sama must act personally. Hyojin shook his head and said, "Forget it, I didn't think it through." Recalling the scene just now, Jishue was a little worried and said, "Senpai, will I be discovered by Naruto-sama just now?" Kuroto curled his lips and said, "How could it be so easy to suspect you? At most, they will suspect that the Uchiha clan is colluding with outsiders, don't worry about it." Jishue suddenly said, "Senpai, you really don't know how to comfort people." Glancing at Jishue, Hyojin said lightly, "Senpai, you can't see clearly." Jishue was a little confused, "What do you mean by that? Do you think that Hokage-sama doesn't have any evidence that the Uchiha clan wants to rebel? With the arrogance of your people, you, and Senpai, and you, Senpai, and Yudose, Su, Uo, clan, and, said, Jishue. Hearing this, Jishue suddenly fell into silence. Hyojin continued, "The clan meetings of the Uchiha clan are becoming more and more frequent recently, and in secret, they are also purchasing a large number of detonation talismans and various weapons. Not to mention the high level of the village, even the Hyuga clan has heard about this." Jishue was even more speechless. Hyojin asked with a puzzled look, "I have always had a doubt, rebellion is such a serious matter, why did the Uchiha clan do it so crudely? You didn't even do anything, but you already told everyone your intentions, it would be strange if you succeeded like this." This doubt had always puzzled Kuroto no matter how he thought about it. In the original story, the Uchiha clan was also indecisive. They clearly showed the intention to rebel, but they hesitated and refused to take action, so the Uchiha clan was moved to a corner by the Konoha clan, and even the Uchiha clan built high-rise buildings around the clan land to monitor them from time to time, but they still didn't wake up. In the end, the Uchiha clan, known as the most powerful clan in Konoha, wasn't even able to cause a ripple and was annihilated. In Kuroto's opinion, the Uchiha clan must not reveal the slightest intention of rebellion before they are ready. When it's time to make a move, it's time to strike decisively. The Uchiha clan has made almost all the mistakes they shouldn't have made, so it's not a shame that they lost, Jishui said faintly. In fact, there were still many people in the clan who opposed the rebellion, but Shinichi's successful defection made everyone have thoughts that they shouldn't have, so the situation got out of hand. Uchiha Shinichi, who had just awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, easily broke through the base of the root, which was regarded as a great enemy by the Uchiha clan. Not only that, Uchiha Shinichi also calmly got rid of the heavy pursuit of the village and killed the Umbu who were chasing him. Uchiha Shinichi's actions and this time made the Uchiha clan deeply feel the weakness of the village. The village is far from being as strong as we thought, we have a great advantage. This sentence has become the most commonly heard sentence in the recent Uchiha clan meetings. In the past, there were only some radicals in the Uchiha clan who were unwilling to be excluded from the power of the village and wanted to take a risk by means of rebellion. After the defection of Shinichi, almost all the people in the Uchiha clan became radicals, because they suddenly found that rebellion is really possible, and the chance of success seems to be not small. Hyojin said jokingly, "So you are inquiring about the whereabouts of Uchiha Shinichi, and want to recall him back to the clan?" Jishui nodded helplessly. The clan does have such a plan. Kuroto chuckled lightly and said, "Your patriarch's thoughts are quite beautiful. 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan can sweep the entire village, but with his indecisive temperament, he really can't do the work of rebellion." 3 pairs. Jishui was startled at first, and then immediately said in surprise, "You mean, the patriarch he also awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan?" Hyojin nodded and said, "If I didn't guess wrong, he should have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan a long time ago, but at that time the 4 generations Naruto was still in the village, and Orochimaru hadn't defected, he was alone and didn't dare to show it. At that time, the situation Fuyue faced was that the 4 generations were all in the village, only Tsunade had run away, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were both in the village, and the 3 generations Naruto and Danzo were also in the village, so he had to hide his Manjikyu Sharingan. But now the situation is that the 4 generations are dead, Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya is stationed in the front line, and only the 3 generations and Danzo are left in the village. On the contrary, the Uchiha clan now has 2 more rookies who have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, and the comparison of strength between the 2 sides has immediately changed dramatically. Jishui was a little lost at this time. The rebellion of the clan seems to be in front of his eyes. Coming back to his senses, he quickly asked Hyojin, "Kuroto-san, is there any way to stop all this from happening?" Hyojin smiled strangely and took out a storage scroll from the ninja bag on his waist, then took out a black cloak and a mask covered with flame patterns from the storage scroll. Handing the cloak and mask to Jishui, Hyojin said, "Put it on, from now on, you are a member of Amatsukami, codename Homasubi." Jishui took the cloak and mask and murmured, "Amatsukami." At this time, Hyojin stopped smiling and said solemnly, "Yes, this is the way to save your Uchiha clan." Holding the flame mask in his hand, Jishui asked doubtfully, "Is this the way to save Uchiha?" Hyojin said slowly, "Now that the situation has developed to this point, it is impossible to resolve the conflict between Uchiha and the village. Since there is no way to resolve it, then we have to change our way of thinking, try to maintain this situation as much as possible, delay the outbreak of the conflict, and wait for the situation in the village to change in the future." Jishui put on the cloak handed to him by Hyojin and asked, "But how do we delay it?" Kuroto pointed at his mask and said, "Let's find them a common enemy." Looking at the mask in his hand, Jishui asked doubtfully, "You mean Amatsukami?" Hyojin said, "My mask represents the Suijin of Amatsukami. If I use the identity of a bounty ninja and bring Watanabe's body to the black market to exchange for the bounty, what do you think the village's higher-ups will do to me?" Jishui replied without hesitation, "If you really exchange Watanabe's body for the bounty, then Armai will lose a lot of face. I'm afraid that Naruto-sama will send the Umbu to hunt you down. Yes, the village may even put a high bounty on my head in the black market." After a pause, Hyojin smiled and said, "In this way, Amatsukami will completely offend the village's higher-ups." Jishui asked, "And then?" Hyojin looked straight at Jishui. "It's not enough to just offend the village's higher-ups, next we have to deal with Uchiha and eliminate the radical faction in the Uchiha clan. What? Jishui was shocked, looked at Hyojin with a look of disbelief. You want me to kill my clansmen? Hyojin said coldly, how long are you going to run away? Jishui opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She could only lower her head. Using force to stop the family's rebellion was a taboo in Shisui's heart. If that day really came, he wouldn't hesitate to do it. But before that day came, he didn't even want to think about it, let alone plan anything. But Hyojin's words pointed to the taboo in his heart, and he had no choice but to face it. Looking at Homusubi, who was dodging Homusubi's gaze, Homusubi said, it's time to make up your mind, otherwise, what awaits the Uchiha clan is the destruction of the old and the young. Jishui roared, Naruto-sama would never do that. It's true that the 3 generations wouldn't act rashly. After a pause, Hyojin continued, but once we choose to act, the 3 generations will definitely not be merciful. If the entire clan rebelled, no matter which shinobi village it is, they won't be merciful. In the Mist Rebellion not long ago, the Snow Clan, Kagaya Clan, and other clans that participated in the rebellion were completely annihilated by the Mist Village, and their bloodline was almost severed. Jishui knows very well that Uchiha's rebellion will never succeed, because even with 3 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, Uchiha is not a match for Hyojin alone. Obviously, the last time Hyojin relied on the giant Tenseigan chakra on the moon and entered the Tenseigan chakra mode to sweep away everything left a deep impression on Jishui. It can be said that Jishui is the only person who has witnessed Hyojin's strongest state, therefore, compared to the annihilation of the entire clan, old and young, killing only a few radicals is much easier for Jishui to accept. After hesitating for a moment, Jishui asked, then how many clansmen do I have to kill? Hyojin said, kill until the entire Uchiha clan points their spear at Amatsukami. Hyojin's idea is very simple, that is, to slap the mouths of the Konoha clan and Uchiha shinobi, ridicule them, and attract all the resentment of both sides to Amatsukami. In any case, the so-called Amatsukami is just a shell organization that Hyojin casually made up to attract hatred. Jishui held her head in distress, but I can't do it, how can I do it to my own clansmen? It's not Uchiha Jishui who did it, it's Homusubi of Amatsukami. Changing the topic, Hyojin said with a smile, if you can't do it, then let me deal with them. Every member of the Uchiha clan who has awakened the 3 Magatama Sharingan is an excellent test subject. The most extreme and radical group of people in the Uchiha clan are almost all the possessors of the 3 Magatama Sharingan. After all, if they don't have strong strength, they can't be considered radicals. These radicals are harmful to both the village and the Uchiha clan, therefore, Hyojin doesn't feel the slightest psychological burden to carry out human experiments on them. Jishui thought for a long time and asked, can this method really delay the Uchiha rebellion? Hyojin nodded, yes. This method has been verified in the past. In the original story, the Akatsuki organization pushed the 5 great shinobi villages together to form an unprecedented shinobi alliance. After getting an affirmative answer from Hyojin, Jishui restrained the hesitation on her face and put on the Homusubi mask. Seeing Jishui put on the Homusubi mask, Hyojin smiled, let's go to the black market gold exchange first. Jishui nodded. While flying, Hyojin seemed to think of something and said, when we attack the radicals of your clan, we should first choose the 2 brothers who belong to the radical faction. Jishui asked, why? Hyojin thought for a moment and didn't explain to Jishui, just said casually, if we kill a pair of brothers at once, the impact of this matter should be greater. Hyojin's real purpose is naturally to experiment on the 2 brothers who possess the 3 Magatama Sharingan, to see if they can awaken 2 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, and then create a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. But the probability is too low, so he didn't bother to explain it to Jishui. But after having this idea, Kuroto felt that this experiment is still very worth a try. Looking at the history of the Uchiha clan for thousands of years, it seems that only Madara and Uchiha Sasuke have eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. In terms of probability, among the countless Uchiha clansmen in the past 1,000 years, only 2 people have evolved eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. This probability is indeed frighteningly low. But it is worth noting that when Itachi learned the method to evolve eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he completely guided his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke step by step, and finally evolved eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. It can be said that the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Sasuke was artificially created by Itachi Uchiha. In other words, after knowing the correct method, artificially creating eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is not as difficult as imagined. Rushing all the way, Hyojin and Jishui soon arrived at a black market gold exchange center. This gold exchange center is a large stone building located on a deserted pier. The pier looks very dilapidated, and there are only a few wooden fishing boats on the shore. It seems that the pier has been abandoned for a long time. Standing at the entrance of the gold exchange center, Jishui hesitantly asked, "Kuroto-san, do you really want to exchange Watanabe's body for bounty money? Wouldn't it be too much to do this?" Hyojin said, "If you want to put on a show, then you have to go all the way." But, the thought of exchanging the body of the person he is responsible for protecting in the black market for bounty money made Jishui, who has never done this kind of thing before, feel a little uneasy. Hyojin glanced at Jishui and said, "Hey, don't tell me you think that I care about the 50 million Ryo bounty?" Jishui quickly waved his hand and said, "Of course not. Why would I care about a trivial 50 million Ryo bounty?" With a light snort, Hyojin continued, "Since we are acting as Amatsukami, then naturally we have to follow the logic of a bounty ninja organization. Think about it, we worked hard to kill Watanabe, but in the end, we didn't exchange his body for the bounty money. If this is found out, who would be suspicious?" Jishui nodded and said, "Well, if the village finds out about this, they will definitely suspect our identity as bounty ninjas." "That's right." Patting Jishui's shoulder, Hyojin smiled and said, "In order to prove our identity as bounty ninjas, we must let Watanabe's body enter the black market. Only in this way, the village will have an excuse to push the blame of Watanabe's death to Amatsukami and Iwagakure who issued such a high bounty. As for the bounty money, it doesn't really matter. If Watanabe's body doesn't end up in the black market, then Kumo village will inevitably suspect that this attack was directed by Mai himself, and the village won't be able to shift the blame. And once Watanabe's body does flow into the black market, proving that another force was involved in the attack, although the village will still have to bear the responsibility for the lack of protection, the main responsibility can be pushed to the bounty ninjas and the rock village that issued the high bounty behind the scenes." Jishui shook his head and said, "Senior, I think I'd better not go in." Hyojin did not mind. "Alright, you stay outside. I'll come out as soon as I'm done with the corpses." On a small boat not far from the gold exchange, Sasori glanced at Kakuzu who placed the corpse at his feet, and his handsome eyebrows slightly wrinkled. "Can't you put the corpse into the scroll, it's going to stink." Kakuzu replied in a muffled voice, "We'll be there soon." "Humph, after I've dealt with Orochimaru, I'll definitely change my partner." Sasori snorted and turned his head to the side. For Kakuzu, who has no artistic cells and doesn't understand the art of embalming, the more Sasori looked at him, the more he felt uncomfortable. In Sasori's eyes, any corpse is a puppet material. Watching a corpse in front of him gradually rotting and stinking, he felt like 100 claws were scratching his heart. Kakuzu didn't care about Sasori's complaints and just flipped through the bounty book in his hand. Suddenly, Sasori, who was sitting on the bow of the boat, stood up and looked at Kakuzu in the distance, his eyes overflowed with a cold killing intent. Kakuzu followed Sasori's gaze and found a strange figure wearing a black cloak and a flame-patterned mask standing at the entrance of the gold exchange not far away. Inside the gold exchange, Hyojin took Watanabe's corpse out of the storage scroll and placed it on the autopsy table in the gold exchange. It turned out to be Suguru-sama. "What did you get this time?" The owner of the gold exchange greeted Kakuzu with a smile. Ever since Hyojin fought with Kakuzu and the others, the name of Amatsukami has gradually spread in the black market through Kakuzu. Everyone in the black market knows that Amatsukami is not to be trifled with. Hyojin curled his lips and said, "See for yourself." The owner of the gold exchange didn't dare to disobey Hyojin and quickly took out the bounty book, then looked at the corpse on the autopsy table. With just a glance, the owner of the gold exchange was stunned. This is the leader of Kumo's envoy to Mai, Watanabe? Even in the black market, a bounty of 50 million wasn't a common sight. Therefore, almost every gold exchange center's boss knew someone like Watanabe by heart. Hyojin said lightly, "Yes, in order to get this bounty, I fought with Mai's Naruto. Hey, I almost lost my life." You are really," the owner of the gold exchange wanted to say that he had no scruples, but on second thought, The person in front of him was a fierce person who dared to kill and set fire to my village, the head of the 5 great ninja villages, so halfway through the sentence, he was speechless. Hyojin urged, check quickly, pay quickly. The owner of the gold exchange didn't dare to delay, quickly checked Watanabe's body according to the information on the bounty book. After a moment, the owner of the gold exchange carefully said, Suguru-sama, according to the rules, the black market has to take a 10% commission. This bounty is a total of 50 million, the black market will take 5 million, you see, Hyojin said, cut the crap, pay quickly. Okay. Seeing that Hyojin didn't intend to break the rules, the owner of the gold exchange let out a long sigh of relief. Although there are all kinds of rules in the black market, in the face of a real strong person, sometimes the rules don't count. Not long after, the owner of the gold exchange came out with a box. Hyojin took the box and said coldly, in the bounty last time, many of the banknotes were broken, it won't be this time, right? The owner of the gold exchange quickly said, there will be no problem, you can count it here. Hyojin activated Byakugan and carefully scanned the box. He found that the banknotes were indeed intact this time, so he was ready to leave with the box. At this moment, he suddenly sensed that 2 huge chakra had arrived outside the gold exchange. At the entrance of the gold exchange. Seeing 2 ninjas in red cloud clothes coming over aggressively, Jishui was confused and asked, who are you? Sasori sneered, aren't you Suguru-sama? Although Jishui didn't know about the grudge between Amatsukami and Akatsuki, the hostility from the two was too obvious, so he was secretly on guard and said, what do you want? Looking at the flame mask on Jishui's face, Kakuzu said in a deep voice, are they other members of Amatsukami? They don't look that strong. At this time, Hyojin walked out of the gold exchange, but his eyes didn't stop on Sasori and Kakuzu. Instead, he looked past them and looked at the forest in the distance. Over there, a large group of my ninjas led by 3 generations Naruto was rushing toward the gold exchange. In the Byakugan's field of vision, Hyojin found that 3 generations Naruto was surrounded by a large group of Uchiha clansmen, even the Uchiha patriarch Uchiha Fuyue was among them. TSK, curling his lips, Hyojin put the big box of money on the ground in front of Sasori and Kakuzu, then took out a storage scroll from the ninja bag on his waist. Kakuzu glanced at the box of money that Hyojin used, and according to the size of the box, silently calculated the amount of money inside, and immediately said, it seems that you have just made a big deal. Unlike Kakuzu who stared at the box of money, Sasori's attention was completely focused on Hyojin's right arm. Hey, what's going on? Didn't I destroy his right arm? Could it be that he installed a puppet arm? In the previous battle, Sasori used the ice puppet's ice-binding coffin to tear off Hyojin Clone's right arm, so seeing Hyojin's right arm intact at this time, he was shocked. Hyojin spread out the scroll and placed the box of money on top of it, and said with a smile, everyone, it seems that I will have to trouble you this time. Sasori frowned, what do you mean by this? Whoosh. 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 Before Sasori's voice fell, a group of figures rushed out from the woods not far away. The person in the lead is the my 3 generations Naruto holding the golden staff, followed by the Uchiha patriarch Uchiha Fuyue, as well as a large number of my Umbu and police forces. Both Sasori and Kakuzu were taken aback and immediately put on a vigilant posture. The 3 generations Naruto is the person who led Mai to win 3 shinobi wars, and his reputation is better than the Kage of other major shinobi villages, and he can be regarded as the top figure in the shinobi world today. Therefore, even if Sasori and Kakuzu are lawless and rebellious, when they saw the 3 generations Naruto, they inevitably showed an expression as if they were facing a great enemy. Seal. Bang, in a burst of white smoke, the money box was sealed by Hyojin in the scroll. After putting away the scroll, Hyojin smiled at the 3 generations and said, Naruto-sama, the 4 of us are the top experts in the bounty ninja circle, I advise you to reconsider, don't act rashly. At this time, the 3 generations glanced at Kakuzu who was carrying a corpse on his back, and looked at Sasori next to Kakuzu. Kakuzu, traitorous ninja of Takanobi village, Sasori of Red Sand, traitorous ninja of Sand Crypsis village. Kakuzu has been in the black market for a long time, and his information is not difficult to collect for a great shinobi village like Mai, and Sasori is a famous expert of Sand Crypsis village, so the 3 generations quickly recognized the 2 of them. On the side, Uchiha Fuyue fixed his eyes on Jishui, who was wearing a flame mask. Being stared at by the patriarch like this, Jishui became more and more guilty, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. He did not expect that not only the 3 generations but also the police force of Uchiha also caught up. Sasori and Kakuzu are not idiots, and after a little thought, they roughly guessed the whole story. While marveling at the ability of Amatsukami, they also secretly planned their escape route. At this time, Hyojin continued, "I'm afraid that I might scare you, but the guy next to me with a corpse on his back is one of the top experts in Akatsuki. He once assassinated Hashirama Mai, and the red-haired guy next to him is the #1 expert of Sand Crypsis. According to the grapevine, the Kazakage of 3 generations of Sand Crypsis was killed by him." What? After listening to Hyojin's words, the Mai Umbu and Uchiha police force exclaimed. As the elite ninjas of Mai, they have more or less heard the names of Kakuzu and Sasori, but Kakuzu once assassinated Hashirama Naruto, and Sasori killed 3 generations of Kazakage. This is the first time they heard such big news. Not to mention the ordinary Umbu and police force, even the 3 generations of Naruto were secretly surprised after listening to Hyojin's words. The mysterious disappearance of 3 generations of Kazakage has always been a mystery in the shinobi world, and this incident eventually triggered a series of chain reactions, and can even be said to be one of the fuses of the Third Shinobi World War. Fuyue also moved his eyes to Sasori and Kakuzu, and began to pay attention to these 2 traitorous ninjas wearing red cloud suits. At this time, Hyojin lightly patted his head and said with a look of annoyance, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot that your Mai and Sand Crypsis are now allies, I let it slip." Due to the pressure from Cloud Village, Mai and Sand Crypsis have officially become allies. Therefore, 3 generations of Naruto saw the murderer of 3 generations of Kazakage, and if he doesn't seek justice for the alliance, then it will be difficult to deal with Sand Crypsis in the future. Every time Hyojin said a sentence, Sasori and Kakuzu's face became gloomier. When Hyojin mentioned that Kakuzu assassinated Hashirama Naruto, and Sasori killed 3 generations of Kazakage, the 2 were surprised and suspicious. They naturally understood that Hyojin was plotting against them, but they couldn't understand how Hyojin knew about their secrets. 3 generations of Naruto made up their minds. One was a traitorous ninja who assassinated Hashirama Naruto, and the other was a traitorous ninja who killed 3 generations of Kazakage. Since they met, 3 generations of Naruto naturally can't turn a blind eye, so 3 generations of Naruto shouted, "Don't let a single one of them go." With 3 generations of Naruto's order, the battle was about to begin. Seeing that his goal has been achieved, Hyojin's figure flashed and came to Jishui's side and said in a low voice, "Let's go." In an instant, Hyojin and Jishui broke out of the encirclement. Fuyue's attention was always on Jishui. He thought that the person under the flame mask was Shinichi Uchiha, so as soon as Hyojin and Jishui broke out of the encirclement, he led the Uchiha police force to chase after them. Seeing that Fuyue had his eyes on Hyojin and Jishui, 3 generations of Naruto pondered for a moment, then led the Umbu to rush towards Sasori and Kakuzu. Sasori and Kakuzu didn't even think about it, they turned around and fled. Kakuzu even threw the corpse on his back to the side. Jishui, who was breaking out of the encirclement, looked back at Fuyue who was chasing after them, and complained in his heart. He asked Hyojin, "Senpai, what should we do next?" Hyojin noticed that 3 generations of Naruto and Kakuzu were attracted by Sasori and Kakuzu. He was delighted and replied, "Don't worry, this time we can use the name of Amatsukami to meet the Uchiha police force." Although he had made up his mind to attack his people, Jishui didn't expect that this moment would come so soon. Not long after, the battle circle that was divided into 2 groups was gradually pulled apart. Hyojin's side had gone deep into a dense forest, while Sasori and Kakuzu fled downstream along the river. Seeing that 3 generations of Naruto had gone far away, Hyojin immediately said to Jishui, "Do it." After saying that, Hyojin immediately turned around, quickly formed a seal, and shouted, "Water release, great waterfall technique." Jishui's figure flashed, stepping on the waves of the great waterfall, and directly rushed towards the Uchiha patriarch Uchiha Fuyue. Clang, an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resounded in the forest. Jishui jumped back and landed on a big tree. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed that the kunai in his hand was missing a large piece, and the crack even extended to the handle. Jishui looked at the short sword in Fuyue's hand, and he knew that the sword in the patriarch's hand must be a treasure sword. Fuyue on the opposite side held the short sword, and his eyes slowly turned scarlet. In the short confrontation just now, neither Jishui nor Fuyue had the upper hand. Because of the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, all the people who have awakened the Sharingan are masters of taijutsu, and they are good at almost all kinds of weapons and ninja tools. At this time, Hyojin pressed his palms on the still-flowing water and shouted, "Ice release, ice flower." Hua, in an instant, under the effect of the ice release ninjutsu, the waterfall created by Hyojin's great waterfall technique instantly froze into an ice waterfall, turning the entire forest into a cold ice field. Hyojin can actually create such an effect by directly using the ice release ninjutsu, but he found that using the water release to create a large amount of water, and then using the ice release to condense the water consumes much less chakra than directly using the ice release, so the great waterfall technique almost became his starting move. The people of the Uchiha clan who jumped away fell on the ice, looking at such a huge ice waterfall. Not only did they not feel afraid, but their fighting spirit was even stronger. "Patriarch, you don't have to do anything, let us deal with it." "Yes, it's just 2 bounty ninjas. 3 generations are really old, they can't even deal with these 2 guys." These heavily armed elites of the Uchiha police force, either with one hand on the waist or both hands on the chest, all of them looked arrogant and talked as if there was no one else around. Fuyue, the leader of the Uchiha tribe, who was holding a short knife, frowned. From the tentative exchange just now, Kuroto could clearly feel that the guy wearing the flame mask opposite to him has some traces of Uchiha taijutsu in terms of taijutsu. Although the other party tried his best to hide it, the experienced Fuyue still saw through it. Listening to the unbridled mockery and ridicule from the elites of the Uchiha police force, Hyojin smiled coldly. Immediately, he said to Jishui beside him, "Homasubi, there are so many pairs of Sharingan, if we cut them off one by one, how much money can we sell them for? We've made a killing this time." Since Kuroto wants to deal with the Uchiha clan in the name of Amatsukami in the future, he naturally has to find a plausible reason, and the Sharingan is undoubtedly the best one. Jishui knows that Hyojin said this deliberately, but he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, so he nodded in embarrassment. The faces of the elites of the Uchiha clan changed when they heard this, and all of them were filled with killing intent. Courting death. "You 2 dregs dare to covet our Uchiha clan's Sharingan, it's really ridiculous. Just kill him. I don't think the Hokage-sama will say anything about it." Fuyue ignored the clamor of the clansmen, stepped forward, looked directly at Jishui, and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Hyojin replied, "I am Suijin of Amatsukami, and he is Homasubi. As for what Amatsukami does, don't you already know? We are bounty ninjas, as long as there is money, we will do anything." After pondering for a while, Fuyue asked Jishui, "Are you Shinichi?" Jishui thought that Fuyue had seen through his identity, so he kept staring at him, but when he heard this, he realized something and said, "Patriarch, you mistook me for Shinichi." Hyojin said, "I'm afraid you have mistaken me for someone else, there is no guy named Shinichi in our organization." The members of the Uchiha clan couldn't help but say, "Patriarch, since it's not Shinichi, then let us do it. These 2 bastards dare to humiliate our noble Uchiha clan, we must not forgive them." Fuyue's eyes turned cold, and he nodded silently. In an instant, the elites of the Uchiha police force made their move. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, impatience flower technique. The 3 elites of the Uchiha clan were divided into 3 groups. The middle group used Great Fireball technique, the left group used Dragon Fire technique, and the right group used Impatience Flower technique. 3 kinds of powerful fire release ninjutsu were released in an instant, illuminating the night sky red. Hyojin did not dare to be careless, and immediately made a hand seal, water release, water formation wall. A wall of water gushed out and instantly rose from the ground in front of Suijin and Homasubi, protecting the 2 of them behind it. Boom boom boom, the 3 kinds of fire release ninjutsu hit the wall of water from different directions, making a low roar. Immediately after that, the poochie poochie sound of water and fire intersecting resounded in everyone's ears. A dense mist spread out in all directions. In the thick mist, Hyojin whispered, "Be careful, they are coming." Jishui nodded, he knew better than anyone that none of his people were easy to deal with. Swish, a kunai pierced through the mist with a whistling sound and shot towards Suijin. Hyojin did not dodge, he caught the flying kunai with one hand, and turned around and kicked horizontally. Almost at the same moment Kuroto kicked, a figure penetrated the thick fog and pounced on him. The figure just happened to hit his horizontal kick and was sent flying by him. At this time, a red light suddenly flashed in the air. Without the need for Byakugan, Hyojin judged from the blurred light that someone jumped to the sky and was using fire release ninjutsu from above, so he dodged to the right. Jishui on the side flashed to the other direction. At this point, Hyojin and Jishui were forced to separate in the mist. Not far away, Fuyue stood on a tree with his hands crossed in front of his chest. The constantly spreading mist also affected his vision, and from the sound of metal clashing, fists and feet colliding, as well as the whistling of fire release ninjutsu, Kuroto can judge that the battle on the field is very fierce. It seems that I have underestimated these two bounty ninjas. This time, Fuyue temporarily gathered the elite police force of 17 people, each of them was a Jonin-level master, and with the absolute advantage of 17 people besieging the other two, the battle was actually a stalemate. This result was indeed a little beyond his expectations. In the thick mist, I don't believe that two bounty ninjas can defeat the elite Uchiha with the Sharingan. Fuyue snorted with a serious face. Such a battle situation was indeed a little unexpected, but Fuyue was not worried, because in the thick mist, the pupil Kekai ninja had an absolute advantage. Even the mist assassins who were good at fighting in the thick mist couldn't gain any advantage in front of the elite Uchiha. After being forced to separate from Jishui, Hyojin, who was besieged by so many people, could not care about Jishui for a moment. After ducking and avoiding a side kick from an Uchiha, Hyojin turned around and straightened his body. His left hand held onto the ribs of this Uchiha, his right leg pressed against his left knee, his right fist turned into a palm, and his palm went straight for his throat. Whoosh! At this time a kunai was shot at Hyojin from a very tricky angle, forcing Hyojin to give up his attack and lean back to dodge. Hyojin had just leaned back, but from the corner of his eye, he saw that there was a steel wire tied to the handle of the kunai. Immediately after, the steel wire was pulled back violently, entangling the elite Uchiha that Hyojin had just restrained and pulling him out of Hyojin's attack range, hiding in the thick fog. Tisk, after spitting lightly, Hyojin quickly formed a seal. Ice release, magic mirror ice crystal. Following a series of clattering noises, crystal-clear ice mirrors appeared on the battlefield one after another. This time, Hyojin used the traditional method of magic mirror ice crystal, so the ice mirrors formed a hemispherical shape, covering the entire battlefield. Every ice mirror was an extension of Hyojin's senses. Therefore, in just a few short breaths, he had grasped the whole picture of the battlefield, and the effect was not much worse than his white eye. On the battlefield, Jishui was in a bit of a mess. There was no doubt that he still could not cross the threshold in his heart, so when he fought with his clansmen, he was restrained and only used 30% to 40% of his strength at most. In this regard, Shinichi was much better than Jishui, at least Shinichi would not suppress himself like Jishui. But then again, if Jishui, who had the BT Anshin, was really an ambitious and merciless person, then Hyojin would probably not dare to deal with him. The appearance of the magic mirror ice crystal immediately attracted the attention of the Uchiha elites. One of the Uchiha elites who had seen the magic mirror ice crystal before shouted, "Everyone be careful, this ice escape is very troublesome." Another Uchiha elite jumped out and shouted, "Watch me use fire escape to destroy these ice mirrors." In an instant, after completing the hand seal, he spat out a mouthful of fierce flames. Boom! The flames struck the ice mirror, but they failed to shatter it. Instead, they scattered in all directions. The reason for this phenomenon was that Hyojin had used the great waterfall technique of the water escape technique and the ice essence of the ice escape technique to create a large ice field that lowered the temperature of the forest by more than 10 degrees. This made the demon mirror ice crystal even more sturdy, and the power of the fire escape was suppressed. Fire escape, dragon fire technique. Wind escape, great breakthrough. After realizing that a simple fire escape could not destroy Hyojin's magic mirror ice crystal, two of the Uchiha elites jumped out. One used fire escape, and the other used wind escape. The fire borrowed the power of the wind, and the wind increased the power of the fire. Under the amplification of the great breakthrough, the dragon fire technique was like a real fire dragon, fiercely pouncing towards the ice mirrors in the air and smashing one of them. When the Uchiha elites wanted to take the opportunity to escape from the magic mirror ice crystal, Hyojin, who was hiding in the ice mirrors, was not idle. His body was like a ghost, shuttling between the ice mirrors. When he found an opening, he would pounce and instantly knock down one person. This happened a few times, and in just a moment, the Uchiha elites who were trapped in the magic mirror ice crystal were knocked down by Hyojin in this way. And the price that Hyojin paid was only a few scars on his body. At this time, Fuyue, who was standing outside the magic mirror ice crystal, couldn't stay calm anymore. From time to time, the screams of his clansmen came from the magic mirror ice crystal, which made him realize the seriousness of the problem. He suddenly felt that the two bounty ninjas were able to escape from the hands of 3 generations Naruto. Perhaps it wasn't luck. After deciding to make a move, Fuyue's face sank, and his hands slowly formed a seal: fire release, grand fire annihilation. Boom, a fierce flame fell from the sky and covered Hyojin's magic mirror ice crystal. The raging flame melted the entire top of the magic mirror ice crystal in a moment. Whoosh, a figure passed through the flame and landed firmly in the magic mirror ice crystal. When the Uchiha elites saw Fuyue descending from the sky, they hurriedly supported each other and gathered around Fuyue. All of them were dejected, and their faces were extremely ugly. Glancing at the clansmen, Fuyue said coldly, "All of you retreat, I will deal with them." The Uchiha elites no longer had the arrogance they had before. All of them retreated to the side with red faces. Fuyue looked at Hyojin and Jishui and said in a deep voice, "It seems that I underestimated you, but everything ends here." Kuroto smiled lightly and was just about to respond with a sentence. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery turned black and white, and everything became blurred. Even the magic mirror ice crystal, which was an extension of his perception, blurred into mottled graffiti. Am I under an illusion? After being stunned for a while, Hyojin reacted. To be honest, except for the demonstration of Jinjutsu by his teacher at the ninja school, Hyojin has never really been under an illusion. In the past, when he was a small fry, no enemy would waste their chakra to cast an illusion on him, because if they really want to deal with him, a kunai or a detonation talisman is enough. But now that he has the Tenseigan, ordinary illusion can't do anything to him at all, so he has never been under an illusion. Hey, I didn't expect to fall for it. This time, Hyojin realized a small weakness of his. That is, when using the Tenseigan Soul Descend technique to control the clone, because he doesn't have the Tenseigan, his resistance to Jinjutsu will drop to the level of an ordinary Byakugan. However, Hyojin isn't worried. There is still Jishui who also has the Manjikyu Sharingan outside, and Jishui's attainments in Jinjutsu are no less than Fuyue, so it is unlikely that Fuyue will be able to subdue Jishui instantly with a Jinjutsu. Therefore, Hyojin looked at the Jinjutsu scene in front of him with great interest, thinking to himself, could this be Fuyue's Manjikyu Sharingan technique? Even if he is controlling a clone, Hyojin has a strong resistance to Jinjutsu, so Fuyue being able to make him fall for it in an instant without him realizing it, it must not be an ordinary Jinjutsu. At this moment, a trace of purple chakra appeared in the black and white sky. This is, while Hyojin was surprised, the purple chakra gathered more and more, slowly forming a large purple ball with edges and corners. Hyojin frowned, why does it look so familiar? At this time, the round purple orb turned around and faced one side of the dragon's head towards Suijin. In an instant, the black and white in the surroundings receded like the tide. As soon as Fuyue's eyes swept past, Hyojin seemed to have lost his consciousness and stood in place. This scene scared Jishui. In Jishui's mind, Hyojin is almost invincible. If there is someone who can deal with Hyojin, then he can only think of Naruto-sama of the 3 generations. Therefore, he didn't expect that Hyojin would fall for Patriarch Fuyue's Jinjutsu so easily. Almost subconsciously, the 3 Tomo Sharingan under the mask instantly turned into a 4-blade shuriken pattern, activating the kaleidoscope mode. At this time, Fuyue inserted the katana in his hand into the scabbard on his waist and slowly walked towards Jishui while asking in a deep voice, "Tell me honestly, who are you?" Jishui absent-mindedly glanced at Hyojin on the side. Fuyue said coldly, "You don't need to look at him, he has fallen into my Jinjutsu." Looking at the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in Fuyue's eye sockets, Jishui swallowed his saliva lightly, then he took a step back with a guilty conscience. Fuyua's footsteps didn't stop, still approaching Jishui, and shouted, "You don't need to hide, your taijutsu and ninja jutsu are the style of our Uchiha clan, this can't escape my Sharingan. Tell me, who are you?" When Fuyue first saw Jishui wearing a flame-patterned mask and a gold-edged black cloak, he felt a faint familiarity. It's just that at that time, he mistakenly thought that the one under the mask was the traitor Uchiha Shinichi, but now he can almost conclude that the one under the mask is not Shinichi, but another familiar Uchiha clan member. When he was watching the battle just now, he has been trying to guess the identity of the other party. But because he knows Jishui's character, he knows that Jishui is the kind of person who would betray the clan rather than the village, so he ruled out his suspicion of Jishui from the beginning. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't guess who this faintly familiar Uchiha clan member is. In the face of Fuyue's aggressive questioning, Jishui still remained silent. Fugaku's gaze turned cold. "Don't even think about getting lucky. Under my Sharingan, you have nowhere to run." As soon as Fuyue's voice fell, Jishui found that everything around him had turned black and white, and everything gradually became blurred and chaotic, just like a child's scribble. All of a sudden, two huge Manjikyu Sharingan appeared in the sky. The pattern of the Manjikyu Sharingan is exactly the same as the one in Patriarch Fuyue's eye sockets. It looks like a three-edged shuriken, but there is an ink dot between each edge of the shuriken. The black and white continued to invade Jishui's body bit by bit. At this time, a cold voice came from the sky. "If you are really Uchiha clan member, then take off the mask yourself, I will give you a chance to explain." Looking at the black and white gradually surging towards her, Jishui changed his tone and asked doubtfully, "What kind of jinjutsu is this?" The cold voice came from the sky again. "You don't need to know what kind of jinjutsu this is, you only need to know that in this space, everything about you is under my control, you have nowhere to escape." Halfway through the words, the voice in the sky suddenly stopped. Because when the sweeping black and white was about to invade Jishui's body, and dyed Jishui's body black and white, countless black crows suddenly flew out of Jishui's body. These black crows flew around Jishui like a protective wall, blocking all the black and white outside. The voice in the sky was no longer indifferent, it was replaced by a shock and anger. How is this possible? Your pupil power is so strong. Who are you?" I am Homosubi of Amatsukami." At the thought of the village, for the family, Jishui finally made up his mind. "Do you also have Manjikyu Sharingan?" After a pause, the voice in the sky suddenly became angry. "You are not Shinichi, nor are you Jishui, why do you have Manjikyu Sharingan? Are you the mastermind who attacked Yondaime-sama and released Kyubi?" During the Nine Tails Rebellion, it was not a malicious rumor that the Nine Tails were controlled by the Sharingan, because that night, Fuyue also saw the scarlet Sharingan pattern in the pupils of the Nine Tails. Therefore, Kuroto has always suspected that there is an Uchiha who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan hidden within the family or outside the village. Because only someone who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan can control the Kyubi, and the fact that the other party can control the Kyubi means that the other party must have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. At this time, when he saw that the Homosubi in front of him had pupil power that was comparable to his own Manjikyu Sharingan, he immediately pointed the spear of suspicion at this Homosubi of unknown origin. In anger, Fuyue activated his Jinjutsu with all his strength. In an instant, the pair of huge Manjikyu Sharingan in the sky slowly rotated, and with the rotation of the huge Manjikyu Sharingan, the black and white in the surroundings immediately became thicker, and everything in the surroundings was erased by the black and white. The entire space, except for the trace of color around Shursui, turned into endless black and white. At the same time, Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan under the mask also slowly rotated, and two streams of blood flowed from his eyes, on the river downstream of the gold exchange. Tap tap tap, amidst the sound of people stepping on water, one figure after another flew across the river. While galloping, Sasori turned his head and glanced at the pursuers behind him, as well as the kunai, shuriken, and other ninja tools shot by the pursuers, so his fingers moved slightly, and a puppet in a red robe, either holding a sword, guarded behind him. Clang clang clang, after a burst of sword light, all the kunai, shuriken, and other ninja tools that were shot at Sasori were all blocked by the red robe puppets. At this time, the corner of Sasori's mouth curled up, and his fingers danced nimbly. The 10 red-robe puppets controlled by him suddenly opened their mouths and shot countless senbon at the pursuers behind him. 3 generations Naruto's face darkened when he saw this, and he quickly rotated the Vajra wishful staff in his hand, bouncing off the senbon that was shot at him one by one, and other Mai Umbu also used various means, either dodging or using ninjutsu. Plop, suddenly, an Umbu who was shot by the senbon fell down and fell into the river. The colleague next to him quickly fished him out and found that his face was black and blue. It was a complete symptom of poisoning. So he took out the antidote and warned loudly, "Everyone be careful, there is a strong poison on Shihan." 3 generations shouted at this time, "The shadow guards stay with me to deal with him, the others go to deal with another target." Yes. The Umbu responded one after another, left the team, and chased another target. Kakuzu, who was gradually distancing himself from Sasori, saw a large group of Konoha Umbu rushing towards him. He cursed in his heart, and then his figure flickered and went into the dense forest by the river. In the forest, more than a dozen shadows flickered under the moonlight, and from time to time they would collide with each other, making a few clanging sounds, and then suddenly spread out. Bang! After kicking a Mayumbu, Kakuzu didn't have time to catch his breath, and was targeted by another Mayumbu. Humph! Kakuzu snorted disdainfully, and his figure flashed, and jumped on a big tree. The breeze blew slowly, and Kakuzu stood on the top of the tree with a cold expression, wearing a red cloud robe that fluttered with the wind, making a hoochie-hoochie sound. Mayumbu took the opportunity to readjust the formation, and surrounded Kakuzu. Kakuzu looked around, and confirmed that there were 16 Mayumbu besieging him, and his heart sank. This fierce battle was simply a disaster for him. Originally, he was just hunting for a daily target, and suddenly he was chased by 3 generations Naruto with the King Kong wishful staff, and even now, he still hasn't had time to catch his breath. Boom! At this time, there was a roar from the far end of the river. Kakuzu and a group of Mayumbu all looked over, and saw that on the battlefield over there were bursts of cold air, and flames were shining. Scorpion has already used the ice release puppet as a partner in the same group. Kakuzu knew that Scorpion generally wouldn't easily use the puppet, and once he used the puppet, it meant that he was in a fierce battle. And a group of Mayumbu, all of them were worried. Seeing the traces of the ice release on the battlefield by the river, they all thought that the previous powerful Suijin was also there, and couldn't help but worry about 3 generations Naruto. A captain of Mayumbu stood up and said, "Quickly get rid of him, let's go support Naruto-sama." In an instant, a group of Mayumbu launched a fierce attack on Kakuzu. Kakuzu jumped high to avoid a sharp wind release ninjutsu, but before he could land, he was hit by several kunai with a large number of detonation talismans, causing him to be submerged in the explosion. Looking at the sky full of dust, an Umbu asked, "Is he dead?" The other Umbu nodded, "I saw him being hit by the kunai with my own eyes. At this distance, I'm afraid he has already been blown to pieces by the detonation talisman of the kunai." Just as the 2 Umbu members let down their guard, 2 arms pierced through the smoke and flew out. One in each hand, they grabbed their throats, and in the blink of an eye, they were dragged into the smoke. Ah! 2 blood-curdling screams rang out from the smoke and dust. At this time, the smoke gradually dissipated, and everyone found that the necks of the 2 Umbu in Kakuzu's hands were completely broken. Kakuzu threw the 2 dead bodies aside and said coldly, "Finding me was your biggest mistake." Sizzle. Before Kakuzu's voice fell, a shrill bird cry sounded behind him, and immediately, an arm flashing with lightning pierced his chest from behind. Cough. After coughing out a mouthful of blood, Kakuzu turned his head with difficulty and found that the one who sneak attacked him from behind was a white-haired Mayumbu member with a fox mask on his face. This person was none other than the captain of Mayumbu Squad 11, Hatake Kakashi. Because of the order of 3 generations, Guy had returned to the village to look for Hyojin and Jishuei, so now only Kakashi was left in the Squad 11. Kakuzu was very surprised by Kakashi's sneak attack because he did not notice it at all, so he turned his head and asked Kakashi, "When did you hide behind me?" Kakashi did not answer, but suddenly pulled out his right arm that was pierced into Kakuzu's chest. As Kakashi pulled out his right arm, Kakuzu's pupils suddenly shrank, a large amount of blood splashed from the hole in his chest, and then his whole body fell straight to the ground. Swish swish swish, the scattered Mayumbu members gathered one after another, glanced at Kakuzu lying on the ground, and then moved their eyes to the battlefield near the river not far away. His chest was completely pierced. In the eyes of the Mai Umbu members, this bounty ninja who had assassinated the first generation must be dead, so including Kakashi, no one paid much attention to Kakuzu on the ground, but turned their attention to the 3 generations Naruto. At this moment, a few masked monsters suddenly jumped out of Kakuzu's body lying on the ground, and one of them spat out a ball of lightning from its mouth, instantly wrapping several Mai Umbu members around it, inside Hyojin's magic mirror ice crystal. Seeing the black and white around him quickly fading, Hyojin, who was trapped in Fuyua's illusion space, immediately reacted, and teased the dragon vein floating in the air. "Hey, your reaction is too slow. If it was one-on-one, I would have died by now." The fat dragon Mai turned its head and snorted, as if to express that it had spent a lot of effort to squeeze into this black and white illusory space. Hyojin also knew that the dragon vein was sealed in the gourd magic tool that he carried with him. Although he had opened the seal during the battle, if the dragon vein wanted to help him remove the illusion, it would be more troublesome and time-consuming than the tailed beast that was normally sealed in the human's Jinchuriki. Similarly, everything has its pros and cons. Because the dragon vein was not sealed in Hyojin's body, Hyojin's enemies would not notice it, so they would not cast illusion on it. In this way, the awkward situation of both the human's Jinchuriki and the tailed beast being controlled by the illusion can be avoided. For generations Mizukage Goji Yagura is a perfect Jinchuriki, but under the plot of someone with ulterior motives, it is difficult for him to escape the tragic fate of being controlled by the illusion. Outside the illusion space, the elites of Uchiha were overjoyed when they saw that the River Lord and Homusubi were controlled by the Patriarch's illusion, and then surrounded them. As long as the Patriarch gives the order, they will immediately kill the River Lord and Homusubi who have fallen into the illusion. At this time, Fuyue and Jishui fell to the ground at the same time, gasping for breath. A group of Uchiha elites immediately gathered around Fuyue and asked, "Patriarch, are you okay?" Fuyue shook his head and didn't speak, but his eyes were fixed on Jishui opposite him. He didn't expect that the Homusubi in front of him would forcibly break the illusion of his Manjikyu Sharingan. Jishui was also not feeling well at this moment. Breaking the illusion of Fuyue's Manjikyu Sharingan consumed a lot of his pupil power. He glanced at Hyojin beside him and thought to himself, "I must first remove the illusion on Senpai." Fuyue naturally understood Jishui's thoughts and said coldly, "Don't bother, you should know that my illusion is not that easy to remove." Before Fuyue finished speaking, Hyojin carried the heavily panting Jishui and disappeared. Suijin suddenly broke the Genjutsu and took away Homusubi. This scene made Fuyue, who has always had a straight face, open his mouth wide, showing a look of surprise. If Homusubi, who also has Manjikyu Sharingan, can break the Genjutsu of his Manjikyu Sharingan, then it is still within the scope of Fuyue's understanding. Then Suijin being able to break the Genjutsu of his Manjikyu Sharingan is far beyond his expectations. The elites of Uchiha clan on the side saw this scene and hurriedly tried to catch up. At this time, Fuyue stretched out his hand to stop the group of clansmen and said tiredly, "Don't chase after them." "Patriarch, why don't we chase after them? Are we just going to watch them escape?" The group of Uchiha clan elites looked puzzled and looked at Fuyue one after another. Fuyue gasped lightly and said gloomily, "Homusubi is a clansman of our Uchiha clan, and he also has Manjikyu Sharingan." Hearing Fuyue's words, the clansmen were all startled. One of them tentatively asked, "Patriarch, is he Shinichi?" In the knowledge of these Uchiha clan elites, only Uchiha Shinichi, Uchiha Jishui, and Uchiha Fuyue have Manjikyu Sharingan in the Uchiha clan. Jishui's upright temperament is well known by the whole clan, so he was the first to be excluded. Therefore, the only person that the Uchiha clan elites can think of is Shinichi Uchiha, who had recently betrayed the village. Fuyue shook his head and said while gritting his teeth, "He's not Shinichi, nor is he Jishui. If I'm not mistaken, he might be the mastermind behind the Nine Tails Rebellion that caused our tribe to be isolated by the village." "What? It's that bastard. Patriarch, all the more we shouldn't let him go." The elites of Uchiha were enraged when they heard this and started to clamor. Fuyue sighed lightly, "He can break my Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique, so his pupillary prowess is not any weaker than mine. In a one-on-one fight, I'm not sure if I can defeat him. As for that Suijin, he was actually able to crack my Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique. For a while, I can't figure out his background." In Fuyue's eyes, the threat of the River Lord suddenly increased by a large amount. This is not because River Lord has ice release Kekkei Genkai, but because River Lord can crack his Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique. In Fuyue's view, no Kekkei Genkai is comparable to their Uchiha clan's Sharingan, even the Byakugan Kekkei Genkai is no exception. Patriarch, what should we do? After pondering for a while, Fuyue said, summon Jishui, let's hunt down Amatsukami. While running, Hyojin and Jishui frequently looked back and found that Fuyue didn't lead the elites of Uchiha clan to chase after them. While they were relieved, they also felt a little strange. Jishui asked, Kuroto-san, why didn't the patriarch catch up with us? After thinking for a while, Hyojin smiled and said, maybe we scared him. The genjutsu that Fuyue used on Hyojin and Jishui is obviously his Mangekyo Sharingan jutsu, and Hyojin and Jishui cracked his genjutsu at the same time, so it's not surprising that Fuyue would be afraid. Putting himself in their shoes, if Hyojin encountered two enemies who weren't afraid of his genjutsu, he wouldn't dare to chase after them rashly. It's just that Fuyue obviously didn't expect that Jishui paid a great price in order to crack his Mangekyo Sharingan genjutsu. It can be said that in order to escape, Jishui consumed at least 70% to 80% of his pupil power. After all, Fuyue took the initiative and used the Mangekyo Sharingan genjutsu first, while Jishui fell into the genjutsu and forcibly used her pupil power to crack it. Therefore, in this confrontation of pupil power, Jishui is obviously the one at a disadvantage. And Hyojin, who is controlling the water clone, can't resist Fuyue's Mangekyo Sharingan genjutsu, so he can only use Ryumyaku's chakra to neutralize the genjutsu. However, it takes a certain amount of time for Ryumyaku to neutralize the genjutsu for Hyojin, and this amount of time is more than enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Therefore, if Fuyue leads the elites of Uchiha to catch up with them at this moment, the consequences will be really hard to predict. Jishui asked curiously, Kuroto-san, didn't you fall into the genjutsu just now? Hyojin shook his head and said, your patriarch's genjutsu is very powerful. I didn't notice it and fell into it, but fortunately, you were outside to help me stall for time so that I could break the genjutsu. Jishui smiled bitterly and sighed with some tiredness. Sure enough, as you said, the patriarch has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. At this time, Jishui no longer has any hope in her heart. Fuyue deliberately concealed the fact that he has the Mangekyo Sharingan. In Jishui's understanding, it can be seen as either Fuyue's distrust of the village's leadership, or Fuyue's preparation for a rebellion. Hyojin said, don't worry, your patriarch is not a decisive person, we still have time. Jishui hurriedly asked, then what should we do next? Hyojin smiled and was about to say something, but suddenly, two strong chakra reactions appeared in his Byakugan's field of vision, but due to the distance, he couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly. Byakugan's field of vision also has a distance limit. If it exceeds this limit, he can only barely observe the vague chakra reactions, but he can't see the specific details. So, he said to Jishui next to him, stop first, there is someone in front. Jishui stopped and asked, who is it? Kuroto observed for a while, and the corners of his mouth gradually curled up. Seeing Hyojin suddenly laughing, Jishui was confused and asked, Kuroto-san, what did you see? Hyojin replied casually, it's the two guys from Akatsuki, let's go. After a while, the two groups of people met in the forest. Looking up and down at Sasori and Kakuzu on the opposite side, Hyojin's smile became wider. At this time, Kakuzu's clothes were torn, and most of the Akatsuki's Red Cloud clothes were torn, leaving only a collar and half of the sleeves, looking very miserable. Compared with Kakuzu, Sasori on this side was even more miserable. His entire left arm was missing, as if it was torn off by something, his face was pale, and he looked like he had lost a lot of blood. At the same time, Sasori and Kakuzu were also observing Hyojin and Jishui. The black cloak on Hyojin's body was also torn at the moment, and the few wounds left when he fought with the elites of Uchiha were very conspicuous at this time. Jishui next to Hyojin gasped lightly, looking like her chakra was exhausted. The two groups of people who encountered each other in the forest were not in a hurry to make a move. Under the Suijin mask, Hyojin's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was secretly estimating the state of Sasori and Kakuzu in front of him. From the appearance, it seems that Sasori's injury is more serious. The loss of an arm is fatal for many ninjas because it means that the ninja can't make hand seals or perform more complex ninjutsu. When Jiraiya fought against pain, the difference between his performance before and after losing an arm was like heaven and earth. When Jiraiya had both of his arms intact, he could fight back and forth with pain, but once he lost an arm, the situation of the battle suddenly changed, and Jiraiya almost lost the ability to resist, falling into a comprehensive disadvantage. But Sasori is not an ordinary ninja. As a puppet master, even if he only has one arm left, he can still control puppets. Therefore, to measure Sasori's combat power, the more important thing is to see how many powerful puppets he has left, and Sasori's puppets are all sealed in scrolls, so it is difficult to judge just by appearance. Moving his gaze to Kakuzu, Hyojin found that the chakra reaction in Kakuzu's body is much weaker than before. The consummate skill that Kakuzu is famous for is the forbidden technique of Takanobi Village, Earth Grudge, so in the vision of Hyojin's Byakugan, Kakuzu has no normal meridians in his body. To be more precise, Kakuzu's body is full of intertwined black meridians, and these black meridians are protecting the masks hidden inside Kakuzu's body. Even with Byakugan, Suijin can't see the details of the masks through the dense chakra reaction. Therefore, Hyojin can't check Kakuzu's injury in a normal way, he can only judge Kakuzu's current state based on the chakra reaction in Kakuzu's body. Judging from the chakra's amount, the chakra in his body is only 30% of what it used to be. Either he consumed a lot of chakra in the battle, or he directly lost a few hearts. After carefully observing for a while, Hyojin found that the chakra reaction on Kakuzu's chest and right abdomen was weaker than other parts of his body. He thought to himself, could it be that the heart in these two places is damaged? If that's the case, Kakuzu only has 3 hearts left. Just as Hyojin was wondering if he should take this opportunity to get rid of Sasori and Kakuzu, Sasori on the opposite side spoke. He coughed twice and said, "You two damn bastards." As soon as he finished speaking, Scorpion coughed twice hurriedly. Blood even flowed out of the corner of his mouth. It seemed that his injuries were very serious. Hyojin didn't act rashly. Instead, he spread his hands and probed, "You can't blame us for this. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being traitors. By the way, you two were able to escape from the hands of 3 generations Naruto, you have some ability." Sasori snorted and said, "I will not forget this debt." Kakuzu suddenly said, "It is not a wise choice to be the enemy of Akatsuki, you will regret it." Kuroto chuckled, "Let me return those words to you. You will regret it if you dare to make an enemy of Amatsukami." At this time, Sasori took out a scroll from his ninja bag and asked, "Do you want to fight?" Hyojin gently shook his head, "Forget it, a large number of my ninjas are still nearby, there is no need for us to fight here." Kakuzu nodded and said, "That is a wise choice. If we fight here, it will only benefit my..." Jishui also nodded in agreement. Hyojin said, "Well, let's go our separate ways." Sasori held the scroll in his hand, "Good." After saying that, Hyojin and Jishui moved to one side, while Sasori and Kakuzu moved to the other side. Hyojin and Jishui moved towards the direction of the village, while Sasori and Kakuzu moved away from the direction of my village, so the two groups slowed down and passed each other. Just after the two groups passed each other, Hyojin quickly printed the hand seals, and then jumped into the air, ice release, magic mirror ice crystal. Jishui took 2 steps back, fire release, great fireball technique. Sasori shook the scroll, secret technique, dance of the fern. 2 masked monsters jumped out of Kakuzu's body, wind release, pressure. Lightning release, false darkness. The 4 people on both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding, and all of them attacked at the most appropriate time. Boom. Boom. Boom, in an instant, the mountains in the forest began to shake. Compared with Hyojin and Jishui's probing, Sasori and Kakuzu were much more ruthless, especially Sasori. He used the Kagaya clan's puppet's unique technique, Dance of the Fern, compared with the Bone Vein secret technique, Dance of the Fern, except for Hyojin's ice release, magic mirror ice crystal, Jishui's great fireball technique and Kakuzu's pressure and false darkness ninjutsu's great fireball technique paled in comparison. Accompanied by the shaking of the earth, sharp bone spears rose from the ground and pierced the sky with an indomitable momentum. With quick reflexes, Suijin immediately carried home Asubi and hid in the ice mirrors suspended in midair. As the bone spear burst out, most of the ice mirrors were pierced by the bone spear, leaving only a few ice mirrors at the top of the ice mirror. Standing on a bone spear, Sasori was surprised. Hey, you can use ice release? Are you a member of the Snow Clan? At this time, Sasori didn't look weak at all, and compared to the previous weak appearance of coughing blood, he was like a completely different person. Hyojin poked out half of his body from the ice mirror, and while looking around for Kakuzu's figure, he said casually, "Hey, didn't we agree to go our separate ways?" Sasori snorted, "It seems that you were the one who attacked first." At this time, Hyojin found that Kakuzu was hiding behind a bone spear, and his two masked monsters were also scattered around, seemingly ready to attack at any time. Seeing that both Sasori and Kakuzu still have a lot of combat power left, Kuroto thought for a moment and said with a smile, "I am afraid that Sandaime Hokage is nearby. How about we continue to go our separate ways?" Hearing Hyojin mention 3 generations Naruto, Sasori's face became gloomy. "Alright, it seems that it was just a misunderstanding." Hyojin nodded, "Yes, it was just a misunderstanding." After saying that, Hyojin didn't deactivate the magic mirror ice crystal and directly urged the ice mirrors to line up and fly away. Sasori and Kakuzu also didn't speak any nonsense, their figures flashed and disappeared into the forest of bone spears. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, before long, 3 generations Naruto arrived at the edge of the bone forest with a large number of umbu in his hands. Looking at the bone spears piercing the sky, 3 generations looked dignified and muttered to himself, "Is this the blood ninjutsu of the Kagaya clan of the mist?" After a while, Fuyue also arrived with a group of Uchiha elites. Looking at the other side who didn't find anything, whether it was 3 generations or Fuyue, they all looked a little embarrassed. After a short silence, 3 generations sighed, "These bounty ninjas are not simple." Fuyue nodded again and again, "Yes." Looking at the bone spears in front of them, whether it was Naruto of the 3 generations or Patriarch Fuyue of the Uchiha clan, all of their faces were gloomy. In their eyes, or in the eyes of the vast majority of shinobi village ninjas, the bounty ninjas are just a group of people who can't stand on the stage, and they don't need to pay too much attention to them. But after the series of fierce battles tonight, the people of Konoha had a drastic change in their perception of the bounty ninjas. "I didn't expect that there would be so many experts hidden among the bounty ninjas." The face of 3 generations was extremely gloomy, and under the cold moonlight, his expression looked particularly gloomy and indescribable. The matter of the Uchiha clan in the village has already been a headache for 3 generations, and it was not easy to sign a peace treaty with Cloud Village, but such a bad thing happened, it really made him mentally and physically exhausted. Tonight, 3 generations actually didn't go all out, and even the shadow guards around him can see this. The reason why 3 generations chose to fight conservatively is because they are worried that if something happens to them, the Uchiha clan will no longer have any scruples, and the village is likely to fall into a civil war. And the external enemies such as Cloud and Rock Village will also take advantage of the situation, and at that time, under the internal and external troubles, the village will really fall into eternal damnation. But now it seems that 3 generations felt that they were indeed too conservative in the previous battle. So much so that they didn't even capture a single enemy. Losing prestige is a small matter, but losing an opportunity to obtain information about these bounty ninja organizations is a big deal. Fuyue's thoughts at this moment are all on the Homosubi of Amatsukami. For the Uchiha clan, such a sinister Manjikyu Sharingan possessor is a huge threat that can't be ignored. If the previous Nine Tails rebellion was really provoked by this Homosubi, then it undoubtedly shows that this Homosubi not only wants to destroy the Uchiha clan, but also the entire Mai. Unforgivable. Fuyue secretly made up his mind to find out the identity of this flame demon. Unlike Fuyue, who had a lot on his mind, the elites of Uchiha were all embarrassed at the moment. Previously, they had been aggressive and arrogant, but now, they were in a sorry state. Not only were all of them injured, but they had also gained nothing despite being outnumbered. Under the gaze of the Black Ops, they, who were naturally arrogant, simply felt ashamed. However, they all remembered the instructions of Patriarch Fuyue, and didn't reveal the fact that Homosubi of Amatsukami is an Uchiha clansman and that he possesses a Manjikyu Sharingan. It was not that the Uchiha clan had any tricks up their sleeves, but they simply did not want to reveal their dirty linen. Moreover, this matter is related to the Manjikyu Sharingan. In Fuyue's plan, Homosubi must die, but the Manjikyu Sharingan of Homosubi must be recovered by the Uchiha clan. Allowing Kakashi to keep one Sharingan is already the biggest compromise that the Uchiha clan can make to Naruto. This is also because Kakashi's Sharingan was willingly given to him by the Uchiha Obsidian. If Kakashi had obtained this Sharingan through other means, then the Uchiha clan would not have let it go. On Hyojin's side. After getting rid of Sasori and Kakuzu, Hyojin didn't fly far before he deactivated the magic mirror ice crystal. After several battles in a row, even with the support of Ryumyaku Chakra, Kuroto felt a little overwhelmed at this moment and was unable to continue maintaining the magic mirror ice crystal. Jishui asked worriedly, "Kuroto-san, what should we do next?" Hyojin smiled and asked, "What are you worried about?" "Hayashi-sama knows that Watanabe's body is in our hands." Frowning, Jishui continued, "Suddenly, the body was taken away by 2 bounty ninjas. This flaw is too obvious. I am worried that Hayashi-sama will see through our disguise." Hyojin shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about Hayashi-sama. No matter what happens, he won't cause any trouble. The cause of this incident is that Watanabe deliberately blackmailed the Hyuga clan, and now that the blame for Watanabe's death has been thrown out, as the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi will not be stupid enough to take back the blame and put it on his own head." Jishui said worriedly, "Will Hayashi-sama keep the secret of Amatsukami for us?" Hyojin patted Jishui's shoulder and said with a smile, "You, don't think too much. Hayashi-sama won't guess that we are the Suijin and Homasubi of Amatsukami. I used ice release. This alone can clear all suspicion on me." Jishui asked subconsciously, "What about me?" Hyojin glanced at Jishui, shook his head and sighed softly. Jishui's temperament is too straightforward, and he hasn't done this kind of shady business before. Unlike Hyojin, who has a lot of experience, it's inevitable that he will be a little flustered. "Calm down." After a pause, Hyojin said, "Don't worry, the 2 of us will always stay together. If I am cleared of suspicion, you will naturally not be suspected." Sigh. Jishui was relieved to hear this. Hyojin pondered for a moment, then turned to Jishui and asked, "By the way, when you fought with your patriarch, did you expose your Manjikyu Sharingan?" Shursui hurriedly said, "I didn't use the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique, plus the mask that you gave me has been engraved with a sealing technique, so the patriarch shouldn't have seen the pattern in my Manjikyu Sharingan." As he spoke, Jishui's tone became uncertain, "But the patriarch used his Manjikyu Sharingan's jutsu, and I cracked his jutsu, so he should be able to feel that my jutsu is also at the Manjikyu Sharingan level." After listening to Jishui's description, Hyojin asked again, "If it's just based on jutsu alone, if Homasubi attacked you, would it be possible for you to fall for it?" Jishui was taken aback for a moment, then immediately understood Hyojin's meaning. "You mean, we should fake the sneak attack of Amatsukami Suijin and Homasubi to clear our suspicion?" Hyojin nodded. In his opinion, as long as he created the illusion that he and Jishui had encountered Amatsukami Suijin and Homasubi, it would be easy to clear their suspicion. After thinking for a while, Jishui said, "Although the jutsu power of the Manjikyu Sharingan also has a difference in strength, if I was attacked by Homasubi, it would be normal for me to be subdued by Homasubi." "Then it's easy." After getting Jishui's reply, without thinking much, Hyojin's mind immediately generated a whole set of plans to fake an attack. After returning to the village, Guy was sweating profusely as he looked around for Hyojin and Jishui. The first place he went was the Kumo Envoy's encampment that Team 11 was responsible for guarding tonight, but after going back and forth several times, he didn't find Hyojin and Jishui. Suddenly, countless questions surged in his mind. Where did they go? Did they go after the bounty ninja like me and Kakashi? Then why didn't they meet up with us? Did they go in the wrong direction? Guy naturally understood that there was another possibility, that is, Hyojin and Jishui encountered Suijin and Homasubi in another place and were defeated. It's just that he has been avoiding this possibility. But the current situation forced him to consider this possibility, so he returned to the area where Hyojin and Jishui were stationed, estimated the direction in which they might pursue, and then flew all the way out of the village. After a while, Guy climbed over the wall and came to a forest outside the village. Kakashi and I intercepted the bounty ninja a dozen miles ahead. According to the route of the bounty ninja, he should have passed through this forest first, and then encountered me and Kakashi. If Kuroto and Jishui met him, then it's probably in this area. After a slight calculation of the direction and distance, Guy felt that if Hyojin and Jishui met the bounty ninja, then the place should be nearby. After a few steps, Guy found that the temperature around him was a little abnormal, so he was shocked and immediately quickened his pace. Then he found Hyojin and Jishui frozen in a dense forest. Kuroto, Jishui. With a cry of surprise, Kai quickly jumped over. The next morning, the Umbu Team 11 was summoned to Naruto's office by 3 generations. Among the 4 members of Team 11, Kakashi's arm was wrapped in bandages, and his face was a little pale. It seems that he was seriously injured in last night's battle. Hyojin and Jishui were also wrapped in bandages. These injuries were all real, but they were caused by themselves. At first glance, they looked very serious, but in fact, they were all flesh wounds. But this was also easy to explain. After all, the power of the ice sword was so strong, and after being hit by it, on the surface, it looked like a small flesh wound. Among all the members, only Guy wasn't injured and looked energetic. At this time, 3 generations finished reading the report in his hand and asked with a tired face. Why is there no description of Watanabe's attack in your report? As the captain, Kakashi stepped forward and replied. I'm sorry, Watanabe was not attacked in the mission, so we don't know the specific situation. 3 generations took out his pipe and took a puff, then asked, where do you think Watanabe was attacked? Kakashi said with certainty, Watanabe should have used his shadow clone to escape from the Umbu's surveillance during the day yesterday, so I can't guess where he was attacked. However, he must have a purpose for doing this, and I suspect that there is a conspiracy of Cloud Village. 3 generations nodded, seemingly agreeing with Kakashi's speculation, and immediately moved his gaze to Hyojin and Jishui and asked, how are your injuries? Hyojin and Jishui replied in unison, thank you for your concern, Naruto-sama, our injuries are not serious. 3 generations said, I have read the reports of the 2 of you, are you sure that one of the attackers is the possessor of the Manjikyu Sharingan? Jishui glanced at Hyojin and saw that Hyojin's expression was as usual, so she nodded to Naruto 3 generations and said, yes, I am sure. 3 generations asked again, could it be Shinichi Uchiha? Jishui replied in accordance with the statement agreed with Hyojin in advance, I'm sorry, the incident happened too suddenly, and I can't be sure whether he is Shinichi or not, but the other party does have the Manjikyu Sharingan. 3 generations nodded and didn't say anything more. 3 generations didn't doubt Hyojin and Jishui's reports. Firstly, because of the extraordinary strength shown by the Suijin and Homasubi, it is inevitable that Hyojin and Jishui were defeated in a sneak attack. Secondly, Suijin is suspected to be a member of the Kirin Snow clan, and Homasubi is very likely to be Uchiha Shinichi Uchiha who had defected before. In terms of identity, there is nothing suspicious about Hyojin and Jishui. The only thing that makes 3 generations feel uneasy is that the Uchiha clan actually concealed the fact that Homasubi possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan. In the view of 3 generations, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, if Fuyue had fought with Homasubi, then there is no way that he wouldn't be aware of the fact that Homasubi possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan. In this way, there is only one explanation, and that is that Homasubi is most likely the Uchiha Shinichi who had defected before, and Fuyue didn't reveal the true identity of Homasubi. It is likely that he wanted to recall the Uchiha Shinichi who possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan, and the purpose of his actions is worthy of vigilance. At this moment, Kakashi suddenly reported, Naruto-sama, I have noticed something. 3 generations looked at Kakashi and motioned him to continue. Kakashi said slowly, Suijin and Homasubi, the 2 bounty nin, only killed Watanabe last night. The brows of the 3 generations wrinkled, and a thoughtful look appeared on their faces. Hyojin's expression was still natural, as if he didn't care about this matter, but Jishui swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his chest rose and fell a little faster. Kakashi continued, they are both bounty nin, the traitorous Scorpion of the Sand Crypsis and the traitorous Kakuzu of the Takinan village, killed 5 of our Umbu in just one encounter. On the other hand, Suijin and Homasubi broke through the encirclement of the village, and experienced several battles, but they didn't kill any of our Shinichi. This is really strange. Hyojin couldn't help but glance at Kakashi at this time, and thought to himself, Kakashi is really sharp, even after experiencing so many things just now, he can still notice this detail, as expected of the disciple of 4 generations. This small detail, Hyojin knew that it would be noticed sooner or later, but he didn't expect Kakashi to find out so quickly. The 3 generations were busy with many things, so they really didn't notice this detail. At this time, listening to Kakashi's words, he also felt that the behavior of Suijin and Homosubi is a bit strange, not quite in line with the lawless and unscrupulous style of the precarious bounty nin, especially when compared with Kakuzu and Sasori. It is even more strange. After leaving the Naruto building, and saying goodbye to Kakashi and Guy, Hyojin said to Jishui, quickly select the targets. Jishui was surprised, so urgent? 3 generations are suspicious, we must use the identity of Amatsukami to commit crimes as soon as possible, and dispel the suspicions of the 3 generations. After a pause, Hyojin added, remember, when choosing targets, give priority to a pair of brothers. In fact, Hyojin isn't too worried that the 3 generations will investigate him and Jishui based on the abnormal behavior of Suijin and Homosubi. After all, no one knows what kind of people Suijin and Homosubi are, and it is inappropriate to judge their behavior without understanding their personality characteristics. What Hyojin really cares about is the reaction of the 3 generations after hearing that Homosubi possesses Manjikyu Sharingan. From the bewildered reaction of the 3 generations, Kuroto immediately noticed that Fuyue should have concealed the fact that Homosubi possesses Manjikyu Sharingan from the 3 generations. Are these Uchiha's brains broken? Such a good opportunity to shift the blame, why didn't they seize it? In this regard, Hyojin was puzzled. In his opinion, this is an excellent opportunity to shift the blame. As long as the Nine Tails Rebellion is blamed on the unknown Homosubi, the hostility of the village leaders towards the Uchiha clan will inevitably decrease. But Fuyue actually concealed this from the 3 generations, which not only caused the Uchiha clan to miss an opportunity to shift the blame, but also deepened the fear of the 3 generations towards the Uchiha clan. Looking back at the Naruto building again, Hyojin retracted his thoughts. According to the usual practice, when performing a mission to protect an important person, if an important person is killed, all the ninjas performing the mission will be punished, so Team 11 should have faced a very serious punishment. After the Sandaime-sama's personal attack ended in failure, no one brought up the matter of punishment anymore. Therefore, including Hyojin, not only did the members of Team 11 not receive any punishment, but even because of the hard battle last night, they were given a week off. After thinking for a while, Hyojin walked towards the hospital. In the hospital, after checking the injuries on Hyojin's body, the medical ninja on duty shook his head and said, "Your body is full of flesh wounds, you will recover in a day or 2, there is no need for medical ninjutsu treatment." Hyojin smiled and said, "I am afraid that my fiancé will be scared if I look like this, so please." The medical ninja on duty didn't say much, this level of treatment is not difficult for him, so he immediately used medical ninjutsu to treat the injuries on Hyojin's body. After completing the treatment, Hyojin removed the bandages on his body and quietly left the hospital. This trip to the hospital to treat his injuries is just to solve a small loophole. Because Hyuga is about to meet Patriarch Hayashi, and the water clone body he is currently controlling doesn't have the caged bird seal, so if he uses the water clone body to meet Hyuga Hayashi, it is very likely that he will be exposed because of the caged bird seal. Because Hayashi, as the Hyuga patriarch who has mastered the caged bird Manjikyu, he must have a secret technique to perceive the caged bird curse. Therefore, Suijin has to use the body of Yin release to see Hippo, and in this way, the injuries of the water clone will become a loophole. After all, the body of Yin release isn't injured, so he has to use a reasonable method to deal with the injuries of the water clone before using the body of Yin release. Not long after, Hyojin, who is changed back to the Yin release body, arrived at the Hyuga clan. After learning that Hyojin has arrived, Hayashi, who has been living in fear for the whole night, immediately summoned Hyojin to the Hyuga clan's mansion, and asked anxiously, "I heard about what happened last night, what happened to the 2 bounty ninjas?" Hyojin shook his head, "I don't know who they are, Jishui and I were just approaching the outer wall with Watanabe's body when we were attacked, and the body was taken away by them. Later, we chased them out of the outer wall, but we were ambushed in the woods." Hayashi said with a worried look, "I heard that even 3 generations of Umbu failed to capture them, and instead lost a lot of Umbu, those 2 bounty ninjas are not simple." After learning that a bounty ninja using ice release was involved in this matter, Hayashi ruled out the possibility of Hyojin pretending to be a bounty ninja, and instead suspected whether Hyojin and the ice release bounty ninja have a cooperative relationship, so he asked Hyojin about the bounty ninja as soon as they met. After learning that Hyojin didn't know the two bounty ninjas, Hayashi was both happy and worried. He was happy that Hyojin didn't collude with the two bounty ninjas of unknown origin, but worried that the two bounty ninjas took Watanabe's body from Hyojin's hands, which means that the two bounty ninjas know that Watanabe's death is related to Hyojin. If the two bounty ninjas spread this matter, then whether it is Hyojin or the Hyuga clan, I am afraid that both of them will be in a lot of trouble. Seemingly seeing Hayashi's worries, Hyojin said, "Patriarch, you don't have to worry too much, no one will believe the words of the bounty ninjas, and it is even more impossible for Naruto-sama to suspect the Hyuga clan just because of the rumors from the outside world." Hayashi gently nodded. In fact, Kuroto also understands that unless Watanabe's body is found directly in the Hyuga clan's mansion, otherwise, some rumors and slanders from the outside world will not cause substantial damage to the Hyuga clan. At this time, Hyojin said, "Patriarch, there are many suspicious points in this matter. Watanabe was able to sneak into the Hyuga clan's mansion. There must be someone who provided him with help. And this person not only knows the layout of the Hyuga clan's mansion, but also has a deep hostility towards our Hyuga clan. We have to be careful." Listening to Hyojin mentioning the matter of the traitor, Hayashi's face was a little gloomy. Last night's incident was obviously carefully planned by the Cloud Village, and the person who assisted Watanabe is most likely hiding in the Hyuga clan, because even the 3 generations of Naruto do not know the detailed layout of the Hyuga clan's mansion. Only the Hyuga clan with the Byakugan can help outsiders avoid the heavy guards, sneak into the Hyuga clan's mansion without being noticed, and even sneak into the Hyuga clan's bedroom. After a light sigh, Hayashi did not hide anything from Hyojin, and bluntly said, "I have already done a preliminary investigation last night, and the result was nothing." Hyojin also rubbed his chin and murmured, "Who could it be?" At first, the first person Hyojin thought of was Danzo, but soon he ruled out Danzo. First, Danzo may not know the layout of the Hyuga clan's mansion, and second, Danzo has no reason to do so. Even if he is dissatisfied with the Hyuga clan, he will deal with the Hyuga clan after eliminating the Uchiha clan, and it is impossible for him to force the Hyuga clan to side with the Uchiha clan before dealing with the Uchiha clan. To put it bluntly, in the original time and space, whether it was watching the 3 generations die in the hands of Orochimaru or destroying the Uchiha clan, Danzo's purpose is very clear, and that is Naruto's position. No matter how despicable his means are, he has no intention of destroying the Mai clan. And the person who assisted Watanabe last night obviously wanted to drag the Hyuga clan into the water, and encourage the 2 Mai clans, Uchiha and Hyuga clans to rebel, provoking the civil war of the Mai clan. In other words, the person who assisted Watanabe was aiming to destroy the Hyuga clan and destroy the Mai clan. In fact, if it can be determined that there is a traitor, then the scope of the investigation is still very easy to delineate. First of all, the members of the main family can be excluded, because the main family is small in number, and they also enjoy the power and status brought by the main family, so there is no reason for them to betray the main family. Although there are many members of the branch family, the number of people who really have a conflict with the main family will not be too many. As long as these people are investigated one by one, there will be results sooner or later. Hyojin wanted to mention his opinion to Hayashi, but seeing that Hayashi was distracted, he changed the topic and said, "Patriarch, I have a request." "Speak." Hyojin said, "When Yuki was patrolling the outer wall last night, she encountered the 2 bounty ninjas and was almost killed, so I want to ask you to transfer Yuki to the clan's land." Hayashi smiled and said, "No problem, I will communicate with Naruto-sama." Uchiha clan's mansion. Fuyue sat in the hall with his hands crossed over his chest with a serious expression. At this time, Jishui came outside the house and asked, "Patriarch, are you looking for me?" Fuyue said in a deep voice, "Come in." "Yes." Jishui responded, opened the door and walked into the hall. After Jishui sat down, Fuyue looked at the injuries on Jishui's body and frowned, his already serious face added an indescribable gloominess. When he learned that Jishui was attacked by Homusubi, Fuyue panicked. Currently, in the Uchiha clan, only he and Jishui have 2 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan. Once something happens to Jishui, it will undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the Uchiha clan that has begun to prepare for the rebellion. Later, after learning that Jishui was not seriously injured, he was relieved. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice that Homusubi didn't take away Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan. Perhaps the Sandame-sama was nearby and scared them off. 3 generations had intercepted kamikaze Suijin near the outer wall, which was very close to where Jishui had been attacked. Therefore, Fuyue had to make up the story himself. Seeing that Fuyue was silent for a long time, Jishui asked, "Patriarch, is there something you need from me?" When Fuyue snapped back to reality, he immediately asked, "How did you lose to the Balrog?" Jishui replied, "I didn't expect the other party to have Manjikyu Sharingan, and in a moment of carelessness, I fell for the other party's genjutsu." Fuyue nodded slightly. This fire demon's ocular powers are not inferior to ours. If we want to deal with him, we must join forces. Jishui was curious. How are you going to deal with him? The family has already issued a bounty, and at the same time, I have also arranged for people to collect information about Amatsukami. After a pause, Fuyue's killing intent surged out of his body. Once we find his whereabouts, we will act immediately. He betrayed the family, he must die. Jishui didn't expect that Fuyue's killing intent towards Homasubi would be so strong. Fuyue glanced at Jishui and said, "Don't run around during this time, be on standby." Jishui had no choice but to nod helplessly. In the dark cave, illusory figures created by the genjutsu stood quietly on the 10 fingers of the giant stone statue. There is no doubt that this is a rare gathering of all the members of Akatsuki. As the leader of the organization, Pain glanced at Sasori and Kakuzu and said flatly, "Tell me everything that happened last night in detail." Sasori didn't say anything. Seeing this, Kakuzu said in a muffled voice, "Last night, we encountered Suijin and another member of Amatsukami. At that time, they were being chased by the 3 generations Naruto and the Uchiha clan's patriarch of my village." Kakuzu told him everything that had happened last night in a straightforward manner. Hearing that the 2 members of Amatsukami managed to escape from the pursuit of the 3 generations Naruto and Uchiha clan's patriarch of my village, the Akatsuki members were surprised. Even Pain, the leader, had to pay attention to this Amatsukami that suddenly appeared in his sight. Hirako, who was standing on the other finger, asked, "That Yama was also a member of Amatsukami, right?" Kakuzu nodded. "According to Suijin, Yama is the leader of Amatsukami." Shino, who was standing beside Hirako, asked, "Are the members of Amatsukami really that powerful?" Without waiting for Kakuzu to answer, Sasori snorted coldly, "Are you doubting me?" Shino smiled awkwardly and said no more. Shinichi Uchiha raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Do you know why Amatsukami is being chased by the 3 generations Naruto?" All the members immediately looked at Shinichi Uchiha. Shinichi Uchiha said, "I received news that Suijin and Homasubi of Amatsukami killed the leader of Kumo's diplomatic mission that was sent to my village to sign the peace agreement, and exchanged his body for the bounty." Haha, this is so funny. Shinichi Uchiha and Bipajuzo's group, like Sasori and Kakuzu, were also active in the Land of Fire, so they quickly heard the news that Watanabe's body was sold to the black market. Shinichi Uchiha was happy to see Mai's defeat. Pain was silent for a while and finally said to everyone, "Hirako, Shino, you 2 also go to the Land of Fire to assist Sasori and Kakuzu. First, get rid of Orochimaru, then investigate Amatsukami." Hirako hesitated for a moment and immediately replied, "Okay." Shino also nodded, "Okay." Sasori covered his missing arm and said in a bad tone, "I may need to modify my body, so it will take some time." Kakuzu echoed, "I also need some time to replace a few hearts." Knowing that Sasori and Kakuzu suffered a big loss in the hands of Mai, Pain nodded and said, "Okay." After deactivating the magic lantern body technique, Pain turned around and walked into a room on a high tower in the Land of Rain. Inside the room, Obsidian, who was leaning against the wall, crossed his arms and said lightly, "Is there any news about Amatsukami?" Pain relayed the information reported by Sasori and Kakuzu to Obsidian, then said, "Your previous worries may be right, this Amatsukami is indeed a threat. Being able to assassinate the leader of the Kumo delegation in my village, the head of the 5 great shinobi villages, and escape unscathed under the pursuit of 3 generations Naruto and Uchiha. This achievement alone is enough to make Pain raise his eyebrows. What's more, it was only 2 members of Amatsukami who were able to do this. As for how many members Amatsukami has, how strong their leader Yama is, and so on, Pain doesn't know anything about it, so he can't afford to be careless. Conan walked to Paine's side and asked softly, "Do you need me to go to the land of fire?" Paine shook his head, "It's not the time yet." Obsidian pondered for a moment and said, "I will go to the land of fire in the near future. I need someone to add fuel to the fire regarding Uchiha." After leaving the Uchiha mansion, Jishui walked on the long street of the clan with a heavy heart. The people on the street were coming and going, some people were in a hurry, some people were leisurely, most of them haven't even awakened their Sharingan, they are ordinary people, they are not even ninjas. Shursui sighed faintly as he strolled among the clansmen. It's time to make up your mind, otherwise, what awaits your Uchiha clan is the whole clan, old and young, the words that Hyojin said before echoed in his mind at this moment. Slowly stopping, he looked around, looking at the familiar and vivid faces of the people coming and going, he secretly made up his mind, he must not let the whole clan be buried. Together with a few ambitious people, suddenly, a figure stopped in front of Jishui and said in a strange voice, "Yo, isn't this Jishui?" Jishui calmly asked, "Ryota, what's the matter?" The person who stopped Jishui's way is called Uchiha Ryota, 24 years old, he is a genius in the Uchiha clan, the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the police force. He awakened his Sharingan at the age of 11, and at the age of 16, he obtained the Samagatama Sharingan. He shone brilliantly in the 3rd Shinobi War. His strength is second only to Fuyue and Jishui in the Uchiha clan, and he is also one of the most radical and arrogant members of the Uchiha clan. Before Shinichi and Jishui revealed their Manjikyu Sharingan, Ryota was the strongest in the Uchiha clan, second only to the patriarch Fuyue. He was in charge of a brigade of the police force, and his status in the Uchiha clan was far above the young Jishui. But after Jishui revealed his Manjikyu Sharingan, Ryota instantly lost his position as the second strongest in the clan and fell into a very embarrassing situation. The arrogant Uchiha Ryota naturally couldn't tolerate being suppressed by a clansman who was almost 10 years younger than him, so one night, he found Jishui and challenged Jishui. The result was self-evident, there is a huge gap between the Samagatama Sharingan and the Manjikyu Sharingan in terms of pupil power. Even if Ryota's chakra amount and physical strength are above Jishui, it still can't make up for the gap in pupil power, so in just one confrontation, Ryota was defeated by Jishui's Genjutsu. From then on, Ryota regarded Jishui as his strongest opponent, and he wanted to compete with Jishui in everything. At the same time, he also began to constantly hone himself, hoping to open his own Manjikyu Sharingan, but it is not easy to open the Manjikyu Sharingan, so after a long time of hard work, he still didn't gain anything, and even his pupil power didn't improve much, which is one of the reasons why he has been acting more and more extreme recently. Uchiha Ryota said with a playful look on his face, "I heard that you were defeated by a bounty ninja yesterday?" Jishui didn't want to mention what happened last night, so he said, "It has nothing to do with you. It's a pity that I had a mission yesterday, so I couldn't participate in the family hunt, otherwise, hee." Uchiha Ryota stopped halfway, and then he chuckled twice, as if he was mocking Jishui, who has the Manjikyu Sharingan, but was still defeated and injured. Jishui ignored Ryota's sarcasm, and he flashed sideways, wanting to leave. Uchiha Ryota's figure flashed, and he stopped Jishui again, and said coldly, "Just you wait, one day, I will also open the Manjikyu Sharingan, and I will never be defeated by a bounty ninja like you." Jishui's face sank, and a thought flashed in his mind, if he also awakens the Manjikyu Sharingan, then the family will immediately start a rebellion. At the same time as this thought flashed, Jishui suddenly remembered that Ryota has an older brother named Uchiha Hideki, who is also a jonin in the Uchiha clan, but compared to the excellent Uchiha Ryota, he is slightly mediocre, in Hyojin's house. After asking Yu, who was busy cleaning, to sit down beside him, Hyojin said with a rare serious face, "Why didn't you tell me that your team was sent to patrol the outer wall?" Yu whispered, "Yesterday was just an accident." Thinking of what happened last night, Yu was still scared. She didn't expect that someone would be fierce enough to sneak into the Mai. Hyojin said, "I have already mentioned it to the patriarch, and he promised me that he will transfer you to the clan." You knew that Hyojin was doing this for her own good, so she bit her lip and nodded. Although the people of the Hyuga clan can open the Byakugan, their talent is also high and low. Yu's talent is average, and she is only a little better than Hyojin before he was injected with the gene serum. Therefore, at this age, she only has the strength of a chunin, and if she encounters any strong enemy, her life will be in danger. Looking at you, who lowered her head as if she had done something wrong, Hyojin sighed softly. This is also one of the concerns that Hyojin doesn't dare to go to the front stage. Once he goes to the front stage, he will be in the same situation as 4 generations, being spied on and plotted against by enemies in the dark. Everything around him, including his lover, friends, fellow clansmen, etc., will become his weakness, and will be targeted by the enemy. Hyojin thought to himself that in terms of adaptability, he is far less sensitive and decisive than 4 generations. Especially when his wife and children were attacked, and the village was in danger, 4 generations could still remain calm and see through the truth of Obsidian's godly power space and calmly repel the Obsidian. This alone is particularly amazing. Throughout the entire shinobi world, few people have such superb combat wisdom and such calm mental quality. If 4 generations had the same power as Madara, and then let the two fight, Hyojin feels that 4 generations' chances of winning will be slightly higher than Madara's. But even 4 generations, who was excellent enough to surpass Sannin at a young age and made 3 generations take the initiative to give up his position, still fell under Obsidian's plot. From this, it can be seen that in the shinobi world, being in the light is very disadvantageous, especially when one's own strength is not enough to sweep everything. Thinking about it, Hyojin's thoughts gradually drifted to the experiment that can help him on the road to godhood. After the fierce battle last night, his harvest was not small. Putting aside the 45 million gold bounty that he had exchanged for Watanabe's corpse in the black market, just the increase in the soul compatibility of his water escape clone body was already an immeasurable amount of wealth. After the run-in, the compatibility between his water elusive clone body and his own soul had increased significantly. In addition, he used the water clone body to complete the fusion of water attribute chakra and wind attribute chakra, and truly mastered the ice release Kekkei Genkai, greatly improving the strength of the water clone body, making the water clone body almost as strong as his Yin release body. In Hyojin's plan, a qualified clone must have at least 2 elements. Firstly, it must be highly compatible with Hyojin's soul without any rejection. Secondly, the strength of the clone must be close to or even reach the level of the Yin body. This is the first element. Kuroto has almost figured it out. To put it simply, he could either spend a lot of time to slowly accumulate the compatibility, or he could increase the compatibility between the clone and the soul through frequent battles. As for the second element, Hyojin had also gained some insights through the development of the water clone. In his opinion, the simplest and most effective way to increase the strength of the clone was to use the clone to develop a blood limit boundary that was compatible with the clone's chakra attribute. For example, the water clone. Before Hyojin mastered the ice blood limit boundary, the clone's strength was far inferior to his Yin body. As he used the water clone to master the fusion of water attribute chakra and wind attribute chakra attributes, he developed the ice blood limit boundary that was based on water attribute chakra. As a result, the strength of his water clone had increased significantly and it was showing signs of approaching his Yin body. It's time to consider other clones with chakra attributes. As he thought about this, Hyojin started to think about the next step of his experiment. Currently, the water clone was almost perfect in all aspects. All that was left was to polish it, and there were no more technical hurdles that were difficult to overcome. Therefore, it was time to put the next project of the clone on the agenda. After having the experience of developing the water clone, Hyojin was not in a hurry to determine the main attribute of the next clone. This was because he still needed to plan the blood limit boundary that was based on the main attribute. The water clone's main attribute was water attribute and the blood limit boundary that was extended was ice escape. Using this as an example, if the main attribute of the next clone was fire attribute, Hyojin would need to plan the blood limit boundary that was extended with fire attribute as the main attribute. A few days later, Jishui mysteriously approached Hyojin. Looking at Jishui's determined eyes, Hyojin knew that he must have made a decision, so he invited Jishui into the house unhurriedly. After sitting down, Jishui said, "Senior, I have chosen my target." Unsurprised, Hyojin asked casually, "Who did you choose?" "Cool Uchiha, Hideki Uchiha." After a pause, Jishui took a deep breath and said, "They are a pair of brothers, and both of them belong to the radical faction of the family." Hyojin had heard of Uchiha Ryota. It was said that he was one of the strongest elite ninjas in the Uchiha clan and held a very high position in the police force. In terms of official rank, He was almost the same rank as the commander of the barrier class, sealing class, and medical class. Among all the commanders in the village, he belonged to the higher position and the stronger group. As for Uchiha Hideki, Hyojin was not very familiar with him. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin asked curiously, "Why did you choose them?" Jishui hesitated for a moment and finally sighed and explained, "Not only is Ryota one of the most extreme radicals in the family, but he is also the #1 member of the family who is responsible for carrying out assassination missions. His hands are stained with the blood of many of his fellow villagers." Hyojin nodded lightly. "Oh, so he is the person who specializes in dirty work in the Uchiha clan." Rich ninja clans often involved a lot of benefits, so it was inevitable that 1 or 2 clansmen who specialized in dirty work would be needed in the clan. The Hyuga clan was no exception. At the thought of Ryota, Jishui could not help but frown. He has a very violent temperament. I don't know why recently, but there is a faint smell of blood on his body. It gives me a very bad feeling. I even suspect that the missing Umbu spies of the Uchiha clan were secretly killed by him. Hyojin raised his teacup and took a sip. "What about Uchiha Hideki?" "Hideki is Ryota's brother. He does not have many evil deeds, but..." Sighing again, Jishui continued, "But he is in charge of stockpiling war resources in the family. If we can get rid of him, it will greatly delay the family's war preparations." Hyojin said, "It seems like you have thought about these 2 goals carefully. One was an elite jonin who specialized in dirty work in the Uchiha clan, and the other was a jonin who stockpiled war resources for the Uchiha clan. As long as these 2 were eliminated, the radical faction in the Uchiha clan would definitely suffer a great loss." Jishui, however, lowered his head and did not say a word. Even though he knew that this kind of plotting against his own clansmen was beneficial to the clan and the village, Jishui still felt ashamed, as if he had done something wrong. Glancing at Jishui, Hyojin could roughly guess his mentality. Chuckling lightly, he asked, "Oh right, in the Uchiha clan, you can't be the only one who supports peace, right?" Jishui answered awkwardly, "Most of the jonins in the clan. Most of them support the rebellion. However, among the Chunin and Genin, there are still many who oppose the rebellion." Hyojin stared at Jishui. "Only some of the Chunin and Genin support your idea?" Being stared at by Hyojin, Jishui felt even more awkward. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, "Itachi also opposes the rebellion." "Itachi Uchiha." Hyojin moved his gaze away from Jishui and said thoughtfully, "Then, are you confident that you can pull him to our side?" Jishui was stunned at first, then he shook his head and said, "That's impossible. Itachi is the eldest son of the clan leader. If nothing goes wrong, he will be the next clan leader of the Uchiha clan. So, he is different from me. He will never lay his hands on the clansmen." Hyojin looked at Jishui with a strange expression. Seeing this, Jishui hurriedly explained, "Senior, what I said is true. Anyone in the Uchiha clan can harm the clan, but Itachi will never do that." The reason why Jishui guided Itachi whenever he was free was that he hoped to change the tense relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village by influencing Itachi, the next clan leader of the Uchiha clan. In daily contact, Jishui also learned that Itachi was a very gentle person, so he felt that Itachi would never do anything against the clansmen. Looking at Jishui's solemn vow, Hyojin was speechless. In the original time and space, the one who destroyed the Uchiha clan with his own hands was Itachi Uchiha, who Jishui said would never do anything to the clansmen. Hyojin couldn't help but sigh. Jishui's taste in people was really messed up. Hyojin even suspected that God felt that he owed Jishui too much in this aspect, so he gave Jishui the god of creation that could change other people's will. After a moment of silence, Hyojin slowly said, "Actually, you can try to probe Itachi's intentions. In the Uchiha clan, you need to have a few helpers." Jishui was a little puzzled. "Why must we choose Itachi?" Hyojin said casually, "As you said, he is the next patriarch of the Uchiha clan. If we can get him to agree with our actions, I think you will feel better." This is naturally not the real reason why Hyojin wants to win over Itachi. There is only one real reason to win over Itachi, that is, Itachi's potential is worth Hyojin's time and effort to win him over. Jishui still insisted on her opinion. "Kuroto-san, I don't think your idea is realistic, and once the negotiation fails, our actions will be exposed." Seeing Jishui so insistent, Hyojin weighed the pros and cons for a moment, and didn't continue to force Jishui. Then I will listen to you. In fact, Jishui is not clear about his position in Itachi's mind. For most ordinary people, measuring a person's position in another person's heart is a complicated and difficult thing to get an accurate answer. But the Uchiha clan is different. Uchiha clansmen tend to be emotional and tend to go to extremes, so there is a very simple way to accurately judge a person's position in the heart of an Uchiha clansman. That is, whether the death of this person can stimulate the Uchiha clansman to awaken his Sharingan, or evolve his Manjikyu Sharingan. His best friend Kakashi's injury caused Obsidian Sharingan, who has not been able to awaken his Sharingan, and was known as the last place by his peers, to awaken his Sharingan. Moreover, he awakened 2 Magatama Sharingan at once. Lin's death also allowed Obsidian Sharingan to evolve from 2 Magatama Sharingan to Manjikyu Sharingan. From this example, it could be seen just how important Kakashi and Lin were to the Obsidian. Similarly, Jishui's death can stimulate Itachi to evolve his own Manjikyu Sharingan. Not to mention anything else, this alone shows the position of Jishui in Itachi's heart. It could be said that Jishui's death had destroyed Itachi's confidence in trying to mend the rift between his family and the village, forcing him to make up his mind to choose one side and abandon the other. After dropping the topic of roping in Itachi, Hyojin and Jishui started discussing their plan to plot against Uchiha Ryota and Uchiha Hideki. First of all, this operation must be carried out in the name of God's organization. This is the only way to make the Uchiha clan feel the threat of Amatsukami and shift the spearhead from Konoha to Amatsukami. Therefore, this time, not only do they have to deal with Uchiha Ryota and Uchiha Hideki, but they also have to deliberately leave behind a witness, and it would be best if this witness is a member of the Uchiha clan. After thinking for a while, Jishui frowned and said, "The problem now is that Ryota and Hideki don't live together. Although they are brothers, they are usually busy with work and rarely meet in private, so it won't be easy to catch both of them in one fell swoop." Hyojin also pondered. It's naturally easy to ask Jishui to invite the two brothers out, but this may expose Jishui and cause more trouble, so it's best not to have anything to do with Jishui. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of a perfect solution, so Hyojin said, "Then let's pick one of them first." Jishui nodded and said, "I'm afraid that's the only way. But who should we target first? Ryota or Hideki?" "Let's target Uchiha Hideki first." Hyojin paused and explained to Jishui, "Isn't Uchiha Ryota very arrogant? As long as we deal with his brother first, with his personality, he definitely won't let this matter go. He will definitely investigate this matter with all his strength, and then we will have many opportunities to deal with him." "Okay, I will go find out Hideki's whereabouts and choose a suitable place to strike." With that, Jishui hurriedly left Hyojin's house. After waiting for Jishui to leave, Hyojin took out a map from the bookshelf and spread it on the table. "This is a map of my village, hand-drawn by Kuroto a few days ago. Although it's not very accurate, it's more than enough for reference." Looking at the areas outside the village on the map, Kuroto's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. After a while, he sighed, "There really isn't any place to hide near the village." The reason Hyojin looked at the map is to build a prison to imprison the Uchiha clansmen who are about to be plotted against by him. Yes, Hyojin has no intention to kill Uchiha Ryota and Uchiha Hideki. In Hyojin's view, the Uchiha clansmen represent infinite possibilities, far more valuable than a few Sharingan in a jar. Therefore, Hyojin has always felt that Danzo is very short-sighted, thinking that just because he got some Sharingan, he will receive all the inheritance of the Uchiha clan. But in fact, whether it is Obsidian or Itachi, neither of them paid much attention to him. Only someone like Sasuke would rush to find him and regard him as the enemy of the Uchiha clan. At the thought of experimenting on the Uchiha clansmen, ideas flashed in Hyojin's mind. In fact, he has a method that can make the Uchiha clansmen open the Manjikyu Sharingan. This method is not complicated. First of all, choose an excellent Uchiha clansman who has 3 Tomo Sharingan. It is best if this Uchiha clansman has a lover that he admires. Then let Jishui cast the strongest Jinjutsu Koto Amatsukami on this Uchiha clansman, further strengthening the feelings of this Uchiha clansman for his lover, making him like the Obsidian Irene, love his lover more than anything in the world. Finally, kill his lover in front of him. Hyojin believes that after the strongest Genjutsu Kotoama Tsukumi increases his emotions, when his beloved dies, this Uchiha clansman will definitely go berserk. At that time, the probability of him evolving the Manjikyu Sharingan will be extremely high. But just thinking about it, Hyojin put this idea to the back of his mind. Because this method is too sinister. Not only does it play with the will of others, but it also hurts the innocent. Even Hyojin, who has always pursued self-interest, feels that it is too wicked. What's more, Hyojin is very sure that Jishui will never agree to use Kotoama Tsukumi in this way. Unlike other Uchiha clansmen who are obsessed with power, Jishui has always been in awe of his own power. If other Uchiha clansmen can exert 100% of their own strength, and a genius like Itachi can exert 110% of his own strength, then Jishui, who is used to restraining himself, can only exert 80% of his own strength at most. This is a character that is difficult to change, unless he uses Kotoama Tsukumi on himself. Looking at the mountain in front of him, Hyojin showed a thoughtful expression. The prosperity of Mai is far greater than that of the other major shinobi villages, so Mai is surrounded by villages, markets, and various trade routes. It is not easy to find a place to hide outside of my village. Hyojin visited many places and finally stopped in front of this mountain. This mountain is called Hazel City Mountain, located southwest of my village, about 30 miles away from my village. With Hyojin's release, it will only take him a moment to make a round trip. Setting the prison here, not too far nor too close, it's just right. Hyojin murmured softly. This prison is not only a place to imprison the Uchiha clan, but also a laboratory for Hyojin to conduct experiments on the Uchiha clan, so it must be very hidden. Since it is a laboratory, anything is possible. Considering that the Uchiha clan may awaken their Manjikyu Sharingan in the prison, this prison cannot be too close to the village. Otherwise, if a Susanoo suddenly appears in the prison and alarms the ninjas of the village, then the prison will immediately be exposed. After pondering for a while, Hyojin slowly printed the hand seals and entered the Tenseigan chakra mode. Flying into the air, Kuroto followed the undulating veins of Hazel City Mountain, using the Tenseigan to observe all the way, and finally found a natural karst cave on the side of the mountain. Landing on the ground, Hyojin gently stroked the rock wall while using the Tenseigan to observe the karst cave inside the rock wall. After some careful observation, Kuroto confirmed that this karst cave is naturally formed, deep in the belly of the mountain, and there is no other way to connect to the outside world except for the underground rock layer. In other words, if he wanted to use this natural karst cave, Hyojin would have to cut through the rock wall and manually dig a passage to the karst cave. Originally, Hyojin was prepared to dig a large cave in the belly of the mountain. Now that he had discovered this naturally formed cave, it saved him a lot of trouble. Therefore, he immediately condensed a truth-seeking jade, clenched it in his right hand, and growled, "Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion." In an instant, a golden light sword appeared in his right hand. In the face of the indestructible Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, even the sturdy rocks were as soft as tofu, easily sliced apart. Swinging his sword again and again, Hyojin went deeper and deeper into the mountain amidst the dust and stone fragments. Not long after, he created a 2-meter-tall and 20-meter-long tunnel. Entering the natural karst cave, Hyojin circled around inside and began to plan the layout of the prison in his mind. A few days later, Jishui came to Hyojin's house. After inviting Jishui into the house, Hyojin asked, "How's the information?" Jishui quickly said, "I've already found out Hideki's whereabouts. Tomorrow, he will go out of the village. This is a good opportunity, we can ambush him on the road." Hyojin took out a map, spread it on the table, and said, "Why is he going out of the village? Which route will he take?" Jishui quickly pointed out on the map, "This is the route." Following the route Jishui pointed out, Hyojin's eyes quickly fell on the ruins marked on the map, and said, "He wants to go to the Land of Cats." The Land of Cats is the settlement of a group of ninja cats, located in the ruins of an abandoned town. This group of ninja cats are good at forging ninja tools and making all kinds of strange weapons. Their products are deeply loved by the Uchiha clan, so they are also the most common summoning beasts of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shinichi's summoning beast, Moneymaker, is a ninja cat in the Land of Cats. Jishui nodded, "Well, I haven't found out what he's going to do, but I guess he's going to order shurikens, kunai, and other ninja tools from Grandma Cat. Hyojin asked, what about the witness? For Hyojin, it doesn't matter where he does it. But considering that he wants to put the blame on Amatsukami, he has to choose a suitable witness at the place where he does it. Jishui pointed on the map again. This is a ninja tool throwing ground of our Uchiha clan. It's on the edge of the outer wall of the village. I guess Hideki won't leave the village through the main gate, and this area is under the control of our Uchiha police force, so he will most likely use this area to leave the village. Hyojin asked to confirm, your plan is to ambush him near this training ground, and then use the Uchiha clansmen who are training in the training ground to act as witnesses of the incident? Jishui nodded. Staring at the map and combing through the plan, he didn't find any obvious loopholes, so Hyojin said, okay, let's do it. The next day at dusk, both Hyojin and Jishui changed into Amatsukami's uniform and lurked in the woods near the Uchiha clan's training ground. Looking at Hyojin's mask, Jishui asked curiously, Senpai, why did you change your mask this time? Ahem, Hyojin coughed twice and said with a smile, remember, I'm now the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, not the previous Suijin. Jishui was still a little puzzled, why do you want to play different roles? Hyojin casually said, since it's an organization, it can't have only one member, so I have to play different roles and disguise myself. Jishui expressed her understanding, so that's how it is. If an organization always had only one member active outside, it would inevitably raise suspicions after a long time. Time passed, and the sun gradually set in the west. Seeing that the sky was getting darker, Hyojin asked Jishui, will he really leave the village today? Jishui also wasn't too sure. According to the news I heard, he should be leaving by now, but I'm not sure why he hasn't appeared yet. Looking around, Suijin asked again, he wouldn't have left the village from somewhere else, would he? Jishui shook his head, I don't think so. Just as Jishui was about to explain to Hyojin why he was so sure that Haichu Uchiha would leave the village from here, a sneaky figure suddenly appeared in their field of vision. Hyojin said to himself, he's here. Jishui nodded lightly. The figure that suddenly appeared in their field of vision was none other than Hyojin and Jishui's target, Haichu Uchiha. At this time, Haichu Uchiha wasn't wearing the uniform of the Uchiha clan's police force. Instead, he was wearing a gray cloak without any clan insignia or logo. His sneaky appearance made people feel that there was something wrong with him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hyojin and Jishui teleported in front of Uchiha Hideki, blocking his path. You are. When he saw Hyojin and Jishui's disguise, Uchiha Hideki was shocked. Amatsukami. You are members of Amatsukami? Just like Uchiha Ryota, Uchiha Hideki did not participate in the fierce battle between Uchiha and Amatsukami that night. However, as a jonin of the Uchiha clan and a member of the radical faction who actively encouraged Uchiha to rebel, Hideki Uchiha had already heard about Amatsukami from the Uchiha clan meeting. Therefore, Kuroto not only learned that there is a Manjikyu Sharingan possessor of Manjikyu Sharingan in Amatsukami who is hostile towards both Uchiha and Konoha, he also learned about the attire and code names of the members of Amatsukami. When he thought about how even Patriarch Fuyue, who had the Manjikyu Sharingan, couldn't win against Amatsukami, Hideki Uchiha's face sank. As he activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan, he secretly thought about how to escape. This time, he disguised himself to go to the land of cats to retrieve the ninja tools that the Uchiha clan had specially made for the sake of rebelling. Therefore, he knew that if something happened to him, the matter of Uchiha's rebellion would be exposed. Seeing that Uchiha Hideki had activated his Sharingan, Hyojin said coldly, 3-Tomo Sharingan. Hideki Uchiha Hideki was shocked and thought, their target is the Sharingan. At this time, Jishui also cooperated with Hyojin and said, in the Uchiha clan, only their leader and Uchiha Jishui have the Manjikyu Sharingan. It's not that easy to encounter them. Hideki Uchiha Hideki gritted his teeth and said, you bastards, how dare you target the Manjikyu Sharingan? Damn it. After that, Uchiha Hideki took out a signal flare and threw it into the sky. He couldn't care less at this time. Whoosh, boom, in an instant, a dazzling flame blossomed in the dusky sky. Hyojin and Jishui were waiting for Uchiha Hideki to release the signal flare, so they didn't stop him. Instead, they looked around and waited for the nearest Uchiha clan members to arrive. After releasing the signal flare, Uchiha Hideki heaved a sigh of relief. He then looked at Hyojin and Jishui as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The one wearing the flame mask must be the Manjikyu Sharingan member of Amatsukami, Homasubi. Then who was the one beside him? Devil Mask. Could it be the leader of Amatsukami, Yama? No one knew better than the Uchiha clan what the Manjikyu Sharingan meant. Uchiha Hideki doesn't even dare to imagine how strong Yama is even though he has the Manjikyu Sharingan, but Homasubi is still suppressed by Yama in Amatsukami. How strong is Yama? No. I can't continue like this. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't even need to do anything. Realizing that the fear in his heart was growing, Uchiha Hideki, as a jonin, immediately woke up. After making up his mind, he quickly made a hand seal and shouted, "Fire release, grand fireball technique." In an instant, a huge fireball flew towards Hyojin and Jishui. Hyojin's expression was calm as he slowly raised his right hand and faced the fireball. Whoosh, a huge repulsive force appeared like a pair of invisible hands, and the grand fireball technique that Uchiha Hideki had cast was forcefully dissipated. Uchiha Hideki froze on the spot, and the battle intent that he had just gathered in his heart dissipated. Although he didn't expect his great fireball jutsu to be able to deal with these two troublesome enemies in front of him, he didn't expect that his fire release ninjutsu would be inexplicably defeated by the other party with just a wave of his hand. Not to mention Uchiha Hideki, even Jishui who was beside Hyojin was confused. Hyojin's rain pull was colorless and formless, and it didn't require any hand seals. Therefore, even Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan couldn't capture any useful information. Hyojin maintained the coldness of the leader of Amatsukami and said indifferently, "Stop struggling, dig out your Sharingan yourself, and I can consider sparing your life." Shocked and angry, Uchiha Hideki roared, "Dream on." At this time, Hyojin's gaze under the mask had already turned to the direction of the training field behind Uchiha Hideki, because in the vision of his Tenseigan, he saw a small figure rushing towards him. After seeing the face of the small figure, Hyojin was slightly taken aback, and thought to himself, "Sasuke? It can't be such a coincidence." At this moment, Sasuke, who was less than 4 years old, was looking up at the gradually dissipating flare signal in the sky while running in the direction of the flare signal. Today, he had an appointment with his brother Itachi Uchiha to practice shuriken throwing together in the training field, but the appointed time has long passed, and his brother Itachi Uchiha still hasn't shown up, which made him depressed. Just as he was considering whether to go home or not, the flare not far away caught his attention. As the second son of the Uchiha clan patriarch Fuyue, although Sasuke didn't go to the battlefield at the age of 4 like his brother Itachi, he is not an ignorant child, so he knows very well what a flare signal means. He knows that with his strength, he shouldn't be close to the area where the flare is fired. But Kuroto, who is at the age where his curiosity is the most exuberant, couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart. Thinking about it, this is Konoha village, the head of the 5 great shinobi villages, and this area is close to the Uchiha clan's territory, so Kuroto, who hasn't experienced the cruel baptism of war, finally came here out of curiosity. Swish, the inexperienced Sasuke didn't control his pace well, and suddenly rushed out of the bushes and rushed into the battlefield. Seeing that the first to arrive was actually a child, Uchiha Hideki frowned, but when he saw the child's appearance, he suddenly exclaimed, "Sasuke, run." Jishui was also shocked, just like Uchiha Hideki, he also didn't expect that the first person to arrive would be the second son of the Uchiha clan patriarch Fuyue Uchiha Sasuke. As long as the witness is Uchiha clan, it is fine, whether or not it is Sasuke was not important, so Hyojin hurriedly said to Jishui, "Do it." Jishui nodded, his body flashed, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Uchiha Hideki, the 3 Sharingan in his eye sockets spinning rapidly. Uchiha Hideki's eyes instantly froze, and he was instantly caught in the illusion. Thump, with a dull thud, Uchiha Hideki fell to the ground. At this time, Hyojin, who was wearing a devil mask, slowly walked towards Sasuke, who was already scared stiff. Under the pressure of Hyojin's aura, Sasuke fell to the ground, and as he retreated, he said in a trembling voice, "You, don't come over." Sasuke was really scared out of his wits when the jonin of his clan couldn't even withstand a single blow from the mysterious man. Looking at the mysterious man who was walking towards him step by step, he began to fall into a trance. It was as if the mysterious man wasn't wearing a mask with the image of a hungry ghost on his face, but a hungry ghost from the underworld himself. Hyojin didn't stop and walked to Sasuke in a few steps. Sasuke, who fell to the ground, stumbled backward and said, "You. What are you doing?" Holding Sasuke's little face, Hyojin looked at his black eyes and said coldly, "You haven't even awakened the Sharingan of Ichigo Magatama? It seems that you are a useless piece of trash." Sasuke's face suddenly turned red, and he tried to break free from Hyojin's hand, but his struggle was like a tickle to Hyojin. Jishui also looked at Sasuke, and his face under the mask was full of worry. Although he knew that Hyojin wouldn't really hurt Sasuke, he was still a little worried that the young Sasuke wouldn't be able to accept the scene in front of him. After all, Sasuke's clan had never experienced cruelty and death. At this time, Hyojin pulled Sasuke up, lifted him in the air, and said disdainfully and calmly, "A piece of trash like you is not even qualified to die in my hands." After saying that, Hyojin punched Sasuke in the stomach and threw him aside. Blurg, Sasuke, who was punched, knelt on the ground and retched. Naturally, Hyojin didn't use much strength in the punch just now, but even so, his light punch was enough to make the young Sasuke suffer. The main reason Hyojin did this was to maintain the public image of Amatsukami as a bounty ninja. Otherwise, letting a member of the Uchiha clan go for no reason will inevitably cause the Uchiha clan and even the entire village to be suspicious. After all, killing people to ensure that there are no witnesses is a compulsory course for any ninja. In addition, Hyojin also wanted to give Sasuke some pressure in advance. For Hyojin, Naruto and Sasuke were his last insurance. Hyojin was full of confidence in himself, but this didn't mean that he would be blindly confident and look down on everyone. Therefore, it was necessary to arrange a layer of insurance for him, who was cautious by nature. Once he went too far, Naruto and Sasuke's roles would be revealed. At the very least, they wouldn't completely ruin the situation. After all, the enemies weren't limited to the shinobi world, there were also the Otsutsuki from outer space who could descend at any time. Suddenly, in the vision of Hyojin's Tenseigan, a lot of chakra reactions appeared. Noticing that a large number of ninjas were rushing towards him, Kuroto immediately moved towards the fainted Uchiha Hideki and lifted Uchiha Hideki while whispering to Jishui, "Follow the plan." Shisui worriedly looked at Sasuke, who was on the ground in pain, and immediately nodded. In the Uchiha clan's land, Itachi, who had just finished his mission, was walking towards the training ground that Sasuke had agreed on. Itachi smiled when he thought that his brother, Sasuke, might be bored waiting for him in the training ground at this moment. If there was anything that could make Itachi feel happy and warm, it would be his younger brother Sasuke's love and dependence on him. That kind of feeling made him indulge in it. Boom, suddenly, from the direction of the training ground, a signal flare was raised. Itachi immediately looked up, and his pupils shrank because he recognized this signal flare. It was the signal flare issued by the Uchiha clan's police force for help. Sasuke. Itachi's mind flashed with the image of Sasuke's young figure. So he almost didn't think, his figure flashed, and he used the body flicker technique to rush towards the direction of the signal flare. Just like Itachi, many Uchiha clansmen who discovered the signal flare rushed towards the direction of the signal flare, so they quickly gathered together and formed a large crowd. Not only that, many ninjas nearby also rushed towards the direction of the signal flare with doubts. As far as everyone knew, the signal flare was usually fired on the battlefield or in the wild. It was rare for a signal flare to be fired in the village, except for a few times such as the Nine Tails Rebellion. Not long after, a large number of ninjas arrived at the place where Uchiha Hideki was attacked. What they saw was not a fierce battle, nor was there any suspicious person, only a child kneeling on the ground and retching non-stop. A non-Uchiha clan ninja stepped forward and asked, "Child, did you fire the signal flare just now?" Because there were no traces of battle around, he subconsciously thought that the child in front of him had accidentally touched the signal flare and fired it. At this time, Itachi also rushed over. His eyes quickly swept over Sasuke's body. After confirming that there were no obvious injuries on Sasuke's body, he walked towards Sasuke while vigilantly observing the surroundings. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, amidst the sound of wind breaking, more and more ninjas arrived at the scene. Everyone's eyes were on Sasuke. Itachi squatted beside Sasuke and asked gently, "What happened just now, Sasuke?" "Brother." Seeing Itachi, Sasuke immediately rushed to him. The tears that he had been suppressing couldn't help but pour out. Itachi gently comforted Sasuke. All right. What happened here? What was with the signal flare just now? Sasuke, who had recovered from his shock, said with tears and snot, there were two strange people who attacked Uncle Hideki here. They were very strong. They defeated Uncle Hideki in one blow, and punched me hard. What? The Uchiha clansmen on the side were shocked. At first, the Uchiha clan members, like the Mai ninja who had arrived first, thought that the young Sasuke had accidentally triggered the signal flare, so they didn't pay much attention to it. But now that they heard that Hideki Uchiha was attacked, they finally realized the severity of the situation. Itachi wasn't too surprised, or perhaps he hid his surprise very well. He calmly asked, Sasuke, did you see who attacked Uncle Hideki? Sasuke had a deep impression of Hyojin and Jishui from Amatsukami, so he immediately answered, both of them were wearing black cloaks and strange masks. Black cloaks? Masks? Itachi's face darkened as he vaguely guessed their identity. He then asked softly, do you remember the patterns on the masks? Sasuke nodded. One was a frightening hungry ghost pattern, and the other was a flame pattern. The one who defeated Uncle Hideki was the one wearing the flame pattern mask. Suddenly, a voice came from the tree, it's Amatsukami. Everyone turned around and saw the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fuyue, standing on the tree with a gloomy face. It's the Patriarch. Patriarch. The Patriarch is here. As soon as Fugaku appeared, the Uchiha clansmen immediately felt a sense of relief, especially those who have fought against Amatsukami before and know how terrifying Amatsukami is. All of them felt a lot more at ease. Fugaku, who saw the bewildered expressions of the clansmen, slowly descended from the tree and walked into the field with a gloomy face. Sasuke stood up with his hands on his stomach and mumbled, Father. Looking at the tears on Sasuke's face, Fuyue's face became even gloomier. Needless to say, Sasuke's performance had disappointed him. Crying was never an emotion a ninja should have, let alone the proud Uchiha clan. Shifting his gaze to Itachi, Fuyue's face softened a little. Itachi's performance satisfied him. Under his secret observation, he noticed that Itachi had been calm and vigilant from the beginning to the end, and he had been asking Sasuke all the key questions with a clear mind. As expected of my son. After sighing in his heart, Fuyue frowned and said to Sasuke, wipe your tears. Sasuke quickly wiped his tears, but he could not hide the grievance on his face. Fugaku ordered coldly, tell me everything you've seen and heard, word for word. Sasuke, who wanted to show off in front of his father, quickly told everything he saw and heard in detail. Listening to Sasuke's narration, Fuyue thought, the one wearing the flame mask and attacking Haichu should be Fire Demon of Amatsukami. The one wearing the devil mask beside him fits the description of the leader of Amatsukami, Yama. Fuyue sized up Sasuke again and asked, why didn't they attack you? Sasuke puckered his lips and said, the man wearing the grimace mask punched me. Fuyue was unmoved. Instead, he stared coldly at Sasuke. Being stared at by his father like this, Sasuke could only lower his head and said reluctantly, that person wearing the mask said that I haven't awakened the Sharingan, and I don't even have the right to die in his hands. Fugaku's gaze deepened, are they here for the Sharingan? Then, is it just a coincidence that they intercepted Hideki here? Or was it premeditated? Swish swish swish, the sound of wind breaking sounded from time to time, and my ninjas rushed over one after another, even the Umbu was alarmed. Jishui, who had already changed her attire, took a detour outside and mixed in with the crowd as a member of the Uchiha clan. At this time, Uchiha Ryota also rushed over. Hearing that his brother Uchiha Hideki was attacked, Ryota was shocked and angry, and hurriedly said to Fuyue, Patriarch, quickly arrange for people to rescue Hideki. Fuyue glanced at everyone and ordered, Jishui, Ryota, and the first squad of the police force, follow me to chase the enemy and rescue Hideki. Itachi, report the situation here to Naruto-sama and ask for reinforcements from the village. In the face of Homusubi who possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan, and Yama, the leader of Amatsukami who can suppress Homusubi, even if Shursui and the elites of the police force are gathered here, Fugaku still doesn't have full confidence. After all, Amatsukami still has Suijin and other members of the organization, so even someone as arrogant as Fuyue has no choice but to ask for help from the three generations. Hearing that the patriarch is going to ask for help from the three generations, the Uchiha clansmen frowned. But when they think about how terrifying Amatsukami is, they have to admit that Fuyue's arrangement is the safest. Anyway, before the rebellion starts, the Uchiha clan is also a member of the My Village. Hyojin's secret prison. Uchiha Hideki slowly opened his eyes, and immediately, he found that he was tied to a stone pillar, and he couldn't even muster the slightest bit of strength in his body. At this time, a figure walked out from a dark corner and said to himself, he woke up so quickly? Is it because of his physique? Or is the dosage of anesthetic not enough? Uchiha Hideki angrily stared at the figure in front of him and roared, "What do you want?" This figure is naturally Hyojin. He looked at Uchiha Hideki from head to toe and said lightly, "I am very interested in the Sharingan of your Uchiha clan. I hope you can cooperate with me to do some small experiments." Humph, another ignorant fool who covets the power of our Sharingan. Snorting lightly, Uchiha Hideki continued to roar, "You don't understand what you have provoked. The Uchiha clan will not let you go, just wait for us to skin you alive." Saying so, Uchiha Hideki struggled with all his might, and the pupils in his eye sockets changed from black to blood red. Hyojin Hideki, who has been trying to provoke Uchiha Hideki, smiled and said, "You seem very angry." Uchiha Hideki roared, "What the hell did you do to me? Why can't I use the slightest bit of strength?" Hyojin Hideki said in a casual tone, "Nothing much, I just injected you with a little anesthetic." It is worth mentioning that your body's resistance to the anesthetic is higher than I expected. I thought you would be unable to move at this time. Uchiha Hideki stopped struggling and asked while gasping for breath, "You want my Sharingan, why don't you do it?" Hyojin Hideki was about to answer, but the three tomo in Uchiha Hideki's Sharingan started to spin rapidly, and in an instant, he felt a strange chakra coming towards him, and the Tenseigan in his eye sockets immediately burst out with a bright light. Did it work? Staring at Hyojin Hideki, Uchiha Hideki's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Hyojin Hideki glanced at Uchiha Hideki, who was full of expectation, and said with a light smile, "Not bad genjutsu, unfortunately, it doesn't work on me." Uchiha Hideki's eyes widened, and he murmured, "How can this be? You? How can you resist my Sharingan genjutsu? The Sharingan isn't invincible, why can't I resist it?" Hyojin smiled and said, "When you awaken your Manjikyu Sharingan, you can try again, maybe it will work." After the initial rage, Uchiha Hideki gradually calmed down. "If I awaken my Manjikyu Sharingan, the first person I will kill is you. I look forward to that day." Hyojin Hideki said, and then slowly stepped forward and started to make hand seals. Uchiha Hideki frowned, "What are you going to do now?" After finishing the hand seals, Hyojin Hideki pressed his hand on Uchiha Hideki's chest and shouted, "Four-symbol seal, seal." Instantly, a series of four-symbol seal was imprinted on Uchiha Hideki's chest and spread to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Hideki's body was covered with four-symbol seal. Feeling that his chakra was completely sealed, Uchiha Hideki was shocked. "Why do you know the four-symbol seal?" It is impossible to control a jonin for a long period of time just by relying on drugs. What's more, Uchiha Hideki's physique is a bit special. He has a high resistance to anesthetics and paralysis, so he must be sealed to ensure that nothing goes wrong. And the four-symbol seal is not only the most suitable seal to seal chakra, it is also the seal that Hyojin is most proficient in. As long as the four-symbol seal is applied on Uchiha Hideki to seal his chakra, coupled with the effect of the four symbols potion, then the possibility of Uchiha Hideki escaping will be cut off. After checking the four-symbol seal again and confirming that there are no mistakes, Hyojin once again started to make hand seals. Uchiha Hideki, who was unable to maintain his Sharingan due to chakra being sealed, was startled and scared. "What else do you want to do?" Hyojin still didn't answer. He once again pressed his hand on Uchiha Hideki's chest and shouted in a low voice, "Contract seal, seal." Instantly, a contract seal appeared on Uchiha Hideki's chest, instantly cutting off all connection between him and the outside world. In the shinobi world, there are many different ways to summon spirits. Apart from the most common summoning spirit summoning, there was also the communication spirit summoning and reverse spirit summoning. That spirit summoning could be used by spirit summoning beasts. There was also the human spirit summoning that ninjas could be used by spirit summoning beasts on ninjas. Therefore, if Uchiha Hideki's summoned spirit beast has the ability to use reverse summoning, then after learning that Uchiha Hideki has been kidnapped, it can easily use reverse summoning to rescue Uchiha Hideki. This is also the reason why Hyojin used the contract seal on Uchiha Hideki. However, summoning spirit beasts that can use reverse summoning are rare, and Hyojin feels that Uchiha Hideki's summoned spirit beast doesn't have this ability. However, it is better to be safe than sorry. Consuming some chakra can completely eliminate this hidden danger, and for Hyojin, it is very worth it. Looking at the contract seal on his chest, Uchiha Hideki's face stiffened, and he said in shock, You even know, contract seal? Contract seal is the same as for symbol seal. It is a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. With the extinction of the Uzumaki clan, only a few Uzumaki clansmen, including Kushina, who was brought to Konoha from a young age, were able to use these sealing techniques. Therefore, these Uzumaki Fuinjutsu became the unique Fuinjutsu of Konoha village and were recorded in Konoha's ninjutsu library. After completing the seal, Hyojin clapped his hands and said, What's so strange about this? Uchiha Hideki stared at Hyojin and asked, Are you from the village? Without a doubt, Uchiha Hideki was suspicious of Hyojin's identity. Feeling Uchiha Hideki's fluctuating emotions, Hyojin was startled at first, but he quickly understood and grinned. You noticed it so quickly? As expected of an elite of the Uchiha clan. Seeing that Hyojin didn't deny it, Uchiha Hideki was enraged. Who ordered you to do this? 3 generations? Or Danzo? At this time, in the vision of Hyojin's Tenseigan, the chakra in Uchiha Hideki's body was affected by his emotions, and suddenly became restless. Even the symbol seal couldn't completely suppress the chakra's reaction. It seems like I can use this method to anger him. Thinking of this, Kuroto smiled and said, Is it really that important to know who ordered it? Uchiha Hideki seemed to be very concerned about this matter, and he gritted his teeth and said, It's that damned old guy Danzo, right? He's been harboring evil intentions towards the Uchiha clan for a long time. Hyojin shrugged and didn't answer directly. Uchiha Hideki was taken aback, and asked with uncertainty, Could it be that 3 generations ordered it? Hyojin had already found a way to anger Uchiha Hideki, and he deliberately changed the topic. Look, this place is very spacious, and can accommodate many people. You won't be lonely. You despicable bastards. This is all a plot against our Uchiha clan. That hypocrite 3 generations is really going to make the first move. Hyojin Hideki changed the topic, and Uchiha Hideki was sure that 3 generations was behind all this. And so, the cave was soon filled with his angry roars. Hyojin didn't stop Uchiha Hideki's roars, and instead, he used his Tenseigan to observe the chakra flow in Uchiha Hideki's body. Without a doubt, the furious Uchiha Hideki had successfully condensed chakra under the 4 symbol seal, and there was a clear chakra reaction in his body. Not enough, this is far from enough. After thinking to himself, Hyojin thought for a while, and asked Uchiha Hideki, Oh right, I remember that you have a younger brother, right? His name is Ryota? Uchiha Hideki glared at Hyojin, and roared as if he wanted to eat him alive, I dare you to touch him. Hyojin rubbed his chin, and said to himself, If I use you as bait, he should be easily fooled. Let's do that. Hearing that Hyojin wanted to use him as bait to plot against his younger brother, Uchiha Hideki suddenly activated his Sharingan again. Hyojin was slightly taken aback, and thought to himself, he can actually activate his Sharingan under the suppression of the 4 symbol seal? After observing for a while, Hyojin discovered that Uchiha Hideki maintained his Sharingan for a while, but due to the lack of chakra, he exited the Sharingan state again. Shaking his head, Hyojin felt a little regretful, and thought to himself, it seems that pure anger is not enough to awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan, maybe I have to try other methods. My village. After gathering all the people, Fuyua didn't delay and immediately led everyone over the wall. But after chasing for a while, Fuyua frowned and stopped. Not only him, but the Uchiha elites also frowned and looked around blankly. When they just crossed the wall, there were still obvious traces, but after chasing for 7 or 8 miles, the traces suddenly disappeared without a trace. One of the Uchiha clansmen asked in confusion, how did the traces disappear completely? Uchiha Ryota, who had an anxious look on his face, snorted coldly and said, could it be that he can fly? Let's split up and search, we will definitely find the traces. Fuyua's face sank. He heard that Suijin of Amatsukami can fly in the air with the help of ice release, so he suspected that the other party may have really flown away. Otherwise, there is no other explanation as to why the traces suddenly disappeared. One must know that the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan is second only to the Hyuga clan with the Byakugan, as well as the two secret technique clans of Inuzuka and Oil Girl in terms of tracking. For a large group of Uchiha elites to be unable to find the slightest trace, there is only one possibility, that is, there is no trace at all. The Uchiha elites, who had split up to search for traces, quickly gathered together again. They couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what to do. No matter how carefully they searched, they couldn't find a single trace. The trail that led to this place came to an abrupt end. Out of everyone present, the most anxious one was none other than Hideo Uchiha's brother, Uchiha Ryota. He was usually calm, but now he was like a headless chicken, running around aimlessly, trying to find a clue that didn't exist in the first place. Fuyua's face darkened. Retreat. Return to the village. Uchiha Ryota couldn't care less about Fuyua's dignity as the clan leader. He stepped forward and asked, Clan leader, are you going to give up on Hideo? Fuyua shook his head. He didn't get angry. Instead, he patiently explained, without any clues, there's no point in chasing blindly. You should understand this. In fact, Fuyua still had another worry that he didn't say aloud. The fact that Amatsukami kept attacking in the village meant that even if there weren't any official members of Amatsukami hiding in the village, there must be some spies from Amatsukami. Now that all the Uchiha clan elites had left the village, if Amatsukami turned around and attacked the Uchiha clan again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Uchiha Ryota obviously didn't notice Fuyua's worry. He begged, Clan leader, let's expand the search area. We'll definitely find some clues. Fuyua put on a serious face and said, this is too strange. We need to be more cautious. Everyone, return to the village. This is an order. Uchiha Ryota still wanted to argue, but Fuyua gave Jishui a look. Jishui nodded and took advantage of Ryota's distraction to control him with an illusion. After handing the fainted Liangtai to a clansman, Fuyua swept a glance at everyone and ordered, return to the village. Shursui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that Kuroto would not leave any clues behind, he was still a little worried about the whole process of tracking Kuroto. However, his worries were unfounded. In the Tenseigan chakra mode, Hyojin's flying speed is extremely fast. While Uchiha's elites are still gathering in the village, Hyojin has already safely arrived at the secret prison with Uchiha Hideki. In the secret prison. After injecting Uchiha Hideki with a large dose of anesthesia, Hyojin went to the study. From the bookshelf, he took down a notebook with the words Uchiha Hideki written on the cover and opened it on the table. Recalling the scene just now, Kuroto slowly wrote in the notebook. Uchiha Hideki has a strong resistance to drugs, the reason is unknown, but it is suspected that it is related to his Sharingan. After pondering for a while, Hyojin continued writing. His Sharingan seems to have a special ability to resist drugs and seals. The specific situation requires further in-depth research and investigation. Turning to another page, Hyojin started writing under the page marked Manjikyu Sharingan Project. In the anger test, the chakra in Uchiha Hideki's body reacted strongly, and his Sharingan power also improved, but there is still a long way to go before he can awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan. Hypothesis 1: Anger is not the best emotion for Uchiha Hideki to awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan. Hypothesis 2: During the test, the degree of anger is not enough to support his Manjikyu Sharingan awakening. Writing until here, Hyojin slightly stopped writing. If a member of the Uchiha clan wants to awaken their Manjikyu Sharingan, they must be stimulated by extreme emotions. In fact, there are many kinds of extreme emotions, such as despair, sadness, anger, and so on. Based on the analysis of all the successful cases of awakening Manjikyu Sharingan that Hyojin has learned so far, the probability of awakening Manjikyu Sharingan is the highest when they are stimulated by the extreme emotion of despair. For example, Uchiha Obsidian, Uchiha Shinichi, and Itachi Uchiha, who witnessed Jishui's suicide and felt despair for his clan. All of them were stimulated by the extreme emotion of despair and successfully awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. Among them, Obito even skipped the crucial stage of 3-hook Sharingan, and directly evolved from 2-hook Sharingan to Manjikyu Sharingan to Manjikyu. From this, it can be seen that the extreme emotion of despair has a significant effect on the Uchiha clan. It's just that it's not easy to create such an extreme emotion of despair. Obsidian himself is a special case, so I won't discuss it. Shinichi's despair is obviously created by the joint efforts of Obsidian, Uchiha clan, and my clan. No matter which party is missing, Shinichi will not fall into despair and awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan. Itachi's despair was triggered by Shisui, who was both his teacher and friend, at the cost of committing suicide. In addition to despair, sadness is also a powerful weapon to stimulate the awakening of Manjikyu Sharingan in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Jishui and Uchiha Fuyue all awakened their Manjikyu Sharingan in great sadness because their friend died in the war. As for anger, it seems that no Uchiha clan has awakened their Manjikyu Sharingan completely because of the extreme emotion of anger. The only one related to anger, as far as Hyojin knows, is Uchiha Sasuke. However, Uchiha Sasuke's awakening of Manjikyu Sharingan, in addition to anger, is more of sadness for his brother Itachi Uchiha's tragic life. Therefore, the extreme emotion that stimulated Uchiha Sasuke to awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan should be the sum of sadness and anger. After thinking for a long time, Hyojin turned another page in his notebook and wrote the word sadness at the top of the page. For Hyojin, the creation of an extreme emotion such as sadness is relatively easy. After all, Uchiha Hideki has many relatives in the Uchiha clan, and there are many fetters that Hyojin can use. Among them, his younger brother Ryota, the backbone of the Uchiha clan's radical faction, Uchiha is the best choice. In addition, if some anger is added to the extreme emotion of sadness, it may have a decisive effect. After all, there is an example like Sasuke. Therefore, Hyojin's next plan is to use the extreme emotion of sadness to stimulate Uchiha Hideki. Inside Naruto's office, 3 generations were sitting on chairs with gloomy faces, puffing on their tobacco pipes, filling the entire Naruto's office with the smell of smoke. Itachi stood to the side and didn't say a word. At this time, the door of the office was pushed open, and several figures walked in one after another. The one in the lead was none other than Shimura Danzo, the advisor of my village Naruto and the leader of Roots, Mito Kato Hamura and Hamura Naruto. Following behind him were the other 2 advisors of my village Naruto, Mito Kato Hamura and Xianxia Chun. Seeing that the 3 advisors were all present, 3 generations put down their pipes and said, "Itachi, please explain the situation to the advisors." Itachi didn't dare to delay and hurriedly told the 3 consultants about Uchiha Hideki being attacked by Amatsukami in Konoha village and being kidnapped by Amatsukami. Hearing that Amatsukami has committed crimes in the village again, Danzo was furious. What audacity! What do these bastards think are my villages? Xianxia Chun also echoed, "We can't let these bounty ninjas continue to do whatever they want in the village." Although Mito Kato Hamura didn't say anything, he also nodded, obviously in favor of dealing with Amatsukami. Although it was the Uchiha clan that was attacked, but for the leaders of my village, this is undoubtedly a resounding slap in the face. Once this incident spreads out, not only will it greatly damage the prestige of my village, the head of the 5 great shinobi villages, but it will also create a bad example for other bounty ninjas, luring other daredevils to follow suit. 3 generations looked at Danzo and asked, "How's the investigation going?" Because he is in charge of the route, Danzo is responsible for more than half of Mai's intelligence missions to the outside world, including the famous walking witch pharmacist Noyu, as well as pharmacist Do, who is extremely talented in espionage. All of them were once members of the route, and were subordinates of Danzo. They were responsible for gathering information about the major shinobi villages in the shinobi world. Being questioned by 3 generations, Danzo furrowed his brows. Currently, the information we have on Amatsukami is extremely limited. My personal guess is that this organization was only formed a few years ago. As for the Akatsuki, due to the short period of time, the route didn't manage to gather any useful information. There was no doubt that Danzo was not telling the truth. Regarding Amatsukami, Danzo didn't have any useful information, but Danzo wasn't completely clueless about the Akatsuki. It can even be said that Danzo's understanding of the Akatsuki organization is second only to Hyojin in the village. A few years ago, it was precisely because of Danzo's conspiracy that the Akatsuki organization headed by Yahiko, which was originally friendly to Mai, and the leader of the Hidden Rain village, Hanzo Chibi, broke out in a fierce battle. Since then, the Akatsuki organization has officially transitioned to the era of Nagato, changing from a ninja organization that maintains peace to a bounty ninja organization that accepts all missions, including wars. Originally, Danzo thought that with the death of Yahiko, the Akatsuki organization would soon disappear under the encirclement of Hanzo Chibi, but he didn't expect that when 3 generations met Sasori and Kakuzu, they unexpectedly discovered that the Akatsuki organization not only continued to exist, but also recruited many powerful traitorous ninjas, including Sasori and Kakuzu. This discovery made Danzo both annoyed and embarrassed. Because if you look into it, the change in the Akatsuki organization itself, as well as the hostility towards Mai, are all caused by him, so he can't and doesn't dare to mention these old things in the high-level meeting. After pondering for a moment, 3 generations turned his gaze to Xianxia and asked, "What's the response from Kumo?" Xianxia replied, "At present, Kumo only asked for a formal apology from Mai, and there may be a request for compensation later on." Obviously, the sudden rise of the 2 powerful bounty ninja organizations, Amatsukami and Akatsuki, has caused Kumo to instinctively feel apprehensive, so before figuring out the details of these 2 organizations, Kumo doesn't dare to launch a full-scale war against Mai, and without the confidence to launch a full-scale war, Kumo naturally won't force Mai too much. 3 generations was slightly relieved when he heard this, and immediately said, "In that case, recall Jiraiya from the front line." Koharu and Mito Hamura both nodded in agreement. At present, the village is in urgent need of high-end combat power, and 3 generations has to stay in the village, so they can't easily leave the village. This is to avoid being ambushed by the people behind the Nine Tails Rebellion like 4 generations. Therefore, after solving the dispute with Kumo, recalling Jiraiya from the front line is the only choice for Mai's top management. However, Danzo's eyes flashed, no one knows what he is thinking. At this time, 3 generations continued, recruit elite jonin from the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Inazuka, Yomi, and other shinobi clans, with Danzo as the commander and Jiraiya as the deputy commander. We will go all out to kill Amatsukami. Listening to 3 generations handing over the command to him, Danzo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Currently, in the village, in addition to 3 generations, Xianxia and Hamura, the only one who can compete with Danzo is Jiraiya. Therefore, when 3 generations recalled Jiraiya, Danzo was worried that Jiraiya would replace him as the commander of the encirclement and suppression of Amatsukami, but in the end, 3 generations still chose him. Obviously, in the eyes of 3 generations, when it comes to encirclement and suppression, Danzo, who is used to doing dirty work, is better at it. After the discussion, the advisors left Naruto's office. 3 generations looked at Itachi and said, "After you go back, you can tell the results of this meeting to your father." 3 generations allowed Itachi to sit in on the meeting, in order to show goodwill to the Uchiha clan, appease the Uchiha clan, and prevent the Uchiha clan from rebelling during this period of weakness. Itachi immediately nodded. Although he is still young, he also understands the intention of 3 generations. Soon, with the end of Mai's high-level meeting, the rude shinobi went to the major clans in the village with the temporary summons personally signed by Naruto of 3 generations. Almost at the same time, rich families like the Hyuga clan, or the secret shinobi like Ino Shikacho all received the summons signed by 3 generations. The leaders of the major shinobi clans looked at the summons signed by 3 generations. Even for these shinobi clans with a long history and continuous inheritance, the number of elite jonin is very small. It can be said that in the entire Mai, except for the Uchiha clan that controls the police force has a large number of elite jonin, the number of other shinobi clans can be counted on one hand. Inside the Hyuga clan. After handing the summon order signed by the 3 generations to his brother Richa, Hayashi picked up the teacup and took a sip. After reading the contents of the summon order, Richa said without hesitation, "I'll go." Currently, the Hyuga clan has only a few elite jonin in the branch family, and Hisashi is one of them, not to mention the main clan which has a small number of people. As the younger brother of the patriarch, Richa is naturally duty-bound to do this kind of thing. This Amatsukami is very strange, so be careful. After a slight pause, Hayashi said, choose 2 more jonin in the clan, so we can take care of each other. After agreeing, Richa immediately left the main family's mansion, chose 2 familiar jonin in the clan, and rushed to Danzo's root base. As soon as he arrived at the root base's courtyard, Richa found a lot of ninjas gathered here. Shikaku, Hichi, Dinzo, looking at the familiar faces, Richa felt the importance the village attached to this mission. There is no doubt that as important supporters of Naruto's faction, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the Akimichi clan, the 3 secret technique clans known as Ino Shikacho, all sent their strongest patriarchs. At the other end of the courtyard, Richa saw Inuzuka Tsubasa, Inuzuka Chin, and their ninja dogs, as well as the leader of the Grease Girl clan, Shirwei, who was standing quietly in a corner. At this time, Danzo led a large number of root ninjas to the courtyard. Walking up the high platform, Danzo leaned on his staff and said with a cold face, this time, the mission is to eliminate the criminal Amatsukami, and I am the commander of this mission. I hope everyone can work together and obey the order. After saying that, Danzo did not wait for anyone to answer and directly began to assign the mission with a tyrannical attitude, on Hyojin's end. Hyojin had just quietly returned to the village from the secret prison and removed the shadow doppelganger that covered his whereabouts at home. Anambu came to the door and conveyed Naruto's order to Hyojin. Hyojin didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to Naruto's office, but when he arrived, he found that his classmates were already 1 step ahead of him. The 3 generations Naruto slowly turned around and said, I have a new mission for you. Kakashi immediately stepped forward, Black Ops 11 is at your command. As a direct subordinate of Naruto, Class 11 has no right to refuse a mission. Even if 3 generations issued a death mission, they must unconditionally carry it out. 3 generations gently nodded. The village has decided that Elder Danzo will be fully responsible for eliminating Amatsukami. Jishuei heard this and glanced at Hyojin from the corner of his eyes. But when he saw Hyojin was calm and composed, as if Amatsukami had nothing to do with him, he also calmed down. 3 generations continued, I need to know all the details of the operation to eliminate Amatsukami, so from now on, your mission is to observe and monitor the operation. Kakashi was a little hesitant, will Danzo-sama also be monitored? 3 generations solemnly said, all the ninjas involved in this operation must be monitored, including Danzo and Jiraiya. Kakashi replied, yes. At this time, the eyes of 3 generations swept past Kakashi, Hyojin, and Guy one by one, and finally fell on Jishuei. Jishuei, you are responsible for monitoring the Uchiha clan's movements. Without any hesitation, Jishuei immediately replied, yes. 3 generations issued such an order to Jishuei, obviously they trust Jishuei, so Jishuei is very happy. He now feels that Hyojin's method of creating a common enemy for the village and the Uchiha clan is correct and brilliant. After leaving the Naruto building, the 4 people of Class 11 came to a remote forest. Kakashi was the first to speak, this mission is mainly to monitor, but because there are too many targets to monitor, I suggest we split up. Naturally, Hyojin and the others have no objection. Seeing that no one has any objection, Kakashi arranged the tasks. I will be responsible for monitoring Danzo-sama and the members of Root. Kuroto, you are responsible for monitoring Jiraiya-sama and the Hyuga clan. Guy, you are responsible for monitoring the elite jonin of the major clans. Hyojin glanced at Kakashi when he heard this. Kuroto has to say that Kakashi is a very loyal captain. Every time the most difficult part of the mission, he would take the initiative to stand up and take on the responsibility. Just like this time, monitoring Danzo is obviously the most sensitive and troublesome task, and he once again took the initiative to take on this difficult problem. After assigning their respective tasks, Kakashi and Guy left one after another. Jishuei, who deliberately stayed behind, confirmed that there was no one around and said eagerly, Kuroto-san, your method is really effective. Hyojin was a little curious, it worked so quickly? Jishuei nodded heavily. Currently, everyone in the clan is discussing how to encircle and annihilate Amatsukami. No one has mentioned anything about the rebellion. Seeing that Jishuei was very excited, Hyojin patted his shoulder and said, don't be too happy too early, this is only temporary. As long as the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village is not resolved, the hidden danger of rebellion will not disappear completely. Jishuei, who was splashed with a bucket of cold water, was stunned for a while, then sighed, yes, now everyone is just scared by our fictitious Amatsukami. The conflict between the clan and the village has not been resolved yet. After calming down his mood, Jishui asked again, Kuroto-san, what should we do next? Hyojin said, the village has launched such a large-scale encirclement and annihilation operation. There is no need for us to face the difficulties head-on, let's temporarily avoid the limelight. After the discussion, Hyojin and Jishui went their separate ways. Mai, who was going all out, quickly showed the power of the leader of the 5 great shinobi villages. In less than a week, most of the underground organizations in the Land of Fire, such as the Black Market, Intelligence Agency, Gold Exchange Agency, and so on, were all swept away. A large number of the members of the Black Market were caught and thrown into Mai's torture chamber. Not only that, but all the bounty ninjas and traitorous ninjas in the Land of Fire were also caught in the crossfire and mercilessly attacked by Mai. Not all bounty ninjas and traitorous ninjas are as strong as Akatsuki, most of them only have the strength of Konin. As for the few bounty ninjas who had the strength of a Jonin, most of them were well informed. After learning that Amatsukami had committed a major crime in Konoha and assassinated the leader of the Kumo envoys, they were smart enough to leave the Land of Fire ahead of time. Therefore, Konoha's operation this time was very smooth, and they didn't encounter any decent resistance. Looking at the bounties in his hand, Hyojin couldn't help but laugh out loud. There are a total of 5 bounties, the first and second are old bounties for Hyojin, the paper is already a bit yellow, but the bounty amount is still the same, there is no change. The bounties after that are all new. The third one is for the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, the bounty is as high as 35 million ryo. The fourth and fifth ones are for the members of Amatsukami, Suijin, and Homasubi, each with a bounty of 30 million ryo. The total amount of bounties on these 5 bounties is close to 150 million ryo, which makes Hyojin wonder if he should clone a few of his own corpses to exchange for the bounty. After dispelling this absurd idea, Hyojin secretly pondered, who is the one who issued these bounties? Previously, Mai did inquire about Amatsukami through the black market, but he didn't post a large bounty on the black market, so the only possibility is that the one who issued these bounties is the Uchiha clan, Akatsuki, or Kumo. At this time, a figure landed in front of Hyojin, it was Jishui. Hyojin didn't waste any time and directly asked, how is it? Jishui shook her head, the torture chamber has been completely taken over by root, the inside and outside are completely sealed, no information can be obtained. These days, all the members of the black market, bounty ninjas, and traitorous ninjas who were captured by Mai have all been sent to Mai's torture chamber to be supervised and interrogated by root. Hyojin believes that he didn't reveal any flaws when he pretended to be Yama and Suijin, but in the shinobi world, nothing is absolute. Who knows, among the black market members and bounty ninjas sent to Mai's torture chamber, there might be 1 or 2 people with strange abilities that can detect some information about Yama and Suijin. Therefore, for the sake of insurance, he asked Jishui to go to the torture chamber to inquire about some information. He did not expect the Danzo to be so cautious as to seal off the torture chamber, which surprised Hyojin a little. Putting aside the matter of the torture chamber, Hyojin frowned and asked, what's wrong with your Uchiha? Why do I keep hearing that you guys are killing the innocent and using lynchings? Jishui's face darkened. There has been no news of Yingshu, so Liang Tai has completely lost control. Recently, even the clan leader couldn't stop him. In a market in the country of fire, Uchiha Ryota grabbed the collar of a bounty ninja and said fiercely, tell me, where is Amatsukami's hideout? The bounty ninja, who was beaten black and blue, shook his head and said, I don't know, you don't know? Uchiha Ryota grinned, took out a kunai, and stabbed the back of the bounty ninja's hand. Do you know now? The bounty ninja wailed, I retired a long time ago. I've never even heard of this Amatsukami. You still don't know? Uchiha Ryota snorted, and immediately punched the bounty ninja's face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At this time, Richa, who was with Uchiha Ryota, stepped forward and stopped him. Stop, if you continue like this, you will beat him to death. Uchiha Ryota glared at Hizashi with a murderous look on his face and kicked away the dying bounty nin in his hand. Just when Richa thought that Uchiha Ryota was going to stop, Uchiha Ryota suddenly made a hand seal and shouted to the bounty ninja not far away, fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, a huge fireball pounced on the bounty ninja who fell to the ground, and completely engulfed him. Not only that, but the flames quickly spread around. In the market, most of the houses were wooden and cloth tents. With the help of the wind, it only took a moment for the fire to spread to the whole street. Richa was furious when he saw this. Are you crazy? Looking at the residents of the market struggling in the sea of fire, and listening to the cries in his ears, Uchiha Ryota laughed unscrupulously and said, since these useless things don't know anything, what's the point of living? Richa's face sank. Uchiha Ryota, you are too much. If you do this, how will Naruto-sama explain it to daimyo? Uchiha Ryota glanced at Richa mockingly, and his eyes fell on the mai on Richa's forehead, and said disdainfully, Humph, you are just a dog of the Hyuga family, you are not qualified to point fingers at our Uchiha clan. Caged bird is an untouchable pain in Richa's heart. Listening to Uchiha Ryota ridicule him, Richa suddenly became angry. What, do you want to fight me? Do you have the guts? Uchiha Ryota immediately opened the scarlet Sharingan, and the three tomo slowly rotated. His cold face showed a trace of inexplicable excitement and bloodthirsty madness. Richa suppressed his anger and said, I will report what you have done to the village truthfully. Before his voice died away, Uchiha Ryota's body swayed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Richa. You. Hizashi was taken aback. He never expected that Uchiha Ryota would attack a fellow villager of the same village. Bang, accompanied by a low muffled sound, the unprepared Richa was kicked away by Uchiha Ryota, and he hit a low wall not far away, in the forest outside the market. Suddenly, a twisting whirlpool appeared on the branch of a big tree in the forest. Then, a figure walked out of the twisting whirlpool. This figure was naturally Obsidian, who came to the country of fire to investigate Amatsukami. He sat cross-legged on the tree branch, with one hand supporting his chin, and watched the battle in the distant market. Both Uchiha Ryota and Hyuga Richa were the elite ninjas of their respective families, other than the patriarch, and their strength was actually not much different. However, not only did Uchiha Ryota sneak attack first, but he also acted without scruples, bloodthirsty and crazy, so in just a short confrontation, he completely suppressed Hyuga Richa. At this time, Zetsu poked half of his body out of the trunk of the big tree, and curiously said, Hey, why are they fighting? Obsidian turned his head and asked, Did you investigate clearly? Why did Uchiha join the village to encircle Amatsukami this time? Zetsu nodded and said, I eavesdropped on the conversation between my ninjas. It seems that Amatsukami has their eyes on Uchiha's Sharingan, and they kidnapped an Uchiha clansman from the village, so Mai and Uchiha joined forces to launch a full-scale encirclement against Amatsukami. They have their eyes on the Sharingan? Obsidian slightly frowned, and murmured, What do they want the Sharingan for? The value of the Sharingan can only be reflected by the people who have the blood of Uchiha, so Obsidian was very curious about why Amatsukami would suddenly want the Sharingan. Zetsu smiled and said, I also overheard some news about Amatsukami, you may be interested in it. What news? Zetsu said, the leader of Amatsukami, Homasubi, is said to be an Uchiha clansman, and he is suspected to have the Manjikyu Sharingan, and he once defeated Uchiha Jishue. Obsidian was startled, and his face suddenly sank. In the shinobi world, there are not many people that Obsidian is really afraid of. Among them, Madara Uchiha and Yondaime Naruto Minato are the two people he is most afraid of. When Madara and Yondaime Naruto died, Obsidian gradually felt that the whole shinobi world was under his control, but with the sudden rise of Amatsukami, a sense of uneasiness slowly grew in his heart. After a while, Obsidian said slowly, Is the news confirmed? Jishue Uchiha is one of the two Uchiha clansmen who have the Manjikyu Sharingan. If Homasubi of Amatsukami has the strength to defeat Jishue, then Amatsukami is really not easy to deal with. Zetsu shrugged and said, It's just some information that I overheard, I can't confirm its authenticity. If you want, I can kidnap a few my ninjas to further confirm the authenticity of the information. Obsidian immediately rejected Zetsu's proposal. No, we should not do anything at this time. Zetsu asked, What are you worried about? Obsidian said slowly, If Homasubi can defeat Uchiha Jishue, then the rumor that he has the Manjikyu Sharingan is very credible, but he is not the leader of Amatsukami. Zetsu said, Rumor has it that the leader of Amatsukami is someone called Yama. Are you worried about this person? Obsidian nodded, being able to suppress Homasubi who possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan within the organization. I'm afraid that Yama will be very difficult to deal with. I don't want to provoke such a troublesome guy at will. Ju said, I'm really curious who this Yama King is. Shifting his gaze towards the battlefield in the distant market, Obsidian said while observing the fierce battle between Uchiha Ryota and Hyuga Richa, as long as Amatsukami doesn't interfere with our actions, there is no need for us to be enemies with them. When we start our operation and gather the nine-tailed beasts, everything in the shinobi world will be under our control. Ju chimed in, moreover, we have the Eye of Samsara. Everything else is not worth mentioning in front of our eyes. Let me investigate Amatsukami, and when there is a suitable opportunity, we will consider whether to take action or not. After saying that, Obsidian seemed to remember something and asked, have you confirmed the movements of the members of Amatsukami? Zetsu said, don't worry, Shinichi Uchiha and Biwa Juzo's group have already returned to the Land of Rain ahead of time. Sasori and Kakuzu's group, plus Hirako and Shino's group have all gone to the Land of Wind. At present, apart from us, there are no other members of Amatsukami in the Land of Fire, so they won't be used by Amatsukami like last time. Obsidian asked casually, Land of Wind? Are these two groups going to the Land of Wind to deal with the traitor Orochimaru? Zetsu explained, I heard that Sasori placed a spy beside Orochimaru. I guess it should be that spy who passed the information about Orochimaru to Sasori. At this moment, the outcome of the battle in the distant market was decided. In the end, Uchiha Ryota still had the upper hand and knocked down Hyuga Richa. However, Uchiha Ryota did not completely lose his mind. After knocking down Richa, he did not kill him. Instead, he turned around and left the market. Looking at Richa who was injured and lying on the ground, Obsidian was a little tempted. If he quietly killed Hyuga Richa at this time and blamed it on Uchiha Ryota, then the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan would immediately become mortal enemies. But before he could do anything, Zetsu said, someone is coming. After weighing the pros and cons, Obsidian gave up on this plan and said, let's go. As soon as his voice fell, Obsidian's figure disappeared into the twisted vortex. Zetsu looked in the direction of the market and then quietly disappeared into the trunk of the big tree as if he had never appeared, in the market. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the sound of breaking wind, two figures landed in the market, which was ablaze with flames. Both of them had a waist scarf with the fire pattern on their waists, revealing their identity. They were the 12 guardian warriors who were directly under the daimyo of the country of fire. This time, Mai's encirclement and suppression of Amatsukami's organization involved many towns and markets in the country of fire, so the daimyo of the country of fire had sent some of his 12 guardian warriors to cooperate with my village's operation. And these 12 guardian warriors hurried over because they saw the raging fire in the market from afar. Looking at the injured people falling in the fire, one of them quickly said, Asma, hurry up and save them. Asma, who had become one of the 12 guardian warriors, said in a deep voice, Teru, be careful. Maybe the enemy is still nearby. The 12 guardian warriors who came with Asma was a monk from the fire temple, Teru. He nodded, then his figure flashed and began to rescue the injured in the fire. A moment later, Asma found Richa lying in a pile of rubble, seriously injured. As the son of 3 generations, Asma knew Richa's strength very well, so he quickly helped Richa up and exclaimed, Senpai Richa, who attacked you? Asma's exclamation immediately attracted the attention of Teru. Cough, cough. After coughing twice, Richa said weakly, it's Uchiha Ryota. He's crazy. Asma and Teru looked at each other when they heard this. They didn't expect that Uchiha's people would be crazy enough to attack their companions, destroy the market, and slaughter the innocent. At that moment, another group of my ninjas were attracted by the fire in the market and rushed over. When everyone found out that Uchiha Ryota had not only attacked Richa, but had also destroyed the market and killed a large number of innocent people, they were filled with righteous indignation. Even in times of war, Konoha's ninjas rarely slaughter civilians for no reason, let alone their own people. Ryota Uchiha's act of killing innocent people had aroused everyone's indignation, especially Asma and Teru, who were directly under the daimyo of the country of fire. They were clamoring to arrest Ryota Uchiha. The news quickly spread back to the village. Knowing that Ryota had openly attacked his companions and that the person he had attacked was the younger brother of Patriarch Hyuga, Jishui quickly found Hyojin. When he learned that Uchiha Ryota attacked Richa Hyuga, Jishui was taken aback. In the eyes of others, although they are both a noble shinobi clan of my village, whether it is power or reputation, Uchiha clan is undoubtedly better than Hyuga clan. But only Jishui understands that the real strength of the Hyuga clan with Hyojin Hyuga is better than Uchiha clan, so he can't imagine what the consequences would be if Uchiha Ryota really killed the younger brother of the Hyuga clan. As soon as he saw Hyojin, Jishui apologized again and again, asking for Hyojin's forgiveness. However, Hyojin waved his hand and said, "I was negligent. This Uchiha Ryota has an extreme temperament. Under the situation of being stimulated, it is not surprising that he would do something crazy." Even in the Uchiha clan, which is prone to extremes, Uchiha Ryota belongs to the extreme category, so when his brother Hideki was attacked and his life and death is unknown, it is actually reasonable for him to do something crazy. Jishui was a little sad. He had originally given up the plan to attack Uchiha Ryota, because he felt that maybe only sacrificing Uchiha Hideki could save the Uchiha clan, and let Uchiha clan and the village reconcile. But things turned out contrary to his wishes. Uchiha Ryota's madness not only disrupted the harmonious atmosphere between the clan and the village that he had painstakingly created, but also almost caused the clan to provoke the Hyuga clan, so he had to restart the plan and continue to eliminate the extremists who were detrimental to the clan. Having made up his mind, Jishui said, "Kuroto-san, when will we make a move against Ryota?" Hyojin glanced at Jishui and said with a smile, "I thought you would hesitate for a while." Jishui couldn't help but smile bitterly. The plan has already progressed to this point. How can we give up the whole plan just because of Ryota? Hyojin no longer teased Jishui, pondered for a moment and said, "You go and investigate the movement of Uchiha Ryota first, find a suitable opportunity, we will act together and end this quickly." My heavy torture room. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door interrupted Danzo's thoughts. He frowned and said, "Come in." Soon, a root ninja walked into the office with a document in his hand and reported to Danzo, "Danzo-sama, this is the summary of the information we have obtained so far." Danzo took the document and asked, Amatsukami Organization's headquarters. The root ninja shook his head. "So far, we haven't gotten any useful information about Amatsukami, and none of the interrogators knew anything about the origins of the members of Amatsukami." Bang! Danzo slammed the document he had just received on the table and said angrily, "You don't know anything? Then what is this document you sent me? Are you trying to use this garbage to fool me?" The root ninja quickly replied, "Danzo-sama, this is information about Akatsuki Organization." Akatsuki Organization. Hearing the words Akatsuki Organization, Danzo's eyes suddenly turned cold. He picked up the document on the table, but after reading it for a while, his face turned ashen. Orochimaru, Uchiha, Shinichi, Hirako. These damn traitorous ninjas from the village, they actually joined Akatsuki Organization. What is Akatsuki trying to do? Looking at the familiar names on the document, Danzo was furious. Unlike Hyojin, who always wore a mask and cloak to hide his scent, Akatsuki Organization's identity was completely different. When the members of Akatsuki Organization acted outside, almost all of them showed their true faces and acted without any scruples. Therefore, when Mai swept most of the black market in the Land of Fire and captured a large number of black market members and bounty ninjas, after some interrogation, information about Orochimaru, Uchiha, Shinichi, Hirako, and other members of Akatsuki Organization who once operated in the Land of Fire were immediately exposed. When Hyojin acted as Yama or Suijin, he used Mai's intelligence network, and most of the time, he used the Tenseigan chakra mode to fly and didn't come into contact with any unrelated people. Therefore, although Hyojin completed many bounty missions as Yama, the people he came into contact with were either dead bounty targets or the few black market bosses who received him. The members of Akatsuki Organization are different. Most of them travel on foot, and they don't have a ready-made intelligence network, so whether it's food, accommodation, or collecting information, they need to come into contact with a large number of black market members. Therefore, when the black market members were suddenly captured by Mai, their information was inevitably leaked. Putting down the document, Danzo thought to himself, "It seems that the previous rumors are true." Before this, there was a rumor that Orochimaru and Uchiha Shinichi joined a bounty ninja organization, but the senior members of Mai, including Danzo, didn't believe this rumor at all. Because in the eyes of the three generations and Danzo, a ninja at the level of Orochimaru would never join a bounty ninja organization. As for Uchiha Shinichi, the senior members of MI have long believed that he joined Kumo, so the senior members of MI suspected that this rumor was deliberately spread by Kumo in the black market. But now, with MI's full strength, the real strength of Akatsuki organization is gradually revealed. The thought that there are so many powerful MI traitorous ninjas hidden in Akatsuki organization, Danzo couldn't help but feel uneasy. Traitorous ninjas like Orochimaru, Uchiha Shinichi who awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, even if they are singled out alone, they are enough to give Danzo a headache, so at this moment, Danzo suddenly felt that the threat of Akatsuki organization to the village seems to be above that of Amatsukami. After a long silence, Danzo suddenly asked, "Is there any information about the leader of Akatsuki organization?" The root ninja standing on the side hurriedly replied, "The leader of Akatsuki organization is very mysterious. It seems that he has never shown his face to the outside world. No matter how we interrogate and lure him, the captured black market members and bounty ninjas couldn't provide any useful information." Danzo ordered in an indisputable tone, "Continue to interrogate him, I want to know everything about Akatsuki organization." "Yes." The root ninja wiped the sweat on his forehead and carefully withdrew from Danzo's office. At this time, Danzo picked up the document containing the information about Akatsuki organization and muttered to himself, "Akatsuki organization, Amatsukami, what exactly do they want to do?" Suddenly, another root ninja came into the office and reported to Danzo, "Danzo-sama, we just interrogated a new piece of information. Amatsukami and Akatsuki organization seem to be enemies, and there was a fierce conflict between them." This new piece of information immediately aroused Danzo's interest. For him, if Amatsukami and Akatsuki are enemies, then there's a lot of room to maneuver. He even had the thought of sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. So, he suppressed all kinds of thoughts and asked, "Do you have any detailed information on why these two organizations are hostile to each other?" The root ninja immediately replied, "According to a black market member, Amatsukami Suijin had a fierce battle with Akatsuki's Kakuzu in the Land of Fire, but the details are unknown." Danzo then asked, "What's the cause of the battle?" "The cause is unknown for the time being, but according to the black market member, Akatsuki's Kakuzu commissioned the black market member to investigate Amatsukami, so the black market member guessed that Amatsukami and Akatsuki had a dispute over a bounty mission." Danzo scoffed at this speculation. In his opinion, Amatsukami and Akatsuki are so powerful that it's impossible for them to have a dispute over a bounty mission in the black market. There must be some other reason behind it. After the root ninja left, Danzo got up from the bench and paced back and forth in his office. According to the information obtained through interrogation, Danzo has a general understanding of Akatsuki, or rather, the organizational structure of Akatsuki, the behavior of its members, and so on are still within the scope of his understanding. Except for the mysterious leader, everything else is within the scope of a bounty ninja organization. But Amatsukami is completely different. Danzo didn't expect that he would be unable to dig out any information about Amatsukami even after such a large number of arrests. If it weren't for the fact that Amatsukami has indeed acted several times recently, he would have even begun to doubt whether or not Amatsukami really exists. Collecting his thoughts, Danzo once again reviewed Amatsukami's recent actions in his mind, and after comparing it with Akatsuki, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if he had grasped something. Sometimes, no information is also a kind of information. Not being able to dig up any clues about Amatsukami's organization was also a clue from another perspective. Just think about it, a bounty hunter organization as powerful as the Akatsuki also needs to rely on the black market intelligence network throughout the shinobi world to collect information, so why would Amatsukami not need the black market intelligence network? There was only one answer, Amatsukami had another intelligence network. Considering how efficient Amatsukami's previous bounty missions had been, as well as the accuracy of their recent missions, Danzo boldly deduced that Amatsukami's intelligence network was definitely better than the black market's intelligence network. And in the shinobi world, only the 5 great shinobi villages can surpass the black market in terms of intelligence gathering. Is Amatsukami an empty shell created by a shinobi village? This thought flashed through Danzo's mind. The Mist Village has just gone through a civil war and is greatly weakened. They don't have the strength nor the will to do such a thing, so we can eliminate them first, the Sand Crypsis' funding has been cut by the Windlands daimyo, and they are also Armai's ally, so we can eliminate them for the time being. If the Cloud Village wants to sacrifice their leader to find an excuse to start a war, there are too many ways to do so. There is no need to create Amatsukami. The Rock Village is the most suspicious, but if it was done by them, they could have just killed Watanabe in the village. Why would they waste time and effort to send the corpse to the black market? Isn't this clearing the suspicion for Armai? Also, how could the Rock Village recruit the Uchiha clan who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan? After eliminating all the possibilities, Danzo fell into a state of confusion again. At this time, his eyes suddenly swept to the name Uchiha Shinichi on the Akatsuki intelligence document, and suddenly a thought flashed: could it be that the Uchiha clan did it? With the reputation of the Uchiha Mai clan, it shouldn't be difficult for them to secretly recruit an ice-release ninja who defected from the Mist Village. As for the owner of the Manjikyu Sharingan, there is a ready-made Uchiha Jishuei in the Uchiha clan. Therefore, the Uchiha clan has the ability to impersonate both Suijin and Homusubi of Amatsukami. Thinking about this, Danzo's brows that had just relaxed just now twisted again. Because he suddenly discovered that there is a fatal loophole in his speculation, that is, why did the Uchiha clan attack the Kumo envoy leader and take a huge risk to send the corpse of the Kumo envoy leader to the black market? If the attack on the Kumo envoy leader can be said to be an attempt by the Uchiha clan to provoke a war between the village and the Kumo village, then the risk of sending the corpse of the Kumo envoy leader to the black market is completely contradictory to the former's actions. However, Danzo didn't hesitate for too long because he suddenly realized that this is a good opportunity to deal with the Uchiha Jishuei and seize the Manjikyu Sharingan. Knock. Knock. Soon, Danzo heavily knocked on his cane. An Umbu ninja heard the sound and entered Danzo's office and asked, "Sama, what are your orders?" Danzo said solemnly, "Secretly spread the news that Uchiha Jishuei is Homusubi of Amatsukami." "Yes." The Root Ninja was a little surprised, but immediately nodded and left the office. At this time, Danzo's face regained his confidence. He doesn't have any evidence that Jishuei is Homusubi of Amatsukami, but for him, it doesn't matter whether there is evidence or not. All he needs is an excuse. Just like how he dealt with my white fan Hataki Sakumo. At that time, Hataki Sakumo's prestige had surpassed my Sannin, and with the name My White Fang, he was the strongest competitor of the 4 generations Naruto. Such a character, if left unchecked, would pose a great threat to the Naruto faction. So, Danzo took advantage of Hataki Sakumo's failure to use the root to spread the news that was unfavorable to Hataki Sakumo, so that the secret mission that should have been sealed in the archives was spread to the streets, trying to damage Hataki Sakumo's prestige in the village. However, no one expected that Hataki Sakumo would value his honor so much that he chose to commit suicide under everyone's criticism. Later, when 4 generations accepted Kakashi as his disciple, it might be because Naruto wanted to compensate the Hataki family. After all, Hataki Sakumo's death, from Naruto to the villagers who blamed him, everyone was responsible. Hyojin and Jishuei are naturally unaware of everything that happened in the My Torture Room. At this time, they are outside a dilapidated village in the Land of Fire. On a big tree, Hyojin, who had changed into a Yama costume, quietly opened the Tenseigan and carefully observed the village in the distance. According to the latest intelligence, this seemingly dilapidated village hides a secret black market corpse warehouse, so the Konoha ninjas who participated in the encirclement of Amatsukami are currently searching the entire village. Jishuei, who had also changed into a Homusubi costume, asked in a low voice, "Kuroto-san, the information I received should be correct, right?" Hyojin nodded lightly. "Well, Uchiha Ryota is in this team." After getting Hyojin's confirmation, Jishuei said, "Then let's hurry up." Hyojin stopped Jishuei. "Wait a minute." Jishuei looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" "The village is surrounded by the Oil Woman clan's parasitic worms. Once we take action, we will be exposed immediately." After explaining, Hyojin continued, "It is best to wait for Uchiha Ryota to separate from the others before we take action." The previous incident of Uchiha Ryota attacking Richa Hyuga had a very bad impact on the Mai clan. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fuyue spent a lot of effort and even personally went to the Hyuga clan mansion to suppress this matter. However, because of the attack on Richa Hyuga, no one is willing to travel with Uchiha Ryota anymore. so now the only my ninjas who are with Uchiha Ryota are only a few members of Uchiha clan and a few members of the Root clan. Because Uchiha Ryota has a criminal record of killing innocent people, Asuma and Kuroku, who are directly under the daimyo of the Land of Fire, also followed the team this time, responsible for monitoring every move of Uchiha Ryota. Suddenly, the village was ignited by a raging fire. Looking at the raging flames and billowing smoke, Hyojin and Jishui, who were discussing how to separate Uchiha Ryota and my ninja team, stopped. Listening to the villagers crying in the distance, Jishui's face immediately sank. There is no doubt that Uchiha Ryota couldn't suppress his killing intent and started a massacre in the village. Hyojin said coldly, "Humph, it seems that we don't need to spend any effort." Sure enough, as soon as Hyojin's voice fell, a fight broke out in the village. After a while, Uchiha Ryota knocked down several of his companions, got rid of the team, and left the village alone. Hyojin and Jishui looked at each other and immediately followed quietly. Uchiha Ryota seems to have found some news in the village just now, so he didn't wander aimlessly, but ran in one direction. After following for a while, Jishui asked, "Kuroto-san, can we start now?" Hyojin observed the surroundings with the Tenseigan and nodded, "Well, there are no ninjas in the nearby villages, we can start now." After discussing, the two immediately used the body flicker technique and caught up with Uchiha Ryota in front of him. Seeing Hyojin and Jishui dressed up as Amatsukami, Uchiha Ryota was furious and shouted, "You damn bastards, where did you take my brother?" In the eyes of Hyojin, Uchiha Ryota who killed innocent people is already a test subject, so he didn't bother to say a word of nonsense and directly signaled to Jishui next to him. Jishui understood and nodded. Uchiha Ryota is different from the previous Uchiha Hideki. Whether it is the pupil power of the Sharingan or the comprehensive strength, as the younger brother, he is far above his brother Uchiha Hideki. It can be said that in the current Uchiha clan, his combat power is only second to Fuyue and Jishui. Therefore, in order to avoid accidents, Hyojin and Jishui have already discussed to take action together and strive to take down Uchiha Ryota in one fell swoop in the shortest time. The silence of Hyojin and Jishui made Uchiha Ryota immediately realize that the other party's target this time is probably him. As a member of the Uchiha clan who specializes in doing dirty work, Uchiha Ryota's combat experience is even above that of Patriarch Fuyue, so he didn't hesitate and decisively chose to take the initiative. After a quick hand seal, Uchiha Ryota shouted, "Fire release, great fireball technique." Almost at the same time, Jishui also completed the hand seal, "Fire release, great fireball technique." Boom, two huge balls of flames collided with each other, creating a loud rumbling sound. While the sky was temporarily blocked by the flames, Hyojin moved his body and flashed to Uchiha Ryota's side. At this time Uchiha Ryota, who had just released the fire release ninjutsu, took out a signal stick from the ninja bag on his waist and was about to throw the signal stick into the sky. Hyojin's eyes were sharp and his hands moved quickly. He slammed his palm towards Uchiha Ryota's head and attacked Uchiha Ryota's right hand which was holding the signal stick. Just as Hyojin was about to hit Uchiha Ryota's right hand and snatch the signal stick, he suddenly saw a strange arc at the corner of Uchiha Ryota's mouth. Bang, bang, in a breath's time, two muffled sounds were heard at the same time. One of the sounds was when Hyojin hit Uchiha Ryota's right hand and snatched the signal stick from his hand. The other sound was when Uchiha Ryota's left hand hit Hyojin's chest. Then, Uchiha Ryota shouted in a low voice, "Psychic summoning technique, cage." In an instant, Uchiha Ryota's left hand which was pressing on Hyojin's chest extended a psychic summoning technique. Bang, in a puff of white smoke, an iron cage covered with sealing techniques appeared. The iron cage was like a living thing. Countless iron bars extended out and bound Hyojin's body and limbs. This guy saw through my attack on his head and it was just a feint. He purposely used the signal stick in his right hand as bait to attract my attention. Finally, he used his left hand to cast the psychic summoning technique. Thinking of this, Hyojin secretly spat, "Tisk, I've been tricked." Regardless of Uchiha Ryota's character, his superb battle intelligence was enough to be praised. Even Hyojin had to admire him. The leader of God's organization is just SOSO. Glancing disdainfully at Hyojin who was trapped in the iron cage, Uchiha Ryota slowly shifted his gaze to Jishui and said disdainfully, "It's your turn." As soon as Uchiha Ryota's voice fell, he heard a crackling sound. When he turned his head, he was shocked to find that the iron cage he had summoned was being pulled out of shape by an unknown force. Yama, who was trapped inside, walked out slowly and said with a chuckle, "You Uchiha people have a lot of strange tricks." The way Hyojin got out of trouble made Uchiha Ryota feel a great sense of crisis. He has a wealth of combat experience, but even if he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out what kind of ninjutsu Hyojin used. Sure enough, as Patriarch said, this Amatsukami organization is really strange. The expression on Uchiha Ryota's face gradually became solemn. Although he is a bloodthirsty and crazy person, he is not stupid, or to put it in other words, the more the murderous nature of a person like him is, the more they know how to avoid harm. Therefore, his intuition tells him that this is a moment of life and death. This kind of intuition is a special talent that Uchiha Ryota obtained after awakening the Samigatama Sharingan, and he didn't mention it to anyone. It was this intuition that allowed him to shine in the cruel Third Shinobi War, and with his proud achievements, he became a powerful figure in the Uchiha clan, second only to Patriarch Fuyue. He also became the commander of the Uchiha clan's execution team that specializes in dirty work. It must be known that no matter which clan, those who are responsible for the dirty work are the elites of the clan, because the weak simply can't do this kind of work. If it weren't for Jishui who awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, then until now, Uchiha Ryota would still be the number 2 figure in the Uchiha clan. At this time, while walking towards Uchiha Ryota, Hyojin deliberately provoked him and said, "Compared to that waste Uchiha Hideki, you are much more cunning." Uchiha Ryota wasn't angered by Hyojin's casual words, instead, he looked deeply at Hyojin and Jishui, seemingly trying to remember their appearance, then quickly made hand seals and shouted, "Summoning." Bang! Instantly, a burst of white smoke rose. When the smoke dissipated, a big tabby cat with a napkin tied around his neck, a fork in his left paw, a knife in his right paw, and half a fish head in his mouth appeared in front of everyone. The big tabby cat who was chewing the fish head mumbled, "Ryota, didn't I say that I don't provide service during mealtime?" Uchiha Ryota didn't answer, but immediately made hand seals and forcibly cancelled the summon, sending the big tabby cat away. Shursui was shocked to see this. He didn't care about exposing his identity. He shouted, "Senpai, that ninja cat just now is grass fishball that can use 100 kinds of ninjutsu. He is trying to escape." Without Jishui's reminder, Hyojin already guessed Uchiha Ryota of Uchiha, so when Uchiha Ryota sent the cat away, he used Rain Wheel of Rain, Uchiha Ryota. This Uchiha Ryota, who was waiting for grass fishball to escape, was suddenly pulled by a huge force, and his body involuntarily flew towards Hyojin. At the same time, Hyojin jumped up and made hand seals in the air, and pressed his palm on the shoulder of Uchiha Ryota, who was flying towards him, and shouted, "Contract seal, seal." Before Uchiha Ryota could react, Jishui, who was also pulled over by Hyojin Ryota, took the opportunity to use Genjutsu on Uchiha Ryota. The exchange just now happened in the blink of an eye. The whole process only lasted for a few breaths. When the three of them fell from the sky, not only was Uchiha Ryota's contract with the outside world sealed, but he was also caught in the Genjutsu battle with Jishui. Uchiha Ryota's pupil power is by no means comparable to Uchiha Hideki's. In the past, he was defeated by Shursui and the family. A large part of the reason was that he underestimated Shursui, who was 10 years younger than him. But this time it was a life and death battle, so even if it was Shursui, it would be difficult for him to use illusion techniques to subdue him instantly. This is also the reason why Hyojin made the first move, because according to the original battle plan, Hyojin was responsible for attracting the attention of Uchiha Ryota, creating an opportunity for Jishui to launch a sneak attack. The reason for this arrangement is that Jishui can only instantly subdue Uchiha Ryota in the case of a sneak attack. If it is a head-on confrontation, the situation is very difficult to predict. In the original time and space, Itachi who has activated the Manjikyu Sharingan, if he wants to instantly subdue Kakashi who is not a member of the Uchiha clan, he would need to use his Manjikyu Sharingan's unique pupil technique Tsukuyumi. And Jishui obviously won't use his Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique Koto Amatsukami to deal with Uchiha Ryota in this kind of battle. Hyojin didn't hesitate at this time and directly slapped the back of Uchiha Ryota's neck, knocking him out. As Uchiha Ryota was knocked out by Hyojin, Jishui staggered a few steps and withdrew from the Genjutsu duel, saying, "Ryota's pupil power seems to have become a lot stronger than before." Hyojin said while applying the 4-symbol seal on the unconscious Uchiha Ryota. "This guy almost escaped." Listening to Hyojin's words, Jishui also has a lingering fear in his heart. If Uchiha Ryota escapes this time, it will make him realize that Amatsukumi's target is him, then it will be very difficult to find an opportunity to attack him again. Moreover, no one can guarantee that Ryota didn't see anything during the fight just now. After completing the seal, Hyojin urged, "Leave him to me, you leave here immediately and find a suitable opportunity to show up in another place to wash away the suspicion on you." Jishui didn't say much, his figure flickered and disappeared. Hyojin slowly printed the hand seals and activated the Tenseigan chakra mode. While using the Tenseigan to observe the surroundings, he carried the unconscious Uchiha Ryota towards the secret prison. Swish swish swish. Not long after Hyojin left, several figures arrived on the battlefield. These people were none other than Asuma, Kuroku, and several of the Uchiha clan's clansmen who were with Uchiha Ryota before. Of course, their purpose of chasing Uchiha Ryota was different. Several of the Uchiha clan's clansmen were worried that Uchiha Ryota would be attacked by Amatsukumi alone, while Asuma and Kuroku came to find trouble with Uchiha Ryota as the 12 guardians. Coming to the twisted and broken iron cage left on the battlefield, one of the Uchiha clan's clansmen said with a gloomy face, "Not good, Ryota might be in trouble." At this time, Asuma and Kuroku noticed the flare stick that fell on the ground on the battlefield and said, "Does this flare stick belong to your Uchiha clan?" Another Uchiha clan member leaned over and glanced at it for a moment, then nodded and said, "Well, this is our Uchiha clan's unique flare stick, it's probably left behind by Ryota." Asuma said with a serious face, "Since Uchiha Ryota can't even send a signal for help, the other party is probably a member of Amatsukumi." Inside the secret prison. Before Hyojin injected the anesthetic into Uchiha Ryota woke up from his coma. Ryota didn't shout as Hyojin expected, but calmly observed the surroundings, and then said coldly, "It's really ironic, who would have thought that the so-called Amatsukumi is actually a ninja from the village?" Hyojin, who was leaning against the rock wall, crossed his arms and smiled slightly. Uchiha Ryota stared at Hyojin and asked, "That was Jishui just now, right?" Hyojin was a little curious, "How did you notice it?" Grass carp Ball spends most of his time fishing for grass carp by the pond of the cat village. Even in our Uchiha clan, there are not many people who can recognize him at a glance. And someone who has Manjikyu Sharingan and can recognize Grass Carp Ball at a glance, besides Jishui, I can't think of anyone else. After a pause, Uchiha Ryota sneered again, "I didn't expect that Jishui would eventually choose to betray the clan and join the village, but if the Uchiha clan really collapses, will the village let him go? Although I fell in his hands, I believe that it won't be long before he comes to the underworld to accompany me." Obviously, after realizing the identity of Jishui, Uchiha Ryota, just like Uchiha Hideki before, also mistakenly thought that the mastermind behind Amatsukumi is a high-level member of the village. Hyojin said with a smile, "There is no need to sow discord, he is not here." Uchiha Ryota curled his lips and snorted lightly. Although what he said just now is his true thoughts, it does contain some intention to sow discord. He wants to use this opportunity to sow discord between Jishui and the high-level members of the village. At this time, Hyojin walked to stand before Uchiha Ryota. "You are an elite of Uchiha, a high-ranking commander of the police force. I have a few questions for you, and I hope you can answer them truthfully." Uchiha Ryota glanced at Hyojin contemptuously. "What do you want to know? How much do you know about Izanagi?" Hyojin asked flatly. After hearing the name Izanagi, Uchiha Ryota's pupils shrank and he said in shock, "How do you know about Izanagi? That traitor Jishui even told the village about this?" Soon, Uchiha Ryota shook his head, "No, Jishui doesn't know the secret of Izanagi. His position is uncertain, the patriarch will not tell him the secret of Izanagi." "It seems that you really know a lot." After a pause, Hyojin said, "Tell me everything you know. You should know that at this point, pointless struggle will only make you suffer more." Uchiha Ryota smiled and said, "I advise you to give up. Izanagi is the forbidden technique of our Uchiha clan. Without the bloodline of our Uchiha clan, without Sharingan, it is impossible to learn it." Hyojin didn't say anything and retreated to the rock wall. In the original space and time, those who did not have the bloodline of the Uchiha clan but mastered the secret technique of Izanagi, only Danzo with a large number of Sharingan and Hashirama cells can do it. However, the Izanagi performed by Danzo can barely last for a minute, while Obsidian and Uchiha clansmen can last for at least 5 minutes. Therefore, what Uchiha Ryota said just now is not wrong. It is indeed difficult for people who are not of the Uchiha clan to master the secret technique of Izanagi. Even if they barely master it, the effect of Izanagi is far from that of the orthodox Uchiha clansmen. After a long silence, Hyojin asked, "Do you know this forbidden technique?" "Of course not." Uchiha Ryota answered very simply, and then he said in a self-deprecating manner, "In the clan's teachings, Izanagi is regarded as an ominous curse technique. It is forbidden to learn, and our clan leader is used to the rigid teachings. It took me a lot of persuasion to get him to agree to provide the Izanagi forbidden technique to the clansmen on the eve of the rebellion." Hyojin's eyes turned cold when he heard this. If Uchiha Fuyue really revealed the Izanagi forbidden technique to the whole clan before the rebellion, then the strength of the whole Uchiha clan will immediately double. Hyojin thought about something else, and then casually said, "Should I believe you?" Uchiha Ryota snorted coldly, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Hyojin laughed, "That's right, if you really know Izanagi, I'm afraid this forbidden technique will be spread to the whole Uchiha clan overnight." If a radical like Uchiha Ryota mastered the Izanagi forbidden technique, he would definitely spread it to the whole clan, forcing Fuyue to speed up the process of the rebellion. But the Uchiha clan has not made any move, so it means that Fuyue still has the Izanagi forbidden technique in his hands, and did not leak it to the outside. Uchiha Ryota said bitterly, "The patriarch is always looking for the best time to launch a rebellion, but the best time is never something that can be obtained by waiting." Hyojin was not interested in discussing the rebellion with Uchiha Ryota. He said lightly, "If you don't even know Izanagi, then you definitely don't know Izanami, which is specialized in restraining Izanagi, right?" Uchiha Ryota frowned. "Izanami?" Seeing Uchiha Ryota's expression, Hyojin knew that he had never heard of Izanami. But this is also normal. Even Izanagi has been sealed as a forbidden technique by the Uchiha clan, so it's not surprising that Izanami, who can restrain Izanagi, isn't known to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ryota asked, "This Izanami is also our Uchiha clan's forbidden technique?" "Even I don't know about it, how do you know? Did Jishui leak it to you?" Hyojin did not answer. Since Uchiha Ryota could not provide him with more information, he naturally had no interest in discussing this topic with Uchiha Ryota. Knowing that Hyojin would not say much, Uchiha Ryota did not continue asking, but asked a question that he had been suppressing in his heart for a long time. "My brother, is he dead or alive?" Hyojin smiled, "Is that important? You can't be thinking that you can still save him, can you?" Uchiha Ryota said, "Since it's not important, then there's no harm in telling me, right?" Hyojin pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands. Not long after, a scream came from the cave next door. Uchiha Ryota immediately recognized the scream. It was his brother, Uchiha Haichu's voice, so he could no longer maintain his calm, and roared fiercely, "I will kill all of you." Hearing Uchiha Hideki's screams and Uchiha Ryota's curses, Hyojin didn't pay any attention to them. At this time, under his strange Yama mask, his magnificent Tenseigan was blooming with a dazzling light, concentrating on observing the chakra fluctuations inside Uchiha Ryota's body. Unlike Uchiha Hideki, Uchiha Ryota doesn't seem to have any resistance to seals. Therefore, even if he was in a state of extreme rage and was imprisoned by the four-symbol seal, there wasn't much chakra fluctuations in his body, let alone forcibly opening the Sharingan like Uchiha Hideki. After observing for a while, Hyojin shook his head. There is no doubt that the simple stimulation of anger can't stimulate Uchiha Ryota to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. It can't even stimulate him to break the four-symbol seal and open the three-tomo Sharingan. Clap clap. At this time, Hyojin clapped his hands again. The crisp sound echoed in the cave. And as Hyojin clapped, Uchiha Hideki's screams in the cave next door gradually subsided. Uchiha Ryota, who was tied to the stone pillar, asked, "What do you want? If you want the Sharingan, why don't you do it? Why do you want to torture my brother?" Hyojin ignored Uchiha Ryota and walked to the cave next door. Uchiha Hideki, who was also tied to the stone pillar, was panting weakly. His body was covered with scars, it seems that he had just been severely tortured. In front of Uchiha Hideki, there was a puppet standing upright. This puppet was seized from the Sand Crypsis during the battle between the Konoha village and the Sand Crypsis. The puppet itself is very ordinary, it's a standard puppet used by the Chunin shinobi of the Sand Crypsis. It can't use any ninjutsu, it can only launch pre-installed shurikens and small throwing tools. This type of puppet has no research value. After being seized by the Konoha village, it is generally used to practice how to deal with the Sand Crypsis puppet master. Coincidentally, Hyojin lacked a servant in the secret prison, so he used his identity as an Umbu subordinate to Naruto to get one from the Umbu warehouse. After activating it with a large amount of Tenseigan chakra, this puppet, like the Kazakage's puppet, has a certain level of intelligence. Although its combat power is only close to the level of a Chunin, it is more than enough to do some rough work such as execution, cleaning, and pouring water. Waving his hand at the puppet, Suijin said lightly, "You may leave." The puppet immediately put away the torture tools and retreated to the side. Uchiha Hideki, who had just finished his torture, raised his head tiredly and looked at Hyojin and asked, "I think I heard Ryota's voice just now, tell me it was just my illusion." Hyojin said, "No, it's not an illusion, he is next door to you." Uchiha Hideki looked at Hyojin and said, "What do you want? I will give it to you, let him go." "The relationship between you brothers is better than I thought." After a pause, Hyojin continued, "But I'm sorry, I can't let you go." Uchiha Hideki was silent. In fact, he understood that at this point, the guy in front of him wearing a devil mask will never let the two brothers go. Not to mention the two brothers, he even felt that the whole Uchiha clan would be destroyed by the conspiracy of the village's higher-ups. After carefully observing Uchiha Hideki with the Tenseigan, Hyojin did not say anything else, turned around and returned to his study room. In the study room, Hyojin took down the two notebooks on the bookshelf with Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota written on them and spread them on the table. After thinking for a while, he picked up the pen and wrote. "The test of anger has failed. Anger is not the best emotion for Uchiha Ryota and Uchiha Hideki. Uchiha Ryota's eyesight is far stronger than Uchiha Hideki's. The probability of him awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan is higher. Uchiha Ryota is very cunning. He seems to have noticed that I am deliberately provoking him. Perhaps he has a certain degree of understanding about the method of awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan." Writing until here, Hyojin stopped. The awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan is a certain degree of chance. Perhaps the talented Uchiha clansmen have not been able to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan in their lifetime because they have not received enough stimulation. On the contrary, the less talented Uchiha clansmen may have been too strongly stimulated and accidentally awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. Therefore, for this time stimulation experiment, Hyojin did not have too much hope, and his mentality is very calm. Because awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan is too idealistic, it can be said that it can only be found by chance. Maybe you will find nothing, but inadvertently, there will be an unexpected harvest. Therefore, in this stimulation experiment, Hyojin focused more on how the Uchiha clansmen will change under different extreme emotional stimulation. After closing the notebook, Hyojin did not stay in the secret prison for long, but immediately returned to his monitoring post. In the blink of an eye, a few days have passed. The disappearance of Uchiha Ryota immediately caused an uproar in the village. All the Mai ninjas regarded the action of Amatsukami as a serious provocation to the Mai village. Therefore, the village's sweep of the black market in the Land of Fire became more severe, and many irrelevant small ninja organizations were also implicated and became the target of the village. At the same time, a rumor that seemed absurd but made some sense began to spread in the village. And the protagonist of the rumor is naturally Jishui. After hearing about this rumor related to her, Jishui suddenly felt a rush in her heart. She quickly found Hyojin and said anxiously, "Senpai, we have been exposed." These days, Hyojin was either carrying out the monitoring task of Umbu Team 11 or thinking about his own stimulation experiment, so he really did not pay much attention to the quietly spreading rumors in the village. So, at this moment, when he heard Jishui suddenly say this, he was stunned at first, and then asked, "How do you know?" Jishui was a little anxious. "The village has already spread the news, everyone knows that I am Homusubi of Amatsukami." When Hyojin heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face, and he murmured, "That's not right." Even if the village has this kind of evidence, it is impossible for them to spread this evidence to everyone, right? Jishui was startled. Yes, the village spread this news. Isn't it worried that I will betray them because of the matter being exposed? Strange, this is really strange. Hyojin rubbed his chin and said, what on earth has been exposed? The more Hyojin thought about this matter, the more he felt strange. If Hyojin was Naruto of 3 generations, and he had the evidence that Jishui is Homosubi of Amatsukami, then he would definitely choose to secretly summon Jishui. As soon as Jishui arrives, he would cooperate with Danzo, Jiraiya, and the others who have been lying in ambush in advance, and swarm Jishui at the lowest cost. At that time, whether it is torture or detention, he can choose at ease. But now, Jishui hasn't even been arrested yet, and the news has already spread like wildfire. No matter how you look at it, this doesn't seem like the style of Naruto of 3 generations. After thinking for a moment, Hyojin said with certainty, there must be no evidence in the hands of the Konoha. After the initial panic, Jishui also calmed down. Well, this rumor seems to have been deliberately spread by someone. Hyojin followed this line of thought and said, the person who spread the rumor is obviously targeting you. The other party may not have any evidence, but this kind of thing doesn't actually need any evidence. Judging from the current situation, the person who spread the rumor is obviously trying to alert the snake, waiting for the snake to jump out on its own. As for how the other party guessed that Jishui is Homosubi of Amatsukami, this point is actually very easy to speculate, because there are only 2 people in the shinobi world who possess Manjikyu Sharingan, and their identities have been made public. So, the person who spread the rumor is probably just a casual move by the other party. Kuroto even had a rough idea of who the other party was. In Mai, the Uchiha clan will not throw dirty water on Jishui, and the 3 generations Naruto is currently focused on winning over Jishui. The only one who is really trying to deal with Jishui and sees Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan is actually Danzo. In such a short period of time, the only one who had the ability to spread the rumor to the entire village, other than the Black Ops, was the root controlled by the Danzo. The Danzo had both the motive and the ability, so Hyojin didn't need to think much to figure out who was the one controlling and spreading the rumors. Thinking of this, Hyojin hurriedly said, you should sort it out now and see if there are any flaws. Jishui carefully recalled all the actions he carried out as Homosubi and said, the only flaw now is that I had a pupillary contest with the Patriarch. Once the Patriarch becomes suspicious and has another pupillary contest with me, I'm afraid, everyone's chakra is the same as the smell, there are subtle differences. The pupillary force based on chakra is no exception. Jishui once had a pupillary contest with Fuyue as Homosubi of Amatsukami. In that contest, although Jishui concealed the shape of his Manjikyu Sharingan and didn't use any pupillary technique unique to his Manjikyu Sharingan, his pupillary force actually collided with Fuyue's pupillary force. If Fuyue didn't suspect anything, then everything would be fine. But if Fuyue became suspicious of Jishui because of the rumors in the village, then as long as he had another pupillary contest with Jishui, Jishui would immediately be exposed. Hyojin rubbed his chin habitually and said casually, will your patriarch believe the rumors and test you? Jishui shook his head and said, I don't know. Hyojin's face sank. In that night's battle, Hyojin and Jishui were each other's alibis. If Jishui is confirmed to be Homosubi of Amatsukami, then it will be difficult for Hyojin to escape. At that time all the members of Amatsukami will be caught. In the bottom of his heart, Hyojin secretly thought, how should I solve this problem? The best way to clear Jishui of suspicion is to find another Manjikyu Sharingan possessor to disguise as Homosubi of Amatsukami. However, it is not easy to find a Manjikyu Sharingan possessor. In the entire shinobi world, even including Obsidian and Kakashi, there are only 5 people who possess Manjikyu Sharingan. Should I call Shinichi? As soon as this thought came to his mind, Hyojin shook his head. In the previous communication, Shinichi has already informed Hyojin that all the members of Akatsuki have withdrawn from the Land of Fire, so it will be very difficult for Shinichi to sneak into the Land of Fire at this time. Secondly, once Shinichi is involved, then Shinichi will know the details of Amatsukami. And the consequences will be unimaginable. Finally, when Shinichi caused havoc in the village, he fought with many villagers, so he may not be able to play the role of Homosubi well. And if he is exposed and Akatsuki learns that Shinichi appeared in Mai as Homosubi of Amatsukami, then his undercover career in Akatsuki will come to an end, and he will inevitably be hunted down by the Akatsuki. It seems that I have to speed up the progress of the stimulation experiment. If I am lucky enough to obtain a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, then all the trouble will be solved. Hyojin has this expectation mainly because Uchiha Ryota is a very outstanding member of the Uchiha clan. One must know that in the Uchiha clan, anyone who can awaken Sharingan can be generally regarded as an elite, because the Uchiha clan is different from the Hyuga clan. In the Uchiha clan, there are many mediocre clansmen who can't even awaken Sharingan. And Uchiha Ryota is one of the most outstanding among all the elites of the Uchiha clan who can awaken Sharingan, so in terms of aptitude alone, he is absolutely qualified to awaken Manjikyu Sharingan. After making up his mind, Hyojin said to Jishui, "Remember, don't admit to anyone that you are Homosubi of Amatsukami. If your patriarch tries to test you, don't resist. I may not be able to say anything to others, but with your patriarch's indecisive character, as long as there is no irrefutable evidence, he won't do anything to you." Jishui nodded, "I understand." As if thinking of something, Hyojin added, "Also, don't meet Danzo alone. If he summons you, he is likely to make a move on you." Jishui frowned, "Is it really that serious?" "Be careful, there is nothing wrong with it." After saying that, Hyojin smiled and comforted, "Don't worry too much, I still have a backup plan, but it will take some time, so during this time, you must not make any mistakes." After bidding farewell to Hyojin, Jishui soon received a message from the Uchiha clan, asking him to return to the clan's mansion immediately. Jishui knew that this is a hurdle that can't be avoided, so without hesitation, he immediately rushed to the clan's mansion. Swish, just as Jishui passed through a small forest and was about to enter the Uchiha clan's mansion, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of him. Jishui asked curiously, "Itachi, what are you doing?" Itachi stared at Jishui and asked sincerely, "Brother Jishui, are you Homosubi?" Looking at Itachi's sincere gaze, Jishui, who could not lie, sighed softly and nodded. For some reason, Jishui didn't want to lie when he saw Itachi's sincere eyes. However, he had just promised Hyojin not to admit his identity as Homosubi from Amatsukami, and now he had to admit it to Itachi. This made Jishui feel uneasy and regretful. Just when Jishui didn't know what to say, Itachi suddenly bowed deeply to Jishui. Jishui was puzzled. "Itachi, what are you?" Still bowing, Itachi said, "Brother Jishui, please promise me that you will never admit that you are Homosubi from Amatsukami in the mansion." Jishui helped Itachi up and asked, "Don't you hate me?" "I attacked my people." Itachi shook his head. "Brother Jishui, I admire you very much. Not only did you find a way to stop the family from rebelling, but you also dared to carry it out. You are indeed the #1 genius of Uchiha." Jishui scratched his head in embarrassment. "You guessed it?" Itachi nodded. "It's not hard to guess. Hideki and Ryota, who were attacked by Amatsukami, are well-known radicals in the family. So, Brother Jishui, you joined Amatsukami because you want to use Amatsukami to attack the radicals in the family and stop the family from rebelling. The incident with Sasuke last time was also because of your protection, Brother Jishui. Otherwise, Sasuke wouldn't have survived. That incident with Sasuke was indeed an accident. We didn't expect him to appear there." After a brief explanation, Jishui asked curiously, "How are you so sure that all this was not planned by the village?" Itachi said naturally, "The village has no reason to attack the leader of the Kumo delegation, so I speculate that Amatsukami and the village are not on the same side. Speaking of which, I'm really curious about what kind of organization Amatsukami is." Jishui said, "I can't reveal anything about Amatsukami to you for the time being. But don't worry, Amatsukami has no ill intentions towards the village or the Uchiha clan." Itachi nodded and immediately said, "Let's go. I'm afraid father is getting impatient." Soon, Jishui and Itachi arrived at Uchiha's mansion. Sitting in the hall, Fuyue glanced at Itachi, who was accompanying Jishui, and said in a deep voice, "Itachi, you can leave now. I have something to tell Jishui alone." Itachi didn't say anything and silently left the hall. When there was no one else in the hall, Fuyue stared at Jishui. "You must have heard the rumors in the village." "Yes." Fuyue's gaze turned cold. Don't you have anything to explain? Jishui gently shook her head. In an instant, Fugaku's ink-colored eyes turned scarlet, and Fugaku's eyes turned scarlet. Almost at the same time as Fuyue opened his Manjikyu Sharingan, Jishui found that everything around her had once again turned black and white like that night. At this time, two huge Manjikyu Sharingan appeared in the black and white sky, looking at Jishui indifferently like a god. Immediately afterward, a cold voice came from the sky, "Jishui, I need your explanation, and the clan also needs your explanation." Jishui followed Hyojin's instructions, and under the influence of Fuyue's Manjikyu Sharingan technique, she didn't put up any resistance and allowed the mottled black and white to invade her body, erasing her original colors one by one. Jishui's action was obviously beyond Fuyue's expectations. He asked, "Why didn't you resist?" Jishui said, "Why should I resist? I believe that the patriarch will not hurt me." Fuyue was speechless for a moment, and after a long pause, he said, "From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to leave the clan's territory." Jishui frowned, "But I am a subordinate of Naruto-sama Zambu." Fuyue said coldly, "You are sick, Naruto-sama will understand." Jishui nodded helplessly. Fuyue removed the Manjikyu Sharingan's Jinjutsu, then waved his hand towards Jishui, "You may leave." Jishui bowed to Fuyue, then quietly left the hall. Looking at Jishui's departing figure, Fuyue's face suddenly became gloomy. If he only believed those rumors before, then after the test just now, he has already believed them 60%. Because he has always kept the secret that he awakened Manjikyu Sharingan a secret from Jishui, but when Jishui fell into his Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu, she didn't seem surprised at all. This undoubtedly shows that Jishui has seen his Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu, and the first time he used it in actual combat was against Amatsukumi's Homosubi. Therefore, even if Jishui didn't compete with him with jutsu, Kuroto began to suspect that Jishui is Homosubi of Amatsukumi, it's just that he lacks evidence. The only thing that Kuroto can't figure out is what Amatsukumi wants. First, they attacked the leader of the Kumo envoys, then they attacked Uchiha's clansmen. Amatsukumi's actions not only offended the village's top leaders, but also threatened Uchiha's clansmen. Fuyue really can't understand what Amatsukumi is doing. It didn't take long for the news of Jishui's illness to reach Danzo's ears. Danzo can naturally see that the so-called illness is just a lame excuse. This behavior of the Uchiha clan is obviously to restrict Jishui's actions. But this way, Kuroto is in a bit of a predicament. According to Kuroto's expectations, after the rumors ferment in the village, the Uchiha clan will inevitably jump out to clarify for Jishui, and then he will ask Jishui in the name of the commander of the operation to annihilate Amatsukumi. Finally, he will take the opportunity to control Jishui, seize Jishui's Manjikyu Sharingan in one fell swoop, and obtain the Koto Amatsukumi that he has been dreaming of. But he didn't expect that as soon as the rumor spread, the Uchiha clan would put Jishui in confinement. This time, Kuroto has no way to start. Humph, only those idiots of the Uchiha clan can come up with such a lame excuse. Kuroto didn't suspect that Jishui is Homosubi, he is used to manipulating conspiracies. Instead, he suspects that the Uchiha clan has seen through his plan and wants to protect Jishui in this way. Outside the Uchiha clan, Guy shook his head helplessly and said to Kakashi and Hyojin, "Hey, the Uchiha clan still won't let us go in to see Jishui." Hyojin has already expected this, if that's the case, then let's go. Kakashi also nodded. Combining the recent rumors in the village, Kakashi immediately noticed that something is wrong, but as long as Jishui is in the Uchiha clan's territory, there should be no problem in terms of safety. Before leaving, Hyojin took one last look at the Uchiha clan's territory. That night, neither Hyojin nor Jishui expected that Fuyue would lead the elites of the Uchiha clan to participate in the pursuit, so when Jishui fought with Fuyue, she had already left an irreparable flaw. If everyone was in a blind spot and did not think about Jishui, everything would be fine, but once someone mentioned it, it would be hard for Jishui to hide it. Uchiha clan, Jishui's house. Itachi brought a pot of hot tea and poured a cup for himself and Jishui while asking, "Jishui-san, what kind of person is the leader of Amatsukumi?" Picking up the teacup and taking a sip, Jishui said, "In my opinion, he is the only person who can save Uchiha." Itachi was obviously stunned for a moment. Why? Jishui's face sank and said faintly, even if the radicals in the clan are temporarily solved, with the current atmosphere within the clan, new radicals will soon appear to fill the gap. This is inevitable. Itachi nodded in agreement. In the Jonin stage, the advantage of the Uchiha clan is very obvious. Almost as long as the Uchiha awakens the 3 Magatama Sharingan, they will naturally have the strength to surpass the ordinary Jonin. And with the growth of the pupil power year by year, most of the Uchiha with the 3 Magatama Sharingan will step into the ranks of the elite Jonin. This is also the reason why the elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan is the best in the Mai, because almost all of the Uchiha clan who can open their eyes and survive the cruel war have the potential to be promoted to the elite Jonin. With great strength, they will naturally seek the corresponding political position. When they were suppressed by the powerful Senju clan, the arrogant Uchiha could barely accept it, but with the decline of the Senju clan and the decline of the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan can no longer swallow their heads. Today's Mai, if all the shinobi clans are counted as a unit, no one is the opponent of the Uchiha clan. But Uchiha, who has the strength above all the shinobi clans, does not even have half a seat in the decision-making of the village. Not to mention the position of the Hokage, even the position of the elder advisory group that participates in the decision-making of the Konoha village doesn't belong to the Uchiha clan. This undoubtedly makes the Uchiha feel desperate about gaining power in the Konoha village through normal means. This is the reason why the Uchiha clan rebelled. There were only 2 ways to solve this problem. Otherwise, the village would give Uchiha Naruto, or at least give Naruto the position of a candidate or an advisory elder. Otherwise, the village would be annihilated by Uchiha. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the current strength of the Naruto clan was no longer enough to suppress the Uchiha clan. If it was during the first generation, the village might have been able to give Uchiha the position of an advisory elder, but the current Naruto clan no longer had the strength and magnanimity to delegate to Uchiha. In this way, a vicious cycle was formed. The more the Naruto faction guarded against Uchiha, the more it would stimulate Uchiha's rebellious mood, and the stronger Uchiha's rebellious mood, the more the Naruto faction would reject Uchiha. In the past, Jishui couldn't find any way to solve this vicious cycle and could only watch the clan and the village gradually become like fire and water. But now, it's different. Jishui raised his cup and took a sip of hot tea and smiled. If that person becomes Naruto, I think he will definitely be able to break the shackles and truly accept our Uchiha clan. After leaving the Uchiha clan's land, Hyojin walked on the road out of the village. Although Jishui took a leave of absence due to illness, the task of Class 11 has not been suspended by the 3 generations, so the remaining 3 people of Class 11 still need to continue to carry out the task. Not long after leaving the village, a black crow landed on Hyojin's shoulder. Hyojin teased it and then took a small letter tube from its leg. Unlike ordinary Uchiha clansmen, Jishui didn't choose a ninja cat from the land of cats as his summoning beast. Instead, he chose a crow as his summoning beast. Due to Jishui's influence, Itachi also chose a ninja crow as his summoning beast instead of a ninja cat. Therefore, both Jishui and Itachi can be regarded as the representatives of Uchiha Ninja Crow clan. After opening the letter tube, Hyojin understood what happened to Jishui in the Uchiha clan's land and felt a little relieved. At present, the situation hasn't developed to the worst stage, but no one can predict the Danzo's next move, so Hyojin knows that he must speed up the stimulation experiment. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. The village was still wiping out all kinds of illegal organizations in the Land of Fire. Although the information about Amatsukami was still very little, the continuous wiping out allowed the village to unexpectedly seize a large amount of money from all kinds of illegal organizations' lairs. Therefore, although the operation to eliminate Amatsukami didn't make any progress, the number of my ninjas joining the operation increased day by day. Not to mention the others, just the Hyuga clan alone had more than a dozen Jonin and Chunin ninjas participating in the operation. In the secret prison, Hyojin looked at the bruised Uchiha Hideki and slightly frowned. Hyojin didn't have any special hobbies, so he wasn't interested in torturing people. In fact, he was even a little disgusted by it. However, it was inevitable to torture the target of the experiment. At this time, the Uchiha Hideki who had just woken up struggled to open his eyes and glanced indifferently at Hyojin in front of him. Then, he let out a low, cold snort. Hyojin sighed lightly and said, "Everything is over." Uchiha Hideki smirked, "Are you finally going to act? Hurry up, I have been waiting impatiently for a long time." Clap clap, Hyojin didn't answer, instead, he lightly clapped his hands. Soon, the puppet dragged a person who was also covered in bruises to Hyojin. When Uchiha Hideki saw the injured person being dragged by the puppet, his indifferent expression finally changed, and he said in shock, "Ryota." Hyojin said, "Yes, that's him." Uchiha Hideki roared angrily, "How dare you injure him to this state?" After so many days, this was the first time that Uchiha Hideki saw his brother, Uchiha Ryota. The anger that he had already forgotten instantly burst forth from his chest. At this time, Hyojin grabbed Uchiha Ryota's hair and dragged him in front of Uchiha Hideki, and said slowly, "I am also tired of facing you two brothers, today I will give you a release." Uchiha Hideki, who had already disregarded life and death, stuttered, What do you want?" Hyojin took out a cold kunai and pressed it against Uchiha Ryota's throat. "Why ask when you already know the answer? Don't you already know what I want to do?" Uchiha Hideki said, Don't kill him." Hyojin ignored Uchiha Hideki and stabbed forward with the kunai. Puchi, blood spurted out from Uchiha Ryota's throat, splattering all over Uchiha Hideki's face. In almost an instant, Uchiha Hideki's eyes turned scarlet Sharingan, complementing the blood that splattered on his face, making his distorted face look like a bloodthirsty demon. Uchiha Hideki's face was covered in blood, and his entire body was emitting a chilling aura. At this moment, it was as if he had really turned into a demon from hell. Hyojin quietly opened his Tenseigan and silently looked at Uchiha Hideki. In the vision of the Tenseigan, the chakra in Uchiha Hideki's body was violently fluctuating like a volcano erupting. The scarlet-red Sharingan was spinning rapidly, and it seemed like it was only one step away from the cursed Manjikyu Sharingan. At the same time, the four-symbol seal that Hyojin had placed on him seemed to have lost its effect. The originally clear and complete sealing techniques seemed to be attacked by some kind of inexplicable power. In the blink of an eye, many strange distortions appeared on the sealing techniques. This? Hyojin subconsciously frowned. Ever since he mastered the four-symbol seal, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. In the past, he had encountered a situation where the sealing techniques were forcefully attacked by a large amount of chakra. For example, when he opened the Dragon Vein seal that was sealed by 4 generations Naruto, the Dragon Vein used a large amount of chakra to attack the seal, and forcibly destroyed the sealing techniques. But this kind of situation where chakra was used to distort the sealing techniques was something he had never heard of before. Feeling that the chakra in Uchiha Hideki's body was getting more and more violent and evil, Hyojin took a few steps back, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. At this point, even if he didn't use the Tenseigan, Hyojin could clearly feel that Uchiha Hideki's pupil power was increasing rapidly. But at this moment, the chakra in Uchiha Hideki's body suddenly went berserk, and immediately, a large amount of white foam came out of his mouth, and his body also began to twitch disorderly, as if he was having an epileptic fit. Not good. Thinking to himself, Hyojin immediately gave Uchiha Haichu a shot of tranquilizer. After being injected with a tranquilizer, Uchiha Haichu's body slowly calmed down. Following which, he fell into a deep coma, losing all senses of the outside world. Looking at the completely exhausted Uchiha Hideki, Hyojin sighed in disappointment. Powerful emotional stimulation could stimulate the potential of the Uchiha clansmen and open the treasury hidden in their genes. However, there was a limit to the endurance of each person's mind. No one could endure an unlimited amount of emotional stimulation, and once the limit was exceeded, a mental breakdown would be just around the corner. Haichu Uchiha was obviously on the verge of a mental breakdown. It was as if everyone had a san value that symbolized rationality. Any negative emotions would cause the san value to drop. Once the san value reached 0, the person would completely lose their rationality and fall into a mental breakdown. Haichu Uchiha was unable to awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan even under the emotional stimulation that was enough to cause his mental breakdown. This undoubtedly shows that there is a certain gap between his aptitude and awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. Clean up. After giving the order to the puppet beside him, Hyojin turned around and walked towards the office. The Uchiha Ryota that Hyojin killed in front of Uchiha Haichu just now was just a low-quality clone. It can't even be regarded as a living being, it's just a tool. If it weren't for the fact that Uchiha Haichu's mind was weak and was imprisoned by the four-symbol seal, it would have been very difficult for this clone to escape his perception. Because this low-quality clone doesn't have the true chakra of Uchiha Ryota, not to mention Uchiha Ryota's Sanmagatama Sharingan. The Sharingan is the eye of the soul, which requires mental power to awaken, so even if Hyojin can perfectly clone Uchiha Ryota's body, a clone without a soul will not be able to awaken even the Sanmagatama Sharingan. This is also the reason why, with the current cloning technology, whether it is Hyojin or Orochimaru, neither of them can create a real Sharingan or Byakugan. Coming to the office, Hyojin recorded the physical reaction of Uchiha Haichu just now in his notebook. After closing the notebook, Kuroto glanced at the clone of Uchiha Haichu placed on the side. Counting the Uchiha Ryota clone that was destroyed by Kuroto just now, these two Uchiha clones were forcibly cultivated by Kuroto with a large amount of nutrient solution in the last half a month, regardless of the cost. He doesn't know what went wrong, but in short, these two clones of Uchiha Shinobi are very low in completion. According to Hyojin standards, they are both defective products. Considering that Uchiha Ryota is much more cunning than Uchiha Haichu, Hyojin first used Uchiha Haichu as an experiment. Although the effect was very good, it still fell short in the end. Now, Hyojin can only pin all his hopes on Uchiha Ryota. Coming to the clone of Uchiha Haichu, Hyojin thought for a moment while drawing a lot of marks on the clone, then he called the puppet over and said, "Create wounds according to the marks I drew." The puppet immediately followed Suijin's instructions and rigidly created a series of scars on the surface of the clone body. After a while, Uchiha Haichu's clone became full of wounds. Although these are all new wounds, due to the existence of medical ninjutsu in the world of shinobi, it is very common to treat the old wounds of prisoners and then repeatedly torture them, so Hyojin is not worried about being exposed. Circling around Uchiha Haichu's clone again, Hyojin always felt that something is wrong, but for a while, he couldn't tell what is wrong. Uchiha Ryota is very cunning, so he has no choice but to be cautious, so he didn't rush to act, but instead calmed down and thought about what made him feel that something is wrong. Suddenly, Hyojin's eyes stopped on the closed eyes of the clone, and he finally knew where the strange feeling in his heart came from. Immediately, Hyojin ordered the puppet, dig out the eyes as well. The puppet immediately executed Hyojin's order and dug out the eyes of Uchiha Haichu's clone. After the cloned body's tightly shut eyes turned into bloody eye sockets, the visual impact was increased by a lot, and the realism was also increased by a lot. Although Uchiha Ryota is shrewd and cunning, he is still Uchiha Ryota, and his nature is easily controlled by his emotions. Once his emotions go out of control, his judgment will inevitably be greatly reduced. After letting out a sigh of relief, Hyojin thought to himself, success or failure, it all depends on this. After saying that, he walked towards the cave where Uchiha Ryota was imprisoned. As soon as he stepped into the cave where Uchiha Ryota was imprisoned, Hyojin felt a sinister gaze. It was a kind of resentment that could not wait to devour his flesh and blood. Hyojin did not care and casually said, "You seem to be in good spirits today." Ryota Uchiha said coldly, "I just heard Hideki's voice. It is meaningless for you to torture us like this. No matter what you really want, you will only get disappointed in the end." From this sentence, Uchiha Ryota had already revealed that he already knew why Hyojin wanted to torture and provoke them. Hyojin deliberately remained silent for a while, then said, "I really have no patience." Ryota Uchiha stared at Hyojin, "Is that so? Then give us brothers a quick death." Clap clap, Hyojin clapped his hands. Not long after, the puppet dragged the scarred clone of Uchiha Hideki into the cave. In just an instant, Uchiha Ryota's attention was attracted by the two bloody holes in the eye sockets of Uchiha Hideki. In an instant, the veins on Uchiha Ryota's forehead bulged, and his whole face turned red with anger. There is no doubt that because his chakra was imprisoned by the four-symbol seal, and his body was in a trance because of the long-term torture, coupled with the two eye-catching bloody holes in the eye sockets of the clone, Ryota Uchiha could not calm down at all, so he could not distinguish that the clone in front of him was just his brother Uchiha Hideki's clone. At this time, Hyojin said, "Your brother's Sharingan, I will accept it." Ryota Uchiha gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "You must also have your eyes on my Sharingan, don't talk nonsense, hurry up and do it." With that, Uchiha Ryota's anger gradually subsided. His eyes also regained clarity, as if he had accepted his fate. Seeing that Uchiha Ryota was about to give up, Hyojin frowned. He suddenly realized that he had provoked Uchiha Ryota too crudely. Uchiha Ryota was the commander of the Uchiha clan's execution unit, which specialized in doing the dirty work. Therefore, death might not be much of a deterrent to him. In addition, after being imprisoned here for so many days, with his shrewdness, he should have understood that the two of them had no way to survive. Therefore, he had probably already mentally prepared himself for the two of them to die together. Once he was mentally prepared, even if Hyojin killed Uchiha Hideki in front of him, it would be difficult to provoke him. After realizing this, Kuroto understood that although he has made all kinds of preparations, but in the face of the cunning Uchiha Ryota, these preparations are still not foolproof. However, at this time Uchiha Hideki's clone had already been displayed. He could no longer stop the stimulation experiment. Therefore, he picked up Uchiha Hideki's clone and approached Uchiha Ryota. He asked, "What do you think I should do with this piece of trash?" A flash of struggle flashed in Uchiha Ryota's eyes, but he quickly regained his determination. His gaze moved from Uchiha Hideki's clone to Hyojin Ryota, and then he did not say a word. Hyojin did not hesitate. He directly took out his kunai and cut the throat of Uchiha Hideki's clone. Blood splattered on Uchiha Ryota's face. Poochie, the sound of blood splattering reverberated in the silent cave, as if this was the only sound left in the entire world. To Hyojin's surprise, when the blood splattered on Uchiha Ryota's face, he didn't even blink, letting the blood splash on his face and stain his pupils red. His ink-colored eyes, stained with blood, flashed with a strange brilliance, giving off an extremely evil feeling. His face was expressionless, staring at Hyojin as if he wanted to engrave Hyojin's outline in his mind and imprint it into his soul. Under the ghostly mask, Hyojin's Tenseigan slowly opened. Through the careful observation of the Tenseigan, Hyojin found that the moment the blood splattered, the chakra in Uchiha Ryota's body did react violently. But this degree is obviously not enough to stimulate Uchiha Ryota to awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan. If the stimulation Uchiha Hideki suffered just now was close to the full score of 10, then the stimulation Uchiha Ryota suffered at this moment is probably less than 5. Sure enough, I failed. Hyojin remained unmoved on the surface, but he secretly sighed in his heart. This Uchiha Ryota repeatedly exceeded his expectations, making him a little uncomfortable, but he also had to admire him. He felt that if he was in such an environment, he would have already collapsed. Just when Hyojin converged his thoughts and accepted his failure, suddenly, his Tenseigan noticed an extremely subtle detail. He found that one of the 4-symbol seal that he applied on Uchiha Ryota's body had an almost imperceptible wear and tear. The worn seal was located at the back of Uchiha Ryota's waist. This position is in the blind spot of Hyojin's observation. Fortunately, Hyojin has the Tenseigan, so no detail can escape his eyes. Otherwise, he might not have been able to detect it. This wear and tear is not accidental. He is using the few chakra that he can mobilize to secretly wear down the seal on his body bit by bit. In just a moment, Hyojin reacted. Uchiha Ryota didn't completely give up as he showed on the surface, he is still trying to save himself in secret. Hyojin secretly smiled. He wanted to point out Uchiha Ryota's plot and make him completely give up, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he changed his mind at the last moment and did not say anything. He just signaled the puppet to bring the clone of Uchiha Ryota and then turned around and left the cave where Uchiha Ryota was imprisoned. Back in the office, Hyojin sorted out the progress of today's experiment in his mind, and then took down the notebook from the bookshelf. After opening it, he hurriedly wrote. Sorrow stimulation, all failed. Uchiha Ryota does not seem to have the qualifications to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. Stop all experiments on him. Uchiha Ryota is already psychologically prepared. Sorrow stimulation is extremely ineffective on him. Next step, despair. Writing until here, the corner of Hyojin's mouth slightly curled up, forming an arc. When he noticed that Uchiha Ryota has not completely given up and is still trying to save himself, a plan flashed in Hyojin's mind. This plan may seem absurd, but it seems to be the right medicine to deal with people like Uchiha Ryota. Looking back at the dark cave, Hyojin murmured, if I don't give you some hope, how can I create despair? In the cave. Looking at Uchiha Hideki's clone body being dragged out of the cave, leaving a mottled bloodstain on the ground, Ryota's face gradually distorted. Kuroto's eyes were bloodshot, and his ink-black pupils turned scarlet as he shouted in his heart, "Brother, I will avenge you." Soon, a week has passed. In these days, Hyojin would go to the cave from time to time to observe Uchiha Ryota, and according to his observation, Uchiha Ryota is indeed wearing down the four-symbol seal in private, trying to escape. In this regard, Hyojin turned a blind eye to it, as if he didn't notice it at all. It's just that Uchiha Ryota is too careful. He only wears down a limited amount of the four-symbol seal every day. His progress is so slow that Hyojin can't wait. Looking at Uchiha Ryota's indifferent face, it seems that he has already accepted his fate. Hyojin rubbed his chin and thought. According to the progress of Uchiha Ryota, it will take at least 2 or 3 months for him to wear down the most critical four-symbol seal and remove it. During this time, the situation in the village is changing. No one can predict what direction this situation in the village will develop in 2 or 3 months, so Hyojin can't let Uchiha Ryota waste time like this. After a little thought, Hyojin had an idea and said to Uchiha Ryota, "I have something to do. I will go out for about 10 days, during this time, the puppet will change the nutrient solution for you." Uchiha Ryota didn't seem to hear Hyojin's words, there was no reaction on his face, he didn't even blink his eyelids. But there is no doubt that this is just Uchiha Ryota's disguise. In the vision of Hyojin's Tenseigan, as soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Ryota's heartbeat rate changed significantly. Hyojin didn't expose her and pretended not to know anything. He continued, "When I come back this time, I'll be able to confirm whether you're dead or alive, so you don't have to worry too much. You'll soon be free and reunited with your brother." Uchiha Ryota's eyes flickered, but he still didn't say anything. Hyojin didn't say anything else and simply left the cave. Glancing at Hyojin's departing figure, Uchiha Ryota's face turned gloomy. He thought to himself, only 10 days left. Back in his office, Hyojin sat in front of his desk and went over his plan again. After repeatedly confirming that there were no loopholes, he slowly got up and tidied up the office. In the final experiment 10 days later, the entire secret prison would become a part of the experiment. Therefore, he had to start setting up the venue and props now. Regardless of whether the final experiment would yield any results or not, the secret prison would be abandoned after the experiment. Therefore, he had to carefully clean up the traces he left in the secret prison to prevent others from following the clues. After completing the layout of the secret prison, Hyojin didn't stay idle. He quietly went to the secret laboratory in the Forest of Death. He stopped in front of a row of large nutrition tanks. At that moment, 2 clones were being cultivated in a row of large nutrition tanks. The 2 clones were Hyojin's own clones. However, they were not the clones that he had planned. Instead, they were ordinary clones that didn't have other people's cell tissues mixed in. They only had his own cell tissues. He went forward to check the data on the nutrition tank's display. Seeing that the data of the 2 clones were normal, Hyojin silently calculated the time in his heart. With Hyojin's current technology, it would take at least half a month to cultivate a clone. Kuroto started cultivating the 2 clones a week ago. If everything goes according to plan, these 2 clones should be able to make it in time for the final experiment 10 days later. Seeing that everything was going according to plan, Hyojin breathed a sigh of relief and immediately returned to Konoha. During this week, Konoha's encirclement and suppression of Amatsukami continued. However, the continuous investment of manpower and material resources didn't yield any results. It was as if the so-called Amatsukami never existed. This made more and more people in Konoha realize that something was wrong. All the signs indicated that Amatsukami has no substantial interaction with the underground black market and other ninja organizations scattered throughout the shinobi world. This Amatsukami seems to have suddenly appeared in the shinobi world and disappeared just like that. Because of the fruitless search, more and more people paid attention to the rumors spread by Danzo. Everyone began to speculate whether Homasubi, the only Uchiha who has a Manjikyu Sharingan, is Homasubi of Amatsukami, the only member of the Uchiha clan who has a Manjikyu Sharingan. And could the so-called Amatsukami be hiding in Konoha? As the rumors continued to ferment, 3 generations couldn't continue to sit back and do nothing. Soon, Hyojin received a call from 3 generations. After rushing to Naruto's office, Hyojin frowned slightly. At this time, in Naruto's office, not only Naruto of 3 generations, but also Danzo and the 3 elders of the advisory group. In addition, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, and one of the three Sannin, Jiraiya, were also there. What surprised Hyojin the most was the pale hair and beard squatting on the table next to Jiraiya. In Hyojin's impression, this toad was not simple. It should be Fukasaku sage of Mount Myaboku, one of the three holy lands, whose status is second only to the great toad sage. TSK, is there a need to make such a big fuss? After secretly cursing in his heart, Hyojin stepped forward and said to Naruto of 3 generations, Naruto-sama, member of Umbu Team 11, Hyojin, reporting to you. 3 generations removed the pipe in his mouth, which has become more and more inseparable recently, and said, this time, I called you here to ask you something. You must answer truthfully, without any concealment. Hyojin nodded calmly and said, yes. 3 generations said, the night the leader of the Kumo delegation was attacked, what did you and Jishuei do? How did you encounter the members of Amatsukami? This part, Hyojin and Jishuei had already arranged, so he did not hesitate and immediately told the fabricated content in detail. After listening, everyone in the office was silent, seemingly looking for loopholes in Hyojin's words. Only Hyuga Hayashi stared at Hyojin with a bit of worry in his eyes. So far, only Hyojin, Jishuei, and a few members of the family know that the leader of the Kumo delegation was killed by Hyuga Hayashi, so Hayashi is very worried that the rumors of Jishuei will involve Hyojin. While everyone was silent, Jiraiya suddenly asked Hyojin, tell me in detail what happened when you were attacked. Kuroto then told Jiraiya in detail about the attack that he had made up. Jiraiya nodded after listening and didn't say anything else. The content fabricated by Kuroto is all carefully considered by him, and any part that may arouse suspicion has been eliminated by him one by one. As for the parts that were difficult to explain, he pushed all the blame to the members of Amatsukami being very strong and having strange abilities. Anyway, even 3 generations Naruto couldn't catch the members of Amatsukami, so no one could blame him for shirking responsibility like this. After a moment of silence, 3 generations asked tentatively, that night, did Jishuei do anything strange? Hokage-sama, I have also heard the rumors in the village, but I personally think that those rumors are pure nonsense and not worth discussing at all, said Suijin in a very natural manner. Hokage-sama, I have also heard the rumors in the village, but I personally think that those rumors are pure nonsense and not worth discussing. Danzo snorted, arrogant, how can you make such an assertion? Hyojin said, if Jishuei is a member of Amatsukami, then how can you explain Amatsukami's recent attack on the Uchiha clan? Danzo casually said, this is probably just a self-directed performance by the Uchiha clan. If this is a self-directed performance by the Uchiha clan, then it means that Amatsukami and the Uchiha clan are in cahoots, or Amatsukami was established by the Uchiha clan. Hyojin smiled and asked, then why did Amatsukami take the risk of smuggling the body out of the village after killing the leader of the Kumo delegation? Isn't this unnecessary? Danzo opened his mouth, but was unable to answer Hyojin's question, and could only snort coldly. The question that Hyojin asked was something that all the higher-ups of Mai were puzzled about. Judging from the fact that Amatsukami ambushed the leader of the Kumo envoys and smuggled his body out of the village and sent it to the black market, Amatsukami's purpose was very clear. They were after the 50 million yuan bounty on the head of the leader of the Kumo envoys. If Amatsukami's organization was determined as such, the Uchiha clan would naturally be cleared of suspicion. After all, as a wealthy Mai clan, the Uchiha clan would never do something so outrageous just for a mere 50 million black market bounty. Even Danzo, who was extremely hostile towards Uchiha, did not think that Uchiha would do such a ridiculous thing. 3 generations waved his hand and said, all right, you can leave first. Hyojin gently nodded, then quietly left Naruto's office. After Hyojin left, 3 generations asked the people in Naruto's office, what do you think? Hyuga Hayashi was the first to stand up, I think that Kuroto and Jishuei are reliable. It is unwise to suspect the outstanding juniors of the village just because of some groundless rumors. Sage Fukasaku, who was standing beside Jiraiya, said, I just sensed that this little guy named Hyojin didn't have any emotional fluctuations throughout the whole process, it doesn't seem like he was lying. Danzo said, Hyojin may not be lying, but he may have been deceived by Jishuei. You should also know that Jishuei who possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan is far stronger than Hyojin. Can Hyojin's Byakugan see through the falsehood created by Jishuei? Danzo's words made everyone in the room fall into silence. Perhaps everyone's impression of the Manjikyu Sharingan had faded a little, but after Uchiha and Shinichi made a scene in Mai, the terrifying power that made Uchiha's Sharingan comparable to that of Naruto's first generation once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone realized that once Uchiha's people awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, their strength would take a qualitative leap, and they would be able to do many things that seemed impossible. Seeing that no one refuted him, Danzo sneered again, I even suspect that Hyojin has been controlled by Jishui's genjutsu. Fukasaku shook his head and said with a serious look on his face, the chakra in Hyojin's body is very peaceful, and in short, the chakra in his body shows no signs of interference. Hyuga Hayashi also echoed, yes, the mirror is not controlled by genjutsu, and the feedback from the cage bird curse is normal. The three generations breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. The three generations didn't want to intensify the conflict between the village and Uchiha at this time. After all, the sudden appearance of Amatsukami and the Akatsuki who recruited a large number of Mai's renegades are a greater threat to the village. According to the intelligence of the Konoha village, there is only one possessor of Manjikyu Sharingan in the Uchiha clan, and the Akatsuki organization not only has Uchiha Shinichi who also possesses Manjikyu Sharingan, but there is also Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, as well as a large number of S-class renegades including Sasori, Kakuzu, and Hirako. In terms of high-level combat power alone, the Akatsuki organization is not inferior to the 5 great shinobi villages. At this time, the three generations looked at Xianxia and asked, did you find anything in the Sand Crypsis? Mai and the Sand Crypsis have now formed an alliance, so in the investigation of Amatsukami, Mai also sent a request to the Sand Crypsis for cooperation. Xianxia took out a document and handed it to the three generations while saying, the situation in the Sand Crypsis is not good. As soon as the three generations took the document and looked at it, their brows furrowed. After the three generations fought with Sasori, Mai reported Sasori's situation to the Sand Crypsis as their ally. In fact, many people in the Sand Crypsis have suspected that the disappearance of the three generations Kazekage is related to Sasori, but because Sasori is the grandson of Elder Chiyo of the Sand Crypsis, and because there is no evidence in their hands, this matter has been delayed for a long time. Now that they know that Sasori has joined the Akatsuki organization, and there is a rumor that he killed three generations Kazekage, the excuse of lack of evidence can no longer be concealed. Three generations Kazekage were killed, even if it is just to regain face, the Sand Crypsis has to respond accordingly, so they quickly formed a large hunting team to hunt down Sasori. It is unknown whether it is a coincidence or someone deliberately did it. As soon as the Sand Crypsis formed a hunting team, Sasori received information from the spy he placed around Orochimaru, saying that Orochimaru is hiding in the country of wind, so Sasori, Kakuzu, Hirako, Shino, and several other Akatsuki members rushed to the country of wind. The result is self-evident, the Sand Crypsis hunting team and the Akatsuki organization met in the yellow sand, and a fierce battle broke out. In the end, the Akatsuki members were forced to retreat, and the Sand Crypsis hunting team suffered heavy losses and was unable to continue the pursuit. Slamming the document on the table, the three generations' face was gloomy. After Mai, the Sand Crypsis also fell at the hands of the Bounty Ninja organization. The prestige of the 5 great ninja villages is being trampled by Amatsukami, Akatsuki, and other Bounty Ninja organizations. Back home, Hyojin found a black crow on his windowsill, so he opened the window and let the crow into the house. Taking the letter tube from the crow's leg, Hyojin opened the letter. The letter was written by Jishui, and the letter briefly mentioned his situation this week, and also mentioned that many people in the Uchiha clan also listened to the rumors outside and became suspicious of him. After destroying the letter, Hyojin lightly spat, "TSK, it seems that I underestimated the power of rumors." In fact, Kuroto also understands that the main reason why this rumor was able to spread like wildfire in the village is that the disappearance of Amatsukami was too strange, and the search of the village was fruitless, so it was inevitable for the villagers to think too much about it. In this kind of atmosphere, naturally, more people believed the rumors. In fact, to solve this problem is actually very simple, as long as the Balrog of Amatsukami makes a high-profile appearance, and let the leaders of the village and the Uchiha clan believe that there is indeed such a bounty ninja organization, then all the problems will be solved. But how to create another Balrog has become a difficult problem in front of Hyojin. Putting away his thoughts, Hyojin wrote a reply and put it in the letter tube on the crow's leg. The content of his letter was only 2 words. Endure. Then he stretched out his hand and held the crow out of the window, watching it fly away. Outside the Uchiha clan, 2 root ninjas stood on a big tree, watching the Uchiha clan from afar. At this time, one of the root ninjas said, "Look, it's the crow that flew out just now." The other root ninja observed for a while and said, "This crow is not right, shoot it down." Swish, the root ninja who found the crow immediately shot a sharp senbon and hit the crow in the air. When the 2 root ninjas arrived at the place where the crow fell, suddenly, the crow's body on the ground burst into a cloud of white smoke. When the smoke dissipated, only a black feather was left on the ground. After picking up the black feather, the 2 root ninjas looked at each other. In Jishui's home. After taking the letter tube from the crow's leg, Jishui hurriedly opened the letter and read it. Then, she asked in confusion, "Patience. Could it be that Senior has a way to help me get rid of suspicion?" Time flew, and soon, 9 days had passed. These days, Hyojin has been secretly spying on Uchiha Ryota's every move in the secret prison through the Tenseigan through the thick rock layer. Uchiha Rongtai did not disappoint him. In just a short 9 days, he had already worn down most of the key sealing techniques of the 4-symbol seal on his body. According to this progress, he should be able to escape tonight. Hyojin paused, then muttered, "Success or failure depends on tonight." As the sun set in the west, the sky gradually darkened. In the cave, Uchiha Ryota closed his eyes, concentrating on controlling the chakra to wear down the sealing techniques that imprisoned him. After these days of hard work, while wearing down the sealing techniques, he unexpectedly found that his control over chakra had improved a lot. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "I didn't expect that this method could also train the control of chakra, it's really absurd." At this time, a squeaking sound came into the cave. Hearing the sound, Uchiha Ryota immediately stopped wearing down the sealing techniques, calmed down all the chakra reactions on his body, and pretended to be asleep. He knew that this sound came from the puppet that changed the nutrient solution for him every day. At first, he thought that there was a puppet master hiding in the cave, secretly controlling the puppet, but after careful observation these days, he found that the puppet's body was not connected to any chakra lines at all. This discovery astounded him to no end. As an elite jonin who had experienced the Third Ninja World War, Uchiha Ryota was no stranger to the puppet masters of the Sand Crypsis and the various puppets of the Sand Crypsis. Therefore, he could recognize the puppet in front of him at a glance. It was just a standard puppet of the middle and low-level puppet masters of the Sand Crypsis, and there was nothing special about it. Even the Uchiha clan, who was not too interested in puppets, had seized a lot of them in the war. Although they were not trash that could be found on the street, they did not have much value as a collector's item. It was also because he knew the origin of this type of puppet that he was shocked by the puppet in front of him, which obviously had a certain level of intelligence and could complete tasks independently. Not long after changing the nutrient solution to maintain Uchiha Ryota's life, the puppet slowly left the cave. Looking at the puppet's departing figure, Uchiha Ryota said, "Is this a new technology developed by the village?" In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Ryota suppressed all the doubts and puzzlement in his heart about this puppet, and focused his mind to think about his escape plan. He knew very well that if nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to remove the shackles of the 4-symbol seal in a few hours. Once the shackles of the 4-symbol seal were gone, a few mere chains would not be able to trap the elite jonin of Uchiha, who could freely mobilize the chakra in his body. Other than that strange puppet, I wonder if there are any other guards in this cave. Ryota Uchiha had speculated about his situation. Although he firmly believed that the one who attacked him was all the higher-ups of the village, he felt that the one who tortured him should be one of the higher-ups in the village who coveted the Sharingan of Uchiha. That was why the whole torture seemed so mysterious and sneaky. It was precisely because of this speculation that he felt that the guards in this cave should not be too strong. At least, there would not be a strong person at the level of Jishui. And the reason why the arrogant him was worried about the guards was because of the long-term torture, coupled with the fact that his body had only ingested some nutrient solution that could barely sustain his life these days, causing his body to be very weak at this time. Once the guards in the cave were too strong, even if he broke the seal, it would be difficult for him to escape. Time passed by, and as the seals were worn down one by one, the hope of getting out of this predicament was right in front of him. Even Uchiha Ryota, who has a heart of stone, couldn't help but get excited at this moment. However, at this moment, he heard the sound of familiar footsteps. That guy is back? Damn it, this is only the 9th day. A series of emotions such as surprise, anger, and annoyance surged in Ryota Uchiha's heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only stop wearing down the ceiling techniques again. After a while, a figure wearing a devil mask appeared in the cave and said to him, "Okay, the higher-ups have made a decision. Tonight is the day you die. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more." Ryota Uchiha's heart seemed to be hiding a beast, roaring angrily, the blood feud with his brother Uchiha Hideki, the torture and humiliation he has suffered these past few days, all these resentment and unwillingness piled up in his heart, giving birth to a ferocious beast, a beast that feeds on hatred, a beast that lives by killing and slaughtering. The man with the grimace mask didn't seem to notice the change in Ryota Uchiha's mood, and still said slowly, "When you die, I will be relieved." Uchiha Ryota, who was not willing to wait for Kuroto to kill him, secretly accelerated the consumption of the jutsu and said, "Can I ask you a favor?" The man with the grimace mask was stunned for a moment, and then said with a chuckle, "Say it, what is it?" Ryota Uchiha intentionally pondered for a long time, and then slowly said, "I want to be buried with my brother." The man with the grimace mask shrugged, "I'm sorry, your brother's body has been disposed of. After you die, your body will also be disposed of, so I'm afraid I can't help you with this request." Hearing that his brother Uchiha Hideki had no bones left, Ryota, who was as experienced as Uchiha, couldn't suppress the anger in his heart, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. The man with the grimace mask saw this and said, "Hey, are you trembling with fear? I thought you were not afraid of death." Ryota Uchiha raised his head and stared at the man with the grimace mask. "Someone will die here tonight." The man with the grimace mask smiled and said, "Yes, the person who will die is you. This is something that is destined, no one can change it." After that, the man with the grimace mask turned around and walked to a tool table, took out a set of delicate surgical tools. While disinfecting the tools, he said with a smile, "By the way, do you think I should take off your Sharingan first, or kill you first, and then take off your Sharingan from your body?" Staring at the man with the grimace mask whose back was facing him, Uchiha said coldly, "Is there any difference?" The masked man teased, "There are still some differences. At least when you are alive, you can take off your Sharingan, the Sharingan will be more or less fresh. There's only one last sealing technique left. I'll be able to take my revenge soon. I'll be able to kill him soon. I want to kill him. Kill him. Kill him." After wearing down another sealing technique, Uchiha Ryota exclaimed in his heart. At this moment, he was already slightly unable to suppress the wild beast of slaughter at the bottom of his heart. In his nervousness and excitement, his entire body trembled more and more violently, and he fell into an indescribable madness. The man with the grimace mask, who had his back to Uchiha Ryota, seemed to have no idea of this. He was still cleaning the surgical tools and teasing Ryota, as if Uchiha Ryota, who was tied behind him, was already a meat on the chopping board and a fish in the pot. Not long after, the man with the grimace mask turned around, holding a scalpel in one hand and a pair of surgical forceps in the other. He came to Uchiha Ryota and said in an almost announcing tone, "Uchiha Ryota, I'll take your Sharingan." The corners of Uchiha Ryota's mouth rose slightly, "Come and get it." The man with the grimace mask was unmoved, and the surgical forceps and scalpel in his hand slowly approached Uchiha Ryota's eyes. Just as the cold surgical instruments were about to touch Uchiha Ryota's eyeballs, suddenly, Uchiha Ryota's ink-colored eyes turned into scarlet Sharingan. This? The man with the grimace mask was taken aback, and the movements of his hands also stopped. At this time, the three Tomo in Uchiha Ryota's Sharingan eyes rotated rapidly, and at the same time, with a clatter sound, the chains that bound him all slipped to the ground. The man with the grimace mask no longer hesitated this time and flew back. The freed Uchiha Ryota almost instantly completed the hand seal, and shouted to the man with the grimace mask, "Fire release, grand fire annihilation." Boom, in an instant, a sea of fire spewed out from the mouth of Uchiha Ryota, and in the blink of an eye, it filled the narrow cave. In such a narrow and closed environment, using the level of grand fire annihilation was almost equivalent to suicide from a certain point of view. and the experienced Uchiha Ryota's first move after escaping was this ninjutsu, which showed how strong the killing intent in his heart was. At the moment when the Grand Fire Annihilation was used, not only did Uchiha Ryota not dodge or escape, but he jumped into the sea of fire, enduring the burning flames, and directly rushed to the man with the grimace mask who was also in the sea of fire. Bang bang bang, in an instant, accompanied by the sound of fists and feet, the two men were entangled in the sea of fire. Uchiha Ryota seemed to be crazy, completely ignoring the flames, and rushed to the key points of the man with the grimace mask, and roared, "Die! Die! Die!" The man with the grimace mask was burned by the fire release ninjutsu, and could only barely resist the crazy attack of Uchiha Ryota. Soon, he fell into a disadvantage and was forced into a corner. Uchiha Ryota, who had the upper hand, had completely fallen into madness. He pierced the chest of the man with the grimace mask with one hand, as if he was going to tear the heart of the man with the grimace mask with his bare hands. The man with the grimace mask shouted, "You damn madman!" Swoosh, immediately, there was a sound of wind breaking. The man with the grimace mask pulled out a sharp short sword from his waist, and with a wave of his hand, he cut off the arm of Uchiha Ryota that had pierced into his chest. One arm was cut off, but Uchiha Ryota turned a deaf ear. He rushed directly to the man with the grimace mask, bit the throat of the man with the grimace mask, and tore the throat of the man with the grimace mask. Puff, blood splashed from the throat of the man with the grimace mask, sprinkling on the surrounding flames, and a colorful halo appeared. Then, the man with the grimace mask fell straight to the ground, and soon there was no breath. Watching the man with the grimace mask die in front of him, the three Magatama on Uchiha Ryota's Sharingan rotated even faster, and at first glance, it seemed that they were connected. Huff, at this time, Uchiha Ryota's killing intent gradually faded, and endless fatigue and pain suddenly rushed up, causing him to fall to the ground and gasp. As the killing intent faded, the three Magatama in his Sharingan, which was about to be completely connected, gradually separated and returned to the original appearance of three Magatama. At this moment, Ryota Uchiha also noticed the changes in his Sharingan, and realized that just now, at the moment when he killed his enemy, he almost awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan that he had dreamed of. However, it was still a little bit, just a little bit. Pooey, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, Uchiha Ryota struggled to stand up. He had just used the fire release Grand Fire Annihilation, and he had taken a solid hit himself. So at this moment, not only did he lose an arm, but his body was also heavily burned. Even with the physique of an elite jonin, this degree of injury was almost at the limit of what Uchiha Ryota could bear. At this time, Uchiha Ryota half-squatted in front of the corpse of the grimace-masked man and reached out to remove the grimace mask. The face under the grimace mask was quickly revealed, and Uchiha Ryota's eyes suddenly darkened. "Humph, so it's a colleague of the Jishuiambu. I think his name is Hyojin. Hyuga family, I'll remember this grudge." Then, Uchiha Ryota's gaze fell on the sharp short sword in Hyojin's hand. "This is a good sword." After praising it, Uchiha Ryota smoothly fastened it to his waist. After killing his enemy and confirming his enemy's identity, Uchiha Ryota only had one thought left at the moment, and that was to find his brother Uchiha Hideki's Sharingan as soon as possible and then quickly leave this place. So he stood up, dragged his exhausted body, and staggered out of the cave where he was imprisoned. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at the charred broken arm on the ground. Along the dark passage, he came to a room brightly lit by candlelight. There were tables, chairs, and benches in the room, and there were books, pens, and ink on the table. Just from the furnishings, Uchiha Ryota could tell that this should be Hyojin's office. Coming to the desk, Uchiha Ryota's eyes immediately fell on the notebook on the table with Uchiha Ryota written on the cover. With an indescribable feeling, Uchiha opened his notebook. The notebook recorded every stimulation experiment that Hyojin conducted on Uchiha Ryota. It even included some of Hyojin's comments and speculations. Looking at the incomparably cold words in the notebook, Uchiha Ryota, who was being tested and toyed with, suddenly fell into a boundless rage. Rustle, amidst the sound of breaking wind, cold light flashed, and sword chi crisscrossed. The enraged Uchiha Ryota waved the sharp short sword he had seized from Hyojin and cut the notebook and the desk into pieces. While panting heavily, Kuroto thought to himself, "They actually wanted to use this method to stimulate me to awaken my Manjikyu Sharingan. No wonder they didn't kill me. It turns out that what they coveted was the Manjikyu Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. After reading the notebook, Uchiha Ryota knew everything. Although he had some vague guesses before, everything about the Manjikyu Sharingan, even he, as an Uchiha clan member, didn't know much about it, so he couldn't determine what the other party's motive was. It wasn't until he saw the stimulation experiment project in the notebook that he understood that the purpose of the other party was not just the 3 Tomo Sharingan in his and his brother's eye sockets. What the other party really wanted was a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. Brother, I swear to you, I will definitely find all the people behind the scenes, and then kill them one by one with my own hands. After making the oath in his heart, Uchiha Ryota left the room. At this time, he knew very well that with his current physical condition, he had to evacuate, but if he didn't find his brother Uchiha Hideki's Sharingan, he couldn't convince himself to leave. So he continued to move forward along the dark passage. His steps were heavy but extremely firm. At the end of the passage, there was a door engraved with the Uchiha clan's emblem. Bright candlelight shone through the gap of the door, indicating the light behind the door. Why is the family emblem engraved on the door? Uchiha Ryota was a little puzzled, but then he thought, is that the secret vault where our Uchiha clan's Sharingan is stored? Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and walked to the door. But just when he was about to push the door, he suddenly took a step back and pulled out the short sword from his waist again. At this time, although Uchiha Ryota was seriously injured and exhausted, as an elite jonin of the Uchiha clan who is only one step away from awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, his perception is unquestionable. At the moment when he pushed the door, he keenly felt the sound of breathing and heartbeat behind the door. This undoubtedly means that there is someone in the room behind the door, and for some reason, the other person gives him a very familiar feeling, but this familiarity is mixed with some strangeness, which makes him feel very strange. After a short moment of hesitation, Uchiha Ryota made up his mind, kicked the door open, and rushed into the room. The room was brightly lit, forming a strong contrast with the dark cave before. Even with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Ryota blinked uncomfortably and subconsciously reached out to cover part of the light. At this time, a flat and cold voice sounded in the room, "Ryota, you can find this place, you really did not disappoint me." Hearing the familiar voice, Uchiha Ryota was shocked and blurted out, "Brother! Brother!" At this time, Uchiha Ryota's eyes still haven't adapted to the strong light in the room. He can only vaguely see a gorgeous high-back chair in the room, with its back facing him, and the voice just now seems to come from the chair. Just as Uchiha Ryota was trying to adapt to the strong light in the room, the high-back chair turned around. Seeing the person sitting on the high-back chair, Uchiha Ryota's pupils constricted, the arm that was holding the short sword slowly drooped down. The person sitting on the high-back chair is none other than his brother, Uchiha Hideki. Uchiha Hideki was wearing the eye-catching black cloak of Amatsukami. He wasn't wearing a mask, and he was sitting lazily on a high-back chair with a leisurely expression on his face. Uchiha Ryota asked, "Why?" His voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, as if he wasn't asking Uchiha Hideki in front of him, but asking his own soul. Uchiha Hideki, who was sitting on the high-back chair, said lightly, "My stupid brother, do you still not understand?" Uchiha Ryota looked at Uchiha Hideki, "I am asking you why." This time, his voice was louder, but his tone was still full of hesitation and helplessness. Uchiha Hideki smiled faintly and explained, "The secret to activating the Manjikyu Sharingan is extreme love and hatred. I know that you love me, so you will sacrifice your Manjikyu Sharingan for me, right?" Uchiha Ryota stepped back and shook his head, "No, you are not Hideki, he would not do this to me." At this time Uchiha Hideki, who was sitting on the high-back chair, slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he opened them, and the Sharingan, the symbol of the Uchiha clan, appeared in his eye sockets. Looking at the 3 Tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Hideki's eye sockets, feeling the familiar chakra on Uchiha Hideki's body, although Ryota also vaguely noticed a trace of incongruity, but there is no doubt that the person sitting in front of him is his brother Uchiha Hideki. This feeling of blood connection, even if Uchiha Ryota is seriously injured and exhausted at the moment, he will never mistake it for someone else, and because he confirmed this, Uchiha Ryota staggered back a few steps, his face was full of disbelief. Along the way, he relied on the belief of avenging his brother Hideki to support him, but at this moment, this belief that has been supporting him all this time suddenly collapsed. On the high-back chair, Uchiha Hideki smiled and said, "What's wrong? Is it difficult to accept all this?" Uchiha Hideki's tone was full of ridicule, as if they were talking about daily trifles such as what to eat for breakfast. Uchiha Ryota was a little lost. Why did you do this? Uchiha Hideki took a deep look at Uchiha Ryota's eyes and said, "Didn't I tell you just now, I need your Manjikyu Sharingan? You tortured me like this just for that illusory Manjikyu Sharingan?" With a sad smile, Uchiha Ryota continued, "I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, I don't have that talent, I can't awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan you need, you can only rely on your own ability." Uchiha Hideki smiled slightly, "Awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan is not difficult for me." Uchiha Ryota roared, "Then why do you still torture me like this?" Uchiha Hideki's eyes flashed and said solemnly, "Because the Manjikyu Sharingan is not the end of Uchiha Sharingan, what I need is power that surpasses the Manjikyu Sharingan." A power that surpasses the Manjikyu Sharingan? Uchiha Ryota was very surprised, the feeling of having his own ideas attacked made him at a loss. After a while, he roared hysterically, "There is no power above the Manjikyu Sharingan, the Manjikyu Sharingan is the ultimate power." Uchiha Hideki looked at Ryota with a pitiful expression and shook his head, "My stupid brother, your narrow-minded vision has limited your life and future. Maybe what you said is right, for a mediocre clansman like you, the Manjikyu Sharingan is indeed the limit, but for me, the Manjikyu Sharingan is just the beginning of everything." Uchiha Ryota roared, "I don't understand what you're saying, you're crazy." Uchiha Hideki, who was sitting on the high-back chair, pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you know about the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan?" Uchiha Ryota, who heard this term for the first time, was a little confused. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Uchiha Hideki continued, "The various rumors about the Manjikyu Sharingan in the outside world are not all nonsense, it is indeed a cursed power, because once the Manjikyu Sharingan is awakened, the clansman who awakens the Manjikyu Sharingan will go blind irreversibly and fall into complete darkness." Uchiha Ryota was shocked, "The Manjikyu Sharingan can cause blindness?" "Yes, the more frequently you use the Manjikyu Sharingan, the faster you will go blind." After a pause, Uchiha Hideki continued, "There is only one way to reverse the blindness and obtain the eternal pupillary power." Uchiha Ryota, who had guessed something, was shocked and angry at the moment. "The method you're talking about, is to take my eyes?" At this time, Uchiha Hideki showed a crazy expression. "Yes, as long as I replace the Manjikyu Sharingan of my blood relatives, and fuse the power of the two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan that are connected by blood, I can obtain the true eternal pupillary power, obtain the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that will never go blind, and control the fate of the Uchiha clan." "So that's how it is." Uchiha Ryota, who knew everything, sat on the ground, his eyes were dull, as if he had lost his focus. If before, Kuroto only thought that Uchiha Hideki had gone mad or was being manipulated by someone using some strange method, then after learning the secret of the Manjikyu Sharingan, he finally understood why Uchiha Hideki would set such a big trap. For a short moment, he even asked himself in his heart, in the face of the temptation of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, would he also reach out to his blood relatives like his brother? Uchiha Hideki continued his speech full of hope, "Ryota, my dear brother, you are the one who is most likely to open the Manjikyu Sharingan in the clan, and you are also my blood relative. You will definitely help me, right?" Sitting on the ground, Ryota Uchiha Hideki asked in a surprisingly calm tone, "Brother, will you really dig out my eyes?" When Uchiha Hideki heard Uchiha Hideki's desperate question, his whole body seemed to be struck by lightning, and his expression was dull for a few seconds, but he immediately recovered, but the expression on his face was distorted. One moment it was shock and surprise, the next moment it was anger and sadness. It was as if there were two personalities in his body at the same time. Not hearing Uchiha Hideki's answer, Ryota Uchiha Hideki continued to say, "My question is ridiculous, right? It's so ridiculous that you don't even want to answer it." If Uchiha Hideki raised his head at this time, he would find that Uchiha Hideki on the high-back chair was pressing his right hand with his left hand, and some parts of his body were trembling uncontrollably, as if he was trying to suppress something, but also as if he was trying to break through something. Ryota Uchiha Hideki, who was still lowering his head, suddenly laughed wildly. He covered his eyes with one hand, and the chakra on his body became gloomy and indescribable. At this moment, even a blind person could feel that Ryota Uchiha's aura had changed dramatically. Looking at the desperate and sad Ryota Uchiha Hideki, Uchiha Hideki on the high-back chair couldn't help but shed 2 lines of blood. Tears, and the 3 Magatama in his Sharingan flew out and rotated, faintly gathering together. Suddenly, Ryota Uchiha Hideki's crazy laughter stopped abruptly, and he suddenly raised his head. The Sharingan in his eye sockets had changed into a complex polygonal shape. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or a resonance, but it happened almost at the same time. The 3 Magatama in Uchiha Hideki's Sharingan, which was flowing tears of blood, also changed into a complex triangle in an instant. Boom boom boom, accompanied by a loud roar, 2 orange-yellow Susanoo stood up at the same time. The dark and narrow cave couldn't withstand the destruction of 2 Susanoo, and in the midst of the earthquake, Hyojin's secret prison completely collapsed. Boom, in an instant, a violent whirlwind swept through the cave, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The originally sturdy walls of the cave collapsed inch by inch. The collapse of the cave raised a cloud of smoke and dust. Amidst the smoke and dust and scattered stone debris, Suijin, who had returned to the body of the true body, gradually narrowed his eyes. Looking at the 2 Susanoo that were very similar in appearance and color, the expression on his face was extremely complicated. There was surprise, and a little emotion on his face. I really didn't expect this. This scene was indeed a bit out of Hyojin's expectations. Uchiha Hideki, who was on the verge of mental collapse and had long been judged by Hyojin to not have the talent to awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, actually forcefully expelled Hyojin's soul from his body. This was the first time that Hyojin tasted the feeling of being forcibly expelled from his body when he used the Tenseigan's soul descending technique. Before this, Uchiha Hideki was on the verge of mental collapse and had fallen into a deep coma, losing all senses of the outside world, almost becoming a vegetable. Therefore, Hyojin had the idea of using the soul descending technique to control him and complete the last round of stimulation on Uchiha Ryota. But he never thought that when he saw Uchiha Ryota's miserable figure, Uchiha Hideki's consciousness that had fallen into a deep sleep actually woke up without any warning. Not only that, under the suppression of Hyojin's will, Uchiha Hideki actually tried to forcefully awaken the Sharingan. That's right, when Hyojin controlled Uchiha Hideki to talk to Uchiha Ryota, Uchiha Hideki suddenly opened the Sharingan. It was not Hyojin's doing. The situation at that time was that Uchiha Hideki's will had been trying to open the Sharingan, and Hyojin's will was trying his best to suppress it. But after hearing Uchiha Ryota's question about Uchiha Hideki's true identity, Hyojin thought for a while and immediately removed the suppression on Uchiha Hideki's will, allowing Uchiha Hideki to open the Sharingan. This action confirmed to Uchiha Ryota that Uchiha Hideki's identity, dispelling Uchiha Ryota's last doubt, and made Uchiha Hideki fall into despair. But with the opening of the Sharingan, in the confrontation with Hyojin Ryota's consciousness, Uchiha Ryota's will gradually gained the upper hand and regained some control of his body. This was also why Uchiha Hideki, who was sitting on the high-back chair, acted strangely, his expression twisted, and his left hand pressed on his right hand, as if he was competing with himself. That was because Hyojin's will and Uchiha Hideki's will were having an intense battle of wills within Uchiha Hideki's body. In the end, out of love for his brother, Uchiha Hideki, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, burned all of his potential and forcefully awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, successfully expelling Hyojin's will from his body. Roar, roar. At this time, 2 Susanoo of similar color and appearance roared angrily at each other at the same time. Ryota Uchiha, who only had one arm left, held his forehead with one hand and panted heavily as he said, "Brother, so I've been living in your lies all this time. Your aptitude is actually far above mine. I'm a so-called family genius, but I'm just a complete joke." Uchiha Hideki, who had just regained control of his body, tried to open his mouth, trying to explain something, but his mouth could only make ya-ya sounds. There is no doubt that he hasn't completely regained control of his body yet. Coupled with the battle of wills he just had and forcefully awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, at this time, his mental strength has reached its limit. Seeing Uchiha Hideki half-kneeling on the ground under the Susanoo, seemingly adapting to the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, Ryota said coldly, "Actually, you are the real genius, you are the real genius. You didn't lie, awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan is really a piece of cake for you." At this time Uchiha Hideki struggled to stand up and said in a very strange tone, "Ryota, be careful. Be careful." Uchiha Ryota snorted coldly and said, "Be careful of what? Be careful of being dug out by you?" Come, whoever wins between us two brothers will have eternal light. If I lose, I will give you my Manjikyu Sharingan. Uchiha Ryota knew that with his current physical state, the possibility of winning is very small, but even if there is no chance of winning, he has to fight. This is his last stubbornness. After saying that, Uchiha Ryota used his Susanoo and punched towards Uchiha Hideki's Susanoo. Boom, the earth shook again, gravel splashed everywhere, smoke and dust flew. With just one punch, Uchiha Hideki's Susanoo was knocked down to the ground, and the figure of the Susanoo also became a bit illusory, and it seemed that it would be difficult to maintain its form. As if noticing something, Uchiha Ryota frowned and asked, "No, why is your chakra so weak?" Uchiha Ryota was physically weak and seriously injured. He was almost out of energy, but after one blow, he found that his brother Uchiha Hideki's chakra was even weaker than his. This made him suspicious. Uchiha Hideki has completely controlled his body at this time, and while gasping heavily, he explained, "Ryota, stop, we are all being played." Although Uchiha Ryota was skeptical, but because of his long-term trust in his brother, he stopped attacking. Uchiha Hideki looked around vigilantly, and then explained, "The other party has a very strong genjutsu that can control my body. I barely regained control of my body after awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. Be careful, he should still be nearby." Uchiha Ryota also immediately became vigilant when he heard this. With his Manjikyu Sharingan, he can easily distinguish that his brother Uchiha Hideki's weakness is not an act, so he instantly understood that both he and his brother have been played. Kuroto's main body was nearby, so Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota were able to quickly find his trail with the help of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Hyojin walked out of the ruins and said slowly, "I thought you two would fight for a while, but I didn't expect things to develop to this point. You two brothers still have trust in each other." Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota simultaneously used their Susanoo to attack Kuroto. Under the two incomparably huge orange-yellow Susanoo, Kuroto's figure seemed incomparably small, as if he was an ant in front of two gods. Looking at the familiar ghost-masked man in front of him, Uchiha Ryota was surprised. "Didn't I already kill you? Could it be that the previous one was just your substitute?" Hyojin smiled slightly, "Kind of. The one that was killed by Uchiha Ryota in the cave prison was just a clone controlled by Hyojin using the Tenseigan's soul descent technique." Hyojin controlled the clone at that time, preparing to stimulate Uchiha Ryota, who was about to escape, to see if he could awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan when Uchiha Ryota was freed. But the result was obviously that Hyojin thought too much. At that time, in order to escape, Uchiha Ryota, who was forced into a desperate situation, didn't even bother to hide it and directly started to wear down the ceiling technique in front of Hyojin. Hyojin was extremely embarrassed, so he pretended to clean up the surgical equipment and deliberately turned his back to Uchiha Ryota. Because Uchiha Ryota's action of wearing down the ceiling technique was too obvious, even with Suijin's acting skills, he didn't know how to act, turning a blind eye in a more natural manner, so he could only use the excuse of cleaning the surgical instruments as an excuse to turn his back on Ryota and dawdle for a while. Of course, in the following battle, Kuroto deliberately went easy on his opponent. Even if he only controlled an ordinary clone, Hyojin would not be defenseless in front of Uchiha Ryota. He deliberately lost to Uchiha Ryota just to see if Uchiha Ryota can awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan. But to be safe, he still cut off one of Uchiha Ryota's arms, making Uchiha Ryota lose the ability to use ninjutsu. Although the Uchiha clan mainly relies on their Sharingan jutsu to become famous, losing the ability to use ninjutsu will also greatly weaken their combat effectiveness. This is also the foreshadowing that Hyojin deliberately buried for the possible battle that may happen in the future. Thinking of all the things that happened in the cave prison, Uchiha Ryota couldn't help but roar, "You bastard, are you the one who has been hiding behind the scenes?" Uchiha Hideki said hatefully, "You miscalculated this time, didn't you?" Hyojin chuckled lightly, "Miscalculated?" Hyojin's calmness made Uchiha Hideki feel extremely angry, his chest bulged violently like a bellows, and he roared, "You never thought that we would awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan at the same time." Hyojin didn't deny it, and nodded, "This is indeed a bit beyond my expectations." Uchiha Ryota's mouth curled up, revealing a hideous smile, "Look carefully, this is the unique Manjikyu Sharingan Jutsu Susanoo, this is the power of entering the realm of gods. And you are just a humble ant, you are not qualified to covet the supreme power of our Uchiha clan." Uchiha Hideki also chimed in, "Ant, pay the price for your greed." Almost at the same time, Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota activated their respective Susanoo, one left and one right, and swung their fists towards Hyojin. Boom, with a loud bang, the area where Hyojin was just now was smashed into a deep pit by the huge power of the two Susanoo. And Hyojin, who barely avoided the two Susanoo's fists, fell on a huge protruding rock. Looking at the two brothers Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota, Hyojin secretly said, who was the last person who challenged the Uchiha brothers Susanoo. The scene in front of him reminded Hyojin of the time when the two brothers Itachi Uchiha and Uchiha Sasuke used their Susanoo. However, the situation in front of Hyojin was obviously not the same as the situation in front of Medicine Master Do. When facing Medicine Master Do, Itachi Uchiha in the state of Edo Tensei was not inferior to when he was alive, and he was not afraid of injury, and he had almost infinite chakras amount. Uchiha and Sasuke were also at their peak at that time. And now Hyojin is facing, one is Uchiha Hideki, whose spirit and body have reached the limit, and the other is Uchiha Ryota, who has also reached the limit and lost an arm and a large area of his body. Hyojin even suspected that if he deliberately delayed for a while, the two brothers Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota would not be able to hold on. However, considering the strange abilities of the Manjikyu Sharingan, even if he is confident that he can win, Suijin doesn't have the slightest intention of underestimating the enemy. At this time, Uchiha Ryota laughed arrogantly and said, "I have to admit that you bastard do have some schemes, but you have made a fatal mistake. As a mortal, how dare you covet the power of the gods? How about it, now it is your turn to experience despair." Uchiha Hideki also said, "Don't worry, we won't kill you immediately, everything you have done to us, we will return it to you." Hyojin, who was half squatting on the giant rock, slowly got up and said, "You seem to have made a mistake." Seeing that Hyojin was still as calm as before, Uchiha Ryota grinned and said, "Haven't you given up yet? At this time you can still be so stubborn, I am really looking forward to torturing you more and more." Unlike Uchiha Ryota, Uchiha Hideki's heart suddenly jumped and asked, "Tell me, what did we make a mistake?" The Manjikyu Sharingan is indeed a rare treasure. After a pause, Hyojin smiled lightly and said, "But if it wasn't for that pair, it is just a dispensable tool to me." What Hyojin is referring to is naturally the Manjikyu Sharingan of Obsidian. Compared with the Kamui, the other Manjikyu Sharingan are a level lower. Cough cough. Uchiha Hideki, who was faintly unable to hold on, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and then asked, "What pair, this pair, what do you mean?" The reason why Uchiha Hideki is very concerned about Hyojin's words is because he feels that when Hyojin was controlling him before, he said about the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it is not a lie. It is this point that he is very concerned about, because these secrets about the Sharingan, even he and his brother, who are from the Uchiha clan, have never heard of them, so he is very curious why Hyojin knows so many secrets about the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Ryota urged, "Brother, don't talk nonsense with him, after we catch him, we can interrogate him however we want." Just like Uchiha Hideki, at this time Uchiha Ryota is also close to his limit. If he can't determine the winner in a short period of time, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, Uchiha Ryota is not too worried, because in his opinion, this is a battle between a god and an ant. Looking at the exhausted Uchiha and Ryota, Hyojin smiled, and then he slowly raised his hand and began to form hand seals. At this moment, both Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota had an ominous premonition. But they really don't understand why they have such a premonition. In their minds, no one in the entire shinobi world can resist two Manjikyu Sharingan possessors of the Uchiha clan at the same time, no one can. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Uchiha Ryota roared, "Don't waste your energy, you damn ants, why won't you obediently crawl under the feet of our Uchiha clan? Is it so hard to admit your lowly life and kneel to the noble Uchiha clan?" Hua, a gentle blue chakra flowed out of Hyojin's body, and in an instant, he completed the hand seals and entered the Tenseigan chakra mode. Do you want to know why? Slowly flying into the air, Hyojin looked down at the Uchiha brothers and said lightly, "That's because you don't know who is a god and who is an ant." After saying that, Hyojin gently clenched his right hand. In an instant, two truth-seeking balls flew out from between his eyebrows and gathered in his right hand, turning into a dazzling golden sword that was as hot as the sun. The golden sword radiated light in all directions, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness, turning the deep night into a bright day. This. Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota looked at Hyojin in the Tenseigan chakra mode, and then looked at the golden sword in Hyojin's hand and fell into a daze. As Jonin of the Uchiha clan, the two brothers are not mediocre, not to mention that they have just awakened their Manjikyu Sharingan, so their understanding of the level of power is far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. Because of this, they knew very well that the Hyojin in front of them was not an ordinary ninja. They could vaguely feel that the Golden Will reincarnation explosion transformed from the two truth-seeking balls in Hyojin's hand was a terrifying power that could threaten their Susanoo. Faced with this sudden change, Uchiha Hideki shouted, You are definitely not a ninja from the village. There is no one like you in the village. Who are you? Why do you know so many secrets of our Uchiha clan? Before Uchiha Hideki could finish his sentence, Hyojin, who was in the air, disappeared without a trace. Uchiha Hideki was taken aback, and just as he was about to use his Susanoo to launch an attack, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared above his head. He flew above my head? When the bright golden light covered his body, Uchiha Hideki finally realized what was going on. Boom! At the same time as the golden light sprinkled down, a loud noise also entered Uchiha Hideki's ears. At this time Uchiha Hideki, who was exhausted and weak, raised his head, and when he raised his head, he saw a shocking scene. Susanoo, this was a powerful jutsu that could only be used after awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. This was the jutsu that Uchiha Hideki relied on, the jutsu that he believed would be able to win the battle. At this moment, under the dazzling golden sword of Kuroto, there was not the slightest bit of resistance. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, it was directly sliced into two. How? How is this possible? Together with the Susanoo, Uchiha Hideki's unparalleled confidence in his Manjikyu Sharingan, when he awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, Uchiha Hideki felt that he was invincible, a demigod that had stepped into the realm of gods, a demigod that could summon the wind and summon the rain. But as the Susanoo shattered, he found that he was still the same prisoner that was tortured, unable to choose his own life or death. Swoosh! The sound of wind breaking suddenly rang in Uchiha Hideki's ears. Uchiha Hideki, who was still in a trance, had just recovered from his daze when he found that Suijin was already in front of him, only 3 or 4 meters away from him. Uchiha Hideki was shocked, and said with a trembling voice, You. As soon as the word You came out of Uchiha Hideki's mouth, his voice stopped abruptly, and his whole body was pulled by an inexplicable force towards Hyojin, who was not far away. Hyojin raised his hand and grabbed Uchiha Hideki's neck, and without any hesitation, he directly plucked the Manjikyu Sharingan from Uchiha Hideki's eye sockets. After that, Kuroto tossed Uchiha Hideki aside and put the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan into the small nutrition tank that he prepared earlier. Ah! After Hyojin finished all this, Uchiha Hideki's scream could be heard. At this moment, Uchiha Hideki's face was also filled with shock. From the moment Hyojin attacked to the moment Uchiha Hideki's Manjikyu Sharingan was removed, the whole process only took a few seconds. It was too fast, too unexpected. Until now, Uchiha Ryota is still doubting whether he was caught in a Genjutsu, whether the scene just now was real or just an illusion. At this time, after putting the small nutrition tank containing Uchiha Hideki's Manjikyu Sharingan into the ninja bag on his waist, Hyojin turned his head and looked at Uchiha Ryota, who was at a loss. Hyojin, who succeeded in his attack, didn't feel the slightest bit complacent. When he attacked just now, he noticed that Uchiha Hideki's reaction speed and insight has fallen to the level of a Chunin. Although Uchiha Hideki has the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets, his current state is no longer enough for him to exert even 1/10 of the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Even the most basic insight of a pupillary Kekai shinobi has almost completely lost him. During the battle, he is completely in a state between consciousness and trance. Therefore, the reason why Hyojin was able to succeed is not because Hyojin is strong, but because Uchiha Hideki is only an empty shell. With just a gentle push, it collapsed. Looking at Hyojin, who was walking towards him, Uchiha Ryota asked in horror, Are you a human or a ghost? Hyojin didn't relax his vigilance, and said lightly, Didn't you just say that you are a god? Uchiha Ryota held the Kusanagi pill that Hyojin deliberately left behind, and shouted fiercely, Return my brother's Manjikyu Sharingan to us. As he spoke, 2 lines of blood tears flowed out of Uchiha Ryota's eyes, and his Manjikyu Sharingan also distorted. Knowing that Uchiha Ryota was about to activate the unique pupil technique of his Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin didn't dare to be careless. and while rushing towards Uchiha Ryota, he used Rain Will Pull to pull Uchiha Ryota towards himself. Under the effect of Rain Pull, Hyojin in the Sky Blue Tenseigan Chakra mode and Uchiha Ryota in the Orange Susanoo are approaching each other at high speed. These two powerful chakra, in the curtain of the night, are like two dazzling torches, rushing towards each other. In the flying forward, Hyojin's Tenseigan under the grimace mask is blooming with a bright light, and his small eyes seem to contain the stars in the sky. Through the Tenseigan, Hyojin can clearly observe any changes in Uchiha Ryota's body. There is no doubt that at this moment, the chakra reaction in Uchiha Ryota's body is suddenly intensifying, which straightforwardly shows that he is trying to use the unique pupil technique of his Manjikyu Sharingan. His physical state restricts the use of his pupil technique. This is a good opportunity. In just a short moment, Hyojin was keenly aware that when Uchiha Ryota used the pupil technique of Manjikyu Sharingan, although the chakra in his body reacted violently, it was chaotic, which undoubtedly greatly slowed down the speed of his technique. Whoosh! In a flash, the golden light sprinkled down, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Hyojin controlled the Golden Will reincarnation explosion in his hand, from top to bottom, slashing fiercely at Uchiha Ryota's Susanoo. The dazzling golden sword instantly slashed on the orange Susanoo. Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar. However, contrary to Suijin's expectations, his Golden Will reincarnation explosion didn't shatter Uchiha Ryota's Susanoo as easily as it shattered Hideki's Susanoo. When the golden sword cut into Uchiha Ryota's Susanoo close to his chest, it was stuck by an inexplicable force. If slicing Uchiha Hideki's Susanoo was as easy as slicing a melon, then the feeling of the Golden Will reincarnation explosion when slicing Uchiha Ryota's Susanoo was like chopping a wall with a sword. Although he was able to cut through it, he was unable to completely cut through it with a single strike. Ha ha ha! At this time, under the orange Susanoo, came Uchiha Ryota's wild laughter, and the chakra reaction in his body was gradually rising. Although it was still chaotic, the momentum was getting stronger. Hyojin's expression froze. He pulled out the Golden Will reincarnation explosion that was cut into the shoulder of Susanoo, and slowly retreated into the air. His face showed a faint doubt. In the presumptuous laughter, Uchiha Ryota's Manjikyu Sharingan shed 2 tears of blood. Almost at the same time as the blood tears streaked across his cheeks, the orange Susanoo covering his body began to slowly change. Susanoo, which originally only had half of its body, became tall in the blink of an eye, and gradually changed into an orange giant with 4 limbs. Then, the giant's body ignited with a golden flame. These golden flames transformed by the Manjikyu Sharingan chakra, like armor, wrapped around the giant, turning the original orange giant into a shining golden kami bathed in blazing flames. Immediately afterward, a golden diamond-shaped space appeared on the giant's forehead, and Uchiha Ryota, who was hiding in the giant's body, slowly floated up and finally entered the diamond-shaped space on the giant's forehead. Complete form of Susanoo. If it was someone else who saw this scene, they would be stunned, but Hyojin was a little surprised. He didn't expect Uchiha Ryota to be able to use the complete form of Susanoo. But soon, Hyojin frowned. No, he can't do it. Although Susanoo is a common pupil technique of the Manjikyu Sharingan, even geniuses like Jishui and Itachi can't immediately master the complete form of Susanoo when they just awaken their Manjikyu Sharingan. Not to mention that Uchiha Ryota's physical state at this time is close to the limit, and the chakra in his body is also chaotic. So, according to common sense, with the current state of Uchiha Ryota, it is impossible to use the complete form of Susanoo. Hideki Uchiha, who was killed by Hyojin before, is a living example. Then there is only one explanation. In Hyojin's understanding, the complete form of Susanoo is almost the privilege of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Not counting Obsidian's bug-level Manjikyu Sharingan, anyone who can use the complete form of Susanoo has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, such as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. According to this, Hyojin quickly thought of the only possibility, that is, the unique pupil technique of Uchiha Ryota's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan is some kind of pupil technique that can strengthen Susanoo. The unique pupil technique of each pair of Manjikyu Sharingan is strange and unpredictable. If you have to forcibly classify it, Hyojin feels that it can be barely divided into 4 categories. The first category is the illusion-type pupil technique, such as Jishui's Kotoama Tsukumi, Itachi's Tsukuyumi, and Fuyua's black and white illusion. The second category is the ninjutsu-type pupil technique, such as Itachi and Sasuke's Amaterasu. The third category is the enhancement type pupil technique, such as Itachi and Sasuke's Amaterasu. The fourth category is the most eccentric and unpredictable space-time pupil technique, such as Obsidian's Kamui and Shinichi's House of Time. And the Uchiha Ryota's Manjikyu Sharingan in front of him is likely to be the third category, the shaping type pupil technique, and the target of the enhancement is actually Susanoo. The complete form of Susanoo also has the ability to fly, so at this time, Uchiha Ryota controlled his golden Susanoo to fly into the air, looked at Hyojin from afar and said, "Hand over my brother's Manjikyu Sharingan, and I can be merciful and give you a quick death." Looking at the golden Susanoo flying in the air, Hyojin sighed with emotion. Enhancement, shaping type Manjikyu Sharingan pupil technique is already extremely rare. I didn't expect that the target of your Manjikyu Sharingan is actually Susanoo. The value of your Manjikyu Sharingan is far beyond my imagination. Even in the final battle with Otsutsuki Kagaya, the complete form of Susanoo was a high-end combat power that could intervene in the battle, so at this time, Hyojin felt like he had won the lottery. Listening to Hyojin's cold comments, it seems that he is still a test subject on the test bench, Uchiha Ryota angrily said, "You are courting death." After saying that, Uchiha Ryota, while coughing blood, urged the golden Susanoo and waved the huge sword composed of golden flames towards Hyojin in the air. In a small town far away from Mt. Hazel. Inside an izakaya, a root ninja who was looking at the night scene outside the window suddenly jumped out of the window and onto the roof, looking at the distant Mt. Hazel. At this time, his companions also jumped out of the window and onto the roof. Soon, everyone noticed that in the distant sky, one or two dazzling golden lights flashed from time to time, but because of the distance, no one could tell what those golden lights were. "Hey, are there fireworks over there?" "That's the direction of Mt. Hazel." "I don't remember there being a town near Mt. Hazel." "Yes, there are no trade routes near Mt. Hazel. Let alone a town, there isn't even a village around it. In the shinobi world, the Land of Fire is the most prosperous and the most stable country. There are many trade routes in the country, so most of the towns and villages are located in the plains near the trade routes. There are no trade routes near Mt. Hazel, and it's a mountainous area, so there are no towns or villages. Obviously, there won't be a grand fireworks show in a place without a town." So soon, everyone realized that the flickering lights in the distant sky should be ninjas fighting. Although no one knows why a fight between ninjas can produce such a strong light, but this is a critical moment for the village to encircle Amatsukami. Every ninja participating in the encirclement of Mai is highly nervous, because everyone knows that Amatsukami is far from an ordinary bounty ninja organization, so if they find something, they will pay great attention to it. The leading root ninja pondered for a moment, then immediately ordered, "Send the signal flare." Whoosh! Bang! Soon, a bright signal flare crossed the night sky, blooming a conspicuous pattern in the night sky. On the battlefield. Looking at Uchiha Ryota's Susanoo, the golden will reincarnation explosion in Hyojin's hand immediately disappeared, and two truth-seeking balls flashed in front of him, turned into a black wall, and protected him. Boom! The huge golden flame sword of Susanoo chopped down on the black wall formed by the truth-seeking jade, and a loud roar rang out. Although the golden flaming sword was powerful, it could not do anything to the black wall formed by the truth-seeking ball. In the instant that they clashed, there was a huge boom. The flaming sword shattered into blossoms of flames that scattered in all directions. It was as if the sky was raining fire. The flames splashed into the surrounding forest, immediately igniting a large area of trees. In just a moment, the forest below turned into a sea of fire. Cough, cough, with this swing of the sword, Uchiha Ryota coughed even more violently. Even though he covered his mouth with his hand, blood still overflowed from between his fingers. At this moment, Hyojin waved his hand and removed the black wall formed by the truth-seeking jade in front of him. He calmly sized up Uchiha Ryota. There is no doubt that using Susanoo and the Manjikyu Sharingan to enhance Susanoo at the same time has brought a heavier burden to Uchiha Ryota's already weak body. In the vision of the Tenseigan, Hyojin can even vaguely perceive that the vitality in Uchiha Ryota's body is melting little by little. This feeling is as if Uchiha Ryota is forcibly maintaining Susanoo and the Manjikyu Sharingan to enhance Susanoo at the cost of his life. The battle has developed to this point, the outcome has already been determined. Hyojin doesn't even need to attack, as long as he focuses on dodging, he can easily survive until Uchiha Ryota runs out of energy, but he obviously can't do so now. The awakening of the Manjikyu Sharingan by the Uchiha brothers at the same time is already beyond his expectations, and now he is fighting with Uchiha Ryota's golden body Susanoo in the air. Within a radius of a dozen miles, it is estimated that the battle here can be easily detected. If he can't end the battle quickly and clean up the battlefield, the ninjas in the village are likely to rush here. Secondly, considering the fusion of the pupil power and the evolution of the Manjikyu Sharingan, he still needs Uchiha Ryota to be alive, so he can't just watch Uchiha Ryota burn his life and die like this. Making up his mind, Hyojin no longer hesitated and immediately stimulated the Tenseigan chakra in his body. In an instant, one after another truth-seeking jade condensed from his eyebrows. Counting the previous two, a total of 5 truth-seeking jade floated beside him. Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. With a light shout, all 5 truth-seeking jade gathered in his right hand, and in an instant, a golden sword of more than 100 meters long was condensed. Uchiha Ryota, who was in the air opposite, also shouted at this time, I am the real god. At this time Uchiha Ryota not only had tears of blood in his eyes, but his mouth, nose, and even his ears were bleeding. It is not an exaggeration to describe him with the words bleeding from the 7 orifices. Looking at Uchiha Ryota, who seemed to have lost his mind, Hyojin's eyes showed a bit of pity. Hyojin can now understand why Uchiha Ryota can awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan technique to enhance the Susanoo, because his Manjikyu Sharingan faithfully depicts his obsession with the gods. Glancing at the broken mountain and the forest fire around him, Hyojin said lightly, "It's time to end this." Swish, in an instant, Hyojin held the golden sword which was about 100 meters long and stabbed at Uchiha Ryota. His figure flew through the night sky, leaving a long trail of light behind him. He was like a dazzling meteor, unbelievably fast. Boom, the roar sounded again. Hyojin, who changed the slash into a stab, used the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion in his hand as a lead, piercing through the flame armor of Uchiha Ryota's Susanoo, and his whole body rushed to the front of Uchiha Ryota. Uchiha Ryota was stunned. Why did I lose? Hyojin did not answer, nor did he hesitate. He directly took off the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in front of Uchiha Ryota's stunned eyes. Whoosh, when Uchiha Ryota's Manjikyu Sharingan was removed from his eye sockets by Hyojin, a breeze blew, and his godlike golden body Susanoo drifted with the wind and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Uchiha Ryota also lost consciousness and fell from the air. Hyojin, who was in the air, gently pointed his finger and controlled rain will pull to carry the unconscious Ryota to the ground, and then he himself landed on the ground and removed the Tenseigan chakra mode. After putting Uchiha Ryota's Manjikyu Sharingan into a small nutrition tank, Hyojin stepped forward and simply bandaged Uchiha Ryota's wound, and gave the wailing Uchiha Hideki an anesthetic injection. Then, with the help of the Tenseigan, he carefully cleaned up the battlefield, cleaning up all the traces that would expose his identity, and finally left quietly with the Uchiha brothers. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, numerous agile figures were leaping from tree to tree in the forest, bathed in the cold moonlight. Although these figures came from all directions, their destination was the same. That was the collapsed and burning mountain of Hazel City. Water release, water bullet technique. Water release, water formation wall. Water release, water dragon technique. The ninjas who arrived earlier endured the thick smoke and began to use all kinds of water release ninjutsu to put out the fire. However, someone soon discovered that there was a unique golden flame in the fire. This golden flame was not only dazzling but also extremely fierce. It was difficult to extinguish it with normal water release ninjutsu. Fortunately, the golden flame was slowly withering for some reason, saving them a lot of trouble. Not long after, Danzo, who was in charge of the route, arrived at MT Hazel. Along with Danzo were not only a large number of root ninjas, but also one of the Sannin, Jiraiya, and the elite Jonin of the village. Looking at the ruins of MT Hazel, Danzo stood quietly on a large rock with his staff. His face was gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. Jiraiya squatted in front of a long trench, deep in thought. At this time, Richa came to Jiraiya's side and asked, "This trench, what kind of ninjutsu is it? Is it some kind of wind release ninjutsu?" Jiraiya shook his head and said with certainty, "This is a sword mark." Unlike the other people in the village, Jiraiya's spiritual beast, Bunta Toad, was proficient in using a short blade. Of course, this short blade was relative to Bunta-Toad's size. For a ninja, it was a giant blade that was tens of meters long. Therefore, Jiraiya had seen the marks left on the ground by the giant blade many times. That was why he could determine that this long trench in front of him was created by some kind of giant blade. Sword mark. Richa was stunned. He murmured, "What kind of sword can create such a sword mark?" The perceptive class soon arrived at the scene. The perceptive class monitor, who had some kind of strange talisman on his face, closed his eyes and sensed for a while. Then he said slowly, "There are a total of 3 types of chakra here. 2 of them are very similar. They should be the same race. No, they should be blood relatives. The 3rd type of chakra gives off a very peaceful feeling. It's completely different from the other 2. And Uchiha Jonin asked eagerly, "Do you know who it is? Can it be traced?" The monitor of the sensory class shook his head. These 3 chakra, the perception class monitor suddenly stopped mid-sentence, as if he was at a loss as to what words he should use to describe the situation. At this time, Jiraiya walked over and asked, "What's wrong with these 3 chakra?" Seeing Jiraiya, the monitor of the sensory class seemed to have a reference. He immediately said, "Jiraiya-sama, the strength of these 3 chakra is not weaker than yours. I've sensed many types of chakra, but this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. I can be sure that the 3 ninjas who fought here are very powerful." Jiraiya was startled when he heard this, and the other Konoha ninjas on the side also had different expressions on their faces. Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, was currently one of the strongest ninjas in the village. And the 3 people who fought here just now were not inferior to Jiraiya in terms of chakra strength. This really shocked the Mai ninjas. Richa Hyuga said worriedly, "When did so many strong ninjas appear in the ninja world?" Akimichi Denzo, who was once a teammate of 4 generations, looked sad. If 4 generations were still here, these bastards would not dare to be so arrogant. Sigh, seemingly unhappy with Akimichi Denzo's sigh, the Jonin of Uchiha clan snorted and said, "As long as the Uchiha clan is here, Mai will still be the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. No one can humiliate Mai." After saying that, the Jonin of Uchiha clan surrounded the monitor of the sensory class and asked, "Is there really no way to track these 3 bastards?" The monitor of the sensory class shook his head and said, "They left very quickly, completely out of my range of perception. I suspect that they have a spiritual beast that can fly. Damn it." The Jonin of Uchiha clan cursed and said, "If we can track them, then with the strength of Patriarch and Jishuei, it should be easy to catch them." Danzo on the side listened to the conversation of the crowd, and a doubt lingered in his heart. That is, who were the 2 people who fought here just now? If one side is a member of Amatsukami, then who is the other side? Why did they fight with Amatsukami, Hyojin clan's secret laboratory? Looking at the 2 small nutrition tanks with 2 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan placed on the test bench, Suijin sighed in relief. Although the whimsical stimulation experiment was full of all kinds of accidents and variables, in the end, he still obtained a satisfactory result. The exhaustion of many days is nothing in front of the 2 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan on the test bench. Soon, Hyojin's gaze skipped over Uchiha Ryota's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan and fell on Uchiha Hideki's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. What is the unique pupil technique of this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan? As soon as this thought came to mind, Hyojin couldn't suppress it any longer. The desire for knowledge is almost the most irresistible desire of Hyojin. This is also the reason why he is so obsessed with various experiments. Uncovering secrets and exploring the unknown brings him an unparalleled sense of achievement, and this sense of achievement is also the main driving force that pushes him forward step by step. Thinking of this, Hyojin quickly placed one of the 2 clones on the test bench and used a scalpel to remove the semi-finished Byakugan in the eye sockets of the clone. Then, he transplanted Uchiha Hideki's Manjikyu Sharingan into the clone. After finishing all this, Kuroto sat on the chair and made a hand seal, secret technique, soul descent. In an instant, Suijin's head tilted and he fell on the chair, and at the same time, the clone on the test bench sat up with a whoosh sound. Hyojin, who had just descended into the clone, suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of dizziness. He held his forehead and adapted to the dizziness for a while before slowly opening his eyes. In the eye sockets, the pair of triangular Manjikyu Sharingan was flashing with a strange light. Hyojin looked a little absent-minded. He shook his head heavily and tried to focus, but the feeling of being in a trance lingered. He couldn't help but sigh. It's really not easy to use eyes that aren't my own. A genius like Kakashi couldn't even bear the burden of a Manjikyu Sharingan that was activated by his own chakra. One can imagine how unfriendly the Manjikyu Sharingan is to non-Uchiha ninjas. After adapting for a while, Hyojin got rid of the annoying dizziness and was barely able to concentrate. Walking down the test bench, Kuroto staggered step by step towards the mirror, wanting to observe the newly transplanted Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye socket, but as soon as he saw it, he immediately became furious. At this time, the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye socket actually returned to the state of 3 Magatama Sharingan. No wonder the dizziness disappeared. Just now, Hyojin was a little happy, thinking that his adaptability is quite good. It only took a moment for him to adapt to the newly transplanted Manjikyu Sharingan. But he never thought that the reason why he could barely adapt to the new Manjikyu Sharingan was because he got the Shinjutsu's Manjikyu Sharingan and returned to the state of 3 Magatama Sharingan. After thinking about it for a while, Hyojin also felt relieved. Kakashi used his own chakra to awaken the 2 Magatama Sharingan given to him by Obsidian into a Manjikyu Sharingan. In terms of affinity alone, the Manjikyu Sharingan that was awakened by his chakra should not have too strong of a rejection towards him. But even so, it took a genius like Kakashi more than 10 years of nourishment and exploration to master the ability to open and use his Manjikyu Sharingan. From this, it can be seen that the transplant is just the beginning. It doesn't mean that after the transplant of the Manjikyu Sharingan, everything will be fine, and you can immediately open the Manjikyu Sharingan and use the Manjikyu Sharingan. Of course, compared with the ignorant Kakashi, Hyojin has many advantages. First of all, Hyojin himself is a pupil Kekai Genkai ninja. In terms of the use of pupil Kekai, he has a unique advantage, which is something that Kakashi can't match. Secondly, because of the Tenseigan, Hyojin has a wealth of experience in using pupil power, especially in the aspect of controlling high-level pupil power. He is almost one of the top ninja in the current shinobi world. Finally, compared to Kakashi who knows nothing about Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin's understanding of Manjikyu Sharingan is obviously more thorough, and the purpose of opening the Manjikyu Sharingan is also clearer, so he doesn't need to spend a lot of time exploring the basics bit by bit like Kakashi. Therefore, Hyojin tried to open the Manjikyu Sharingan by opening the Tenseigan. As Kuroto tried, he soon noticed that the 3 Sharingan in his eye sockets were changing, and the 3 Sharingan in his eye sockets were faintly showing signs of merging together. But immediately after, that familiar dizziness came again. In just a few breaths of time, it messed up his rhythm of opening his eyes, causing his first attempt to open his eyes to go to waste. Who? Covering his eyes, Hyojin half-squatted on the ground and gasped heavily, but there wasn't much disappointment on his face. Although his first attempt didn't succeed, he understood that he has found the right method. He just needs some time to adapt to the Manjikyu Sharingan. But right now, what Hyojin lacks the most is time. He can't wait to adapt to the Manjikyu Sharingan. Anyway, the current clone body doesn't have the bloodline of Uchiha, so no matter how he adapts, it will be impossible for him to perfectly use the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, so it's better to forcibly open the Manjikyu Sharingan to understand the unique pupil technique of Hideki Uchiha. After making up his mind, Hyojin forcibly opened the Manjikyu Sharingan again, regardless of whether the clone body can bear it or not. In an instant, the chakra in his body surged into the Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets, and the previous dizziness came again. TSK. Do you think a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan can stump me? Hyojin's expression was a little ferocious, and his expression became more determined. After some time, the dizziness began to slowly subside. Although it was still there, it didn't stop Hyojin from concentrating and thinking. At the same time, Hyojin's vision gradually became clear. When he opened his eyes again, in the mirror, the pupils in his eye sockets had changed from the 3 Tomo Sharingan to the triangular pattern of the Manjikyu Sharingan. Then, Hyojin received some information in his mind, some information about the Manjikyu Sharingan. Amano Iwato. Hyojin showed a thoughtful expression. Hideki Uchiha's Manjikyu Sharingan's unique pupil technique is called Amano Iwato. When used, it can summon an Amano Iwato to protect one's soul from Genjutsu attacks, spirit attacks, and soul-sealing techniques. In other words, Amano Iwato is a type of defensive pupil technique, which is somewhat similar to Uchiha Shinichi's Heavenly Guardian. However, Heavenly Guardian is a constant state, while Amano Iwado is a soul protection technique. Rubbing his chin habitually, Hyojin muttered, "This pupil technique is basically useless most of the time, but when I really need it, it can be a life-saving measure." Hyojin wouldn't blindly fight against a strong enemy. Most of the time, he would bully the weak. Therefore, this pupil technique Amano Iwado is somewhat useless to him, because his Tenseigan itself has resistance to Genjutsu attacks and spirit attacks. However, the fact that Amano Iwado can defend against soul seals made Hyojin a little envious. It's just that he isn't sure how strong the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique is against soul seals, and whether it can achieve the effect of complete immunity. If it can be completely immune to soul seals, then Amano Iwado would be a true defensive divine technique. If it can only resist to a certain extent, then its value would be greatly reduced. Then, Hyojin did the same thing and changed to Uchiha Ryota's Manjikyu Sharingan, and carefully learned about the unique pupil technique of Uchiha Ryota. The unique pupil technique of Uchiha Ryota's Manjikyu Sharingan is called Susanoo. His left eye can enhance the power of Susanoo, and his right eye can reduce the consumption of Susanoo's chakra. After learning about the unique Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha brothers, Suijin couldn't help but feel conflicted. Fusing two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan that are connected by blood to form a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that will never lose its sight is an inevitable choice for Hyojin. But whether to use Uchiha Ryota's Manjikyu Sharingan to absorb Uchiha Hideki's Manjikyu Sharingan, or vice versa, using Hideki's to absorb Ryota's Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin is still a little hesitant. Should I abandon Susanoo or Amano Iwado? Regarding the fusion of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin actually doesn't know much about it, because in this regard, there are not many precedents for him to refer to. As far as he knows, only Madara Uchiha and Uchiha Sasuke have completed the fusion of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Among them, the Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuma have unique Manjikyu Sharingan technique, and Kuroto doesn't know about it. Therefore, the fusion of the Manjikyu Sharingan of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan of the Manjikyu Sharingan of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan isn't of much reference value to Kuroto. Therefore, only Itachi Uchiha and Uchiha Sasuke can really give Hyojin some reference. The unique pupil technique of Itachi Uchiha's Manjikyu Sharingan is Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Before his death, Itachi used Transcription Seal to seal Amaterasu in Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan, setting it so that once Sasuke sees Obsidian's Sharingan, it will automatically activate the Amaterasu sealed in his Sharingan. Coincidentally, when Sasuke awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, he also had the ability of Amaterasu, becoming the only case so far where two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan have the same unique pupil technique. Hyojin can't tell whether this is a coincidence, or if Itachi used Transcription Seal to seal his Amaterasu in Sasuke's Sharingan, which indirectly affected Sasuke's Manjikyu Sharingan in the future. But this gave Hyojin an idea: Transcription Seal may have an impact on the Manjikyu Sharingan to a certain extent. If this speculation was true, then Hyojin would have the best of both worlds. This idea is not complicated, it is just to use the Transcription Seal to seal Uchiha Hidechu's Amano Iwado into the Manjikyu Sharingan of Ryota Uchiha's right eye. In this way, it may be possible for Uchiha Ryota's right eye to inherit the unique Manjikyu Sharingan technique Amano Iwado from Uchiha Hideki's Manjikyu Sharingan. As for the original ability of Uchiha Ryota's right eye, which was the ability to reduce the consumption of Susanoo's chakra, it was relatively dispensable to Hyojin. While thinking about the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin walked to another room in the secret laboratory. This room was temporarily opened by Kuroto, the walls have been reinforced, and the surroundings are covered with sealing techniques and detonation talismans that are enough to blow up the room in an instant. There are not many furnishings in the room, only two large nutrition tanks are placed in the center. The people in the nutrition tanks are none other than the two brothers, Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota, whose Manjikyu Sharingan had been removed by Hyojin not long ago. After the previous battle, the two brothers Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota were severely injured, coupled with the removal of their Manjikyu Sharingan, their bodies were extremely weak. If it weren't for Hyojin's timely treatment, they would have been dead by now. But despite Hyojin's timely treatment, the two brothers' physical and mental injuries were irreversible, and it is impossible for them to recover to their peak state again. Standing in front of the large nutrition tanks, Hyojin looked at the unconscious Uchiha brothers with a little emotion in his heart. The reason why Hyojin won the previous battle so easily was mainly because the two brothers Uchiha were weak and seriously injured. If the two Uchiha brothers were in their peak state and given a month to adapt to the newly awakened Manjikyu Sharingan, then it would have been impossible for Hyojin to win so easily. Putting away his emotions, Hyojin carefully examined the two brothers from head to toe again. Although the two Uchiha brothers have been reduced to useless people, and even the Manjikyu Sharingan in their eye sockets has been removed, Hyojin still didn't take it lightly. He didn't miss any seal that should be applied, and he directly injected anesthetic into the nutrition tanks to ensure that the two brothers will remain in a comatose state. Hyojin did this mainly because he wanted the two Uchiha brothers, who contributed 2 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan to him, to suffer less pain. Although Hyojin is obsessed with research, he is not a ruthless madman. Now that his goal has been achieved, continuing to torture people is not only meaningless for him, but it will also make him feel very uncomfortable. Leaving the room where the two Uchiha brothers are imprisoned, Hyojin thought as he returned to the experimental area, before trying to fuse with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, I must first learn the transcription seal. The transcription seal is a type of seal based on pupil power, which is undoubtedly developed by the Uchiha clan, so if he wants to learn the transcription seal, he must start from the Uchiha clan. But these are not the top priorities for Hyojin. The most important thing for Hyojin to consider now is how to clear the suspicion of Jishui. As for how to fuse with the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, whether to clone a fire-release clone with the bloodline of Uchiha, and so on, these can be considered later. Paralyzed on the chair, Hyojin closed his eyes to rest while perfecting the plan to clear the suspicion of Jishui. Kuroto was actually very tired after this night's tossing and turning, but he was still a little excited before, so he temporarily covered up his fatigue, but now that he has finished counting all the harvests, the fatigue naturally swept over him. After taking a breath, Hyojin took out the map, rubbed his forehead, and planned various escape routes and hiding places. Because Hyojin himself is responsible for monitoring the operation of Amatsukami, so he knows the encirclement and suppression of Danzo's deployment of the encirclement and suppression of Amatsukami. Therefore, no one knows better than him where the safest place to appear, and where the most convenient place to retreat. The next morning. As usual, after sending out the messenger crow, Jishui practiced shuriken alone in the small courtyard of his house. Clang, 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 with a sound of metal clashing in the air, Jishui slowly landed on the ground. He looked up at several targets placed at different angles, and found that each target had a shuriken inserted in the center, and the corner of his mouth could not help but slightly raise. This method of using shuriken to hit each other, changing the trajectory in the air, and hitting different targets, even in the Uchiha clan, is considered a relatively high-end shuriken throwing technique. Clap clap clap, at this time, there was a burst of applause in the courtyard. Jishui looked back and smiled. Itachi, you are here. Brother Jishui, I am here too. A small figure jumped out from behind Itachi, who was applauding. Jishui smiled and teased, so, Sasuke is here too. I am really sorry, you are too small, I did not see you just now. Hearing Jishui's teasing, Sasuke pouted and looked unhappy. Unlike Sasuke, who was slaughtered in the original time and space and fell into loneliness and hatred, the Sasuke of this period is just a little kid who likes to stick to Itachi. Itachi rubbed Sasuke's head and said with a smile, Brother Jishui is just joking with you. At this time, Sasuke's eyes have fallen on the targets placed everywhere in the small courtyard, his face full of eagerness. Jishui, who saw through Sasuke's thoughts, handed a shuriken to him and said, try it. When Itachi was your age, he could easily hit the bull's eye. After taking the shuriken, Sasuke turned his head and looked at his brother with stars in his eyes. Brother, when you were my age, could you hit the bull's eye? Itachi smiled gently, which was a tacit agreement. In fact, when he was 4 years old, Itachi even went to the battlefield and killed the enemy's ninja with his own hands, which is far from what Sasuke, who lived in a peaceful era, could imagine. If brother can do it, then I can do it too. After saying that, Sasuke, full of confidence, aimed at a target directly in front of him and shot the shuriken in his hand. Whoosh, with the sound of the wind breaking, the shuriken flew out of the small courtyard and disappeared without a trace. Then, outside the courtyard came the scolding of the clansman, who threw the shuriken. Sasuke's head shrank, and his face was full of frustration. Jishui was also a little surprised. In the past 2 years, he has been busy with Black Ops 11 and had little time to pay attention to Sasuke. Today, he found that compared to Itachi, Sasuke's talent seems to be a lot worse. At this moment, the messenger crow that was released in the morning turned back and landed on Jishui's shoulder. After taking off the letter tube on the messenger crow's leg, Jishui did not hide it from Itachi and Sasuke. He directly opened the secret letter and found that there was only a time and place written on it. Seeing that Jishui's expression was not right, Itachi stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" Jishui put away the secret letter and shook her head. She did not explain in detail to Itachi. Although he had confessed to Itachi that he was a Balrog from God's organization, deep in his heart, he still did not want Itachi to get involved in such dark matters. Within the borders of the country of fire, on a remote path, Uchiha Musashi and Uchiha Uzumaki are on routine patrol. Although this trail is remote and difficult to traverse, it is a shortcut from the land of fire to the land of hot water. It is a route that many bounty ninjas and traitorous ninjas are accustomed to take. Uchiha Yudu said, "Did you hear? Last night, the mountain in Hazel City not too far from the village suddenly collapsed." Uchiha nodded. "Yeah, I heard that a member of Amatsukami got into a fight there, and the fight spread to MT Hazel." Uchiha Yudu was secretly speechless. Who are these people from Amatsukami? How come I have never heard of them before? Glancing at Yudu, Uchiha Yudu snorted and said, "What, are you afraid?" Uchiha Yudu smiled awkwardly. "Aren't you afraid at all? Even Ryota was captured by them. If we meet them, I am afraid we will not be able to escape." As soon as he said that, Uchiha Yudu stopped in his tracks. Uchiha Yudu, who was thinking about something, suddenly turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Uchiha Yudu pointed in the distance, trembling. Those two can't be members of Amatsukami, right?" Following the direction Uchiha Yudu was pointing, Uchiha Yudu looked in that direction. In the distance, 2 figures were slowly walking in this direction. They were both wearing the black gold-lined cloaks of Amatsukami. One of them was wearing a mask with a flame pattern on his face, and the other had a mask with a wind pattern on his face. Sure enough, they are members of Amatsukami. Secretly shocked, Uchiha Yudu shouted in his heart, "Damn it, I really ran into them, what should I do?" The achievements of Amatsukami, along with the large-scale encirclement and suppression of the village, have been spread to almost every street in Mai. Among them, Suijin resisted the 3 generations of Naruto for a long time, and with the help of Homosubi, successfully got rid of the pursuit of the 3 generations of Naruto and a large number of Umbu. On the other hand, Homosubi defeated Jishui, who has the Manjikyu Sharingan, as well as Ryota and Hideki, 2 Jonin ninjas of the Uchiha clan, and successfully escaped from the siege of a large number of Uchiha elites led by the Patriarch. These few achievements alone are enough to show the terror of Amatsukami. Among the 2 members of Amatsukami walking towards them, one of them was obviously the one who defeated Jishui and captured Ryota and Hideki, Homosubi. As for the other member of Amatsukami who was wearing the hurricane mask, although the information did not introduce him, since he was able to walk side by side with Homosubi, his strength must be extraordinary. Uchiha Yudu stuttered, "What? What should we do?" Uchiha Yudu took a deep breath and said, "Release the signal flare." "What?" Uchiha Yudu was taken aback, and immediately said, "Aren't we dead for sure? Why don't we run away now?" Uchiha Yudu took out the signal flare from the ninja bag on his waist, and said with a bitter smile, "Don't be silly, do you think we can still run away now?" After saying that, Uchiha Yudu shot the signal flare without hesitation. Whoosh, bang, looking at the signal flare blooming in the air, Uchiha Yudu let out a sigh of relief. Although it was daytime, and the signal flare in the air was not as eye-catching as it was at night, but because this was a carpet search, there were many Mai ninjas nearby, so Uchiha Yudu was not too worried that others would not notice the signal flare. At this time, the 2 members of Amatsukami also noticed the signal flare in the air, as well as Uchiha Yudu and Uchiha Yudu who released the signal flare. Looking at the 2 members of Amatsukami walking towards them, Uchiha Yudu and Uchiha Yudu looked like they were facing a great enemy. One of them pulled out his usual long sword, and the other took out 2 kunai and held them in his hand. Uchiha Yudu shouted, "Although the odds are not high, as the glorious Uchiha, we must not retreat. Uchiha Yudo had no choice but to bite the bullet and nod. Yes, let's fight them. As soon as the two shouted, the two members of Amatsukami slowly walked past them like passing travelers, who were ready to fight to the death. They did not even look at them during the whole process. Ugh, Uchiha Yudo was both surprised and glad at the same time. Uchiha Yudo also felt relieved, but then an indescribable feeling of humiliation surged in his heart. Damn it, how dare you ignore me, Uchiha Yudo. After shouting, Uchiha Yudo swung the long sword in his hand at Amatsukami's fire demon. At this time, Amatsukami's fire demon suddenly turned around and glared at Uchiha Yudo, stopping his attack. Then, without stopping, he slowly left with the other member of Amatsukami. After the two members of Amatsukami left, Uchiha Yudo came to Uchiha Yudo and pushed him. You. What's wrong with you? Are you under an illusion? Uchiha Yudo, who was still holding the sword in his hand, seemed to be deflated. His whole body collapsed, and he murmured, Manjikyu Sharingan. He really has Manjikyu Sharingan. In a cave on the border of the land of hot water. Cough cough, as soon as he took off the mask on his face, Hyojin coughed uncontrollably, and the coughing became more and more violent as if something was blocking his throat. After a long time, the coughing gradually subsided. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hyojin's face was a little gloomy. The burden of using the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets was far beyond Hyojin's expectation. Previously, he only activated the Manjikyu Sharingan without using any pupillary technique, but the clone body that was temporarily created already couldn't bear it. No wonder maintaining the Manjikyu Sharingan in the state of 3. Magatama took away half of Kakashi's life. Hyojin, who was still a little out of breath, muttered to himself. There is no doubt that in the current situation, using this temporarily created clone body to control the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan is obviously not enough for him. Playing with the mask in his hand, Hyojin thought to himself, if I want to really use the power of the Manjikyu Sharingan, it seems that I have to clone a clone with the bloodline of Uchiha. In the current shinobi world, as far as Hyojin knows, it seems that the only non-Uchiha ninjas who have Sharingan transplanted are Kakashi and Danzo. And Kakashi still can't use the power of his left eye until now, and Danzo needs to implant the cells of the first generation to reach a fragile balance with a large number of transplanted Sharingan in his body to ensure that his cells won't be swallowed by either side. It can be seen that these two non-Uchiha clansmen who have Sharingan transplanted are unable to use the full power of the Manjikyu. And the time that the transplanted Sharingan of Obsidian Sharingan was far longer than the time that Danzo can use the Izanagi when fighting against Conan's detonation talisman C. This undoubtedly shows that as long as you have the bloodline of Uchiha, even if you transplant someone else's Sharingan, you can at least use 70% to 80% of the power of the transplanted Sharingan. Thinking of this, Hyojin fell into deep thought. The Uchiha clan has the fire attribute chakra. Using the bloodline of Uchiha to clone a fire release clone will not deviate from my plan of Kekii net, and I can also use the Manjikyu Sharingan, or even the eternal Manjikyu of Sharingan, but whose cells should I use? Village. The news of Amatsukami's members reappearing in the Nation of Fire quickly spread from the front line to the village. Sandaime Hokage, who received the news for the first time, immediately held an emergency meeting. All the members of the advisory group including Shimura Danzo, Jiraiya, one of the 3 shinobi, and the elite jonin selected from all major clans attended the meeting. At the same time, the Uchiha clan meeting was also held in the Uchiha mansion. In the hall, Patriarch Fuyue crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face still as solemn as ever. The elites of the Uchiha clan sat quietly in the lower seats. Although they did not speak, many of the clansmen's faces were filled with a strong desire to fight. Fuyue glanced at Jishui in the corner with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Before this, Fugaku basically believed that Homusubi was the Homusubi of Amatsukami, so he didn't have much interest in the encirclement and annihilation of Amatsukami. On the contrary, he was more concerned about what Amatsukami wanted to do and whether the upcoming rebellion of the Uchiha clan could be used by Amatsukami. However, with the news from the front line, as well as Uchiha's solemn promise, Fuyue was a little confused. Could it be that I misunderstood Jishui? No matter who is in Fugaku's position, they would naturally have this kind of fluke mentality. After all, Shursui is currently the only possessor of Manjikyu Sharingan in the Uchiha clan other than Fugaku, and he is undoubtedly the strongest combat power of the Uchiha clan, so Fugaku is unwilling to accept the fact that Shursui has joined other secret organizations. After pondering for a while, Fuyue said, "The fire demon of Amatsukami has appeared again. We, the Uchiha clan, must act. This time, I will personally lead the team to annihilate the fire demon of Amatsukami." The elites of the Uchiha clan in the hall nodded in agreement. At this time, Fuyue's gaze fell on Jishui and said, "Jishui, come with me." "Yes." Thinking of the secret letter that Hyojin sent before, Jishui nodded without hesitation. Jishui knows very well that just the appearance of fire demon is not enough to dispel everyone's doubts. Only when he really fights with fire demon will the rumors fall apart. After returning home, Jishui thought about the time and place written in Hyojin's secret letter and thought to himself, the time written in Kuroto's letter is still 6 days from now, and the place is Bird Cry Cliff. Does Kuroto want me to go to Bird Cry Cliff in 6 days and act with him? But if I go with my real identity, who will play the role of fire demon? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Jishui looked at the map again. Bird Cry Cliff is located in the northeast of the Land of Fire, close to the border of the Land of Hot Water. It is a rocky hilly area. The terrain is very complex. Not only there are many cliffs, but there are also many bottomless swamps. Because of this, the area around Bird Cry Cliff has become a paradise for birds. Birds sing all year round, hence the name Bird Cry Cliff. Putting away the map, Jishui thought to himself, there must be a reason why Kuroto chose this place. Presumably, Kuroto is fully prepared. In a temporary camp in the Land of Hot Water. A cloud ninja walked into the tent with a document in his hand and reported, "Laying Sama, the traces of the members of Amatsukami have been confirmed." For generations Laying took the document, glanced at it, and immediately ordered, "Assemble the men." At this time, Kuroto Shinobi Ayada dissuaded, "Laying Sama, I must remind you that we have signed a peace agreement with Mai. Rashly invading the territory of the Land of Fire at this time will put us in a very passive situation." For generations Laying took out a confidential document and said, "This is a cooperation request from Mai, so there will be no diplomatic disputes in this operation." After reading the document, Ayada no longer had any doubts and immediately arranged the men. It didn't take long for a group of cloud elites to assemble. For generations Laying didn't give a long speech, just shouted, "That group of bastards not only killed Watanabe, but also sent his body to the black market to exchange for a bounty. Such humiliation, we Cloud Village must not let it go. Let's go." In an instant, under the leadership of 4 generations Laying, the cloud troops marched towards the Land of Fire. Mai's response this time was swift and decisive. It took less than half a day from the mobilization of the troops to the final departure. As for the Uchiha clan, they sent out most of their elites, including clan leader Fuyue and Jishui. Their momentum was so great that it was eye-catching. After a few days of trekking, the main force arrived at the area where Uchiha encountered the members of Amatsukami. At this time, Danzo, as the commander-in-chief, pointed at the large map on the ground with his cane and announced the details of the operation. "Jiraiya, you will lead the first team and be in charge of the search in the west. Shikaku, you will lead the second team and be in charge of the search in the south. Richa, you will lead the third team and be in charge of the search in the north. Fuyue, you will lead the police force and be in charge of the search in the east." Jiraiya and the others responded in unison. This deployment was discussed during the meeting at the Naruto building, so no one had any objections. After giving out the deployment, Danzo glanced at Jishui, who had not shown up for a long time, and immediately retracted his gaze. With a hoarse and deep voice, he continued, "We can't rule out the possibility that the enemy's sudden appearance this time is a conspiracy. Therefore, we must be extra careful during the search and maintain communication between all teams." Jiraiya put on a rare serious expression and added, "According to the intelligence, a new member of Amatsukami has appeared this time. The pattern of the mask on his face is Tempest. Based on the connection between the pattern of Amatsukami's mask and the codename, I speculate that this new member of Amatsukami is most likely a wind release ninja. So, everyone, please be prepared to fight against a wind release ninja." After listening to Jiraiya's words, everyone nodded. When encountering a strong enemy, the outcome would be very different with or without a plan. Therefore, gathering information and making the appropriate plan was crucial for ninjas. After dispersing, Fuyue and Jishui returned to Uchiha's temporary camp. After gathering all the elite jonin of the clan, Fuyue used his finger to draw a big circle on the map and said, "This area is the area Uchiha is responsible for." An elite jonin of Uchiha frowned and said, "The terrain of the area assigned to us is a little too complicated, especially the Bird Cry Cliff. It's either rocky cliffs or swamps. How are we going to search?" Fuyue's face was somewhat gloomy. And said, "This area is assigned by Danzo." Shursui was secretly happy. The fact that the Bird Cry Cliff is in the Uchiha search area is obviously a good thing for him, so he volunteered and said, "Patriarch, I will be responsible for the Bird Cry Cliff." Fuyue nodded. For a place as complex as the Bird Cry Cliff, he either has to take care of it himself, or he can only hand it over to Jishui who has the Manjikyu Sharingan. If it is handed over to other clansmen, he really can't rest assured. After completing the deployment, the my encirclement troops quickly took action. A large number of my ninjas dispersed in all directions in an orderly manner, like a big net opened. Jishui's group was an inconspicuous dot in this huge net. Including Jishui, a total of 8 people were responsible for searching the Bird Cry Cliff. Jishui led the 3 Uchiha Jonin as the main force of the search. In addition, the other 4 ninjas were 2 root ninjas, one was responsible for scouting, and the last one was responsible for communication. Not long after, Jishui's group of 8 entered the bird-chirping cliff, which was filled with strange rocks and complicated terrain. Swish swish swish, in a burst of rapid wind-breaking sound, Jishui and the others landed on a giant rock. Standing on the top of the rock and looking around, Jishui was a little nervous. Counting the time, today is the day that Hyojin agreed with him, so Jishui knows that Hyojin has already arrived at the bird-chirping cliff. But the more uneasy he is, because until now, he still can't figure out how Hyojin disguised himself as Homusubi. But at this point, he can only choose to believe Hyojin. Uchiha, who encountered the members of Amatsukami before, is also one of the 3 Uchiha Jonin who followed Jishui this time. He walked towards the Jonin of the Otami clan and asked, "Is there any suspicious person nearby?" The Jonin of the Otami clan looked solemnly in one direction and said, "The parasitic worms that I sent in that direction were all lost in an instant." Jishui took a deep breath and said, let's go, and take a look." After bypassing 2 swamps, Jishui and the others suddenly stopped, because right in front of them, on a giant rock protruding from the sky, stood 2 figures quietly. Uchiha was the first to shout, "It's them." For Uchiha, he couldn't be more familiar with these 2 figures. In the past few days, he recalled the scene where he was frightened by Homusubi's gaze, and his heart was filled with indignation and humiliation. Jishui also looked at the giant rock in the distance and thought to himself, who could the person wearing the Homusubi mask be? Swoosh, bang, just as Jishui was secretly guessing, the root ninja behind him has already shot a signal flare. And as the signal flare was shot, the 2 members of Amatsukami in the distance flashed, and in just a few leaps, they jumped in front of Jishui and the others. "TSK, I didn't expect you to find this place." After spitting lightly, Hyojin, wearing the Homusubi mask, locked his eyes on Jishui, and said in a joking tone, "Last time I didn't have time to dig out your eyes, this time you actually sent yourself to me. Good, it saves me from going to Mai to find you again." Jishui was startled at first, and then immediately said, "Surrender, you can't escape." "Escape?" After chuckling, Hyojin launched the Susanoo and said, "Why should I escape?" In an instant, a golden shadow was projected from Kuroto's body. First, it was the bones, then the meridians, then the muscles, and finally, it turned into a complete giant with the upper body. "Susanoo." Jishui was taken aback and asked subconsciously, "Who are you?" As soon as the voice fell, Jishui himself reacted. The battle between the Susanoo and the Susanoo is the best way to clear his suspicion. Although he doesn't know who the person in front of him pretending to be Homusubi is, now is obviously not the time to investigate this issue. So, Jishui no longer hesitated, and also launched his Susanoo. In an instant, an emerald-green Susanoo stood up. Looking at the 2 Susanoo in front of him, a root ninja who came with Jishui murmured, This is the power of Uchiha's Manjikyu Sharingan?" Boom, 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 the deafening roar shook everyone's eardrums. and the tremors of the earth were even more frightening. No one expected that the battle would become so intense from the very beginning. Looking at the two godlike Susanoo in front of them, no one dared to intervene in the battle, even the spectators had to carefully avoid them. Under the devastation of these two Susanoo, the huge cliffs in the Bird Cry Cliff were smashed into pieces one after another. Broken stones flew in all directions, along with the smoke and dust that filled the air and the whistling sound of the wind. They smashed against the ground or the rock wall, creating a series of clanging sounds. Flocks of birds were startled and circled in the air, crying out in panic. Hiding behind a huge rock, Uchiha Hiragi looked at the Battle of Susanoo with an excited expression on his face, even his body was trembling with excitement. So this is the true power of our Uchiha clan. Although he can't intervene in the battle in front of him, and he doesn't have the terrifying power of Susanoo, but when he thought that these two godlike strong people in front of him are Uchiha clansmen who have opened the Manjikyu Sharingan, Uchiha Rashi's heart was extremely excited, and a sense of pride filled his whole body. The other two Uchiha Jonin and Uchiha Rashi felt the same, a sense of superiority and honor was constantly growing in their hearts. The other four Mai ninjas were all shocked. The Manjikyu Sharingan technique like Susanoo is beyond the scope of their understanding of ninjutsu. One of the root ninjas asked, "When will the reinforcements arrive?" The root ninja replied, "The news has been passed to Danzo-sama and Fuyue-sama, they are rushing over here." The Uchiha clan's Jonin asked Uchiha Rashi, "Can Jishui win?" Uchiha was a little embarrassed. "I can't tell for now. If the enemy is someone else, Uchiha Ryumo will naturally have full confidence in Jishui, but if the enemy is also an Uchiha who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, then Uchiha Ryumo will find it difficult to judge." Another Uchiha Jonin interjected, "Don't worry, even if Jishui can't win, they can at least hold on until the patriarch arrives." Uchiha nodded, then shifted his gaze to another member of Amatsukami and said, "That guy with the hurricane mask doesn't seem to have any intention of making a move, but we can't be careless. Amatsukami is full of experts." When everyone heard this, they immediately turned to look at the Gods Organization member who was standing on a cliff far away. The masked member of Amatsukami stood quietly on the boulder. There was not much chakra energy coming from him. He looked like he was watching a show. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. After receiving the report from the communication team, Fuyue was shocked. He immediately turned around and rushed toward the Bird Cry Cliff. He thought to himself, "Even Susanoo is used? It seems that I really misunderstood Jishui. Damn it, who is this Uchiha clan member who joined Amatsukami? Was he the one who planned the Nine Tails Rebellion?" When Fuyue led the Uchiha clan members to the Bird Cry Cliff, Danzo and the Central Command also received the news from the Bird Cry Cliff. The Bird Cry Cliff. Danzo's face gradually turned gloomy, and he said doubtfully, "What is Amatsukami doing here? Is it a trap?" A root ninja stepped forward and asked, "Danzo-sama, do we need to inform the other teams?" After thinking for a while, Danzo nodded and said, "Inform the other teams to surround the Bird Cry Cliff." On the Bird Cry Cliff battlefield. Gradually, Hyojin and Jishui fought deeper and deeper into the swamp. The two Susanoo seemed to be fighting very fiercely, but in fact, both Hyojin and Jishui maintained a great deal of restraint. The firepower of each Susanoo was almost vented on the giant rocks around them. The direct collision between the two Susanoo was pitifully small. After secretly ordering the 3 generations Kazekage puppets to intercept the Mai ninjas who were traveling with Jishui, Hyojin led Jishui to a blind spot that was blocked by the giant rocks. While pretending to attack, Jishui asked with some vigilance, "Who are you?" "Don't worry, it's me." Hyojin quickly took off his mask, and then immediately put it back on. Seeing that the person under the Homasubi mask is really Hyojin, and the pupils in his eye sockets are a pair of complex rhombus-shaped Manjikyu Sharingan, Jishui was stunned. "Kuroto-san, how come you have Manjikyu Sharingan?" "This matter can't be explained in a short time, I will explain it to you after returning to the village." After a pause, Hyojin said, "Now remember, after I leave, you must announce to the public that Amatsukami is eyeing the tailed beasts of all the major shinobi villages." Jishui was startled and asked, "Why?" Hyojin explained, "We made a mistake before, how can a secret organization with so many experts not have a goal or a program?" You're right." Shursui nodded, but then he was a little confused. "But why do you want to target the tailed beasts?" The Jinchuriki of the major shinobi villages are the strongest in the shinobi world, and they often have many guards around them. Isn't it too arrogant for us to target the tailed beasts? Hyojin smiled faintly. It's okay, the more arrogant the better. The reason why Hyojin said Amatsukumi's target as the 9-tailed beasts is not only to make Amatsukumi appear more realistic, but also to make the obsidian shinobi feel more uncomfortable. Once the news of Amatsukumi coveting the tailed beasts of the major shinobi villages spreads out, the major shinobi villages will inevitably strengthen the protection of their Jinchuriki, and at that time, it will be much more difficult for Akatsuki to collect tailed beasts. Although he doesn't quite understand Hyojin's decision, Jishue didn't think too much about it. After all, this is just an empty goal, so he turned his attention to the 3 generations Kazekage puppet that intercepted the My Ninja and asked, "Senpai, who is it? Is it a new member of our organization?" Hyojin chuckled and said, "You can say that, you have seen it before." Listening to Hyojin's words, Jishue reacted, It can't be your 3 generations Kazekage puppet, right?" Hyojin nodded, "Yes." Jishue, who has a relatively honest personality, was speechless. There are obviously only 2 people in the organization, but now there are 4 members with 4 code names. It really makes him a little dumbfounded. Restraining his emotions, Jishue hurriedly said, "Senpai, you should leave quickly. This time the village's encirclement team is very strong. The perception team and the sealing team have been dispatched. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave." Hyojin curled his lips. "Oh, is there anyone that can fly?" Hyojin's question made Jishue speechless. Mai is good at everything, but there are very few people who can fly. In the original world, the remnants of the Sky Ninja village once launched an air raid on the Mai village, causing a lot of losses to the Mai village. At that time, as the 5th generation of Naruto, Tsunade Haim could only watch from the Naruto building as the ninjas wreaked havoc in the air, but there was no good way to fight back. And this time, although the encirclement and suppression force commanded by Danzo is not small and strong, but after careful consideration, there is really no ninja who can fly. Hyojin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will be fine." This time, Hyojin took the risk of bringing out the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets guarding the secret laboratory, just in case. One must know that the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets can really fly in the air, which is essentially different from the low-altitude flight of Hyojin's water clone when using the magic mirror ice crystal. As the Umbu directly under Naruto, Hyojin knows who the Mai ninjas are participating in the encirclement and suppression of Amatsukumi, so he is confident that even Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, can't do anything to him. Jishue suddenly thought of something and said, "Senpai, this time the Cloud Village also participated in the encirclement and suppression of the Amatsukumi." "What?" Hyojin was stunned at first, and then immediately asked, "Why didn't I know?" Shursui quickly explained, "I only learned about it after I arrived here. It is said that this joint encirclement and suppression operation was carried out by Shimura Danzo-sama's route, not through our Umbu." Ahem. Coughing twice, Hyojin asked awkwardly, "Cloud Hidden Sect doesn't have anyone that can fly, right?" Jishue shook his head. "I'm afraid that even Danzo-sama doesn't know about the number of people participating in the encirclement of Kumo, but since we sold the corpse of the leader of Kumo envoys to the black market, I'm sure that the troops sent by Kumo to participate in the encirclement are not weak." "Is that so? I wonder if Lei Ying will come." From the bottom of his heart, Hyojin actually wants to compete with 4 generations Lei Ying, the current fastest ninja in the shinobi world. It's just that it's too difficult to control this clone at the moment to bear the burden of a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. If this clone is used to compete with 4 generations Lei Ying, the probability of failure is too high. Anyway, there will be opportunities to fight with 4 generations Lei Ying in the future. There is no need to take risks at this time. After thinking to himself, Hyojin said to Jishue, "I will be careful." At this time, 3 generations Kazekage puppet flashed in front of Kuroto and said, "Master, someone is coming." Jishue was stunned. "Senpai, it just spoke?" Ignoring Jishue who was making a fuss, Hyojin turned over and jumped on a huge rock, looking into the distance. He saw a large number of Uchiha clansmen wearing police uniforms coming towards this side, led by none other than the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fuyue. On the other side, Fuyue looked at the 2 Susanoo in the distance, one yellow and one green, and the last bit of doubt about Jishue in his heart disappeared instantly. Previously, when Uchiha Kazekage sent back the news, Fuyue didn't fully believe it. He still has doubts about Jishuei. Because in the shinobi world, many things can be disguised through transfiguration jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, or even genjutsu, but these two completely different Susanoo in front of him can't be disguised by other means. From this point alone, he can confirm that the Uchiha clansman with Manjikyu Sharingan in Amatsukumi's organization is not Uchiha Jishuei. While flying towards the battlefield, Fuyue secretly made up his mind, damn it, this time no matter what price I have to pay, I will take you down. After a while, Fuyue led a large number of Uchiha elites and my ninjas to the battlefield, faintly surrounding Hyojin and the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets in the field. After looking at Hyojin's golden Susanoo, Fuyue shouted to Jishuei, Jishuei, are you sure? At this time, Hyojin urged his Susanoo and punched Jishuei's Susanoo, but Jishuei took the opportunity to reveal a flaw and was repelled. Fuyue's eyes turned cold and thought, it seems that the Manjikyu Sharingan is going to be exposed. Just when Fuyue was about to open his Manjikyu Sharingan and activate Susanoo, Hyojin put away his Susanoo. At the same time, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets disguised as members of Amatsukumi clasped their hands together and shouted, magnetic release, iron sand wings. In an instant, countless black iron sand gathered on the back of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets and turned into a pair of huge black iron wings, flapping twice and flying into the air. Fuyue's face changed drastically, magnetic release. Not only Fuyue, but also the Uchiha elites and my ninjas around him were also shocked. No one expected that this seemingly ordinary member of Amatsukumi, wearing a mask with a gale pattern, turned out to be a Kekai Genkai ninja who mastered magnetic release. At this time, Hyojin's figure flashed and lightly landed on the back of the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, and without saying a word, flew away. When Jishuei was disguised as Homasubi, she met and spoke with Fuyue. Although Jishuei deliberately changed her tone at that time, so Fuyue didn't recognize Jishuei, but Fuyue should have remembered the voice used by Jishuei at that time. If Hyojin spoke at this time, there was a certain probability that he would be exposed in front of Fuyue. Not only does he have Manjikyu Sharingan, but he also has magnetic release ninja. Damn, where did this Amatsukumi organization come from? Looking at Hyojin leisurely escape in the air, even Fuyue, who was used to suppressing his emotions, showed a rare hint of exasperation. Flying high in the sky, Hyojin leisurely looked at the ground below. From his point of view, he could see countless my ninjas rushing towards the bird cry cliff from all directions. Among them, he even found Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. Of course, Jiraiya, who was running on the ground, also noticed Hyojin flying high in the sky. After all, Hyojin and the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets were wearing very conspicuous black cloaks of Amatsukumi. Staring at the sky, Jiraiya's face was solemn. Is this the magnetic release of the Sand Crypsis village? There are magnetic release Kekai ninjas in Amatsukumi? Not long after, Hyojin calmly got rid of the Danzo's encirclement from high in the sky. Seeing that there was no trace of the my ninjas on the ground, Hyojin was considering whether to land on the ground and let the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets save some chakra. Whoosh, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from behind. Hyojin vigilantly looked back and immediately launched Susanoo without thinking, because he saw a Bija flying towards him. Boom. Burning flame. Calm with a dazzling light, a huge explosion sounded in the air. Hyojin didn't have time to react too much. Susanoo only opened a skeleton, and it was directly hit by the galloping bijutsu, along with the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets were fiercely knocked out. Hoo-hoo. In the fall, Hyojin, who still had some tinnitus, could barely hear the shrill sound of the wind in his ears. At this time, he was dizzy, in a trance, and couldn't think at all, so for a while, he couldn't confirm what happened to the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. After a few breaths, he dispelled the trance, suppressed the surging blood in his chest, and slightly adjusted his falling posture. With the adjustment of his falling posture, his vision suddenly widened, and he immediately found that the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets were not far from him, and they were also falling. It's just that most of the black iron sand around the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets was scattered by the bijutsu just now, and at this time, the iron sand still lingering around it was only 1/3 of the previous one. Tisk, Hyojin spat lightly, and his heart couldn't help but surge with an uncontrollable anger and killing intent. Immediately, he woke up again, and secretly became vigilant. Hey, what happened just now? Could it be that the Manjikyu Sharingan will affect my emotions? Converging his thoughts, Hyojin did not entangle this issue at this juncture, but calmly sensed the fluctuations of the Tenseigan chakra in the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets, while using the Manjikyu Sharingan to observe the damage on the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets. And after some observation, he was a little relieved. The 3 generations of Kazekage puppets did not suffer any damage, but the violent shock just now made the Tenseigan chakra in its body chaotic, and fell into a temporary state of failure. After confirming that the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets would soon recover, Hyojin, who was still falling, calmly observed the direction of the bijutsu. The jade tail beast's attack just now was too sudden. Fortunately, Hyojin reacted in time and used Susanoo to offset most of the damage of the bijutsu, so that he and the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets only suffered a violent shock. Otherwise, if he was hit directly by a jade tail beast, he would be lucky to lose an arm or a leg. It was even more likely that he would die without a corpse. Soon, Hyojin's brows gradually furrowed. He realized that there was a plume of dust coming from the direction of the jade tail beast that he was about to land on. Wherever it went, the dust would rise and trees would topple. It was a shocking sight. Even in the air, he could hear the rumbling sounds. It was as if a bulldozer was plowing the ground in his direction. Looking at the intermittent lightning in the dust, Hyojin's eyes turned cold. For generations of Lei Ying, such a violent thunder release chakra reaction, Hyojin has never heard of it, so he doesn't need to think about it to know that only 4 generations of Lei Ying can have this kind of thunder release chakra that is close to the tailed beast level. Hyojin couldn't help but feel a little depressed. If it was the Yin release, then the jade tail beast just now wouldn't be able to escape his Tenseigan's detection. Although the Manjikyu Sharingan's insight ability is very strong, but in terms of long-range reconnaissance, not to mention the Tenseigan, it can't even compare to the ordinary Byakugan. At this time, the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets finally returned to normal, and once again launched the magnetic release, condensing the remaining iron sand into a pair of smaller iron wings, catching the falling Hyojin and slowly falling to the ground. As soon as he landed, Hyojin felt the ground tremble slightly, knowing that Lei Ying was about to pounce on him, so regardless of the burden on his body, he once again launched Susanoo. Instantly, as his Manjikyu Sharingan shed 2 lines of blood tears, a golden phantom was projected from his body. From the bones to the tendons, and then to the golden flame armor on the periphery, in just a few breaths, a huge half of Susanoo stood up. It's coming. Feeling the tremor of the ground getting more and more intense, Hyojin secretly said in his heart. Brush, suddenly, accompanied by a violent whistling sound, a black shadow flew out of the smoke and shot straight at Hyojin. When the black shadow flew out of the smoke, Hyojin saw that it was just an ordinary boulder, so he didn't act rashly. While urging Susanoo to hit the boulder, he used Manjikyu Sharingan to pay close attention to the surroundings. Boom, with a loud noise, Susanoo smashed the boulder with just one punch. The splashing gravel flew around like raindrops, and Hyojin blinked subconsciously. Swish, but at the moment when Hyojin blinked, a blue shadow jumped above his head. This. As soon as Hyojin reacted, the blue shadow fell from the sky, hit his Susanoo, and knocked him out together with the Susanoo that was protecting him. After knocking down several big trees in a row, Hyojin was able to stabilize his body, and he was horrified. Lei Ying is so fast. Although he has long known that Lei Ying's speed is extremely fast in the thunder release chakra mode, but after experiencing it personally, it still surprised Hyojin. At this time, another figure appeared on the battlefield. Looking at this ninja wearing sunglasses and carrying several long swords behind him, Hyojin's face sank. Although it was the first time they met, this did not prevent Hyojin from recognizing the identity of the other party. It was Cloud Village's Hachibi's Jinchuriki. Hyojin secretly cursed. Cloud Village's AB and AB combination, really unlucky. Lei Ying landed on a big tree and shouted at Hyojin in a low voice, "You two are the members of Amatsukami. Do you know who I am? Today, it's time for you to repay the debt you owe to Cloud Village." Hyojin said calmly, "I didn't expect 4 generations Lei Ying to personally take action. I'm really a little surprised. But whether you can make a stay or not depends on whether you have the ability to do so." Lei looked at Hyojin Susanoo and snorted heavily. Humph, the Uchiha clan's Manjikyu Sharingan is only SOSO, today I will make you pay with your blood. After saying that, for generations Lei Ying's figure flashed and disappeared directly from Hyojin's sight. This time, Hyojin was prepared, so although 4 generations Lei Ying's speed was extremely fast, he could still roughly determine the opponent's whereabouts, so he urged Susanoo to launch a sweep. Rumble, the golden arm swept across the ground, making a series of loud noises. However, just when Susanoo's arms were about to hit 4 generations Lei Ying, several huge octopus-like tails appeared out of thin air and blocked Susanoo's giant arms. Unable to wrestle with the octopus tail, Hyojin immediately urged Susanoo to retract one arm, trying to protect the front. But at this moment, 4 generations Lei Ying, like a blue flash, rushed in from the gap under the giant arm of Susanoo, took advantage of the short gap before the giant arm returned to defend, and punched Hyojin Susanoo's chest. Kacha, with a crisp sound, the chest of Hyojin Susanoo shattered inch by inch. 4 generations Lei Ying's offensive did not diminish, and he once again swung a heavy punch on the cracked chest of Susanoo. Boom, with a loud noise, 4 generations Lei Ying completely smashed the front of Susanoo, and his figure flashed, attacking the inside of Susanoo, leaping high and shouting at Hyojin, "Go to hell." Hyojin's face froze, and his heart was full of speechlessness. He didn't expect Lei Ying to be so reckless, only relying on the brute force of Thunder Release Chakra mode. He broke through the front of Susanoo and invaded the inside of Susanoo. And just when 4 generations Lei Ying's fist was about to hit Hyojin, a black iron sand formed a black curtain in the air, wrapping around Lei Ying, who was leaping in the air. At the same time, Hyojin retreated, separating 4 generations Lei Ying, who was temporarily controlled by the iron sand, from Susanoo, while activating the unique pupil technique of this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, Susanoo. Roar. In an instant, the huge Susanoo let out a soul-shaking roar. Immediately afterward, the golden flames all over Susanoo's body seemed to have a soul at this moment, and all became active. Golden flames gathered in the hands of Susanoo, forming 2 dazzling golden flame swords. Without the slightest hesitation, Hyojin urged Susanoo and waved the 2 flame swords towards 4 generations Lei Ying. Boom. Boom. Boom, in a burst of explosion, the whole battlefield stirred up smoke and dust. Did I hit it? Even with Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin couldn't see clearly in the smoke and dust. When the smoke dissipated, Hyojin found that there were only 2 sword pits in front of him, and 4 generations Lei Ying had retreated to the distance, with some black iron sand on his body. At this time, 3 generations Kazakage Puppet said, "The reaction of his thunder chakra is too strong, interfering with my magnetic release." Hyojin nodded. Magnetic release is the fusion of wind attribute chakra and thunder attribute chakra, so when encountering a powerful thunder chakra like 4 generations Lei Ying, magnetic release will inevitably be affected to a certain extent. And this is because the 3 generations Kazakage Puppet used Tenseigan chakra. If they used ordinary chakra, the impact would probably be even greater. Lei Ying patted the remaining iron sand on his body and looked at the scattered golden flames. The expression on his face was a bit more dignified than before. Just now, he was almost cut by Hyojin Susanoo, so in the face of a Manjikyu Sharingan Kekkei Genkai and a magnetic release Kekkei Genkai, he has to be cautious. At this time, Hyojin was also evaluating the strength of 4 generations Lei Ying. In terms of speed alone, 4 generations Lei Ying is not inferior to him in the Tenseigan chakra mode, so even if his real body comes, there is still a possibility that he will be defeated in the face of 4 generations Lei Ying. This is the case in the shinobi world. The general attack is high and the defense is weak. Therefore, even a 6-path shinobi, such as 4 generations Lei Ying, Guy, and others, there is still a risk that can't be ignored. With such speed and strength, even if 3 generations come, I'm afraid that they won't be able to stand firm. Hyojin once fought with 3 generations Naruto using the ice release clone. Although he knew that 3 generations Naruto didn't use his full strength at that time, but just based on some basic information, Hyojin still felt that 3 generations Naruto might not be the opponent of 4 generations Lei Ying. Of course, this is mainly because 4 generations Lei Ying, an unreasonable speed-type ninja, is very effective against 3 generations Naruto, a skill-based ninja. According to Hyojin's estimation, apart from himself, the only one in the village who can compete with 4 generations Lei Ying is probably Jiraiya in his sage form, no matter who else it is, they won't be able to win. Fortunately, 4 generations was there at that time. At this moment, this thought flashed in Hyojin's mind. If it weren't for 4 generations Naruto blocking the combination of AB and AB at that time, the Third Shinobi World War will probably last for a long time. At that time, once the frontline troops are insufficient, even with Orochimaru's protection, Hyojin will probably have to go to the frontline as cannon fodder. It can be said that the existence of 4 generations Naruto has saved many ninjas in the village, which may be the reason why 4 generations can suppress the Sannin and force 3 generations to give up the throne of Naruto. Cough cough. At this time, Hyojin couldn't suppress the surging blood and chi in his body. He coughed a few times and immediately thought to himself, this clone is about to reach its limit, I can't continue to be entangled. After making up his mind, Hyojin once again urged Susanoo, waving the long flame sword in his hands to slash at 4 generations Liang and Hachibi's Jinchuriki. Boom, 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 all of a sudden, the whole forest was filled with explosions and roars, some of the trees in the forest were cut off, and some were even completely blown away. The ground was filled with sword marks up to 1 meter deep, crisscrossing, and the smoke and dust filled the air. As Hyojin's Susanoo continued to wreak havoc, golden flames almost all the surrounding trees were ignited, and the rolling smoke and dust filled the sky. Not long after, the surrounding light became a lot dimmer. With his vision obscured by the thick smoke, Hyojin, who was coughing blood, turned over and jumped on the back of 3 generations Kazekage puppets, and said, "Go." 3 generations Kazekage puppets immediately launched magnet release and flew into the air again with Hyojin. Hyojin, who flew into the air, still did not let his guard down. He still urged his Susanoo and threw the whole flame sword in his hands to the ground, trying to suppress 4 generations Liang and Chalabi with continuous attacks. The reason why Hyojin did this is also because of his difficulties. Burning Man come after transplanting Uchiha Ryota's Manjikyu Sharingan, he found that it was impossible to urge the complete form of Susanoo by using the clone body to control this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. Even if he used Susanoo and Susanoo, the 2 Manjikyu Sharingan techniques to the extreme, it still wouldn't work. The incomplete Susanoo does not have the ability to fly. Therefore, this time he took the risk of bringing 3 generations Kazekage puppets out of the secret laboratory. Boom. 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 After being amplified by the Manjikyu Sharingan's pupil technique Susanoo, the 2 flame swords of Susanoo smashed on the ground, and the momentum was not much worse than the Bijutsu. Within a breath, a small mushroom-shaped explosion rose on the battlefield. Hyojin did not stay in the same place, waiting for the result of the battle to be revealed, but taking advantage of this rare opportunity, drove the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets to quickly withdraw from the battlefield. Looking back at the mushroom-shaped cloud that pierced the sky behind him, and the flames that spread through the forest, Hyojin's pale face looked unusually calm. Cough. Another bout of violent coughing forced Kuroto to withdraw his gaze. His mouth was constantly coughing blood, and he couldn't even cover it with his hands. Blood overflowed from his fingers and dripped down his cheeks, splashing the collar and chest of his cloak with dark red blood spots. At this time, the Susanoo that was protecting Hyojin and the 3 generations of Kazekage puppets gradually became blurred and transparent. The first thing to disappear was the golden flame armor around the Susanoo, followed by the skin and tendons, and the entire Susanoo was left with only a huge orange skeleton. However, the skeleton did not last long. After a while, the skeleton began to shrink inch by inch and disappeared little by little. After a few breaths, the previously huge Susanoo disappeared without a trace. At the same time as Susanoo disappeared, the Manjikyu Sharingan and Hyojin's eye sockets also changed into the 3 Magatama Sharingan state. After gasping for a while, Hyojin recovered a little. Hyojin was not surprised by the poor condition of the clone at the moment, because even for the clansmen of Uchiha, activating Susanoo is not a small burden for them, not to mention that Hyojin also activated the unique pupil technique Susanoo of the Manjikyu Sharingan. If it was an ordinary ninja who has just received a Manjikyu Sharingan transplant, not to mention using 2 Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu at the same time, even just using Susanoo alone would be an almost impossible task. Sigh, without the bloodline of Uchiha, the Manjikyu Sharingan is really a deadly thing. Hyojin's clone body is definitely better than an ordinary ninja in terms of physical strength alone, but even so, After several bursts of Manjikyu Sharingan Jutsu, the clone body is on the verge of collapse. If an ordinary ninja had used Manjikyu Sharingan like this, I'm afraid that they would have already died by now. For example, when Kakashi fought with pain, he died because of excessive consumption of Manjikyu Sharingan. On the battlefield, the Hachibi's huge tail slowly retracted, revealing two figures inside. These two people are undoubtedly 4 generations Liang and Hachibi's Jinchuriki. Just now, Hyugin's crazy attack of Susanoo also posed a huge threat to Kumo's AB and AB combination. In particular, the 2 flaming golden swords thrown by Susanoo hit the heads of AB and AB combination. If it weren't for Hachibi's tailed beast transformation and resisting Hyugin's attack, even 4 generations Liang wouldn't have been able to withstand it. At this time, 4 generations Liang shook off the dust on his body and looked around with a gloomy expression. Everywhere he looked, there was a sea of fire, the whole forest was devastated, and the figures of the 2 members of Amatsukami had long disappeared. Obviously, they took advantage of the chaos to escape just now. When he thought that the members of Amatsukami had slipped away from his hands, 4 generations Liang slammed his fist on the ground and roared, "Damn it!" Not far away, Hachibi's Jinchuriki was curiously squatting in front of a burning golden flame. Ouch, it hurts. As soon as his outstretched fingers touched the golden flame in front of him, Hachibi cried out in pain. 4 generations Liang gave Hachibi a punch and said, "Idiot, don't touch this kind of flame, this is not an ordinary flame." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, a series of wind-breaking sounds sounded, and one figure after another landed on the battlefield. These figures were none other than the Mai ninjas who were chasing the members of Amatsukami on the ground. 4 generations Liang, who had already sensed this, was not too surprised, but glanced at Danzo who was observing the battlefield with his staff and said in a low voice, "Your Mai is really incompetent, how could you let those 2 guys break through the encirclement so easily?" Danzo snorted coldly, didn't His Excellency Liang's interception also fail? 4 generations Liang was speechless for a while, and could only say, "I really don't understand why there are so many traitorous ninjas in Mai." Danzo instinctively wanted to refute a few words, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know how to refute. In the eyes of the public, those who possess the Manjikyu Sharingan must be members of the Mai Uchiha clan, so it is reasonable to classify the Homusubi of Amatsukami as Mai traitorous ninjas. Coupled with Orochimaru, Hirako, Uchiha, and Shinichi of Akatsuki, Mai traitorous ninjas have occupied almost half of Amatsukami and Akatsuki. At this time, Fuyue and Jishui also arrived at the battlefield with the elites of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the burning forest in front of him and the potholes on the ground, Fuyue's expression was cold. Just from the scene in front of him, he can roughly infer the situation of the battle between Amatsukami and Kumo AB. On the other hand, Jishui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he learned that Kumo dispatched Yondaime Liang and Hachibi's Jinchuriki, he was shocked. Although he is very confident in Hyugin's strength, Kumo AB can be said to be the strongest combat power in the current shinobi world. This is also the reason why Kumo provoked Mai several times, so he is very worried that Hyugin might have an accident. After observing the battlefield, Fuyue came to Danzo and Yondaime Liang and said, "Jishui learned from Homusubi of Amatsukami that Amatsukami's next target is the tailed beast." Danzo and Yondaime Liang spoke in unison, "What?" Danzo was surprised, he doesn't quite understand why Amatsukami would want to target the tailed beast. One must know that even Mai, the head of the 5 great shinobi villages, has a headache dealing with the tailed beast. After all, the tragic 9 Tails Rebellion was only a few years ago. Yondaime Liang was angry, he didn't expect that Amatsukami would dare to touch the tailed beast. Currently, Kumo has Hachibi's Jinchuriki and Nibi's Jinchuriki Yujito, which are the rare Jinchuriki in the shinobi world. For Amatsukami to target the tailed beast means that they don't put Kumo in their eyes. Danzo pondered for a moment and immediately said loudly, "I suggest that we immediately hold the 5 Kage summit." Considering the real threat of Amatsukami, Yondaime Liang didn't hesitate. "Well, we also agree to hold the 5 Kage summit." Inside the secret laboratory. Phew, when his soul returned to his body, Hyugen let out a long sigh of relief. At this time, he felt a lot more relaxed, as if even his soul had become a lot more lively. At this time, he looked at the clone on the test bench with a thoughtful look on his face. During these days of using the Manjikyu Sharingan, he deeply experienced the difference between the Sharingan and the Byakugan. At the same time, he also had a personal understanding of the burden of the Manjikyu Sharingan. It's really not easy for Kakashi. After a little sigh, he took out the experiment record and began to record the various data of the broken clone in detail. After that, he compared the recorded data with the data of the clone in the nutrition tank and found that the most serious damage to the clone was actually the nervous system. Among them, the damage to the brain and the optic nerves was the most serious, and all of them were irreversible. Why is this happening? When using the Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin noticed that his emotions changed a lot. At first, he thought that the Manjikyu Sharingan was controlling his emotions, but after careful analysis, he vaguely felt that the Manjikyu Sharingan was not controlling his emotions, but amplifying his original emotions. The amplification of emotions may have a certain relationship with the damage to the brain nerves. Perhaps it is because the Manjikyu Sharingan continuously stimulates the brain nerves that the emotions of the owner of the Manjikyu Sharingan are magnified, and the brain nerves are more prone to fatigue and damage. Summing up his own experience, Hyojin came up with a conclusion that is not considered mature yet. That is, once you have the Manjikyu Sharingan, the desperate will be more desperate, the angry will be more angry, the philanthropist will be more philanthropic, and the ninja will be more tolerant. Obsidian can be classified as the desperate kind, except for Kakashi, he doesn't care about the whole world. Hideki and Ryota can be classified as the angry kind. Jishui and Itachi can be classified as the philanthropic kind. For the sake of peace, one of them had his eyes taken away, but not only did he not resist, he chose to commit suicide to settle the dispute. The other one killed his parents and his entire clan for the sake of peace in the village. Madara and Fuyue can barely be classified as the type of forbearance. After being defeated by the first generation, Madara has been forbearing for decades. Until his death, he did not appear in the shinobi world again. As for the Fuyue in the original space and time, he had endured until the very end and chose to stretch out his neck to be slaughtered instead of fighting back. After recording some of his insights and analysis of the Manjikyu Sharingan in the experiment log, Hyojin removed the pair of Uchiha Ryota's Manjikyu Sharingan from the eye sockets of the clone and destroyed it. At this point, the entire stimulation experiment came to an end. In the whole experiment, including the 2 clones of the Uchiha brothers, the clone that deliberately died in the hands of Uchiha Ryota, and the broken clone just now, Hyojin has consumed a total of 4 clones. To accelerate the growth of these 4 clones, Hyojin consumed countless amounts of nutrient solution. Counting the cost of medicinal materials alone, not counting the loss of equipment, the cost of these 4 clones is close to 30 million ryo. If counting the loss of equipment, the construction cost of the secret prison, and the cost of various props and equipment, the total cost of this experiment is definitely more than 50 million ryo. Therefore, only the great shinobi village can afford the high-end experiments involving biological cloning. Even powerful ninjas like Hyojin and Orochimaru, who have a strong ability to make money, often face various constraints because of financial problems when conducting experiments alone. While destroying the broken clones, Hyojin couldn't help but think of the brief confrontation with Kumo-Ab before. In the original story, for generations Lei Ying didn't have many battle records, but a few of them are very representative and of reference significance. Especially the confrontation between him and Sasuke at the Gakage meeting, where his speed and strength were reflected to the extreme. He was even able to avoid the Amaterasu released by Sasuke directly through his field of vision while in the lightning release chakra mode, which was amazing. If Raikage had enough self-restraint at that time, or if there was a ninja who specialized in sealing around him, he would have been able to kill Sasuke, who had the Manjikyu Sharingan, without any losses. It can be said that 4 generations Lei Ying's broken arm was completely his own mistake. After all, at that time, Sasuke not only had to maintain the Susanoo, but also had to maintain the Amaterasu and the Earth Life to control the transformation of the Amaterasu. Maintaining 3 Manjikyu Sharingan jutsu at the same time, even if Sasuke is a member of the Uchiha clan, it is definitely a huge burden. In terms of endurance, he definitely can't compete with 4 generations Lei Ying. And Hachibi's Jinchuriki single-handedly challenged Sasuke's entire Eagle squad, and almost killed Sasuke, who already has the Manjikyu Sharingan. From these 2 representative battles, it can be clearly seen that whether it is 4 generations Lei Ying or Hachibi's Jinchuriki, both have the combat power above the Manjikyu Sharingan. Therefore, it is not easy for Hyojin to escape from Cloud Village's AB and AB combination this time. Converging his thoughts, Hyojin secretly thought, I made such a big move this time, the suspicion on Jishui should have been cleared. After the suspicion on Jishui has been cleared, Hyojin can calmly carry out the fusion of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, as well as the cloning of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. To fuse with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin must first learn the transcription seal of the Uchiha clan, and this can only rely on Jishui to find a way. Because Hyojin estimates that even Mai's ninjutsu library probably does not have the scroll of transcription seal. In all likelihood, this transcription seal is in the hands of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, just like Izanagi and Izanami and the other Uchiha secret techniques, it is most likely in the hands of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. As for the cloning of the Uchiha clan's bloodline, Hyojin is still a little hesitant. The choice of whom to sample the cells is very important for the clone, and there are too many targets for Hyojin to choose from. In addition to the Uchiha Hideki and the Uchiha Ryota brothers, Jishui, Itachi, and even Sasuke are all available for him to choose from. Rubbing his chin, Hyojin murmured, forget about Sasuke, who knows if the Sage of Six Paths will leave some strange mark on him. At present, no one can infer whether the Sage of Six Paths, who is wandering in the shinobi world in the form of a soul, is always watching Sasuke and Naruto, the two reincarnations of his sons, so rashly making a move against Sasuke is not a wise choice. What's more, Indra's chakra might affect the balance between Hyojin's fire release clone and the other clones, leading to uncontrollable risks in the Kekiai trap experiment, so Hyojin should avoid this kind of variable as much as possible. After eliminating Sasuke, there are only 4 choices left, Uchiha Hideki, Uchiha Ryota, Jishui, and Itachi. Between Shisui and Itachi, who is more talented, even with Kuroto's vision, it is difficult to judge. If the Age of Awakening Manjikyu Sharingan was used as a standard, Jishui was about 11 years old when he awakened Manjikyu Sharingan. In the original world, Itachi awakened Manjikyu Sharingan when he was about 12 to 13 years old. From this point of view, Jishui seemed to be slightly better than Itachi. But because Shisui is older than Itachi and has experienced more wars, the stimulation he received is far greater than Itachi, who only went to the battlefield at the end of the war, so it is fair to say that the talent of the two should be almost the same in terms of awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. As for Sasuke, he had just graduated from the ninja school when he was also 11 or 12 years old, and he only had one Sharingan. This Sharingan was awakened only after experiencing the night of the extermination of his family, the death of his parents, and the betrayal of his beloved brother. If not for this, he might not have been able to awaken his Sharingan at the age of 11 or 12. But Itachi's body, thinking about Itachi's future illness, Hyojin had some doubts. In the original world, when Itachi fought with Sasuke, he was already terminally ill, and at that time, he was only in his 20s. Even if the Manjikyu Sharingan was almost blind because of long-term use, it wasn't to the point where he would die soon. So, Kuroto can't judge whether Itachi is suffering from some kind of incurable blood disease like Kimimaro, or is it because he is carrying too much on his back, causing him to be depressed and suffering from other diseases. If Itachi was suffering from a blood disease, then Itachi's cells were obviously not suitable to be used to clone the fire release clone. Forget it, let's try to see if Jishui cells are compatible with my cells. After weighing the pros and cons, Hyojin still chose Jishui. Although Itachi and Sasuke were good choices, there were more or less hidden dangers in choosing them. With Jishui, who was not inferior to Itachi and Sasuke, there was no need for Hyojin to take the risk. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. The troops that participated in the operation against Amatsukami returned to the village one after another, bringing back all sorts of news about the operation. Amatsukami once again became the hottest topic in the village. Following the Susanoo battle between Jishui and Amatsukami's Balrog in the Bird Cry Cliff, the rumor that Jishui was Amatsukami's Balrog naturally fell apart. After regaining her freedom, the first thing Jishui did was to rush to Hyojin's house. "Oh, it's Jishui. Please come in." Jishui was not only a colleague of Hyojin's Umbu squad, but also a frequent visitor of Hyojin's house, so Ling warmly welcomed Jishui into the yard. Seeing Jishui coming, Hyojin was not surprised and only nodded at him. Ling, however, was like a curious baby and asked, Jishui, I heard that you fought with Amatsukumi's Balrog again. Is he really as strong as the rumors say? Jishui glanced at Hyojin awkwardly and nodded. He's really strong. Ling immediately showed a worried expression and turned to Hyojin. Kuroto, why don't we go and beg the patriarch? Ask the patriarch to make an exception for Naruto-sama. Don't let your Team 11 be responsible for investigating Amatsukumi. This organization is too dangerous. Hyojin snorted and said, Humph, it's just a bunch of bounty ninjas, how dare they call themselves Amatsukumi? They really don't know what they're talking about. Last time Jishui and I fell into a trap, if they let me meet them again, I'll make them pay for it. You only know how to show off. Ling complained to Hyojin, then got up and bowed to Jishui and said sincerely, Jishui-kun, I want to ask you a favor. Jishui quickly stepped forward and helped Ling up, Yua-senpai, just tell me what you need, if I can do it, I won't refuse. Ling bit her lip and said, everyone knows that you are no longer an ordinary ninja with the Manjikyu Sharingan, and your strength is far beyond Kuroto, so I want to ask you to take care of Kuroto when carrying out the mission. Cat scratched his head and looked at Suijin with an embarrassed expression. Seeing that Jishui didn't answer, Ling said worriedly, Jishui-kun, is it my request that makes you feel embarrassed? But... Senpai. Jishui finally sighed and said with a bitter smile, Yua-senpai, don't worry, I will take good care of Kuroto-kun. Seeing Jishui's embarrassment, Hyojin smiled and said to Ling, well, no matter how strong Amatsukumi is, can it be stronger than my village? Don't worry about it, I still have some business to discuss with Jishui, you can go back first. Ling said, well, take your time, I will go out to buy some ingredients, and come back to cook a feast for you in the evening. Jishui quickly said politely, then I will trouble you. Ling smiled slightly, then I will go. After Ling left, Jishui couldn't help but ask Hyojin, Senpai, what is the matter with your pair of Manjikyu Sharingan? Hyojin didn't answer, but took out a storage scroll and gently pressed on it. Bang, with a soft sound, a white smoke rose. When the white smoke dissipated, two small nutrition tanks appeared on the table in front of Jishui, and each of the nutrition tanks had a pair of Sharingan floating in it, but at this time, the Sharingan in the nutrition tank was in the state of 3 Magatama, not the state of Manjikyu Sharingan. Jishui was surprised, this is. Hyojin explained calmly, these two pairs of Sharingan belong to Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota. Hearing that it was Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota's Sharingan, Jishui's face was a little gloomy, but he also understood that Hideki and Ryota were dead, so it was understandable that Hyojin took their Sharingan. At this time, Hyojin said slowly, these two pairs of Sharingan are both Manjikyu Sharingan. What? Jishui was shocked when he heard this. He stood up immediately, looked at the two small nutrition tanks on the table, and murmured, how is this possible? Hyojin pointed at one of the tanks and said, this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan belongs to Uchiha Ryota, when I fought with you before, I used this pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. Jishui moved closer to the two nutrition tanks, carefully looked at the two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan in the nutrition tank, and asked, Senpai, how did Hideki and Ryota awaken Manjikyu Sharingan? Since Hyojin has taken out two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, he naturally has no intention of hiding it from Jishui, so he briefly mentioned his stimulation experiment to Jishui. But considering Jishui's ability to bear the test, Kuroto only mentioned some details of the experiment. After listening to Kuroto's words, Jishui said with an uneasy conscience, Kuroto-san, aren't you being too cruel? From a rational point of view, this stimulation experiment is just a human experiment on death row prisoners. Whether this stimulation experiment is carried out or not, there is no possibility of the death row prisoners being spared. And the results of the experiment can not only clear the suspicion of Jishui and free Jishui, but also create a real Homosubi, a Amatsukumi that poses a huge threat to the village and the Uchiha clan. To some extent, the success of this stimulation experiment has saved the entire Uchiha clan from destruction step by step. But humans are emotional animals after all. No matter how rational they are, it doesn't prevent them from feeling disgust and rejection of certain things, not to mention that the test subject of the stimulation experiment is a living Uchiha clan member. As an Uchiha clan member, it's completely normal for Jishui to feel disgust and rejection. In this regard, Hyojin's eyes were solemn, but he didn't say anything. Realizing that his tone was not right, Jishui said apologetically, "Kuroto-san, I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. I know that you did this to save our Uchiha clan." Jishui is not stupid, he quickly understood that it is because of Hyojin's stimulation experiment that he can be cleared of suspicion and regain his freedom. At the same time, the emergence of Amatsukami had disrupted the Uchiha clan's plan of rebellion, causing the Uchiha clan to shift their focus from rebellion to annihilating Amatsukami. Not only that, but it had also eased the tension between the Uchiha clan and the village. Hyojin shook his head. He also has his own selfish reasons for this stimulation experiment, so he no longer mentioned this topic and said, "I am going to merge these two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan into a pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." Jishui was startled. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. There is no doubt that Jishui does not know the secret of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. In today's shinobi world, in addition to Hyojin, Uchiha Hideki, Uchiha Ryota, Obsidian, and Patriarch Fuyue who knows the secret of the Uchiha clan. Hyojin glanced at Jishui and said lightly, "If I didn't guess wrong, your eyesight should have begun to decline, right?" Not to mention Jishui who has long awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, even after Hyojin used Uchiha Ryota's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan several times, he clearly noticed the decline of his eyesight. In the original timeline, after Uchiha Sasuke awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, he only experienced a few battles and almost lost his eyesight due to excessive pupil power consumption. Jishui nodded, "Well, my eyesight has deteriorated a little." Hyojin briefly explained to Jishui that the Manjikyu Sharingan will eventually become blind, and that the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can obtain eternal pupil power, and so on, and then said, "The reason why your patriarch keeps the secret of his Manjikyu Sharingan and rarely uses it is probably because of this." Jishui listened to Kuroto's explanation and was puzzled. "Kuroto-san, how do you know so much about the secret of our Uchiha clan?" "That's all I know about the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." After a pause, Hyojin continued, "Considering the choice of the two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan Jutsu, before fusing with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, I also need a sealing technique called Transcription Seal, from Uchiha clan." Transcription Seal. After thinking for a while, Jishui replied, "I have heard the Patriarch mention this sealing technique before. It is said that it is a technique that can transfer the Manjikyu Sharingan's Jutsu seal." Hyojin nodded and said, "Yes, it is this sealing technique. I want to use the sealing technique to see if I can fuse the two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan's unique jutsu with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." After pondering for a while, Jishui said, "I can try to mention this to the Patriarch. If there is no accident, he should agree to teach me this technique." Now that Homasubi has been cleared of all suspicion and has once again become the second in command of the Uchiha clan, even Fugaku, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, will certainly consider his request carefully. What's more, the transcription seal is not a forbidden technique that can cause great harm, so the probability that Fuyue will teach Jishui the transcription seal is very high. Hyojin said, "After fusing with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, I will keep it for the time being. In the future, if your eyes become completely blind, I will replace them with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." Jishui shook his head decisively. Deep in his heart, he has always been resistant to the two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan on the table. Knowing Jishui's temperament, Hyojin didn't say much. Moreover, Jishui is very restrained in the use of the Manjikyu Sharingan. After awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, except for using Susanoo a few times, he has never used the unique Jutsu Koto Amatsukami of his Manjikyu Sharingan, so his eyesight doesn't decline too much. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, his Manjikyu Sharingan can still be maintained for a long time. Lest Jishui thinks of him, Hyojin silently put away the two small nutrition tanks on the table. At this time, Jishui suddenly asked, "Kuroto-san, you once said that this method can only delay the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village, but not completely solve the conflict. You also said that the situation in the village will change in the future, so what kind of change will the situation in the village change? Where is the way out of the Uchiha clan?" Not expecting Jishui to ask this question, Hyojin was a little stunned and fell into deep thought. Jishui didn't disturb Hyojin's thinking, just sat quietly on the side, looking at Hyojin eagerly. After a long time, Hyojin, who came back to his senses, sighed softly and said, "Jishui, do you believe in fate?" Fate? Jishui was a little puzzled why Hyojin suddenly mentioned fate, but he still shook his head and said, "No, I don't believe in fate." Hyojin smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, I don't believe in fate either, but what I want to tell you is, this damn fate may really exist." The beginning of the ninja world was the ninja sect founded by the Sage of the Six Paths. However, the two sons of Sage of the Six Paths, Indra and Azura of Otsutsuki, became the source of disputes in the shinobi world. From the moment Sage of the Six Paths passed away, they started an endless war. Even if both of them eventually died, their souls continued to reincarnate in the form of chakra in the ninja world. Again and again, they reincarnated into the bodies of their descendants, like a curse on their bones, continuing the disputes of the ninja sect era. Hundreds of years, thousands of years, until now, it can be said that the grievances between the Uchiha clan and the Senjutsu clan were caused by the fate of Indra and Azura. Even the current bad relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village was caused by the dispute between the previous generation Indra and the reincarnation of Azura. The reincarnation of the previous generation Indra, Uchiha Madara, provoked the Battle of the Valley of the End, severely injured the first generation Naruto Hashirama and almost destroyed Mai. This made the second generation Naruto feel extremely afraid of the Uchiha clan, so Mai changed his attitude towards the Uchiha clan and began to secretly target the Uchiha clan and excluded them from the power circle of the village. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Uchiha clan fell to this point. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were reincarnated again, and this time, the reincarnations were Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Under the arrangement of fate, history seems to be repeating itself. Hyojin is very disgusted with this kind of thing, because fate means that everything has been arranged, can't be fought, can't be changed, and personal efforts will become meaningless. Is fate really unchangeable? Hyojin, who resists fate, always wants to change something, but he is not sure if he can change the fate of the shinobi world, nor is he sure if everything he does can save Uchiha, so he pondered Jishui's question for a long time and couldn't give a definite answer. Looking at Hyojin's gloomy expression, Jishui asked worriedly, "Senior, what's wrong?" Putting away his complicated thoughts, Hyojin chuckled and said, "It's nothing. I just can't figure out the future." Jishui asked, "Why did you suddenly mention the topic of destiny? Could it be that the future of our Uchiha clan is doomed?" Hyojin said firmly, "No, nothing is destined." As a researcher, Hyojin firmly believes that fate is in his own hands. As long as he is willing to work hard, everything is possible. Fate may be a cage, a shackle, but it is not indestructible. Jishui also nodded excitedly, "Well, I also firmly believe that there must be a way to permanently solve the conflict between the clan and the village." Not long after, night fell. Belle prepared a sumptuous meal for Hyojin and Jishui, and the three of them talked and laughed for a long time. On this night, it was as if all the worries were gone. At the same time, the lights in Naruto's office were also brightly lit. The three generations, Naruto, Danzo, and the other three members of the advisory group, as well as Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, sat together and discussed the 5 Kage assembly. Although the three generations were a little displeased with Danzo's private request to convene the 5 Kage assembly to Leiying, they couldn't openly criticize him. After all, Danzo had a good reason to do so. Amatsukumi's coveting of the tailed beasts was a direct threat to all the ninja villages that had tailed beasts. Therefore, it was completely reasonable to convene the 5 Kage assembly to discuss a plan to deal with Amatsukumi. After carefully reading the report submitted by Danzo, the three generations frowned and asked, "Another magnetic release Kekkei Genkai has appeared in Amatsukumi?" Jiraiya nodded, "I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be wrong." Danzo snorted coldly, "If it wasn't for this new member of Amatsukumi, Homusubi wouldn't have been able to escape my trap." Magnetic release Kekkei Genkai. Listening to Jiraiya and Danzo's narration, the faces of the three generations sank. Unlike other types of Kekkei Genkai, magnetic release Kekkei Genkai has an extraordinary significance in the Sand Crypsis village. Ever since the second Kazekage developed magnetic release Kekkei Genkai, including the missing 3 generations and the current 4 generations of Kazekage, all Kazekage have used magnetic release Kekkei Genkai. Therefore, once a Kazekage mastered magnetic release Kekkei Genkai, he or she would naturally have the qualifications to run for the position of Kazekage in the Sand Crypsis village. Therefore, the three generations couldn't imagine that such a Sand Crypsis ninja would betray the Sand Crypsis village and join Amatsukami. Consulting Elder Xuanxiao Chun also had a puzzled look on his face. First, it was the Mist's Ice Release Kekkei Genkai, then Armai's Sharingan Jutsu Genkai, and now the Sand Crypsis village's Magnetic Release Kekkei Genkai has also appeared. Is Amatsukami really not afraid of our 5 great shinobi villages? Another consulting elder, Hamura Mito, said, "What I am more concerned about is the leader of Amatsukami. What method did he use to bewitch so many powerful renegades?" Jiraiya's consideration is more practical, he said, "Since Amatsukami's target is the tailed beast, then we must strengthen the protection of Naruto." Danzo's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "I propose to let Uzumaki Naruto enter the route." Jiraiya immediately became furious. "Are you kidding me?" Three Generations smoked his pipe and said slowly, "I have already made arrangements for Naruto's protection. Danzo, your current task is to continue the encirclement and annihilation of Amatsukami. You don't need to intervene in Naruto's matters." Danzo didn't get angry and asked, "Hizen, what are your plans for the Gakage summit?" The Hokage-sama was put in a difficult position. It stands to reason that he, Naruto, should represent Mai in the Gakage summit, but the current situation in the village is unstable, and Amatsukami is likely to sneak into the village again, so he has to stay in the village. After a moment of silence, Three Generations said, "Danzo, since you are the commander responsible for the encirclement and annihilation of Amatsukami, then you will represent me in the Gakage summit." Danzo seemed to have expected this and nodded naturally. "Don't worry, Hizen. I will not disappoint you." After the meeting ended and the 3 advisors left, Jiraiya deliberately stayed behind and said to Three Generations, "Sensei, I'm still a little worried about Naruto. I can't let go of what happened to Naruto." "If something happens to Naruto," Three Generations interrupted Jiraiya, "don't worry, I will arrange for Umbu Team 11 to protect Naruto." Jiraiya was stunned. "Umbu Team 11? The Umbu Team 11 that Jishui is in?" Three Generations said slowly, "Uchiha Jishui, who also has the Manjikyu Sharingan, is the best candidate to fight against Amatsukami's Homusubi. Not to mention, there are also several excellent Mai ninjas in Team 11, Kakashi, Hyojin, and Metkei, so there should be no problem in ensuring Naruto's safety. With the Manjikyu Sharingan and the Byakugan, Team 11 is indeed the best choice to protect Naruto." After a pause, Jiraiya smiled and said, "With this, I can leave with peace of mind." Three Generations frowned. "Leave? And where are you going? This is such a sensitive period, you are not allowed to go anywhere." Jiraiya put away the smile on his face and put on a serious face. "I want to find Tsunade. The threat of Amatsukami is too great, and the village needs her." Tsunade. Hearing Jiraiya mention Tsunade, Three Generations couldn't help but recall the time when he was teaching the Sannin, so he couldn't help but sigh. Jiraiya said, "I will definitely bring her back." Putting away his emotions, Three Generations asked, "You have also been to the battlefield where Liang and the members of Amatsukami fought. What do you think?" Jiraiya said, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that the battlefield was caused by just 4 ninjas fighting each other." Three Generations asked again, "It is said that the golden flames that appeared at the scene are similar to the golden flames that appeared not long ago in Mt. Hazel?" "Well, those special golden flames were created by the Manjikyu Sharingan technique Susanoo of Amatsukami. According to Uchiha Jishui, although every Manjikyu Sharingan possessor can use Susanoo, each Susanoo is different, so in the previous battle at Mount Hazel, Amatsukami's Homusubi should have participated in it." Pausing for a moment, Jiraiya revealed a puzzled expression. "I just don't know who he's fighting with. But to be able to destroy Mt. Hazel City, I'm afraid the person he's fighting with is not simple." One after another, mysterious experts with unknown identities appeared, causing the hearts of the Three Generations to become heavier. "Go and get Tsunade back." Early the next morning, Hyojin received Naruto's order to assemble Black Ops Team 11. When all the members of Team 11 arrived at Naruto's office, Three Generations cancelled their previous mission to monitor the Danzo clan's encirclement of Amatsukami and assigned them a new mission. Three Generations looked at the 4 members of Team 11 with a serious expression and announced, "From now on, the only mission of Team 11 is to protect the safety of Uzumaki Naruto 24 hours a day." As the team leader, Kakashi didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Kakashi knows that Uzumaki Naruto is the son of his teacher, for generations Naruto Minato, so he is actually very concerned about the safety of Naruto. After leaving the Naruto building, Hyojin and Jishui looked at each other. From the fact that 3 generations issued this mission to protect Naruto 24 hours a day, it can be seen that the village already believes that Amatsukumi's target is the tailed beast, and has made the corresponding deployment. Arriving at a remote practice field, Kakashi said to everyone, "Let's divide into 2 groups according to the previous situation, and take turns to protect Naruto." Naturally, no one has any objection. After all, if there is no one to change shifts, even an Iron Man would not be able to withstand it for a long time. But before Kakashi divided the group, Jishui raised her hand and said, "I'll go with Kuroto-senpai." Kakashi froze for a moment, then looked at both Jishui and Hyojin, then immediately nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go with Guy. From now on, my group will be in charge. Tomorrow you guys will change shifts." After the discussion, Kakashi and Guy didn't dare to delay and immediately went to carry out the protection mission. At this time, Jishui asked Hyojin, "Kuroto-senpai, what should we do tomorrow?" Suijin stretched his waist and said, "You can just send a shadow clone. Do you really need to guard that kid for the whole day?" Jishui also said, "By the way, the Patriarch has already taught me the transcription seal." After clearing the suspicion on him, Fuyua didn't hesitate to agree to Jishui's request to learn the transcription seal. After all, Jishui has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, so she is qualified to learn the transcription seal. Hyojin was overjoyed when he heard this. "Great. The transcription seal doesn't require any hand seals, it is completely activated through the use of pupil power. According to the Patriarch, only the members of the Uchiha clan can use this transcription seal." As Jishui said, he took out a scroll and handed it to Hyojin, "So I'm not sure if you can learn this transcription seal." Hyojin took the scroll and said, "I'll give it a try." After saying that, Hyojin asked Jishui for some cell tissues. Out of trust in Hyojin, Jishui didn't think much about it and let Hyojin collect some cell tissues from him. After saying goodbye to Jishui, Hyojin came to the secret laboratory. Spreading the scroll recording the transcription seal on the table, Hyojin studied it carefully. Pupil power is not unique to the Uchiha clan. If the condition to activate the transcription seal is to have a strong enough pupil power, then the Tenseigan should also be able to activate it. With such speculation, Hyojin seriously practiced the transcription seal according to the contents of the scroll. A few hours later, while gasping for breath, he thought to himself, "It's not as difficult as I thought." After a few hours of learning, he has roughly mastered the technique of using the pupil power of the transcription seal. All that is missing is the actual operation. So, Hyojin took the water clone out of the nutrition tank and put it on the test bench. Slowly closing his eyes, Hyojin fully activated the pupil power of the Tenseigan, then suddenly opened his eyes and gently pointed his finger on the forehead of the water clone. In an instant, a large amount of Tenseigan chakra flowed into the incomplete white eyes of the water clone. At the same time, Hyojin felt as if the strength in his body had been sucked out by something. His legs went soft, and he staggered a few steps. He held onto the large nutrition tank at the side before he managed to stabilize himself. So the burden of the transcription seal is so heavy. No wonder there are so few people in the Uchiha clan who use it. The current Hyojin and chakra were far superior to ordinary ninjas. However, after using the transcription seal once, his body immediately felt exhausted. This showed how much the transcription seal consumed on his pupil power. Putting away his thoughts, Hyojin came to the test bench again and shifted his gaze to the water clone on the test bench. After moving his gaze to the test bench, Hyojin observed it carefully and found that the water clone on the test bench did not seem to have changed from the outside, as if the transcription seal applied just now did not take effect. Did it fail? Secretly shocked, Hyojin immediately instilled the chakra in his body into the Tenseigan, operated the Tenseigan to the extreme, and carefully observed the water clone again. It's a bit interesting. This time, Hyojin finally got something. In the vision of the Tenseigan, there was a subtle chakra reaction between the eyebrows of the water clone on the test bench. Because this chakra reaction is too subtle, even Hyojin, who has the Tenseigan, didn't notice it at first. In this way, things are interesting. The chakra that Hyojin just used transcription seal to seal in the water clone's incomplete Byakugan is definitely huge, but at this time, the chakra shown on the water clone is so subtle that it can't be detected. If it's not that the transcription seal failed, then the transcription seal is too clever, so clever that even Hyojin's Tenseigan was almost deceived. After pondering for a while, Hyojin suddenly turned around, reached out towards a large storage cabinet in the corner of the laboratory, and made a void-grabbing gesture. Voila! In an instant, the storage cabinet was pulled by a huge force, and the whole thing flew towards Hyojin. With a wave of his hand, Suijin moved the storage cabinet back to its original position, and then his smooth forehead gradually wrinkled as he muttered to himself, "Huh? Why is my rain wheel manipulation so jerky all of a sudden? The power and speed of the pulling has weakened a lot. Is it because I just used the transcription seal to seal Samsara Scepter into the water escape clone's body?" Just now, what Hyojin used transcription seal to seal in the water clone's incomplete Byakugan was his Tenseigan pupil technique rain pull pull, so he tried rain pull pull. As a result, he found that after sealing a part of the Tenseigan pupil power in the water clone with transcription seal, when he used rain pull pull pull, the power of rain pull 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 has obviously decreased a lot. This change made Hyojin realize that transcription seal can't be abused. Because after using transcription seal to seal his pupil power into other people's body, his pupil power will be divided, so when he uses pupil techniques again, the power will be greatly reduced. After confirming the situation of the caster, Hyojin sat on the chair and cast Soul Descent technique, and put his soul into the water clone on the test bench. Opening his eyes abruptly, Hyojin, who had changed his body, sat up on the test bench. This water clone has been almost perfected by Hyojin, so when he controls this water clone, he doesn't feel the slightest bit sluggish and stiff. It's almost the same as when he controls the Yin body. After jumping off the test bench, Hyojin quickly felt the rain pull 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 that was sealed in the water clone's Byakugan by transcription seal. I felt it, the transcription seal just now really worked. In my Byakugan, there is a Tenseigan pupil power that contains the rain pull 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 pupil technique sealed. In order to verify his feeling, Suijin controlled the water clone to stretch out his hands towards the large storage cabinet in the previous corner and made a grasping motion in the air. Voila, just like when the Yin body used rain pull 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 just now, the large storage cabinet was pulled towards Hyojin by attraction force. Hyojin put his hands flat, and the large storage cabinet fell from the air to the ground with a bang. At this time, Hyojin covered his eyes, and while feeling it, he secretly thought to himself, the power of rain pull 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 sealed in the Byakugan of this water clone has also been weakened. It seems that my speculation just now is correct. The transcription seal has divided the pupil power of my Tenseigan, so whether it is the main body or the clone, the power of rain pull 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 is not as good as expected. After confirming the situation of the one receiving the technique, Hyojin returned to the body of the Yin body and immediately withdrew the Tenseigan pupil power that was sealed in the water clone with transcription seal. For a Dojutsu Kekkei Genkai ninja, pupil power is everything. Using transcription seal to transfer a part of one's own pupil power, in essence, is to transfer a part of one's own strength. For a Dojutsu Kekkei Genkai ninja, this is a very dangerous and risky behavior. If you can't recover this part of the pupil power in time, you may permanently lose this part of the pupil power. But even so, Hyojin still secretly sighed, this transcription seal of the Uchiha clan is really clever. Before this, Hyojin always had a doubt in his heart, that is, how did Uchiha Madara delay the launch of Izanagi through transcription seal, deceiving the first Naruto and the second Naruto? It must be known that the two Naruto's perception ability are the best in the shinobi world. As long as there is an obvious chakra reaction in Madara's body, the first Naruto and the second Naruto will definitely find it. Therefore, the fact that the transcription seal can suppress the chakra reaction to the extreme is simply too brilliant. If it wasn't for Suijin's intentional observation, even he, who has the Tenseigan, wouldn't have been able to detect it. Obsidian was plotted against by Itachi. I am afraid that his Manjikyu Sharingan can't detect Itachi's Amaterasu in Sasuke's Sharingan with transcription seal. Even Hyojin's Tenseigan was almost deceived, so it is natural that Obsidian's Manjikyu Sharingan can't detect it. When he thought of all kinds of jaw-dropping forbidden and sealing techniques such as Izanagi, Izanami and transcription seal, Hyojin couldn't help but sigh that the Uchiha clan is really a big treasure house that can be continuously excavated. Such a talented clan was destroyed in the civil strife of Mai, which is undoubtedly a huge loss to the development of shinobi in the world. From the perspective of a researcher, any bloodline Genkai clan in the shinobi world is a treasure house, and the Uchiha clan is one of the most dazzling ones. Even from the perspective of the village, the brave and skillful Uchiha clan is also an excellent warrior that other shinobi clans in the village can't match. After the experiment just now, Hyojin has confirmed that he has mastered the transcription seal, the pupillary technique developed by the Uchiha clan, so he didn't delay and immediately started to arrange the fusion plan of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Of course, before fusing with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he first needs to use the transcription seal of Uchiha Hideki's Manjikyu Sharingan technique Amaterasu and seal it into the Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Ryota's right eye. If he wants to use the transcription seal to seal Amano Iwado into Uchiha Ryota's right eye, he must first transplant Uchiha Hideki's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. Hyojin obviously won't risk removing his own body's Tenseigan to transplant Uchiha Hideki's Manjikyu Sharingan, and he doesn't have any other clones with him, so he can only use the water clone. Manipulating the surgical instruments, Hyojin carefully removed the incomplete Byakugan in the water clone's eye sockets. In the future, when using the Chimera technique to break through the Supreme Kekkei Genkai net, all of Hyojin's clones can't be damaged, even the eyes must be the original incomplete Byakugan, so once the incomplete Byakugan of the water clone is lost or damaged, this water clone can only be scrapped. After preserving the incomplete Byakugan that was temporarily removed, Hyojin immediately transplanted Uchiha Hideki's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan into the water clone's eye sockets. Immediately afterward, Hyojin moved the unconscious Uchiha Ryota from the large nutrition tank to the test bench, and reinstalled his pair of Manjikyu Sharingan into his eye sockets. Everything is ready. Hyojin, who was controlling the water clone, came to the test bench and slowly closed his eyes. After a few breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the unique and almost demonic light of the Manjikyu Sharingan flashed in his eyes. Then, he pointed his finger on the forehead of the unconscious Uchiha Ryota. The transcription seal was activated at this moment, sealing the Amano Iwado that he had just opened into the Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Ryota's right eye. As soon as the transcription seal was completed, Hyojin felt dizzy. Phew, he leaned against the wall and panted for a while before he recovered. Activating the transcription seal with the water escape clone is indeed rather strenuous. Just now, when he used Yin Release to activate the transcription seal, Hyojin almost exhausted all of his strength. This time, not only is he using water release clone, but he is also using the transplanted Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Hideki, so the consumption is even greater than before. Fortunately, I only need to use it once. Otherwise, this water escape clone of mine would be damaged. Shaking his head slightly, Hyojin concentrated his mental perception and found that Uchiha Hideki's Manjikyu Sharingan has consumed a lot of pupillary power. Hyojin thought to himself, I hope my guess is correct. The reason why he went back and forth is that he hopes that after the fusion, the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can retain the unique Manjikyu Sharingan of Ryota's Susanoo and Hideki's Amano Iwado. But Hyojin's guess is only based on the fact that Itachi used the transcription seal to seal Amano Iwado into Sasuke's Sharingan, and when Sasuke awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan, he also had the special ability Amano Iwado. Therefore, whether the fused Manjikyu Sharingan can retain the unique Manjikyu Sharingan of Susanoo and Amano Iwado at the same time, Kuroto is not sure at this time. After completing all the procedures before the fusion, Hyojin returned to the body of the Yin body. First, he removed the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Hideki from the eye sockets of the water clone in an orderly manner, and replaced the original incomplete Byakugan of the water clone with the Byakugan. After that, Kuroto took the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Hideki and slowly walked to the test bench. The reason why Hyojin didn't kill Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota is because he wants to fuse with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Because the fusion of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan requires the owner of either pair of Manjikyu Sharingan to act as the host during the fusion, so as to provide a stable and continuous supply of chakra for the fusion of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin can't kill the two brothers before the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is completed. As for who will be the host, it mainly depends on whose pair of Manjikyu Sharingan Hyojin will choose as the base. Hyojin chose the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Ryota, because the Manjikyu Sharingan of Susanoo is obviously more versatile than Uchiha Hideki's Amano Iwado. Therefore, Uchiha Ryota will become the host of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Using his own Manjikyu Sharingan as the base, he will devour the Manjikyu Sharingan of his brother Uchiha Hideki. Finally, after checking Uchiha Ryota, who is still in a coma on the test bench, and confirming that his physical indicators are normal, Hyojin took a deep breath and immediately began the fusion operation. The fusion of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is a process where one side devours the other. Therefore, this fusion operation is actually to transplant the Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Hideki into the eye socket of Uchiha Ryota, who already has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. In short, it is to make Uchiha Ryota's eye socket accommodate two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan at the same time. The space in the human eye socket is limited, and the part that connects the optic nerve is extremely fragile, so it is very difficult to accommodate two eyeballs in one eye socket at the same time. Once there is a mistake in the operation, whether it is damage to the eye socket or damage to the Manjikyu Sharingan, it will directly lead to the failure of the fusion of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Therefore, even if Hyojin has rich experience in eye transplantation, he will inevitably be a little worried in the face of this extremely complicated operation. After using surgical instruments to open Uchiha Ryota's eyelids, Hyojin began the left eye transplant. The human eye socket is surrounded by soft tissue, and it is not impossible to accommodate two eyeballs with a squeeze. The key is to ensure that the two eyeballs and the eye socket are not damaged in the slightest during the transplant. It took a full hour for Hyojin to finally complete the left eye transplant. Phew, after a sigh of relief, Hyojin wiped the sweat from his forehead. The left eye transplant was very successful. Perhaps because the two brothers are blood relatives, the two Manjikyu Sharingan were accommodated in one eye socket without any rejection. In a spurt of energy, Suijin started the transplantation of the right eye. Just like the left eye transplant, the right eye transplant was also very smooth, and the two Manjikyu Sharingan were accommodated in one eye socket without any rejection. After completing the transplant operation, Hyojin covered Uchiha Ryota's eyes with antibacterial cloth. Hyojin didn't know how long it took for Uchiha Madara to fuse the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, but he vaguely remembered that when Sasuke fused the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he lay in bed for a long time. And Uchiha Ryota was in a coma, and the fusion time may be longer than Sasuke. You can search for The World of Naruto in the Eyes of Reincarnation on Baidu. Search for the latest chapter. In the blink of an eye, 2018 has passed. For me, 2018 has been a very meaningful year. Since September, with everyone's support, The World of Naruto in the Eyes of Reincarnation has come all the way to today. Every click, every subscription, every gift, every recommendation, every monthly vote, is a huge encouragement to me. Here, I sincerely thank everyone. Thank you. 2019 has arrived. In this new year, the only thing I can do is to write this book seriously to repay everyone's support. At the same time, I wish everyone all the best in the new year, wealth, and health. Finally, I hope everyone can continue to support me, requesting subscriptions, requesting recommendation votes, requesting monthly votes. The first week of the new year, the monthly votes will be doubled. Requesting gifts. The World of Naruto in the Eyes of Reincarnation. The World of Naruto in the Eyes of Reincarnation /107192 The World of Naruto in the Eyes of Reincarnation The World of Naruto in the Eyes of Reincarnation /107192 For convenience of reading next time, you can click collect below to record this time. I wish everyone a happy new year. Read the record, you can see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like The World of Naruto in the Eyes of Reincarnation, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. After a few days of observation, Hyojin found that the two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan in Uchiha Ryota's eye sockets have already begun to fuse, but the speed of fusion is very slow. Standing in front of the test bench, Hyojin supported his chin with his hand and muttered to himself, according to this fusion speed, I am afraid it will take at least 3 months to complete the final fusion. As the host of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Uchiha Ryota is currently in a comatose state, so the fusion of the two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan in his eye sockets is completely based on his body's instinct. Because of this, without the impetus of his personal will, the fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan will inevitably be very slow. In this regard, Hyojin has no good way to deal with it, so he can only wait calmly. As for whether or not the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can be successfully fused, and what kind of pupil technique the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan will possess, everything depends on God's will. Temporarily putting aside the matter of fusing the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin ignored his fatigue and began to plan the cloning plan of the fire release clone. The difficulty of cloning the fire release clone is undoubtedly far greater than the previous water release clone. This is not only because the state of the fire attribute chakra is not as stable as the water attribute chakra, but also because the fusion target chosen by Hyojin this time is the Uchiha clan's Uchiha Jishuei. Although the Uchiha clan is born with a very strong fire attribute chakra, and has unparalleled talent in using fire release. But as a pupil Kekkei Genkai clan, the main chakra attribute of the Uchiha clan is the same as Hyojin's. It is the Yin attribute chakra, which symbolizes mental power, not the fire attribute chakra. In other words, the fire attribute chakra was only a sub-attribute of the Uchiha people's chakra. This also meant that when cultivating the embryo of the fire release clone, Hyojin not only needed to use a large centrifuge to filter out the excess Yin attribute chakra in his cells, but also the excess Yin attribute chakra in Jishuei cells, so that the fire chakra would become the main chakra in Jishuei cells. When cloning the water escape clone, Hyojin had already realized that the filtration process of a large centrifuge would cause serious damage to the cell tissues. At that time, only Hyojin's cell tissues needed to be filtered, while Bai's cell tissues did not need to be filtered and could directly fuse. At this time, Hyojin and Jishuei's cells would need to be filtered by a large centrifuge, which meant that they would be severely damaged. Therefore, the probability of the two damaged cells successfully fusing would be greatly reduced. Buzz buzz buzz, amidst the noise of the large centrifuge, Hyojin completed the filtration of the Yin attribute chakra in his own cell tissues and the filtration of the Yin attribute chakra in Jishuei's cell tissues. In this filtration process alone, 330 groups of the 500 groups of cell tissues in the petri dishes that Hyojin had carefully prepared were completely damaged by the large centrifuge and lost their activity. Of the remaining 170 groups, another 30 groups were severely damaged and did not meet the conditions for cultivation. In the end, only 140 groups entered the next round of fusion cultivation. Just like last time, the ratio of cell fusion was 99:1. In other words, 99% of the cell tissues in the fire release clone came from Hyojin himself, while Jishuei's cell tissues only accounted for about 1% of the total. After entering the cell fusion process, Hyojin fully activated the Tenseigan and monitored the 140 groups of petri dishes in real time. Soon, the rejection reaction appeared one after another. In less than an hour, among the 140 groups of petri dishes, nearly 90% of the petri dishes had a violent rejection reaction, and the cell tissues were completely necrotic before the fusion was completed. Immediately afterward, the cell tissues in the remaining dozen groups of petri dishes also showed a rejection reaction, and in the end, only one group of petri dishes survived the rejection reaction and completed the fusion. Hyojin, who was monitoring all this, gradually became solemn. When cloning the water release clone, only a mere 6 groups of cell tissues passed the filtration process, and in the end, only 3 groups survived the rejection reaction and completed the fusion, and the fusion success rate reached 50%. This time, Hyojin prepared a total of 140 groups, and in the end, only one group completed the fusion, and the success rate was less than 1%. The cell tissues of the Uchiha clan are so exclusive? Although Hyojin had already expected that the cloning of the fire release clone would not be easy, the current situation was still somewhat beyond his expectations. After looking at the remaining group of embryos that had completed the cell fusion with a high-power microscope, Hyojin's brows furrowed even more. This was the only embryo that had successfully fused, and the cell tissues were seriously damaged, and its vitality was very weak. It was a far cry from the minimum standard of cloning embryos formulated by Hyojin. In Hyojin's eyes, it could already be classified as a defective product. After hesitating for a moment, Hyojin did not destroy it, but put it into the incubator and began to cultivate it. In the following week, Hyojin had tried cell fusion for thousands of times, and the results were far beyond his expectations. In the subsequent thousands of cell fusion attempts, none of them succeeded. After spending a lot of time, money, and energy, Hyojin was distressed. He rubbed his chin and thought to himself, could it be that I can't fuse with Jishui's cells? The success rate of fusing with Bai's cells had reached 50%, but the success rate of fusing with Jishui's cells was less than 0.1%. This cruel reality forced Hyojin to make such a guess. While Hyojin was trying to fuse his own cell tissues with Jishui's, the defective embryo that he had succeeded in fusing previously had already developed in the large nutrition tank. Every time Hyojin passed by the large nutrition tank that was used to cultivate defective clones, he would unconsciously frown. Because for some unknown reason, the defective embryo actually underwent a metamorphosis, and after cultivation, it turned into a female body, completely deviating from his original plan. Naturally, Hyojin could not accept a female fire elemental clone, so he had to expand the range of cell sampling from Jishui to Itachi, Sasuke, Ryota, Hideki, and other Uchiha clansmen. By then, Hyojin no longer had the right to be picky because the Uchiha's bloodline was too exclusive. It was so strong that it could not fuse with other people's cells. This was completely out of Hyojin's expectation. Therefore, in order to obtain more successful cell fusion embryos, even if the Uchiha clansmen were mediocre compared to Jishui, Hyojin had to include them in the sampling range. The Land of Rain. While Hyojin was experimenting with the clone, Hiriko was also experimenting with the human body in his laboratory in the Land of Rain. Ah, a heart-wrenching wail echoed in the laboratory. On the test bench, a man's body was constantly bulging with huge sarcomas that glowed with purple light. These sarcomas looked very twisted and disgusting. On the side, Hiriko's face was full of fanaticism, and his eyes were blooming with an indescribable brilliance. At this moment, the wailing of the man on the test bench gradually subsided. The huge sarcomas that were bulging on the man's body also shrank back into the man's body one by one, returning to normal as if they had never appeared before. Bang! The man's body that had just recovered suddenly exploded with a muffled sound. Hiriko, who was splashed with blood and filth, not only was he not angry, but the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a strange smile full of evil charm. Hey, dark medical ninjutsu is more useful than I thought. In the original story, Hiriko had to change hiding places from time to time because he had to avoid the pursuit of Konoha Umbu, and he also had to run around for the funds needed for the experiment. Coupled with the fact that he was working behind closed doors, the development of the Chimera technique was very slow, almost at a standstill. But in this world, after being forced to join the Akatsuki, not only did Hiriko no longer fear Mai's pursuit, but he also had the support of the Akatsuki organization in terms of funds. More importantly, he also has Shino, a top doctor in the shinobi world who is proficient in the human body's meridians and various herbal medicines, as well as Yomi who is proficient in dark medical ninjutsu. Unlike before, with the advice of Shino, a top doctor in the shinobi world, and the assistance of Yomi's dark medical ninjutsu, Hiriko's development of the Chimera technique has progressed at a tremendous pace. In just half a year, with sufficient funds, he made a major breakthrough in the research and development of the Chimera technique. Hiriko walked out of the laboratory while wiping the bloodstains off his body. In the rest area, Shino was discussing some of his ideas for the artificial tailed beast with Yomi. Just like Hiriko, after joining the Akatsuki, Shino's zero-tail project has been progressing very smoothly. Currently, there are only a few technical difficulties that haven't been solved yet. Seeing Hiriko walking out of the experimental area, Shino immediately got up and greeted him, asking eagerly, "How was it, did you succeed?" Hiriko casually threw the towel he used to wipe the bloodstains into the trash bin. "The test subjects are still too fragile." Shino was a little disappointed and sat back down with a downcast expression. If Hiriko's fusion experiment was a success, then his zero-tail plan could immediately be carried out. Hiriko smiled and said, "However, the dark medical ninjutsu is indeed more useful than I thought. If the test subject is strong enough, the probability of success will not be small." Yomi smiled, "As long as you're satisfied." Yomi is not a member of the Akatsuki, so his status is naturally lower than Hiriko and Shino, so no matter who he talks to, he is very careful and polite. "Really?" Upon hearing this, Shino became spirited again and said, "So, both of our plans can be implemented?" Hiriko tried his best to suppress the madness in his heart and nodded. With the further improvement of the technology, he can now officially start the Kekkei Genkai absorption plan which he has been preparing for more than 10 years. Now, all he lacks is a satisfactory Kekkei Genkai. If it was in the past, selecting a target, preparing an ambush plan, and then carrying out the ambush alone would be enough to keep Hiriko busy for a long time. But now it's different. With the help of the Akatsuki, most of the Kekkei Genkai ninjas in the shinobi world are easily obtained by Hiriko. Soon, Hiriko arrived at the tower where Pain was located, and under the guidance of Conan, he met the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain. Hiriko glanced at the Rinnegan in Pain's eye sockets, then naturally looked away and said, "Leader, my experiment has reached a critical moment, and I need the help of the Akatsuki organization." Pain replied indifferently, "What kind of help do you need?" Hiriko immediately said, "I need the bodies of a few Kekkei Genkai ninjas." On the side, Conan frowned slightly. The bodies of a few Kekkei Genkai ninjas are not that easy to obtain. Hiriko nodded slightly, "I know this, that's why I asked the Akatsuki organization for help. I believe that with the strength of the Akatsuki organization, capturing a few Kekkei Genkai ninjas should be a piece of cake." Pain still asked indifferently, "What kind of Kekkei Genkai do you need?" Hiriko was ecstatic, "If possible, I hope to collect rapid release Kekkei Genkai, steel release Kekkei Genkai, mist release Kekkei Genkai, hell release Kekkei Genkai, and the members of the Uchiha clan who possess the Sharingan." Pain glanced at Hiriko faintly, "You already have a choice, right?" Hiriko nodded and said, "Well, I already have a target for rapid release Kekkei Genkai, steel release Kekkei Genkai, and hell release Kekkei Genkai, but as for the mist release Kekkei Genkai and the Uchiha clan who possess the Sharingan, I don't have a target yet." Pain said, "I'll think about it, you can leave now." Hiriko opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but looking at the cold expression on Pain's face, he finally chose to shut his mouth and obediently turned around and left. After Hiriko left, Obsidian walked out of the shadows and asked Pain, "What do you think?" Pain remained indifferent. Boring experiment. For Pain, who possesses the Rinnegan, Hiriko's Kekkei Genkai absorption plan is meaningless, so he despises Hiriko from the bottom of his heart. Obsidian, with his arms crossed over his chest, leaned against a wall and said, "The threat of Amatsukami can't be ignored. I've already found out that their target is also the tailed beast." Pain's eyes narrowed, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. Obsidian continued, "It is said that Mai has proposed to hold a Gakage summit for this reason. Currently, all 5 villages have agreed to Mai's proposal, and they are in a deadlock over the location of the summit." Conan asked, "Can Amatsukami really pose a threat to us?" Obsidian said, "Suijin is able to contend with 3 generations Naruto for a long time, Homasubi and the newly emerged magnet release ninja are able to contend with Cloud Village's 4 generations Liang and Hachibi's Jinchuriki, plus the unknown leader of Amatsukami, Yama. I'm afraid this organization is more difficult to deal with than we thought, so we need to expand our combat power." Pain was not inflexible, so he said, "Then let's agree to Hiriko's request. I'll deal with the Mist Release Ninja and the Uchiha clan," Obsidian said. His figure merged into the vortex and disappeared. The Land of Birds. A group of 4 people from the Akatsuki organization was walking slowly in a dense forest. Glancing at Hiriko beside him, Sasori, who was hiding in the defensive puppet Failyohu, grumbled in a hoarse voice, "I really don't understand why the leader would agree to your ridiculous request, and even asked us to assist you." Hiriko smiled proudly, "Even the leader who has the legendary sage's eye has to face my experiments." Inferiority complex is a shadow buried deep in Hiriko's heart. He wanted to prove himself countless times, but his mediocre talent caused him to be ignored and ridiculed again and again. When he was in Mai, he had been desperately chasing the back of the Sannin, but the distance between him and the Sannin was only getting further and further. Unwillingness and anger grew crazily in his heart, and he finally broke through the shackles of morality and immersed himself in the cruel and crazy human experiments. Chimera technique is the crystallization of his blood, sweat, and tears, and the support of the organization's leader, Pain, made him feel extremely satisfied. What Hiriko longs for the most is not power, but the recognition of others. The support of Pain, who is known as the Sage's Eye, is a kind of recognition, and this made him feel a sense of belonging for the first time. "Humph." Sasori snorted disdainfully. Hiriko grinned and said, "Sasori, I regret to tell you that your choice to give up your physical body is wrong. Sasori stopped and stared at Hirako with eyes full of killing intent. Stupid guy, do you want to challenge my eternal art? In the battle with the 3 generations Naruto, Sasori lost an arm, which prompted him to finally make up his mind to complete the transformation of his body into a puppet. Hirako said indifferently, you don't have to be angry, the facts will prove everything. Sasori said coldly, when you complete the experiment, I will personally tell you what is the truth. Unlike Sasori and Hirako who are like fire and water, and have completely opposite views of science, Shino and Kakuzu who are in the rear half of the team are chatting with each other. Shino smiled and said, I have troubled Mr. Kakuzu for this operation. I hope it won't take up too much of Mr. Kakuzu's time. The members of the organization all knew that Kakadu was obsessed with money. As long as he had free time, Kakadu would go to the black market to choose missions to earn bounties. Therefore, Kakadu was usually very busy. Kakuzu's expression was somewhat gloomy. It's not just the Fire Nation that's cleaning up the black market, even the other big nations have begun to clean up the black market. Right now, I can't even get a decent commission. Shino frowned. Looks like Amatsukami is much stronger than we thought. Shino, who has traveled around the shinobi world, is quite clear about the structure of the shinobi world. In his opinion, the Akatsuki that he belongs to is already an extremely powerful secret organization in the shinobi world, and no matter which shinobi village they fight, they won't be at a disadvantage. But the fact that Amatsukami, which appeared out of nowhere, has shown strength that is not inferior to the Akatsuki, and even the 5 great shinobi villages are afraid of it, this fact is very surprising to Shino. After pondering for a while, Shino asked, Shinichi is also from the Uchiha clan, so he should know something about Amatsukami's Homusubi, right? Kakuzu shook his head and said, when I met Shinichi before, I asked him about it, but he didn't have the slightest clue. It's as if Amatsukami appeared out of thin air. Shino sighed with emotion, Ice Release Ninja, Manjikyu Sharingan, and Magnet Release Ninja, such strength is enough to subvert a small country. I really don't know where these powerful ninjas came from, I really don't know. Kakuzu said, ever since I started dealing with Amatsukami, my fortune has been cut off. If there's a chance, I will personally tear out their hearts to make up for my loss. Not long after, the 4 of them arrived at a fork in the road. The road sign on the left leads to the land of Bear, while the road sign on the right leads to the land of Earth. Looking at the road sign, Hirako said, from here on, let's split up. My group will go to the land of Bear to deal with that nether release Kekai Genkai, while the rest of you go to the land of Earth to deal with that steel release Kekai Genkai. Sasori ignored Hirako and said to Kakuzu, then walked towards the land of Earth. Hirako smiled and followed Shino towards the direction of the land of Bears. The land of whirlpools. Boom, with a loud noise, Shinichi of the Uchiha clan was sent flying, crashing into several trees in a row. Before Genie could recover from his shock, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in the smoke and dust. In just a short moment, the figure appeared in front of Genie and threw a punch at him. At this moment, Pipa Juzo arrived and slashed at the afterimage with his beheading broadsword. Clang, the afterimage's fist collided with Pipa Juzong's beheading blade, and a loud metallic sound rang out. After temporarily forcing back the shadow, Pipa Juzo looked around vigilantly while asking Shinichi, who fell to the ground behind him, how is it, are you okay? Bah. Spitting out the blood in his mouth, Shinichi cursed, fuck, why do we have to fight this monster for no reason? Pipa Juzo said, since it is the leader's order, don't complain too much. This guy is incredibly fast. After a pause, Shinichi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, even my Manjikyu Sharingan can't keep up with his speed, who is he? Pipa Juzo explained, according to the leader, this is a ninja with nether release Kekai Genkai. Looking at his light red hair, he should have some Uzumaki bloodline in his body. Shinichi curled his lips and said, wasn't the Uzumaki clan exterminated long ago? The Uzumaki clan of the land of Uzumaki is a close relative of my Senju clan, so the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan is not very good. Under the influence of the Uzumaki clan, Shinichi's impression of the Uzumaki clan is naturally very bad. Pipa Juzo is also aware of the contradictions between the Mai clan and the Mai clan, so he didn't say much and just said casually, although the land of Uzumaki was destroyed, there will always be some Uzumaki bloodline passed down. Isn't there also a remnant of the Ice Release Snow clan in Amatsukami? Shinichi's face fell, hey, don't talk about useless things, this guy is too fast, we can't do anything to him. Bipajuzo glanced at Shinichi and said, Shinichi, if we can't catch him, it will be very difficult for us to report to the leader. You can't be as slack as you were in the previous missions. Shinichi, who was criticized by Bipajuzo for being slack, smiled and said, so you saw it. Bipajuzo said, I don't know why you are so against the organization, but since you have joined the organization, if you don't work hard, the leader will not let you go. After getting along with Bipajuzo for so long, Shinichi actually knows that although Bipajuzo doesn't seem to be easy to deal with, he is actually a very sentimental person. Sui Mang, in private, Shinichi has also teased Bipajuzo, saying that Bipajuzo doesn't look like a vicious traitorous ninja at all. Therefore, Shinichi understands that Bipajuzo's advice is completely out of kindness, so he smiled and said, okay, since you have said it to this point, I will recognize Shinichi. Bipajuzo didn't say any more nonsense and directly asked, what's the plan? Opening the Manjikyu Sharingan, Shinichi observed the surroundings and said, same old method. Bipajuzo carried the beheading blade on his shoulder and nodded knowingly. Just as Bipajuzo put away the beheading blade, the swift ninja who saw the opportunity suddenly attacked. The swift ninja left a long afterimage, and in just an instant, he appeared in front of Bipajuzo, holding the kunai in his right hand, he fiercely stabbed Bipajuzo's throat. Almost at the same time, Shinichi, who was already prepared, completed the hand seals and shouted, fire release, great fireball technique. Hew, a huge fireball rushed towards the swift ninja with a whistling sound. The swift ninja didn't seem to expect that Shinichi would use fire release so accurately. He knew that if he insisted on completing the attack, he would inevitably be hit by the great fireball technique, so he had to withdraw his right hand and dodge Shinichi's fire release. At this time, Bipajuzo also completed the hand seals and shouted, water release, great waterfall technique. Splash, a huge stream of water shuttled through the forest, and finally collided with the fire release that Shinichi had used before. Water and fire intertwined, and in an instant, the forest was filled with mist. Bipajuzo continued to make hand seals, and immediately shouted, water release, mist concealment technique. Soon, the mist in the forest that was already filled with mist became even thicker. Previously, when the swift ninja shuttled through the forest, he would only leave a series of afterimages, but now that he is moving through the mist, he will leave a clear trail. It may be difficult for ordinary people to catch this kind of trail, but for Shinichi, who has the Manjikyu Sharingan, it is easy to capture and even predict this kind of trail. Therefore, in just a moment, he saw through the swift ninja's movement trajectory, and his figure flickered, blocking the swift ninja's path. The swift ninja's figure stagnated, with a look of surprise on his face. The swift ninja's figure stagnated, and looked surprised, Juzo. Looking at Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan, the expression on the ninja's face quickly became dull, his whole body shook a few times, and then he fell to the ground. Bipajuzo walked over and said, your Uchiha clan's genjutsu is really convenient. Shinichi covered his eyes for a while, and then said, okay, we can now report. Land of Fire. A twisting whirlpool appeared out of thin air, and then Obsidian walked out of the whirlpool. After looking around, Obito leaped up and stood on top of a large tree. Suddenly, Zetsu's body stretched out from the trunk of the big tree and said, it has been confirmed that the Gakage Summit will be held in the northwest of the Land of Fire, in Yokosuka City, close to the Land of Grass. Obsidian was a little puzzled, Yokosuka City? Why there? Zetsu said, the major shinobi villages don't trust each other, so we had to choose Yokosuka City, which is located in the center of the shinobi world. Obsidian asked again, what about the information I asked you to gather? On the cloud side, Lei Ying will attend the Gakage Summit in person, but because of Amatsukami's attempt to get their hands on the tailed beasts, he didn't bring his Jinchuriki with him. After a pause, Zetsu continued, so this time, Lei Ying's guards are the Mist Ninja Aida and another Cloud Jonin. Obsidian smiled, very good. Hirako needs the body of a Mist Release Kekkei Genkai ninja, but the Kekkei Genkai is very rare, only a few people in the Cloud Village, one of the 5 major shinobi villages, have mastered it. Therefore, if you want to get a Mist Release Kekkei Genkai, you must first attack the Cloud Village. And attacking Lei Ying and his party heading to the Gakage Summit is obviously more convenient and safer than sneaking into the Cloud Village, so Obsidian quickly made up his mind. Throwing a black cloak to Zetsu, Obsidian ordered, "Change into this cloak, and then help me lure Laying away." After receiving the cloak thrown by Obsidian, Zetsu looked at it and found that the black cloak in his hand is almost identical to the uniform of Amatsukami, so he asked, "You want me to disguise myself as a member of Amatsukami?" Obsidian nodded. Obsidian is becoming more and more afraid of Amatsukami. Especially after learning that Amatsukami's target is also the tailed beasts, the sense of uneasiness in his heart that things are out of his control is getting stronger and stronger. At present, Akatsuki hasn't officially started collecting tailed beasts, so Obsidian is not willing to confront Amatsukami head-on, but he also can't sit back and watch Amatsukami continue to grow stronger. Therefore, Obsidian wants to use this Gakage summit as an opportunity to frame Amatsukami, so that the 5 great shinobi villages will point their spear at Amatsukami, and then use the hands of the 5 great shinobi villages to eradicate Amatsukami. Under Zetsu's lead, Obsidian quickly discovered the whereabouts of Laying and his party, who are rushing to Yokosuka City. Looking coldly at Laying and his party in the distance, Obsidian ordered Zetsu, "Go." Zetsu nodded and retreated into the ground. A moment later, Zetsu appeared in front of Laying and his party. Looking at Zetsu, who was wearing a black cloak and a mask with strange patterns, Laying didn't wait for Zetsu to speak and shouted angrily, "You bastards, how dare you appear in front of me?" After roaring, Laying threw himself at Juju. Not daring to delay, Kuroto immediately dived into the ground and used the earth release technique to escape. In his anger, Laying didn't hesitate and immediately activated the lightning release chakra mode, following the traces of chakra that Zetsu deliberately left behind, and chased all the way. As Laying's bodyguard, Ida hurriedly shouted, "Laying-sama, don't chase." However, before Aida's voice fell, the lightning-fast Laying had already disappeared from his sight, leaving Ida and the other Kumo-jonin looking at each other in dismay. The other Kumo-jonin asked, "What should we do?" Ida sighed, "What else can we do? Of course we chase after him. I'm afraid that this is a trap set by Amatsukami." Just then, a twisted whirlpool suddenly appeared behind the two of them, and a hand stretched out from the whirlpool, grabbed the mist ninja Ida, and dragged him into the whirlpool. Looking at the strange-looking, deformed clones in the large nutrition tank in front of him, Hyojin wanted to cry but no tears came out. The cells of the Uchiha clan are poisonous. Over the past few days, he had used the excuse of sparring and guidance to rack his brains before he managed to obtain the cell tissues of more than 10 members of the Uchiha clan, including Itachi and Sasuke. After obtaining the cell tissues of the Uchiha clan, Hyojin immediately started the cell fusion experiment in the laboratory. After tens of thousands of repeated fusion experiments, Hyojin, who had spent a lot of manpower and resources, finally managed to obtain 3 sets of cloned embryos that had survived the rejection reaction. However, just as Hyojin thought that he had succeeded, reality taught him a cruel lesson. The 3 sets of embryos that had been cultivated all showed unexpected deformities. The first body was distorted, its facial features and limbs were all out of place. The second was an ugly meatball. The third one had 2 heads, 7 arms, but only 1 leg. Looking at the monsters in the large nutrition tank, Hyojin's heart was bleeding. The cultivation liquid used for the cell fusion experiment was complicated and required a variety of expensive medicinal herbs to refine, so the cost was extremely high. Furthermore, the tens of thousands of fusion experiments had used up almost all of Hyojin's medicinal herbs. Even if Hyojin wanted to continue the experiment, his stock of medicinal herbs would not allow him to be so reckless. I thought that I didn't fit with Jishui's cell tissues. I didn't expect that after a round of experiments, only Jishui, this Uchiha, could barely fit with my cell tissues. After lamenting, Hyojin's gaze slowly moved to the large nutrition tank at the end. The cloned body that was being cultivated in the large nutrition tank was the damaged embryo that was successfully fused with Hyojin and Jishui's cell tissues. It was the female cloned body that was cultivated. There was no doubt about the appearance of the Hyuga clan. The men were all dignified, while the women were mostly elegant and dignified. Therefore, although Hyojin's appearance could not be said to be handsome, elegant, he could at least be said to have regular facial features and be cultured and refined. The Uchiha bloodline also produced handsome men and beautiful women. It's just that most of the men in Uchiha are overbearing, and because of their pupillary Kekii Genkai, their eyes are too sharp, so they look a bit sinister. And in the large nutrition tank, the female clone that combines the cell tissues of Hyojin and Jishui has both the elegance of the Hyuga clan and the sharpness of the Uchiha clan. Thus, not only did this female clone possess a beautiful appearance, but her aura was also extremely special. She possessed an indescribable heroic, dignified, and elegant aura. Hyojin was not a superficial person. Therefore, the extraordinary appearance of this female clone did not cause any ripples in his heart. As a researcher, Hyojin dislikes any accidents in his experiments. Accidents mean unforeseen changes, and the female clone in the large nutrition tank in front of him is an accident full of variables. Based on the current situation, Hyojin can't judge what kind of unknown impact this female clone will have on his future Kekkei Genkai Net project. Coupled with the fact that the embryo of this female clone was already in a state of serious damage before the cultivation, the strength of this female clone will be significantly weaker than the water clone. This also means that the difficulty of developing this female clone is far higher than the previous water clone. It is precisely because of this that Hyojin has a certain sense of rejection towards the female clone in front of him. However, the failure of the cell fusion experiments made him realize that with his current cell fusion technology, he is still unable to create a perfect clone that has the true meaning of the Uchiha bloodline. After taking the female clone out of the large nutrition tank, he placed it on the experimental table. Without much hesitation, Hyojin immediately used the soul descent technique of the Tenseigan and entered the female clone on the experimental table. Huff, sitting up abruptly, Hyojin felt for a moment before jumping off the experimental table. Walking to the mirror naked, Hyojin moved his body with a calm expression while carefully observing the changes in the muscles of the female clone in the mirror. Although it was a little strange, the sluggishness of the soul entering the clone body for the first time wasn't as serious as Kuroto had imagined. On the contrary, the clone body seemed to have a strong capacity for soul absorption. This was not strange at all. In the original time and space, when Orochimaru used the undead reincarnation forbidden technique, the first body he chose was not the body of a male ninja, but the body of a female ninja. The reason why Orochimaru chose this body was because the female ninja's body and Orochimaru's soul were unexpectedly compatible, allowing Orochimaru to retain almost all of his strength after the undead reincarnation. This is also why when Orochimaru launched the Mai's destruction plan, he dared to use a female body to compete with the 3 generations Naruto. After that, when Orochimaru was severely injured by the 3 generations Naruto, he had no choice but to give up the female body. When Sasuke did not arrive, he hurriedly reincarnated into the body of a male ninja named Huanyumaru. However, in the end, the male body had an extremely strong rejection reaction, causing Orochimaru, who had already lost his hands and soul, to suffer a great loss of vitality. Most of the time, he could only rely on drugs to suppress his strength, lingering in bed. In the end, he was defeated by the inexperienced Sasuke, using his own body to explain what it means to go for wool and come home shorn. From this, it can be seen that the gender of the body has little to do with the soul's compatibility. After getting used to the soul's control over the body, Hyojin looked at the mirror with his eyes wide open. The pupil in the eye socket of this female clone was still the same incomplete Byakugan as the water clone. When Hyojin's soul descended, the incomplete Byakugan merged with the power of Hyojin's soul and became a normal Byakugan. It seems like the Uchiha bloodline did not affect my Byakugan. Hyojin could understand this. After all, in the embryo of this female clone, Hyojin's cell tissue accounted for 99% of the ratio, while Jishui's cell tissue only accounted for 1%. The bloodline of the Hyuga clan was not inferior to that of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, under this ratio, the female clone's eye socket must be the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. At this time, Hyojin murmured to himself, I wonder how much power the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can exert after this clone is transplanted with the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Before further perfecting the cell fusion technology, I'll develop this clone for the time being. Based on the principle of being prepared, Hyojin decided to make some backup plans. While developing the female clone first, he was also thinking of ways to perfect the cell fusion technology and strive to create a more perfect clone with Uchiha's bloodline. After putting on a robe, Hyojin was too lazy to wear anything else. Barefoot, he went to the independent laboratory where Uchiha Ryota was imprisoned. Byakugan, open. Through the vision of his Byakugan, Hyojin noticed that the two pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan in Uchiha Ryota's eye sockets had begun to fuse. Since it was the fusion of two eyeballs, after the initial fusion, the fused eyeballs looked a little bloated, and the overall outline was oval. The speed of fusion is slower than expected. Hyojin shook his head and immediately left the laboratory where Uchiha Ryota was imprisoned. As he walked toward the main laboratory, he thought to himself, in terms of cell fusion technology, Orochimaru is also an expert. Maybe I can learn some techniques from him. In terms of cell fusion, the village had long begun to study it. The person in charge of this research was one of the three ninjas, Orochimaru, and Danzo, who was in charge of the roots. Yamato, the ninja who had successfully fused with the Hashirama cells, and the Hashirama cells that were implanted into Danzo's body were all the results of this research. One should know that the Hashirama cells were even more terrifying than cancer cells. They could almost devour all other people's cells, and the difficulty of fusion was far higher than the Uchiha clan cells. Therefore, even if Yamato, who had successfully fused with the Hashirama cells, had a certain element of luck, it could not be denied that Orochimaru was an expert in this field. If Orochimaru comes to me for Haku, what should I do? For the past few days, Hyojin had been keeping by in a secret residence. He did not send him back to Orochimaru. Because Hyojin not only used the Tenseigan soul descent technique to possess Haku, but he also learned the ice release Kekai Genkai technique from Haku. Therefore, once Haku is returned to Orochimaru, it is difficult to guarantee that Orochimaru won't get anything out of Haku. With Orochimaru's shrewdness, as long as he knows that Hyojin is learning ice release ninjutsu, he will immediately guess that Hyojin has a certain relationship with Suijin of Amatsukami. At that time, Orochimaru might learn the secrets of Amatsukami. After returning to the innovation body, Hyojin placed the female clone's weight back into the large nutrition tank. Then, he sorted out the data from the cell fusion experiment for the past few days. The next day, it was Hyojin's and Jishui's turn to protect Naruto. The 4-year-old Naruto did not like to stay at home because he had no relatives. Therefore, he spent most of his time wandering around the village. However, because of the rumors about demonic fox, almost all the villagers instinctively rejected Naruto. This caused Naruto's childhood to be very gloomy and lonely. Sai, standing on a tree, Shursui looked at the little Naruto in the distance, who was wandering alone with his head down, and sighed faintly. Hyojin also looked at Naruto and his heart was filled with emotions. As the son of Naruto and Nine Tails' human pillar of 4 generations, Naruto's treatment in the village was really miserable. Even after suffering so much coldness and injustice, Naruto could still maintain an optimistic and positive attitude. This was undoubtedly Mai's luck. Swoosh swoosh, at this moment, 2 figures landed beside Hyojin. Hyojin glanced at them and asked curiously, Kakashi, Kai, why are you 2 here? Aren't you guys supposed to rest today? Kakashi said with a serious face, something happened. Something happened? Jishui was stunned and then asked, what happened? Kakashi said with a dark face, Amatsukami has made a move again. Not long ago, they attacked Lei Ying and his team who were on their way to attend the 5 Shadows conference and killed 2 of Lei Ying's guards. What? Hyojin and Jishui were shocked at the same time. Immediately, the 2 looked at each other and asked with surprise and doubt, Amatsukami. Did they make a move recently? After seeing the doubt in each other's eyes, the 2 shook their heads at the same time and said, I don't know. Kakashi didn't think much of it and thought that Hyojin and Jishui were asking if they knew about this information, so he said, Naruto-sama is worried that Amatsukami will make a move on Naruto, so he sent more people to protect Naruto. In the future, our Team 11 will work together, and other Anbu teams will change shifts with us. After pondering for a moment, Hyojin asked, is Lei Ying okay? Lei Ying is safe and sound. The enemy's target seems to be Lei Ying's 2 guards. After a pause, Kakashi said, by the way, one of Lei Ying's 2 guards is Ada, the ninja of the mist release Kekkei Genkai. Ada? Jishui's eyes turned cold and said, I've fought with Ada before. He is an elite jonin of Kumo, and his strength is very strong. Kakashi said, it's still uncertain whether Ada is dead or not. Only the body of another jonin was found at the scene, but Ada's body was not found. Guy also said with a sullen face, if it was Amatsukami, that Ada is probably, Hyojin narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, which member of Amatsukami did it? Hearing this, Kakashi took out a few documents and handed one to Hyojin and Jishui. According to Lei Ying's description, the member of Amatsukami who appeared this time is an unfamiliar face. Hyojin didn't ask any more and immediately looked at the documents in his hand. In an instant, the words on the documents were reflected in his eyes. Yama, the leader of Amatsukami, appearance unknown, identity unknown, strength unknown. There are no clear battle records at the moment. Danger level, S. Suijin, a member of Amatsukami, appearance unknown, suspected to be a member of the Snow Clan in the Mist, has the ice release Kekkei Genkai, strength close to the Kage level. Danger level, S. Fire Demon, a member of Amatsukami, appearance unknown, suspected to be a member of the Uchiha clan, has the Manjikyu Sharingan, strength close to the Kage level. Danger level, S. Magnetic Release Ninja, a member of Amatsukami, appearance unknown, suspected to be a member of the Sand Crypsis, has the Magnetic Release Kekkei Genkai, strength close to the Kage level. Danger level, S. Earth Release Ninja, a member of Amatsukami, appearance unknown, identity unknown, strength unknown, danger level. Hyojin frowned and said, the one who did it was this Earth Release Ninja? Kakashi shook his head and said, this Earth Release Ninja only lured Lei Ying away. The one who did it should be someone else, but he didn't leave any clues. In the shinobi world, there were only a handful of organizations that dared to attack Lei Ying. Even Hyojin didn't want to provoke the Yondaime Lei Ying unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, it was easy to guess the identity of the person who attacked Lei Ying. It was most likely the Akatsuki that wanted to see the world in chaos. The only thing that puzzled Hyojin was why the Akatsuki wanted to kill Lei Ying's two guards. Did they simply want to frame Amatsukami for this attack? Then they must be too bored. Hyojin's thoughts wandered, and his eyes gradually deepened. At this time, Jishui also finished reading the information in her hand and asked Kakashi, the information is too little. Did Lei Ying not fight with the enemy? Kakashi nodded helplessly and said, Lei Ying. Lei Ying seemed to have fallen into the enemy's trap and was deliberately lured away. In that case, the enemy's target should be Lei Ying's two guards. After a pause, Jishui continued to analyze, the mist release Kekkei Genkai Ninja, Aida's status is unknown, and even his body has not been found. Can we assume that the enemy's target is Aida? Guy immediately said, Naruto-sama thinks so too. Kakashi added, the real purpose of Amatsukami's attack on Lei Ying's group is very likely to be Aida's Kekkei Genkai. Therefore, Naruto-sama suspects that Amatsukami is plotting something related to Kekkei Genkai. Kekkei Genkai. Hearing Kakashi's words, Hyojin suddenly thought of Hirako and thought to himself, Akatsuki's attack on the Kekkei Genkai ninja. Is it related to Hirako? In the original story, Hirako only barely perfected the flaws of the Chimera technique and launched his Kekkei Genkai absorption plan more than 10 years later, that is, after Naruto's group of ninjas grew up. Hirako barely perfected the flaws of the Chimera technique and launched his Kekkei Genkai absorption plan. Therefore, from the very beginning, Hyojin didn't think that it was Hirako. However, the disappearance of Kumo's Kekkei Genkai, as well as the fact that Hirako has joined the Akatsuki, and all these clues are linked together, so Hyojin couldn't help but think of Hirako and his Kekkei Genkai absorption plan. That can't be right, Hirako shouldn't have perfected the Chimera technique so quickly. Could it be because he joined the Akatsuki and received help from others? After completing the day's guarding task, Black Ops 11 was dismissed on the spot. Jishui deliberately stayed. After Kakashi and Guy walked away, she asked Hyojin eagerly, Senior, what's going on? Could it be that God's organization has other members? If there are new members, why would I hide it from you? Hyojin curled his lips and said, it's obvious that someone is using Amatsukami's name to deliberately stir up trouble. Jishui said angrily, damn it. Kuroto-san, let's find them. Hyojin glanced at Jishui, then asked indifferently, why did we establish Amatsukami? Jishui was startled for a moment, to ease the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. Hyojin gently nodded, although the other party is maliciously framing us, but by doing so, they are actually helping us, further publicizing the threat of Amatsukami. Jishui continued, the greater the threat of Amatsukami, the more our Uchiha clan will have to worry, and the rebellion will be delayed indefinitely. That's right. Jishui said again, but these people are using our name to do whatever they want, and I don't feel comfortable about it. Are we just going to watch them do whatever they want? Hyojin casually said, we still have to investigate, but we don't have to be too anxious about this matter. Also, we have to pay more attention to the Maelstrom Naruto's protection. Who knows, there might really be people plotting against the Nine Tails. Jishui hurriedly nodded. Others might not know the true identity of the Maelstrom Naruto, but as a member of Naruto's Black Ops, Jishui knew very well what Naruto meant to my village, so Naruto's safety must be guaranteed. After bidding farewell to Jishui and returning home, Hyojin pondered for a moment, then bit his finger, formed a hand seal, and shouted, Spirit Summoning Technique. Bam! After a burst of white smoke, the orange cat moneymaker appeared in Hyojin's room. However, at this time, the orange cat's body was wrapped in a hairband, and there were circles of black stripes on his orange hair, but his butt seemed to be a little short. Hyojin was stunned. What are you? Summoned by Hyojin, the moneymaker looked depressed. Meow, I'm dyeing my hair, so I won't deliver the letter today. Kuroto laughed and said, You're such a good orange tabby, why do you dye your stripes like a tiger? Really? Moneymaker jumped onto the table and twisted his body back and forth happily. Does it really look like a tiger? I dyed it according to the stripes of a tiger. It looks very powerful. What's wrong with this stupid cat? Cursing in his heart, Kuroto said, The reason I summoned you this time is to ask you to help me pass a message to Shinichi. On the table, the moneymaker was still intoxicated. Hee, it seems that this hair dye shop is good. I can visit it often in the future, meow. Knock, knock, Hyojin knocked on the table heavily. Did you hear what I just said? I summoned you this time to help me pass a message to Shinichi. Moneymaker looked determined. Meow, I have to go back and dye my hair. I won't deliver the letter today. Hyojin took out a 1,000 yuan bill from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Moneymaker's face showed a conflicted expression. He looked back and forth at the 1,000 yuan bill on the table, but he still did not let go. Stupid cat. Cursing in his heart, Hyojin took out another 1,000 yuan bill and slapped it on the table. Seeing stars, the moneymaker immediately stuffed the 2,000 yuan bills into the small wallet hanging around his neck and asked, Meow, what message do you want to pass to Shinichi? In a training field near the Uchiha clan's land. Uchiha, who had been practicing his saber skills for a day, stabbed his long saber into the ground, picked up a towel beside him, and wiped the sweat on his face. The encounter with Fire Demon from Amatsukami had become a thorn in his heart, and he could not let it go for a long time. I can't believe I was scared by his gaze. It's unforgivable. Every time he thought of that scene, Hiragi felt particularly ashamed, so after returning to the village, he doubled the amount of training he had to do. After wiping the sweat on his face, just as Uchiha was about to pick up the long saber on the ground to continue training, a strange vortex appeared in front of him out of thin air. Uchiha raised his saber and shouted, Who is it? At that moment, a figure walked out of the strange vortex. The strange way Obsidian appeared made Uchiha realize the seriousness of the situation. Almost instantly, Uchiha activated his 3 Magatama Sharingan and swore in his heart, the humiliation from last time will never happen again. Obsidian walked out of the vortex and looked at Uchiha, who was holding his sword on guard. He chuckled and said, Good eyes. Looking at Obsidian's black robe, Uchiha frowned and asked, Are you from Amatsukami? Obsidian did not admit or deny it. What about Homusubi? Where is he? With a roar, Uchiha sneered and said, Amatsukami must be looking down on us, Uchiha, by sending a small fry like you. In Uchiha Hiragi's mind, although Amatsukami is powerful, the only one that he is truly afraid of is Homusubi, who possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan. As for the other members of Amatsukami, Hiragi isn't afraid of them at all. Obsidian smiled coldly and said, Small fry, the only thing that can suppress us, Uchiha, is the Manjikyu Sharingan. Didn't Homusubi tell you? After saying that, Uchiha's body flashed and he used the teleportation technique to attack Obsidian. Whoosh, accompanied by the cold moonlight and the whistling sound of the wind breaking, Hiragi's katana drew a perfect arc in the air and slashed towards the neck of the Obito Kuroto. Huh. His body flashed, but the feedback from the sword's handle told Uchiha that the attack just now did not hit anything. Turning his head to look at Obsidian, who seemed to have not moved an inch, Uchiha was puzzled. The 3 Megatama in his Sharingan were spinning rapidly, trying to see through the strangeness in front of him. At this time, Obsidian also turned around and walked slowly toward Uchiha without saying a word. Looking at the approaching Obsidian, Uchiha instinctively trembled and murmured, "Why am I like this? Why am I afraid?" In fear, Uchiha swung his sword again and slashed at Obsidian. But the result was the same as before. The extremely sharp long sword in his hand went through Obsidian's body without any delay, as if it was nothing but air. At this time, Obsidian grabbed Uchiha, who was a little stunned, and dragged him into the vortex. Feeling that his body was also distorted by the vortex, Uchiha shouted hoarsely, "Are you a human or a ghost?" Before Uchiha's voice fell, his whole body disappeared in the vortex, and Obsidian looked back at the distant Naruto rock engraved with the statues of Naruto, and then disappeared in the vortex. Land of Earth. Kakuza kicked the strong man in front of him and said to Sasori, "If I didn't want to catch him alive, I really want to dig out this guy's heart right now." The desire for hearts is like money, it is almost engraved in Kakuzu's genes, so every time he meets a powerful ninja, Kakuzu will have the urge to take away the other party's heart. Sasori is actually a little envious. This guy's steel-release Kekkei Genkai is much more difficult to deal with than expected. If it is made into a puppet, it should be a rare and precious product. Even with Sasori's high standards, he has to admit that this steel-release Kekkei Genkai ninja in front of him is very difficult to deal with. In the fierce battle just now, if it weren't for Sasori's poison mist, the battle would probably still be going on. The terrifying defense and endurance of a steel-release Kekkei Genkai ninja can simply make the enemy feel despair. Kakuzu picked up the steel-release Kekkei Genkai ninja on the ground and said, "I hope Hiriko's experiment won't ruin this good heart." Land of Bear. A ninja in ragged clothes was running quickly in the forest. Boom, 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 a series of explosions sounded around him, and a huge cloud of smoke and dust enveloped his whole body. At this moment, he stopped running, turned around and shouted, "Hell release, evil phantom dragon Fong." Whoosh, accompanied by a gust of wind, the ragged ninja shot a dark chakra wave from his hand and rushed into the sky. In the air, the corner of Hiriko's mouth curled up into a playful smile as he stood on top of the chimera. Even without Hiriko's reminder, the chimera fiercely flapped its wings and soared high into the sky. Using the advantage of being in the air, it easily dodged the attack of the shinobi below. Then, the chimera flapped its wings again and shot out countless feathers with strange patterns. Swish swish swish, these hard feathers were shot from the air and were nailed to the ground, covering almost the entire forest. The nether ninja was panting. He obviously didn't have much stamina at this time, so looking at the feathers all around him, his face showed a trace of despair. Boom, as the feathers glowed red, soon, all the feathers nailed to the ground exploded like detonators. When the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the nether ninja was already lying on the ground. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Shino, who was standing beside Hiriko, flattered Hiriko, "In the face of this kind of ninja who can absorb chakra, using detonators is really the most effective method." Hiriko smiled. "A simple nether ninja is actually not that scary. As long as you master the right method, you can easily defeat him." After landing on the ground, Shino jumped off the chimera and threw the unconscious Kekkei Genkai onto the back of the chimera, then jumped back on and said, "The capture of the Kekkei Genkai has been completed. Next, we only need to wait for news from the others." Hiriko nodded and said, "Well, there is no need to worry about the leader, he has the Rinnegan, it should be easy for him to capture the Nether Ninja and the Uchiha clan. Although Sasori is annoying, he and Kakuzu should have no problem capturing a steel-release Kekkei ninja. The only thing we need to worry about now is the Uchiha and Shinichi's group." Shino smiled and said, "If the Nether Ninja wants to escape, it will not be easy to catch him." With a strange smile on his face, Hiriko said, "That will depend on whether the Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is as powerful as the rumors say." Shino asked, "If everything goes well, when will you start the fusion?" Hiriko said, "At the end of next month, there will be an aurora descending from the sky. If all the Nether Ninjas are successfully captured, I will complete the final ritual on that day." Shino's eyes flickered when he heard this. "I am really looking forward to it." In Hyojin's house. Bang! In a burst of smoke, Kasai jumped out and handed a scroll to Hyojin while extending its claws to Hyojin. Hyojin, who took the scroll, casually used 1,000 yen to send Kasai to him, then opened the scroll that Shinichi gave him, glanced at it, and suddenly frowned, as expected. On the scroll that Uchiha received from Shinichi, he briefly explained that the Akatsuki organization assigned him to capture the rapid-release Kekkei Genkai, and how he successfully captured the target in the land of Vortex. Mist-release Kekkei Genkai, rapid-release Kekkei Genkai. Putting down the scroll in his hand, Hyojin's expression gradually became solemn. If Hyojin only had some speculations about the attack on Cloud Village's mist-release Kekkei Genkai, then the fact that the Akatsuki organization captured the rapid-release Kekkei Genkai undoubtedly confirmed his speculations. It seems that Hirako has really perfected the Chimera technique. The reason why Hyojin wasn't in a hurry to get his hands on the Chimera technique was because he felt that it would be difficult for Hirako to perfect the Chimera technique in a short period of time. But he didn't expect that after joining the Akatsuki organization, Hirako would develop the Chimera technique so quickly. This was completely beyond Hyojin's expectation, and he was caught off guard for a while. Since Hirako has already made a move on the mist-release Kekkei Genkai and the rapid-release Kekkei Genkai, then he must have also set his eyes on the other Kekkei Genkai ninjas. After a pause, Hyojin continued to ponder, with the powerful Akatsuki organization assisting him in capturing the Kekkei Genkai ninjas, I'm afraid that the Kekkei Genkai ninjas that he has set his eyes on will not be able to escape his grasp, or even, he might have already gotten all of them by now. Thinking of this, a sense of crisis rose involuntarily in Hyojin's heart. There is no doubt that he must get his hands on the perfected Chimera technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, after Hirako completes the Kekkei Genkai plan, it won't be easy for him to get his hands on the Chimera technique. One must know that in the original story, Hirako, who failed to complete the Kekkei Genkai plan at the last step, could easily beat Kakashi. Therefore, once Hirako perfectly completes his Kekkei Genkai absorption plan, even Hyojin couldn't guess to what extent his strength would soar. After making up his mind, Hyojin wrote a secret letter to Shinichi, asking him to pay close attention to Hirako's every move, and to notify him as soon as possible if Hirako makes any unusual movements. Hyojin is now eager to know which Kekkei limit boundaries Hirako has set his eyes on, whether he has succeeded, and when and where Hirako's final Kekkei limit fusion ceremony will be held. Hyojin doesn't have the means to obtain this information by himself, so he can only rely on Shinichi, who is lurking in the Akatsuki organization. The next day. As soon as Hyojin met up with Jishui said with a gloomy face, "Senior, do you still remember Uchiha-chi?" "Yes." Hyojin nodded. Uchiha-chi had previously challenged Hyojin on behalf of the Uchiha clan, and not long ago, when Hyojin disguised as Homasubi to clear the suspicion of Jishui, he happened to meet him, so Hyojin has a deep impression of him. Jishui said, "He disappeared last night." If it was in the past, it wouldn't be a big deal for a person to disappear overnight, but the situation is different now. Whether it is the village or the Uchiha clan, both are on high alert under the threat of Amatsukami. Therefore, if Uchiha-chi didn't meet with an accident, he wouldn't have disappeared for a whole night for no reason. Hyojin immediately thought of Hirako and thought to himself, first it was the mist-release Kekkei, then it was the speed-release Kekkei, and now there is a missing Uchiha clan member. It seems that Hirako's selection of Kekkei is the same as in the original story. Then, the other Kekkei should be the steel-release Kekkei that has super-strong defense, and the nether-release Kekkei that can absorb chakra. In the original story, when Hirako started the Kekkei absorption plan, the Uchiha clan had already been extinct for a long time, so the only Sharingan Kekkei that Hirako could choose from were Itachi Uchiha, the Uchiha Sasuke, and the Sharingan Kakashi who was cursed by Hirako in advance. Therefore, in the end, Hirako chose Kakashi instead of the Uchiha clan. But now that the Uchiha clan is not extinct, it is obviously more suitable for Hirako to seize the Sharingan Kekkei through the orthodox Uchiha bloodline. Hyojin secretly sighed again, to be able to sneak into the village without being noticed and kidnap an Uchiha Jonin, even in the Akatsuki organization, only a few people can do such a thing. I'm afraid the culprit is the obsidian. If the culprit is really the obsidian, then the Uchiha Jonin is obviously hopeless. Yokosuka City, the 5 Kage Summit. It is because of your incompetence that a bastard organization like Amatsukami has appeared in the shinobi world. You should be responsible for this. For generations Lei Ying's roar echoed continuously in the Five Kage summit. This attack not only caused 4 generations Lei Ying to lose 2 powerful guards, but also made the always tyrannical Cloud Village lose face. With 4 generations Lei Ying's temper, it is inevitable that he will be furious. 3 generations Tsuchikage snorted with a somewhat disdainful expression. Perceiving 3 generations Tsuchikage snort, 4 generations Lei Ying turned his head and glared at 3 generations Tsuchikage-sama. Watanabe, I haven't settled the account with your rock village yet. I suspect that Amatsukami is secretly supported by your rock village, otherwise, why would they work for your rock village and assassinate our messenger and Mai? Listening to 4 generations Lei Ying's accusation, everyone's eyes shifted to 3 generations Tsuchikage-sama. 3 generations Tsuchikage-sama still had a calm expression on his face. What nonsense, Amatsukami, our rock village has never heard of it. Even if your Cloud Village wants to frame our rock village, you have to show evidence first. Humph, Lei Ying, do you have any evidence? For generations Lei Ying was furious and subconsciously activated lightning release chakra mode. Instantly, a dazzling blue electric light surged around his body. 3 generations Tsuchikage-sama also floated in the air, his eyes were cold as if he was ready to attack. The Cloud Village and Rock Village can be described as old enemies. 3 generations Lei Ying died in the siege of rock ninjas, and countless rock ninjas also died in the hands of the cloud ninjas. Therefore, as soon as the meeting started, Lei Ying and the Tsuchikage-sama were already at each other's throats. Seeing that Lei Ying and the Tsuchikage-sama were about to fight, everyone in the meeting room got up and got into position to be on guard. Ahem. After coughing twice, Danzo got up and said, "Everyone, I propose to convene the 5 Kages meeting to let everyone sit down and discuss how to deal with the threat of Amatsukami and Akatsuki, so let's put down our prejudices first." Lei Ying coldly glanced at Danzo. "Who do you think you are, Naruto? Why didn't he come to the 5 Kages meeting?" Lei Ying's question made Danzo's face pale. Danzo originally hoped to participate in the Gakage meeting on behalf of Mai, using the name of Mai as the head of the 5 great shinobi villages, to win over the other 4 great shinobi villages to fight against Amatsukami and Akatsuki, and to fight for the leadership position in this operation, gaining great prestige, and taking a solid step to replace the 3 generations of Naruto in the future. However, Lei Ying's blunt question made Danzo suddenly realize that he may be the advisor elder of my village, and the leader of the Root faction. But in the shinobi world, in this Gakage meeting, without the name of Naruto, he is nothing. At this moment, Danzo very much hopes that he is the person wearing the robe of Naruto, the person who can speak on behalf of Mai, and an uncontrollable ambition burned in his heart. After temporarily suppressing all kinds of thoughts, Danzo sat back in his seat. "If you want to turn this Gakage meeting into an absurd farce, then please continue." Lei Ying of 4 generations of Kage is also aware of the consequences of making a move in the Gakage meeting, so he snorted heavily, suppressed his anger, and deactivated the lightning release chakra mode. 3 generations of Tsuchikage saw this and slowly landed on the chair, but his complexion was not very good. After everyone sat down again, Lei Ying scattered a document in the hall and said, "Look at it yourself, Amatsukami is full of traitorous shinobi from your village." 4 generations of Kazekage glanced at the document and immediately said, "This is impossible. In our Sand Crypsis, apart from me, there is no other shinobi who has mastered Magnet Release Kikiage Genkai, and it is even more impossible for a Magnet Release Kikiage Genkai to defect and become a traitorous shinobi." 3 generations of Tsuchikage sneered, "This Magnet Release Kikiage and Amatsukami is probably the missing 3 generations of Kazekage from your village." After reading the document, the 3 generations Tsuchikage were full of confidence. Because the Kekiai Genkai of Amatsukami is either Kirin's Ice Release Kekiai Genkai, Mai's Manjikyu Sharingan, or Sand Crypsis's Magnetic Release Kekiai Genkai. 4 generations of Kazekage said with killing intent, "Tsuchikage-sama, I hope you understand what you are saying." Elder Chiyo of the Sand Crypsis, who accompanied the 4 generations of Kazekage to attend the Gakage assembly, said, "The 3 generations of Kazekage of the Sand Crypsis have been confirmed to be murdered, and the murderer is my grandson who has fallen into the evil path, so please don't speak carelessly." In fact, the Sand Crypsis has long concluded that the 3 generations of Kazekage have been murdered, otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen the 4 generations of Kazekage to represent the 4 generations of Kazekage. It is only for the sake of face that the 3 generations of Kazekage are missing, and their fate is unknown. But not long ago, in the fierce battle with the Akatsuki, Sasori personally admitted the fact that the 3 generations of Kazekage were murdered, so it can't be concealed any longer, so Chiyo had to announce this matter on behalf of the Sand Crypsis. Yagura, the Jinchuriki who has just replaced the 4 generations of Kazekage, also said after a long silence, there is no longer any ice release Kikiage Genkai in the Mist Village, and this ice release Kikiage Genkai of Amatsukami is likely to have left the Mist Village before the turmoil. Moreover, we have never heard of such a strong ice release Kikiage Genkai. Lei Ying snorted in dissatisfaction, all of you only know how to shirk responsibility. Danzo said in a timely manner, I'm sure everyone is aware of the threat of Amatsukami and Akatsuki, especially Amatsukami, their next step is likely to be the tailed beasts, so we must eradicate them as soon as possible. Tailed beasts undoubtedly affect the nerves of the major shinobi villages. For generations of Kazekage, Lei Ying, who personally felt the threat of Amatsukami, was the first to stand up, I agree. For generations of Kazekage himself is a Jinchuriki, so he also didn't hesitate, I agree. After exchanging a glance with Chiyo, for generations of Kazekage also said, I agree. Seeing that the general situation has been decided, 3 generations of Kazekage also nodded, I have no objection. After the 5 shinobi villages unanimously agreed to encircle and annihilate Amatsukami and Akatsuki, Danzo and the 4 Kages immediately discussed the specific matters of the encirclement and annihilation of the 2 organizations. However, the Third Shinobi World War just ended, and the gap between the 5 shinobi villages is too deep. Coupled with the fact that no one declared war on the 5 great shinobi villages in the Gakage assembly like in the original timeline, Danzo's proposal to form a joint crusade force was immediately rejected by the major shinobi villages. Danzo was both angry and helpless, so he said, one day, you will regret today's stupid decision. The 4 Kages looked at each other, but none of them said anything. In the end, the result of the meeting was that each of the 5 shinobi villages will be responsible for the encirclement and annihilation of Amatsukami and Akatsuki. Outside Hozuki City, the Obito stood quietly on the crown of a large tree, looking at the distant Yokosuka castle with an indifferent expression. At this time, Zetsu's figure appeared from the trunk and said, the Gakage summit seems to have ended. So fast. Obsidian was a little surprised and immediately asked, what did they talk about? Zetsu smiled and said, there are too many perceptual ninjas in Hozuki City, I can't even get close to them. Obsidian asked again, when will they return? Zetsu said, they have already started their return journey, and the fastest one is Lei Ying, but he is no longer in Hozuki City. Obsidian nodded and secretly thought about it. If they wanted to ambush these shadows, it was undoubtedly the best way to kill them on their way back. 4 generations of Lei Ying and 3 generations of Tsuchikage are too strong, and a little carelessness can lead to defeat in their hands. Therefore, Obsidian's target is between 4 generations of Kazekage and 4 generations of Mizukage. As for Danzo, Obsidian didn't bother to deal with him. Moreover, keeping the ambitious Danzo will stimulate the internal contradictions of the Mai and make the powerful Mai fall into internal strife. After pondering for a moment, Obsidian asked, who are the guards of 4 generations of Kazekage? Zetsu recalled a little and replied, Sand Crypsis Elder Chiyo and Sand Crypsis Umbu Minister Pakura. These 2 are not easy to deal with. After a pause, Obsidian asked again, who are the guards of 4 generations of Mizukage? Yondaime Kazekage had tried several times to get rid of Pakura, who was a threat to his position as the Kazekage. The first time, because of the urgent request for help from the Miko of the Land of Demons, he temporarily gave up the idea and sent Pakura to the Land of Demons to assist the Miko of the Land of Demons to deal with the demon Morio. The second time, he had just arranged the cleansing plan and was about to implement it, but because the dragon vein was suddenly stolen, he temporarily put it on hold. The third time, not long ago, he just made up his mind to eliminate Pakura no matter what, but coincidentally, the newly formed crusade force of Sand Crypsis encountered several members of Akatsuki including Sasori. After a battle, the elites of Sand Crypsis suffered heavy casualties, forcing him to put off the cleansing of Pakura again. Therefore, Pakura, who was eliminated by 4 generations of Kazekage in the original space and time, was still alive at this time, and 4 generations of Kazekage may not have expected that it was because Pakura was still alive that saved his life. Listening to Obsidian asking about the guards around the 4 generations Mizukage, Zetsu smiled, they are all our people. When Madara Uchiha was still alive, he had quietly infiltrated the Mist Village, and many high-level people in the Mist Village unknowingly became Madara's puppets. This is why Madara could control the Mist Village, seal the Sambai Isoka into Noera Rin's body, force Noera Rin to become the Sambai's Jinchuriki, force her to commit suicide in the hands of Kakashi, and successfully stimulate Obsidian to open the Manjikyu Sharingan. The reason why Madara chose to infiltrate the Mist Village was because of 2 considerations. First, because the war potential of the Mist Village is second only to Mai. There are many Kekkei shinobi clan in the Mist Village, such as the Kagaya clan of the Bone Vein, the Yuki clan of the Ice Release, the Ghost Lantern clan of the Water Release, and the Lava Release and Boiling Release. Second, the Mist Village is located on the edge of the mainland, the transportation is inconvenient, and the flow of information is not smooth, so it can block the news. Because of Madara's infiltration of the Mist Village, there are many internal contradictions in the Mist Village, and not long ago, the largest rebellion of the Kekkei shinobi clan broke out. This directly led to the destruction of several Kekkei shinobi clan, the Yuki clan of the Ice Release is one of them. However, after the new Sambai Jinchuriki Yugura succeeded the 4 generations Mizukage, he advocated the policy of tolerance, and gradually calmed the internal contradictions of the Mist Village, and there were signs of reuniting the Mist Village. If the 4 generations Mizukage is allowed to continue to rule, then Madara's infiltration of the Mist Village for more than 10 years will all disappear, so Obsidian must take action to prevent the Mist Village from recovering. Obsidian smiled softly, so, we only need to deal with the 4 generations Mizukage himself? The reason why Yugura was elected as the 4 generations Mizukage at a young age is because of his perfect Jinchuriki, but others may be afraid of the Jinchuriki, but Obsidian, who is both the Sharingan and would release, does not put the Jinchuriki in his eyes. When it comes to dealing with tailed beasts, there is nothing more convenient than the Sharingan and would release in the shinobi world. Zetsu also smiled and said, this is an opportunity. Anyway, the guards around 4 generations Mizukage are our people. If we make a move halfway, no one will know. Obsidian gently nodded. Let's go. A week later, in Hyojin's home. Bam! Amidst a puff of white smoke, Lucky Pill swaggered out like a tiger and handed a scroll to Hyojin. Hyojin opened the scroll and thought to himself, at the end of next month, the aurora will descend from the sky? Shinichi's report came just in time. He learned that Hirako will use the power of the aurora anomaly to complete the final step of the Kekkei bloodline fusion ceremony at the end of next month. Today is the beginning of this month, counting the time, there are about 50 days left. The moment he learned that Hirako is going to perform the Kekkei fusion ceremony, the first thought that flashed through Hyojin's mind was to personally go to the ceremony site and observe the ceremony in detail. However, Hirako is no longer alone in the original story, he has the entire Akatsuki organization behind him, and since the Akatsuki organization spent a lot of time and effort to capture a Kekkei Genkai for him, then they will definitely be responsible for the safety of his Kekkei fusion ceremony. How do I sneak into the ceremony site? Rubbing his chin, Hyojin suddenly had an idea. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. During this month, Hyojin tried to break in the female clone body, and although the time was not long, the effect was very significant. This may also be due to the previous experience of breaking in the water release clone. However, there are also many problems. One of the most troublesome is that the female clone body is fused with Shirshui's cells. The chakra attribute in her body is mainly fire attribute chakra and lightning attribute chakra. However, as far as Kuroto knows, there is no such thing in the shinobi world that can be formed by the fusion of fire and lightning chakra. The only thing that seems to be related to it is the flame release developed by Sasuke himself in the original story. But whether flame release is a new Kekkei Genkai formed by the fusion of fire attribute chakra and lightning attribute chakra, or is it just an alternative development of the Manjikyu Sharingan technique Amaterasu by Sasuke, Hyojin doesn't know. Therefore, if he wants to develop this female clone body, Hyojin may need to feel the stones to cross the river and develop a new Kekkei Genkai that has never appeared in the shinobi world. After completing a day's training, Hyojin came to the secret laboratory. Looking at Uchiha Ryota on the test bench, Hyojin's eyes gradually turned cold. At the moment, although the eyeball in Uchiha Ryota's eye socket has returned to its normal shape, it still has a double pupil, obviously not completing the final absorption of the pupil power. It has been more than 2 months, but the fusion is still stuck at the last step, which makes Hyojin extremely annoyed. After weighing the pros and cons, Hyojin decided to expose Uchiha Ryota, so he said coldly. Stop pretending, I know your consciousness has awakened. As early as a few days ago, Hyojin had already discovered that Uchiha Ryota had regained his consciousness. Considering that the fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan may need the will of the host, Uchiha Ryota, to drive it, so Hyojin pretended not to notice it and wanted to wait for Uchiha Ryota to complete the fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and then find an opportunity to make a sudden attack. Anyway, Uchiha Ryota's body is still paralyzed, and in the state of fusion, his Sharingan cannot be used, so there is no threat to Hyojin. But Uchiha Ryota, who has been fooled once, obviously learned his lesson last time and deliberately suppressed the fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, putting Hyojin in a dilemma. At this time, Uchiha Ryota, whose eyes were still wrapped with antibacterial cloth, smiled weakly. Sure enough, I still can't hide it from you, but what's wrong with your voice, are you a woman? Hyojin ignored Uchiha Ryota's doubts about his gender and asked instead, are you trying to stop the fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan? Uchiha Ryota replied calmly, yes, without the drive of my will, these 2 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan will never be able to truly fuse into one. Hyojin Ryota frowned, don't force me to use inhumane means, this will only make you suffer more. Uchiha Ryota smiled and said, you can try. After a moment of silence, Hyojin Ryota said, since you chose to communicate with me, it means that you have something in mind. Tell me, what do you want? Uchiha Ryota on the test bench put away the smile on his face, I want a fair fight with you. If you want me, Uchiha Ryota to yield, you have to defeat me fair and square. Our Uchiha clan will only bow to the truly strong. Hearing Uchiha Ryota's request, Hyojin was a little surprised, and immediately curled his lips and said, at this point, do you think you are still qualified to talk about conditions with me? After a moment of silence, Uchiha Ryota said calmly, whether I am qualified to talk about conditions or not, you should know better than me. This time, it was Hyojin's turn to be silent. The eternal Manjikyu Sharingan represents the pinnacle of the Uchiha bloodline's release jutsu, and it is the highest manifestation of the Uchiha clan's psychic power. Therefore, if one wants to obtain a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, one must have the cooperation of Uchiha Ryota. Without the psychic power that represents the will of Uchiha Ryota, it is impossible to complete the final fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. For this point, Hyojin, who has awakened the Tenseigan, has actually expected it, but he has always held a little bit of hope, hoping to complete the fusion of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan through the instincts of the unconscious Uchiha Ryota's body. But the reality tells him that there is no such thing as a fluke when it comes to psychic power. On the test bench, Uchiha Ryota continued, a few days ago, you should have discovered that my consciousness has awakened. The reason why you let me go was because you knew that I can't use the power of the Sharingan, right? Hyojin's face gradually sank when he heard this. Uchiha Ryota smiled and said, the Sharingan is in the fusion state, even I, the owner, can't use it, so even if you get it, it is just a pair of useless and incomplete products, so you can either agree to my request or give up on my Sharingan. Hyojin said, you are not my opponent, even if you have the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, it can't change this fact. Ryota raised his voice and said, thanks to you, I finally obtained the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, which represents the eternal pupillary power, and stood at the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan. If I don't try this power, how can I be willing to give up the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan? But that doesn't change anything. You will still lose to me. After a slight pause, Hyojin said, also, how can you guarantee that you won't destroy your eyes after you regain your freedom of movement? Hyojin is confident that he can defeat Uchiha Ryota, who possesses the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, but if Uchiha Ryota wants to take the opportunity to destroy his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin is not sure that he can stop him in time. Uchiha Ryota said, are you kidding me? This pair of eyes is the final proof that my brother and I exist in this world. It is the symbol of Uchiha's power. As long as it exists, Uchiha Ryota and Uchiha Hideki's names will always be remembered by people. How could I destroy it with my own hands? After weighing the pros and cons, Hyojin nodded. since you want an unforgettable defeat, I'll fulfill your wish. A few days later, in the country of tea, Uchiha Ryota pulled off the antibacterial cloth wrapped around his eyes and slowly opened his eyes. At this time, in his eye sockets, a complex pattern of diamonds and triangles intertwined appeared in the center of his red pupils. After a while, Uchiha Ryota said with emotion, Is this the eternal pupil power? Not far away, Hyojin looked calmly at Uchiha Ryota, who had pulled off the antibacterial cloth, and looked at the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Uchiha Ryota's eyes. At this time, Uchiha Ryota's eyes fell on Hyojin. Although Hyojin was wearing a mask on his face, the insight of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan was beyond doubt. So, in just a short moment, Uchiha Ryota judged that the person in front of him was a very young man, so he was a little puzzled. Aren't you a woman? Why? Hyojin said indifferently and perfunctorily, that's just one of my puppets. Because he is going to fight against the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Suijin is naturally using the Yin style, which is his strongest Yin style. Uchiha Ryota asked, Can I know your identity? Hyojin took off his mask and revealed his face. Hyojin. Uchiha Ryota was not too surprised because when he was in the secret prison, he had killed a clone of Hyojin, so the person behind the scenes was Hyojin, which was also in his guess. Carefully looking at the Byakugan in Hyojin's eye sockets, Uchiha Ryota's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Why do you have such strong strength and those strange means? As far as I know, the Byakugan of your Hyuga clan should not have these abilities, right? Suijin said slowly, if the Sharingan can evolve into Manjikyu Sharingan, then why can't the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan evolve into the Manjikyu Sharingan, and the Manjikyu Sharingan of two blood relatives can also merge into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan with the eternal pupillary power, then why can't the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan evolve? Uchiha Ryota suddenly said, so that's how it is. Hyojin didn't say anything more and urged, well, let's stop the gossip here. Uchiha Ryota moved his body and grinned, well, let me experience the power of your evolved Byakugan again, I don't believe that Uchiha is not as good as Hyuga. After speaking, a golden phantom was projected from Uchiha Ryota's body. Obviously, Uchiha Ryota, who knew the strength of Hyojin, skipped the boring test and directly used his best pupil technique Susanoo. Huff. Huff, the huge golden Susanoo brought up a whistling gust of wind. Staring at the golden Susanoo in front of him, Hyojin was slightly surprised. Suijin has also seen a lot of Susanoo, and he has even personally used Susanoo several times after transplanting the Manjikyu Sharingan into his body. But whether it is Jishui, Shinichi, or himself, the height of Susanoo displayed is about 10 meters, which is barely equivalent to the height of a 3- or 4-story building. But the golden Susanoo of Uchiha Ryota obviously exceeds this height. Looking at the golden Susanoo that has exceeded 40 meters but is still expanding, Hyojin's expression gradually became serious. At this time, Uchiha Ryota on the ground jumped high and flew to the diamond-shaped space on the forehead of the golden Susanoo and shouted, Secret technique, Susanoo. In an instant, the already majestic Susanoo became bigger and was covered with a layer of golden armor. Immediately afterward, a circle of golden flames appeared outside the armor, wrapping the whole Susanoo. Looking up, Hyojin secretly estimated, close to 100 meters, this should be the limit of Uchiha Ryota. Hyojin doesn't know how big the limit of Susanoo can be. But in his impression, the Susanoo displayed by Uchiha Madara in the Fourth Shinobi War can easily achieve the effect of overlooking the mountains, so the limit of Susanoo should be able to reach a height of 200 or 300 meters. Hyojin agreed to Uchiha Ryota's request to fight. In fact, he also wanted to observe the power of this pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in the hands of its original owner. As a researcher, collecting data has become an instinct of Hyojin. But judging from the current situation, Uchiha Ryota's Susanoo, even with the blessing of his unique Manjikyu Sharingan technique Susanoo, is not comparable to Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Hyojin thought, maybe it's the problem of chakra. Compared with Uchiha Madara who has entered chakra, Uchiha Ryota is much worse in terms of chakra's amount and strength of chakra. In addition, Hyojin's previous stimulation experiment made Uchiha Ryota not only lose an arm, but also suffered many irreversible injuries, which can't be recovered in a few days. Therefore, it is not surprising that Uchiha Ryota's Susanoo is not as good as Uchiha Madara's. But even so, the golden Susanoo in front of him is nearly 100 meters high, equivalent to more than 30 stories high, still made Hyojin feel an indescribable sense of oppression. At this time, Uchiha Ryota, who was on the Susanoo, said, "Kuroto, I feel like I am omnipotent." Hyojin slowly formed a seal and said, "If I win, I hope you won't go back on your word." Uchiha Liangtai laughed wildly, "If you can defeat the current me, this pair of eyes being snatched away by you is not an injustice." Crash, in an instant, a sky-blue chakra enveloped Hyojin's entire body. His eyes also changed from pure white to a sapphire blue that seemed to contain the stars. Looking at the Tenseigan in Hyojin's eye sockets, Uchiha Ryota felt a shiver instinctively and asked, "Is this your eye after evolution?" Hyojin didn't answer. He just raised his hand lightly. Soon, one truth-seeking jade after another flashed out from between Hyojin's brows. There were a total of 5 of them, and they surrounded his raised right hand and spun rapidly. Staring at the truth-seeking jade flying around Hyojin's right hand, Uchiha Ryota's face showed a look of dread. That night's fiasco, although Uchiha Ryota thought that Hyojin's victory was unfair. But he still remembers Hyojin's golden sword ninjutsu that can break his Susanoo, and he knows very well that Hyojin's golden sword is formed by the black balls in front of him. "I must be the first to attack." Uchiha Ryota quickly made up his mind and shouted in a loud voice. As Uchiha Ryota broke out with chakra, his golden Susanoo immediately flew into the sky, and 2 flame swords appeared in his hands. Immediately afterward, the golden Susanoo waved the 2 flame swords and slashed at Hyojin. Compared with the huge Susanoo, which is nearly 100 meters long and wields 2 flame swords, Hyojin in the Tenseigan chakra mode looks much smaller. Looking at the 2 flame swords coming head-on, Hyojin's figure flashed and turned into a sky-blue streamer, passing through the gap between the 2 flame swords of Susanoo. Boom! The 2 flame swords that failed to hit Hyojin hit the hill on the side, and with a loud noise, the whole hill was lifted out, stirring up smoke and dust in the sky. The golden flames scattered in all directions and landed on the ground around them. Whether it is grass or shrubs, once they are contaminated with these golden flames, they immediately burn into a sea of fire, in the air. Hyojin, who barely escaped Uchiha Ryota's attack, did not stop at all. His figure flickered and flew around the huge Susanoo. Hyojin knows very well that it is too time-consuming and laborious to fight with Uchiha Ryota, who has the eternal pupil powers. The correct way to deal with Uchiha Ryota is to take advantage of Uchiha Ryota's ignorance of the nature of the truth-seeking ball and launch a surprise attack with Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Just like before, he can quickly break through Uchiha Ryota's Susanoo and establish the victory. Looking at Hyojin, who is flying around him as fast as a streamer, the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Uchiha Ryota's eye sockets also swayed left and right, trying to lock on to Hyojin's figure. However, whether it is the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan or the Susanoo, Uchiha Ryota can only use it once or twice, so even if his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can barely capture the figure of Hyojin, the huge Susanoo he controls can't keep up with the speed of Hyojin's movement. Swish swish swish, in a burst of whistling wind, Hyojin, who is as fast as a streamer, constantly looks for the flaws of Uchiha Ryota. Suddenly, a long golden sword appeared in Hyojin's hand. At the same time, his whole body turned into a meteor, rushing to Uchiha Ryota's back. At this time, Uchiha Ryota is not in a state where his mental and physical strength are close to the limit that night. Although he can't completely keep up with Hyojin's speed, he still reacted in time. Boom! In the huge roar, the Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion in Hyojin's hand pierced Uchiha Ryota's Susanoo. However, the part that was pierced was not the back of the neck that Hyojin aimed for, but the left arm of Susanoo. At that moment, Uchiha Ryota activated his Susanoo, and at the last moment, he completed the movement of turning sideways and raising his arm to protect himself. Uchiha Ryota was overjoyed. "I blocked it, it's my turn to fight back." Crack! But just as Uchiha Ryota was about to wave the huge flame sword in his right arm to cut Hyojin, a cracking sound came into his ears. Uchiha Ryota's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said in surprise, "How is this possible?" He had tried to overestimate the power of Hyojin's Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. In order to block this stab from Hyojin, he even sacrificed the whole left arm of Susanoo. But he never expected that the left arm, which was used as a shield, could not even hold on for a few breaths. Hyojin was also a little surprised, and he thought to himself, the complete Susanoo with the Susanoo's pupil technique is actually so strong? After being stuck by the left arm of Susanoo, Hyojin, whose breakthrough speed was greatly slowed down, made up his mind, and two black truth-seeking balls jumped out from between his eyebrows and merged into the Golden Will reincarnation explosion in his right hand. In an instant, the Golden Will reincarnation explosion on his right hand was like the sun above his head, blooming with a light that even the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan couldn't look directly at. The blazing light made Uchiha Ryota subconsciously raise his hand to cover his eyes. Kacha kacha. At the same time, the continuous sound of breaking also lingered in his ears, and it was getting closer and closer. It was not easy to adapt to the strong light, and Uchiha Ryota suddenly found that Hyojin had already attacked the inside of his Susanoo with a sword. This scene was almost exactly the same as what had happened that night. Seeing this, Uchiha Ryota was shocked and angry. After having the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Uchiha Ryota has regarded himself as the highest peak of the Uchiha clan, so he did not allow himself to be defeated so quickly and in such an embarrassing manner. Ah! With a roar, blood appeared on the white of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Ryota's eyes. And with the instant eruption of his pupil power, the golden flame instantly burned the entire Susanoo. Even the empty interior of the Susanoo was no exception. Seeing the golden flame rushing towards him from all directions, Hyojin's face sank. Hyojin was familiar with these golden flames. He had done experiments in private. This golden flame was not only extremely hot, but it also seemed to have the ability to burn chakra. In other words, once touched by this golden flame, not only would he be burned by the high temperature, but his own chakra would also be consumed rapidly. Hyojin, who had withdrawn the Golden Will reincarnation explosion, put his palms together, and at the moment when the golden flame was about to burn him, he shouted indifferently, "Silver Will reincarnation explosion." Hoo! In an instant, an incomparably ferocious hurricane gushed out from Kuroto's palm. The fierce hurricane filled the empty interior of Ryota Uchiha Susanoo in a short period of time, and all the golden flames were blown away. Damn it. Even Ryota Uchiha, who was in the diamond space on the forehead of Susanoo, could not open his eyes because of the hurricane at this moment. Rumble, the huge Susanoo, which had lost control, fell into the sea with a loud noise. The huge body of Susanoo immediately set off a huge wave, which quickly swept the shore. Fortunately, there were no houses on the shore. The land of tea is located at the edge of the shinobi world, surrounded by the sea on three sides, and only bordered by the land of fire on the north. Hyojin had chosen the coast as the battlefield precisely because the terrain here was open and remote. No matter how intense the battle was, no one would discover them. Rumble, after falling into the sea, the seawater poured in from the gap of the Susanoo that was squeezed by the storm of the Silver Will reincarnation explosion, and not long after, the entire Susanoo was filled. The golden flames on Susanoo, under the support of Ryota Uchiha's chakra, although still burning tenaciously in the water, its power was obviously weakened a lot. On the side of Hyojin, because he was in the Tenseigan chakra mode, even though he was in the water, his movement was not much restricted. He put away the hurricane of Silver Will reincarnation explosion, and with a gentle grasp of his right hand, a dazzling golden sword appeared in his hand again. Then, his figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Ryota Uchiha and slashed down. Boom, the resplendent golden sword drew a dazzling arc in the water. Wherever the golden light flashed, it left an eye-catching halo. It was as if even the seawater had been cut apart. The golden light passed through the head of Ryota Uchiha, and without any delay, the huge head of Susanoo was cut off by the golden light. After succeeding, Hyojin rushed towards Ryota Uchiha and flew out of the sea with Uchiha, who was choked by the seawater. Bang, with a muffled sound, Ryota Uchiha was thrown to the shore by Hyojin. Cough. Ryota Uchiha, who was coughing violently, pointed at Hyojin and asked intermittently, "What ninjutsu did you use?" Hyojin was also panting slightly at this moment. The series of fierce attacks just now, although the time was very short, Hyojin used 7 truth-seeking balls, and almost used all of his strength, so at this moment, he looked calm as if he didn't use much strength, but in fact, he was almost at his limit. Ryota Uchiha still asked, "You can't hide from my eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. I can feel that the chakra amount contained in your technique is equivalent to my Susanoo, but why can your technique easily break my Susanoo? Why?" Hyojin, who was panting a little more evenly, did not answer, but immediately took off the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Uchiha Ryota's eye sockets. Uchiha Ryota didn't resist, he just kept asking, "Tell me, why is this happening?" After putting away the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Hyojin exited the Tenseigan chakra mode and explained, "Unfortunately, this is the shinobi world, even the dead can't keep secrets, so I can't tell you." Ryota Uchiha sighed, "I don't even know how I lost, I really don't want to give up." Looking at the blood flowing down from Ryota Uchiha's empty eye sockets, Hyojin pondered for a moment and said, "The only thing I can tell you is that the strength of your Susanoo is far beyond my expectations. In the current shinobi world, I am afraid there are only a few people who can break your Susanoo defense." Suijin is not talking nonsense. Uchiha Ryota's Susanoo jutsu is far stronger than he expected, and the strength of Susanoo's jutsu is far beyond his expectations. This is also the reason why he resolutely used 7 truth-seeking balls. One must know that Hyojin can only condense 8 truth-seeking balls at most, and once he uses 8 truth-seeking balls at the same time, he will have to excessively mobilize the Ryumyaku's chakra, and at that time, he will inevitably be attacked by the nature energy in the Ryumyaku's chakra. Therefore, using 7 truth-seeking balls is already the limit of Hyojin's output within the safety line. It looks like he is chopping melons and vegetables, but in fact, he is already going all out. Do you want to tell me that it's not that I am too weak, but that you are too strong? With a wry smile, Uchiha Ryota asked again, "Can you tell me the purpose of doing this? With your strength, you shouldn't care too much about the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, but why do you want to get my Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan?" "I'm not as strong as you think." Hyojin, whose chakra is basically bottomed out, laughed at himself in his heart. This is also the reason why he chooses to end the battle quickly every time, because killing the enemy quickly often leaves a great psychological shadow on the enemy, causing the enemy to have a wrong estimate of his strength. Uchiha Ryota is a typical example. Seeing the sincerity on Ryota Uchiha's face, Hyojin sorted out his words and said, "If I say that the reason why I killed you and your brother was to save the Uchiha clan, would you believe it?" Ryota Uchiha was stunned for a moment. He understood something, and then he was a little lost. Hyojin said lightly, "The rebellion planned by your Uchiha clan is doomed to fail. Even if it succeeds by luck, it will only destroy Mai and reignite the Shinobi World War." Ryota Uchiha said in a low voice, "But Jishui's method can't save Uchiha. The water of the Shinobi world is much deeper than you think." After a pause, Hyojin continued, "I'm not sure if other methods can save the Uchiha clan, but the methods of the radicals like you must be wrong, and it will harm others and yourself. I'm sure of this." The crisis faced by the Uchiha clan was not only from the hawks of the Naruto faction represented by Danzo, but also from outside the village, the Obsidian faction who wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan. Therefore, the rebellion of the Uchiha clan would only weaken the overall strength of Mai, making the Obsidian faction hiding in the dark more unscrupulous. After a long time, Ryota Uchiha said bitterly, "I hope you're right." After saying that, Ryota Uchiha took out a kunai and ended his life without any hesitation. Looking at Ryota Uchiha, who had lost all signs of life, Hyojin murmured, "There is one more thing I haven't told you. Although the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan represents the peak of the in-release Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan, it is still not the end. With it as the foundation, it can also break through to a higher and stronger Kekkei Genkai, so it has irreplaceable research value for me." A week later, in a cave in the territory of the Rain Country. Bang, the smoke dissipated, and a wounded Kaimaru appeared in front of Shinichi Uchiha. Looking at the wounded and bandaged Kaimaru in front of him, Shinichi frowned, "Hey, how did you get hurt like this?" Kaimaru lay on the ground and said weakly, "Meow, the tiger stripes can't scare one-eyed dragon at all, and the trick you taught me doesn't work either." Shinichi curled his lips and said, "Stupid cat." Handing over the secret letter scroll to Shinichi, Kasaimaru stretched out his bandaged paw and said, "Thank you, 2,000 ryo." Jinwan's eyes widened, and he hurriedly asked, "How much did you collect from Kuroto?" Moneymaker answered matter-of-factly, "It's also 2,000. I'm here with an injury, so of course the labor fee will be doubled." After spending 2,000 yuan to get rid of the lucky pill, Shinichi immediately opened the secret letter scroll. After glancing at it casually, he frowned and thought to himself, "What the hell? Hyojin only wrote one thing in the secret letter. That was to have Shinichi go to the border of the country of rain and country of fire 3 days later to receive a certain person, and bring that person to observe the entire bloodline generation fusion ceremony that Haruhu was about to conduct. This guy wouldn't think that Hiriko's Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony is just an ordinary fireworks show, right? He even wants me to bring him to the spectators. Is he crazy? Hearing Hyojin's order, Shinichi couldn't help but feel puzzled. The members of the Akatsuki are not good people, even Shinichi himself has to be vigilant at all times in order to avoid being plotted against. Therefore, Shinichi really can't understand why Hyojin, who has always been conservative and cautious, would suddenly make such an outrageous request. But even so, Shinichi still decided to go to the meeting place to have a look. In his opinion, if the person arranged by Hyojin is reliable, then he can reluctantly give it a try, but if the other party is not reliable, then he naturally won't bring an unreliable guy to the Akatsuki organization. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. After a few ups and downs, Uchiha and Shinichi arrived at the meeting place mentioned in Hyojin's secret letter. This is the border between the land of rain and the land of fire, and as far as the eye can see, all you can see is a lush and dense forest. As soon as they stepped into the territory of the land of fire, the sky cleared up, so Shinichi took off his raincoat and secretly cursed, "The land of rain is really not a place for people to stay." For the Uchiha clan, who are proficient in fire-release ninjutsu, the rainy weather in the land of rain is really depressing, so Shinichi hates staying in the land of rain very much. At this time, Shinichi suddenly looked into the distance. He found that in the distant forest, there is a figure slowly walking towards him. After a while, the figure arrived in front of Shinichi. Looking at the approaching figure, Shinichi's face showed a thoughtful expression. The other party is a girl of 16 or 17 years old. Her appearance is very delicate, and her temperament is also extraordinary, giving people a feeling of light in front of them. The girl's dress seems to be very casual. Her beautiful black hair is tied into a ponytail, hanging behind her head. She is wearing a tight combat suit, and a black cloak with exquisite workmanship, and there is a long sword on her waist. Shinichi's eyes slightly narrowed. The other party looks obviously like a girl, but whether it is the expression and the way she walks, in Shinichi's eyes, there is not the slightest trace of a girl's delicate appearance. Her expression is calm, and her eyes are deep. And Shinichi can confirm that he has never seen this girl before, but for some reason, he faintly feels that the girl in front of him is somewhat familiar, as if he has known her for a long time. It's really strange. Is it because she is too beautiful? Converging his thoughts, Shinichi asked, "Hey, who are you?" The girl replied calmly, "I am the person you are waiting for." Shinichi raised his eyebrows. "Why should I believe you?" The girl said, "You don't need to believe me, you just need to believe in Kuroto-sama." Hearing the girl mention Hyojin, Shinichi's suspicion was slightly reduced, and immediately asked, "What is your name? Why does he want me to take you to watch Hiriko's Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony?" My name is Uchiha Fire." The girl paused, and then said, "As for why Kuroto-sama wants you to take me to watch Hiriko's Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony, it is because Kuroto-sama is very interested in Hiriko's experiment." Uchiha Fire? Shinichi was startled at first, then revealed his Sankamaji Sharingan, and said coldly, "Don't try to deceive me, I am also from the Uchiha clan. There is no one named Uchiha Fire in the clan." It hasn't been long since Shinichi defected from the Uchiha clan, so Shinichi is very clear about the members of the Uchiha clan. If this girl with such an outstanding appearance is really an Uchiha clansman, then there is no way he wouldn't recognize her. The girl didn't explain, just silently opened the Sharingan in her eye socket. Looking at the genuine 3-tomo Sharingan in the girl's eye sockets, Shinichi Uchiha's face showed a look of surprise. After Shinichi joined the Akatsuki organization, Obsidian once mentioned many secrets about the Sharingan to him, including the topic of Sharingan transplantation. From a technical point of view, the transplantation of Sharingan is not difficult. The transplantation of Kakashi's Sharingan was completed by Noera Rei, a novice medical ninja, under the harsh environment of the battlefield. But the success of the transplantation doesn't mean that the task is complete. Without the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, even if the Sharingan is transplanted, it won't be possible to use the full power of the Sharingan, or even turn off the Sharingan on a daily basis. The girl in front of him can easily turn on and off the Sharingan, which undoubtedly means that she has the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Shinichi wondered, why have I never seen you in the clan? The girl slowly said, since Kuroto-sama sent me here, there is no need to doubt my identity. This girl named Uchiha Inferno is naturally Hyojin, who controls the female clone. He really can't resist the urge to watch Hiriko's Kekii Genkai fusion ceremony. After all, this is related to his future Kekii Genkai net plan, so he can't neglect it. Therefore, he took the risk of using the identity of Uchiha Inferno to sneak into Hiriko's ceremony through Shinichi Uchiha, a member of the Akatsuki organization. Shinichi pondered for a moment, and suddenly his figure flashed and shot 2 shurikens towards Hyojin. Whoosh, the whistling sound of the shurikens immediately sounded in the quiet forest. Clang, clang, clang. Hyojin casually pulled out half of the long sword from his waist, and casually used the blade to block the 2 shurikens shot by Shinichi, and immediately returned the sword to its sheath. At this time, Shinichi quickly formed a hand seal and shouted, "Fire release, grand fireball technique." Hyojin also formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "Fire release, grand fireball technique." Boom! The 2 huge fireballs collided with each other and produced a deafening roar, illuminating the entire forest in a bright red light. Before the flames had dissipated, several kunai wrapped with detonation talismans flew out of the smoke and headed straight for Hyojin. Suejin's expression didn't change, the 3 tomo in his Sharingan rotated rapidly, and in an instant, he captured all the flying trajectories of the kunai, then his figure flickered, and he pulled out the long sword from his waist and brandished it. Swish 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 in the forest, sword lights flashed, cold and sharp, the kunai that shot towards Hyojin all missed and were nailed to the trunk of the big tree behind Hyojin. However, the expected explosion didn't happen. Shinichi's eyes turned cold, he noticed that the detonation talismans wrapped around the kunai were all destroyed by Hyojin's sword. At this time, Shinichi stopped attacking and nodded slowly, well, not bad. As if worried that Kuroto would have a grudge against him, Shinichi continued to explain, those guys in the organization are all monsters that are not to be trifled with. If you don't have any strength, even I won't be able to protect you. Hyojin nodded, indicating that he doesn't mind. Hyojin is very clear about the purpose of Shinichi's action. The Akatsuki organization is not easy to sneak into. Shinichi wants to test his strength is also reasonable. Let's go, I have been out for a long time, if I stay any longer, they will be suspicious. Shinichi said, put on his raincoat and rushed towards the direction of the country of rain. Hyojin didn't say any nonsense and silently followed. On the way, Shinichi asked, Kuroto should have told you about the internal situation of the Akatsuki organization, right? Hyojin nodded and said, well, I roughly know what kind of members there are in the Akatsuki organization. After thinking about it, Shinichi said, you don't have to worry too much about my partner Biwajuzo, as long as you don't provoke him, he won't meddle in other people's business. But Sasori, Kakuzu, and Hiriko, you have to pay special attention to them. They are all lunatics, and you are not an official member of their organization. If they set their eyes on you, they might act against you at any time. Hyojin replied, I will pay attention. The masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara is the most dangerous. After a pause, Shinichi said seriously, if he attacks you, I can't save you. Hyojin glanced at Shinichi and said, he shouldn't show up in the organization often, right? Shinichi was a little surprised, how do you know, did Kuroto tell you? He really doesn't show up in front of ordinary members, as far as I know, except for the leader and me, it seems that no one else in the organization knows about his existence. Hyojin said, just say that I am a spy you placed in I don't think he will easily attack me. That's a good idea. Nodding, Shinichi asked in confusion, but I really don't understand, why did Kuroto send you to observe Hiriko's experiment? With his strength, why would he care about such a crappy experiment? Although he defected, Shinichi still believes in the supremacy of bloodline in his heart. In his eyes, a ninja with Kekii Genkai is born to be superior to others. For a commoner like Hiriko who has no Kekii Genkai limit, no matter how hard he tries, he will never be able to catch up with a ninja with Kekii Genkai. Hyojin is not in a position to explain, so he said perfunctorily, Kuroto-sama has his own plans, I am only responsible for observing and reporting, as for other things, I don't need to know, and you don't need to know either. Humph. Shinichi snorted unhappily when he heard Kuroto's words. It didn't take long for the two to enter the territory of the country of rain. As soon as they entered the country of rain, the sky became gloomy, and it started to drizzle. The humid air exuded a faint musty smell. After entering the hidden rain village, Shinichi led Hyojin to a secret stronghold of the Akatsuki. As soon as the two entered the stronghold, they met a member of the Akatsuki wearing a red cloud uniform. Hyojin also recognized this person. It was Shino, who he had dealt with before, but Hyojin's gaze didn't stay on Shino, but fell on a woman behind him. She is a very beautiful woman with a pair of very captivating eyes. This woman looks familiar. Where have I seen her before? Hyojin's focus was naturally not on the woman's appearance. He just felt that the woman in front of him was a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. At this time, Shino politely asked Shinichi, "This is?" Shinichi knows that he must introduce Hyojin's identity to the Akatsuki organization, otherwise, there is no way to arrange for Hyojin to sneak into the scene of Hiriko's Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony. So, he said, "This is my subordinate, he has been lurking in my village." Shino nodded while looking at Hyojin. Although everyone here is a determined ninja, the appearance of Hyojin's body is too eye-catching, so Shino couldn't help but look at him a few more times. At this time, Shinichi also looked at the woman behind Shino and asked, "Who is she? Why haven't I seen her before?" Shino smiled and said, "Oh, this is my newly recruited experimental assistant." As soon as he heard Shino mention the experiment, Shinichi subconsciously frowned. Because he was curious about Hiriko and Shino's experiment before, Shinichi also observed it once, but before the Chimuraku Jutsu was perfected, the degree of blood in the human experiment was far beyond anyone's imagination. Even Shinichi, who was used to seeing life and death, was dumbfounded and disgusted. Therefore, when he heard Shino mention the experiment, he still felt disgusted. The two sides don't have any friendship, so after a simple greeting, Shinichi didn't say anything more, directly bypassed Shino and walked towards the inside of the secret base. But just as Hyojin passed by the woman behind Shino, the other party smiled and asked, "What's your name?" Hyojin was startled, immediately stopped, looked at the other party and said, "My name is Uchiha Yen, what about you?" The woman licked her lips and said with a smile, "Uchiha Yen, you can call me Shinobu." Hyojin nodded, then followed Shinichi. When they were far enough away from Shinichi, Shinichi said in a low voice, "That guy just now is called Shinichi. They say that he's Hiriko's partner, but in fact, he's just one of Hiriko's subordinates. In the organization, he's the least worth paying attention to." Hyojin said, "You've never seen the woman named Dean beside him?" "Yes, it's also my first time seeing it." Pausing for a moment, Shinichi reminded, "I sensed a vague malice from that woman. The way she looked at us was very strange. Be careful." After awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan, Shinichi has extraordinary perception, so Hyojin still attaches great importance to Shinichi's judgment, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly froze. He finally remembered why he felt inexplicably familiar with the woman named Dean. It turns out that this woman is none other than Orochimaru, who used the undead reincarnation technique to change his body. In the original story, the appearance of Orochimaru's new body was only revealed once in Mai's collapse plan, during the Chunin exam against the Three Generations Naruto, which is why Hyojin didn't have a deep impression of it and didn't recognize it for the first time. No wonder his eyes lit up as soon as he saw Shinichi. I'm afraid he's still thinking about Shinichi's Manjikyu Sharingan. After thinking about this, Hyojin remembered the way Orochimaru looked at him just now and understood that he has probably become the hunting target of Orochimaru. At this critical moment, Orochimaru appeared in the Akatsuki organization as Shino's assistant, and his purpose is probably the same as Hyojin's, to observe Hiriko's Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony. Obviously, although Orochimaru looked down on Hiriko verbally, he still maintained a certain amount of attention and interest in Hiriko's Chimera Cure technique. As for how Orochimaru got together with Shino, there is no need to think about it. After all, Orochimaru and Shino have already colluded before joining the Akatsuki organization. Arriving at the rest area of the secret base, Hyojin met Shinichi's partner, Pipa Juzo. Pipa Juzo didn't have any special reaction to Hyojin's appearance, because within the Akatsuki organization, the official members more or less have some subordinates, only Shinichi is always alone. Now that Shinichi has recruited a subordinate, it's only natural. Time passed day by day, and soon it was the day of Hiriko's Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony. The ceremony venue chosen by Hiroko was not in the territory of the Akatsuki organization's base, the Land of Rain, but on the top of a high mountain in the neighboring Land of Earth. Following Shinichi, Hyojin also came to the top of the mountain. Together with them were Pipajuzo, Sasori, Kakuzu, and Shino, the official members of the Akatsuki organization, as well as Orochimaru, who disguised as Shino's assistant. Hyojin's gaze swept through the several Akatsuki members, secretly thinking, except for Obsidian, Pain, Konan, and Zetsu, it seems that the Akatsuki organization has sent out all its members. No, Obsidian and Pain are probably nearby, they just haven't shown up yet. Not long after, everyone came to the platform on the top of the mountain. At this time, on the platform on the top of the mountain, there is a circle of tens of meters high mirrors. These huge mirrors are placed at a specific angle, as if to concentrate all the light coming from the sky to the center of the platform. And in the center of the platform, Hiroko is sitting quietly. His face seems calm, but anyone can see that he is trying to suppress the madness and excitement in his heart, which can be seen from his slightly trembling hands. Just as Hyojin was looking at the furnishings of the ceremony, the originally clear sky suddenly became gloomy. Dark clouds seemed to appear out of thin air and covered everyone's heads. After a while, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The appearance of this rain cloud was too abrupt, and Suijin couldn't help but think, is this Pain's Rain Tiger Freedom technique? Sure enough, a moment later, Pain and Konan, as the leaders of the Akatsuki organization, descended from the sky like gods and landed on the platform. Hyojin stared at Pain's eyes that are full of circles and thought, is this the Rinnegan? At this time, Pain's eyes swept through the members of the Akatsuki organization, and after pausing on Hyojin for a moment, his eyes moved to Hiroko, who was standing in the center of the platform, and said, there is no one nearby, you can start at any time. Hiroko nodded, then immediately looked up at the sky, as if waiting for something. As Pain withdrew the Rain Tiger Freedom technique, the sky had already returned to its original state. Hyojin's face sank slightly, even Pain and Konan are here, the Akatsuki organization actually attaches so much importance to Hiroko's experiment? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Hyojin's eyes swept to other places, trying to find the figures of Obsidian and Zetsu, but at this moment, his eyes suddenly met Orochimaru's eyes on the other side. After the two fellows with ulterior motives met each other's gazes, their expressions turned cold. Then, they moved their gazes away without a trace. Hyojin thought to himself, humph, Orochimaru is really bold, isn't he afraid of being seen through by the Akatsuki? Does he really think that he has an immortal body? Orochimaru licked his lips and thought to himself, TSK, what a lively Uchiha, if I can't get the body of Uchiha Shinichi, then this Uchiha flame would be a good choice. The two of them quickly converged their thoughts and turned their attention to Hiroko, who was standing in the center of the platform. Far away, Obsidian was sitting on a high rock wall with his legs crossed. On the side, Zetsu poked half of his body out of the rock wall and said with a mocking expression, those guys in the organization, each and every one of them said that they don't care, but when Hiroko held the Kekkei Genkai fusion ceremony, none of them were absent. Obsidian said with a flat expression, if Hiroko's experiment is successful, it will completely change the shinobi world, no one can really remain indifferent to it. Yes, Zetsu nodded and said with a light smile, even Nagato, who claims to be a god, is here in person. Glancing at Pain in the distance, Obsidian said slowly, if it weren't for the threat of Amatsukami being too great, I wouldn't have encouraged Nagato to support Hiroko's experiment. Zetsu turned to look at Obsidian and asked, are you worried that Hiroko will lose control? Obsidian said indifferently, if Hiroko can really fuse the 5 Kekkei Genkai into one, no one can predict to what extent his strength will rise. Zetsu said, with Nagato there, you don't have to worry too much, whether Hiroko's experiment is successful or not, he will always be your pawn. Obsidian then looked at Hyojin, who was standing next to Shinichi, and Orochimaru, who was standing next to Shino, and asked, have you found out the identities of those two people? Zetsu replied, the woman beside Shinichi is called Uchiha Anami. According to Shinichi, she's a spy he planted in my village. The woman beside Shino is called In, and she is Shino's newly recruited experimental assistant. For the time being, we can't investigate the identities of these two people. Uchiha Yen. Obsidian frowned and thought, is there such a person in the Uchiha clan? Unlike Shinichi, who was a Tokubetsu Jonin when he betrayed the village, when Obsidian left the village, he was a Chunin promoted during wartime, just like Hyojin, so even if it's the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan, he doesn't dare to say that he fully understands it. Therefore, although he has some doubts about Hyojin's identity as Uchiha Onami, he can't be like Shinichi and say that there is no such person in the Uchiha clan as Uchiha Onami. After all, it's very common for a top-level shinobi clan like the Uchiha clan to have a group of clansmen hidden in the dark since childhood. On the platform, Hirako, who was looking up at the sky, had an indescribable expression on his face. It was a mixture of expectation, joy, madness, and anxiety. Suddenly, the sun hanging high in the sky seemed to be covered by something, and the originally clear sky suddenly darkened, as if night had fallen. Before anyone could react, some beautiful spots of light flashed in the dark sky. Hirako shouted excitedly, "They're finally here." Immediately, he quickly made a hand seal and pressed his palms heavily on the ground. Rumble. In an instant, 5 cross-shaped torture devices rose from the center of the platform, and on each torture device was a ninja who seemed to be in a coma. These must be the Kekkei Genkai ninjas caught by Hirako. Hyojin's gaze swept through the unconscious Kekkei Genkai ninjas, and finally fell on Uchiha Onami, and then sighed softly. Unlike Hyojin, who had a somewhat complicated expression, Orochimaru's face was full of expectation. At this time, the spots of light in the sky became stronger and stronger, intertwining with each other and forming a green light curtain. This green curtain of light was like a ribbon, twisting in the night sky, illuminating the entire sky like a dream. It was as if the entire world had become a huge dream. As the green light curtain became stronger and stronger, rays of light sprinkled down from the sky and fell on the platform at the top of the mountain. The huge mirror on the platform, which is more than 10 meters high, focused one green light after another on Hirako's body standing in the center of the platform. At this moment, everyone present could clearly feel the chakra reaction on Hirako's body becoming more and more intense. On the side, Hyojin, Uchiha, and Shinichi subconsciously opened their Sharingan. The 3 Magatama spun rapidly in the Sharingan, trying to see all the changes on Hirako's body. Sasori, who was hiding in the Hyliuhu, had a serious expression on his face. Kakuzu took a step back, his body instinctively took a defensive posture. Shino's eyes were fixed on Hirako, while Orochimaru's face was full of expectation, but also a trace of fear. Pain was still expressionless, but Conan's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. The green light gathering on Hirako's body became more and more dazzling. These green lights seemed to have a life of their own, flickering and jumping around Hirako's body. Hyojin was secretly shocked. What a strong chakra reaction. There is no doubt that Hirako's chakra strength has reached an extremely terrifying level with the help of the celestial phenomenon. But what surprised Hyojin was not only the intensity of the chakra, but also how Hirako's body was able to withstand this terrifying chakra. While Hyojin was amazed, Hirako, who was standing in the center of the platform, began to slowly make hand seals. At this time, the expression on Hirako's face has fallen into an extremely distorted state. It was an expression of indescribable madness, even his facial features seemed to be distorted. Chimaraku technique. Along with Hirako's crazy roar, a large amount of gelatinous purple substance gushed out of his body. These gelatinous substances seemed to be a part of Hirako's body. They spread in all directions and rushed towards the 5 Kekkei Genkai that were tied to the torture instruments. Soon, these gelatinous substances swallowed one Kekkei Genkai after another. At the moment when they were swallowed by the gelatinous substances, these Kekkei Genkai who were originally in a coma burst out with heart-wrenching screams. In the inexplicable gelatinous substance, their flesh and blood began to melt little by little, as if their bodies were being melted. Their pupils rolled upwards, and only the whites of their eyes could be seen. Saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their faces no longer had a normal expression. Hirako spread his arms wide and laughed maniacally, "Cry and despair, then become one with me, and become a truly great existence." Looking at Hirako, who has turned into a huge monster in the field, as well as the Kekkei Genkai ninjas who are gradually melting in the gelatinous substance, Hyojin's face showed a serious expression that has never been seen before. This is too reckless. After experiencing the initial shock, this was the only thought left in Hyojin's mind. In Hyojin's view, Hirako's fusion method is too crude and reckless. This method is simply reckless and reckless. Isn't he afraid of all kinds of hidden dangers in the future? No, with this method, it's not even certain if he can survive the final fusion. What kind of future does he have? For a time, Hyojin's mind was filled with all kinds of doubts. Hyojin believes that Hiriko is not a fool. After all, a person who can develop the Chimera technique doesn't look like a fool. However, Hiriko's current action is no different from suicide. In Hyojin's opinion, this is simply stupid, so Hyojin is very curious whether Hiriko has really gone crazy or if he has some other tricks up his sleeves. At this time, as their bodies gradually melted, the Kekkei Genkai ninjas wrapped in the gelatinous substance were only left with a group of chakra. Hyojin stared at Hiriko in the field, his Sharingan operating to the extreme. How will you deal with these chakra that contain souls? At the same time, Pain, Orochimaru, Sasori, and Kakuzu have the same doubts as Hyojin. The human path of the 6 paths of pain has the ability to forcibly read other people's memories and extract their souls. Therefore, Pain is the most familiar and the most knowledgeable person among all the people in the field. Orochimaru has developed the undead reincarnation forbidden technique and completed the undead reincarnation once, devouring the soul of the original owner of this body, so he is no stranger to the soul. Scorpion had recently transformed himself into a puppet, so it also involved some parts related to the soul. He could be considered to have barely stepped into the realm of the soul. Jiado was the same as Scorpion. Because of the Earth's resentment secret technique, every time he seized the opponent's heart, he would plunder some of the opponent's soul energy. Therefore, he had a certain understanding of the soul. As for Konan, Shinichi, and Shino, their understanding of souls was slightly weaker than the others. But this does not prevent the 3 of them from seeing that the groups of chakra wrapped in gelatinous substances are not ordinary chakra condensed by ninjas when performing ninjutsu. Just when Hyojin's mind was filled with all kinds of speculations, Hiriko directly absorbed all the chakra regiments left by the 5 Kekkei Genkai shinobi into his body. So reckless. Hyojin was shocked. He always thought that in the shinobi world, the 4 generations Laying was the most reckless, but compared with Hiriko in front of him, the 4 generations Laying doesn't seem to be so reckless. Unlike Hyojin's shock, the others didn't show too much emotion. Orochimaru even couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Obviously, they don't know much about the hidden dangers of absorbing other people's souls. Hyojin immediately restrained his emotions, but he couldn't hide the regret in his eyes when he looked at Hiriko. In Hyojin's view, although Hiriko's previous fusion was reckless, as long as his body can withstand it, there is still a certain hope for him to reach the peak. But later on, absorbing the souls is too reckless. Without the Rinnegan or Tenseigan, which represents the peak of the in-release soul power, it is impossible to absorb the souls of other people in a real sense. This point, Orochimaru's undead reincarnation forbidden technique is the best proof. The souls of those who were possessed by Orochimaru didn't dissipate, nor were they completely absorbed by Orochimaru. Instead, each of them is like a cocoon, sleeping in the depths of Orochimaru's soul. Not only is there the possibility of a backlash at any time, but it also makes Orochimaru's soul a lot more impure, which will become the biggest weakness of Orochimaru in the future. While Hyojin's mind was full of thoughts, the side effects of Hiriko forcibly absorbing the souls of the 5 Kekkei Genkai shinobi immediately appeared. Hiriko held his head with both hands and screamed in pain. Looking at his posture, it seems like something is raging in his brain. At the same time, Hiriko's body also began to disintegrate. Chunks of flesh and blood, clumps of cells and tissues began to fall from his body. At the same time, the flesh and cells that had just fallen off were all caught by the jelly-like substance and were forcibly pieced back together bit by bit. The jelly-like substance was like glue, repairing Hiriko's body that was falling apart. In an instant, the Kekkei Genkai fusion ceremony turned into a battle between the collapse and repair of the body. Hiriko, who couldn't withstand the forced fusion, at this moment, he no longer looks like a human, his body has become a mess of flesh and blood. But because of the existence of the jelly-like substance produced by the Onishara technique, no matter how Hiriko's body collapsed, the jelly-like substance will relentlessly reattach the scattered body tissues. This kind of pain is not something an ordinary person can bear. While sighing with emotion, Hyojin is full of expectations for Hiriko's perfected Onishara technique. Looking at the monster in front of them, except for Conan and Shinichi who showed a look of disgust, everyone else's face was filled with inexplicable shock. Even Pain, who has the Rinnegan, had a slightly changed expression on his face. At this time, the flickering aurora in the sky dimmed a little. As the aurora in the sky dimmed, the green light that was focused on Hiriko's body by the huge mirror also dimmed a lot. Everyone understood that the aurora in the sky is about to disappear, and if Hiriko can't withstand the rejection before the aurora disappears, then this Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony will be declared a failure. Just when everyone thought that Hiriko's harvest was about to fail, his roaring stopped abruptly. Immediately afterward, the jelly-like substance that piled up on the entire platform began to fuse with his body bit by bit, and as the jelly-like substance fused with his body, the violent and chaotic chakra reaction on Hiriko's body also gradually stabilized. He survived? Hyojin was stunned for a moment, and then immediately thought to himself, no, Hiriko is just an ordinary person, how could his body survive such a disintegration? He must have mastered other techniques, other than the Oni-Shara technique. There must be something else that can repair the body and increase the strength of the body. Hiriko, who had survived the rejection, stood naked in the center of the platform. His eyes were filled with aggression as he scanned the people around him like a wild beast. Finally, his gaze landed on Kuroto and Orochimaru. Standing in the middle of the platform, Hiriko was panting heavily, his chest was heaving up and down violently, and his body was emitting steam visible to the naked eye. At this time, his body was slightly stronger than before. He looked slender and fit, completely the perfect body of a young man. With just a glance, one can feel that this body is full of strength. His skin was white and tender. However, this kind of whiteness was not the healthy and ruddy white of a young girl, but closer to the pale white of a corpse after losing a lot of blood. Huff, Hiriko, who was panting, picked up the clothes that he had prepared a long time ago and slowly put them on. Although he seemed to have consumed a lot of stamina, but the expression on his face was full of ecstasy and violence. At this moment, his inner thoughts were completely reflected on his face. He took off the fake expression that he used to wear on his face, showing his true self for the first time. Seeing Hiriko's aggressive gaze sweeping towards him, Suijin's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, oh no. There is no doubt that Hiriko, who has just completed the Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony, is eager to test his strength after fusing 5 Kekkai Genkai. Most of the people present here are members of the Akatsuki organization, only Hyojin and Orochimaru are exceptions. In front of Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Hiriko obviously won't attack the members of the same organization, so it's reasonable for him to choose Hyojin and Orochimaru to practice on. Naturally, Hyojin was not the only one who saw through Hiriko's thoughts. At this time, the members of the Akatsuki organization consciously jumped out of the platform, leaving only Hiriko, Hyojin, Orochimaru, and the hesitant Shinichi. Unlike Shino, who had a smile on his face and didn't care about Orochimaru's safety, Shinichi glanced at Hyojin with an awkward expression. Hyojin said, "It's okay." Shinichi said, "Don't worry, if there is a crisis, I will act." After saying that, Shinichi also jumped out of the platform, and like the other members of the Akatsuki organization, he paid close attention to the situation on the platform. At this moment, not only Hiriko wants to test his strength, but the entire Akatsuki organization is also eager to know how strong Hiriko is after successfully completing the Kekkai Genkai fusion ceremony. Hyojin is surprisingly calm at this moment. He glanced at Orochimaru and found that Orochimaru also has a calm expression, without the slightest fear in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. After putting on his clothes, Hiriko suddenly let out a maniacal laugh. Suijin's eyes narrowed, and the 3 tomo on his Sharingan rotated slowly, and his right hand also moved to the hilt of his sword. Hiriko's, his eyes, and his face twisted. At this time, there shouldn't be any expression other than fear on your face. Hiriko said fiercely. Hyojin didn't answer, he just secretly cursed in his heart. Hiriko, you are too full of yourself. Orochimaru said in a soft female voice, then let us feel your terror. Hiriko slowly raised his arms and made a hand seal. Swish, with the sound of wind breaking, Hiriko instantly disappeared. So fast. Hyojin said to himself, his body instinctively pulled out the long sword at his waist, clang, barely holding the long sword horizontally in front of his body. Hyojin blocked Hiriko's straight fist, and the moment the fist and sword collided, a harsh sound of metal clashing resounded through the entire mountain peak. Hyojin swung his sword, but he only managed to cut a shadow. Hiriko was no longer in front of him. Swift release. Steel release. These two Kekkei Genkai immediately flashed in Hyojin's mind. He was surprised that Hiriko could switch Kekkei Genkai seamlessly after completing the Kekkei Genkai fusion ceremony. Clang clang clang. Almost at the same time as Hyojin was thinking about all kinds of things, a series of metal clangs sounded from the other end of the platform. Because of Hiriko's Kekkei Genkai, Rapid Release, and Steel Release, both of which are extremely powerful in taijutsu combat, even Orochimaru, who is a seasoned fighter, was suppressed by Hiriko for a while. It's just that Hiriko was obviously not very good at Kekkei combat, or his combat awareness was not sharp enough, so although he grasped the initiative, he couldn't take down Orochimaru. With a chuckle, Hyojin rushed over. In an instant, the platform was filled with sword lights, and the sound of metal clangs was endless. With the addition of Hyojin, under his and Orochimaru's joint forces, they actually managed to tie with Hiriko, and there was even a faint momentum to reverse the situation. Hiriko's lack of combat experience and combat awareness was undoubtedly exposed in this battle. However, this is also normal. Hiriko's talent is not in combat, and he has no experience in fighting against strong enemies, and he has only just mastered the two Kekkei Genkai, Steel Release and Rapid Release, so there is no doubt that he has obvious shortcomings in terms of application. And his opponents are Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, who has experienced 2 shinobi wars, and the other is Hyojin, who has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, so it's not easy for him to reach this point. What's more, combat experience and combat wisdom can also be tempered, as long as his strength is improved. Just like Hyojin, his experience and combat awareness will naturally keep up, so this shortcoming is not difficult to make up for. Far away. Zetsu laughed and said, "You can't even deal with 2 peripheral members of the organization?" Kekkei Genkai is only SOSO. Obsidian had already stood up at this time, standing on the giant rock. He stared intently at the distant platform and said, "No, although Hiriko's performance is not as strong as I thought, the strength of those 2 women is by no means ordinary." Outside the platform, Sasori jokingly said to Shino, "Your assistant seems to be stronger than you?" Shino shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. On the other side, Bippa Juzo said to Shinichi, "Your kindred's taijutsu is very strong, and her swordsmanship is also very sharp. Her moves are simple and direct, and there is almost no unnecessary movements." Shinichi stared at the battlefield seriously and said, "Well, I didn't expect her to be so strong." On the battlefield, Hiriko, who couldn't defeat the 2 people for a long time, was a little angry. He jumped out of the battle circle, quickly printed the hand seals, and shouted, "Mist Release, Thundercloud Wave." In an instant, a thundercloud appeared on the top of the mountain. At this time, Hyojin sheathed the long sword in his hand and also printed the hand seals, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Seemingly expecting Hyojin to use Fire Release Ninjutsu, Orochimaru also completed the hand seals, pressed his hands on the ground, and shouted, "Earth Release, Quicksand Mud." The timing of Orochimaru's Earth Release Ninjutsu Quicksand can be said to be perfect. Almost at the moment before Hyojin's Great Fireball Jutsu hit Hiriko, Hiriko's legs were bound and temporarily imprisoned in place. However, Hiriko sneered disdainfully, and immediately stretched out his right hand towards the huge fireball that was rushing towards him. Nether Release, Suction Hole. With the activation of Nether Release Kekkei Genkai, in a whirlpool, the Great Fireball Jutsu released by Hyojin was completely absorbed by Hiriko's right hand. Then, Hiriko did the same thing and used Nether Release on the sand under his feet, absorbing the chakra of Orochimaru's Earth Release Ninjutsu. Without the support of chakra, the sand that bound Hiriko's legs immediately returned to a pile of loose sand, and Hiriko didn't even need to deliberately struggle to break free, as the sand collapsed on the ground. Hiriko smiled and said, "Your chakra is really delicious." There is no doubt that whether it is Hyojin's chakra or Orochimaru's chakra, both are of extremely high quality and extraordinary strength chakra. Hyojin curled his lips and thought to himself, sure enough, he can use Nether Release Kekkei Genkai at will, so ordinary ninjutsu won't have any effect on him. Orochimaru's face also became gloomy at this moment. Orochimaru is a typical ninjutsu ninja, and Snake Jutsu is his signature move, but in this situation, it is obvious that he can't easily use Snake Jutsu, so his combat effectiveness is greatly limited. And now that Hirako can use Nether Release Kekkai Genkai at will, and is immune to most ordinary ninjutsu, even the experienced Orochimaru doesn't know where to start. Orochimaru glanced at Hyojin. Since the beginning of the battle, he'd been constantly paying attention to Hyojin because he noticed that Hyojin had maintained his composure just like him. From his point of view, as one of the Sannin and having mastered a variety of forbidden arts, it was understandable for him to remain calm. But for a 16 or 17-year-old girl from the Uchiha family to be able to maintain such a calm demeanor in front of Hirako, who had just completed the Kekkai Genkai fusion ritual and was almost like a monster, it was very eye-catching. Even as a temporary teammate, Orochimaru could not help but sigh. The Uchiha clan's arrogance of not putting others in their eyes is really annoying. Crackle. At this time, Hiruha waved his hand, and the lightning clouds in the sky above the mountain peak emitted dazzling bolts of lightning. Hirako, who was shrouded in lightning, said, "This is the end of the warm-up, I'm going to get serious." After saying that, Hirako's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. Along with Hirako's movement, a large number of lightning bolts also jumped around the platform. At first glance, it seemed as if the entire platform was filled with dazzling lightning bolts. Hyojin operated the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to the extreme in the three-tomo state, and soon detected the location of Hirako's haze release, so without hesitation, he drew the long sword from his waist and threw it. Zhung, as the long sword was unsheathed, the sound of a sword resounded throughout the platform. The long sword that flew out hit the place where Hirako's haze release ninjutsu converged in the air. Using himself as a conductor, all the lightning bolts were drawn into the air. After breaking the lightning that enveloped Hirako, Hyojin immediately shot several kunai. The tails of these kunai are wrapped with specially treated steel wires, and with the assistance of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Suijin accurately shot these kunai towards Hirako's surroundings, limiting his range of movement with the help of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Almost at the same time as he shot out the kunai wrapped with steel wires, Hyojin shot several kunai wrapped with a large string of detonation talismans at extremely tricky angles, aiming at Hirako's eyes, throat, armpits, ribs, and other weak points on his body. Hyojin's attack was completed in the blink of an eye. Not only was it decisive, but it was also extremely accurate, causing the Akatsuki members on the sidelines to be amazed. Hirako was naturally caught off guard, and his body was suddenly wrapped by several steel wires. Hiss! Just as Hirako was about to break free from the steel wire, the kunai with the detonation talisman wrapped around it also shot towards him. The detonation talisman wrapped around the tail of the kunai was already making a sizzling sound. Steel release. After shouting angrily, under the effect of steel release Kekkai, Hirako's body turned black and hard. Bang! With the support of steel release, Hirako broke all the steel wires binding him in an instant. And just when Hirako was about to break free, Orochimaru's hand suddenly stretched out like rubber and shot out, replacing the steel wires to entangle Hirako again. Because Orochimaru's hands can stretch and retract like rubber, Hirako tried to break free a few times, but he couldn't break free in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the detonation talismans wrapped around the back of the kunai finally exploded. A series of violent explosions shook the earth and the mountains. It was as if the entire mountain peak was trembling. Smoke and dust also surged up, covering the entire platform. The experienced Orochimaru retracted his arms, then raised his hand and used a low-level wind release ninjutsu to blow away the smoke and dust covering the platform. After the smoke and dust were blown away by the wind release ninjutsu, Hirako's figure was immediately revealed in the center of the explosion, but from the appearance, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. At this moment, Hirako once again activated rapid release, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Orochimaru. Their four eyes met, and in just a moment, Orochimaru stood in place, as if he had lost his soul. Genjutsu. Hyojin was secretly shocked. At this time he discovered that the pupils in Hirako's eye sockets had turned into scarlet three-tomo Sharingan. In the original story, Orochimaru did suffer a big setback in the field of Genjutsu, but at that time, his opponent was Itachi Uchiha, who possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan and has great talent and attainments in the field of Genjutsu. One must know that in front of Itachi Uchiha, even Red, who is proficient in Genjutsu, and Kakashi, who also has the Manjikyu Sharingan, were defeated. Therefore, Orochimaru was instantly subdued by Itachi's Genjutsu. Although it can be said that Orochimaru's resistance to Genjutsu is poor, but that is only relative to Orochimaru's identity as a Sannin. Not anyone can easily subdue Orochimaru with any kind of Genjutsu. In Hyojin's view, if you want to subdue Orochimaru with Genjutsu, you need to have at least the Manjikyu Sharingan level of Jutsu, but Hirako can do it, which means that Hirako has not only successfully merged with the Sharingan Jutsu Kekai, but also reached the Manjikyu Sharingan level. End of chapter 274. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.